Selections from the Prison Notebooks of Antonio Gramsci. Edited and translated by Quinton Hoare and Jeffrey Noel Smith. Preface. p.9. Existing editions. The present edition comprises a selection of texts from the notebooks, Quaderni del Carcere, written by Gramsci in prison between 1929 and 1935. There is still no critical edition of the Quaderni in Italian, though one is in course of preparation at the Istituto Gramsci in Rome. A preliminary edition containing the bulk of Gramsci's original material, excepting translations and rejected drafts, was brought out by the Turin publisher Einaudi in 6 volumes between 1948 and 195-1, under the editorship of Felice Platone. The same edition contains a volume of prison letters, Lettera dal Carcere, 1947, now superseded by a more complete edition, and a series of volumes of the pre-1926 writings, from the period prior to Gramsci's imprisonment. Our selection is based on this Einaudi edition of the Quaderni, with the addition of 1 or 2 previously unpublished texts and with a slight rearrangement of the order in certain places. References to the Einaudi or to other selections or translations of Gramsci's works are given in these pages as follows. A previous English translation of some of the works of Gramsci contained in this volume, together with 1 or 2 of the earlier writings, translated and edited by Louis Marx, was published by Lawrence and Wishart in 1957, under the title The Modern Prince and Other Essays. There also exist a number of Italian anthologies and of translations of Gramsci's works into other languages. For a selective bibliography of works of and about Gramsci, we refer the reader to the note at the end of the English translation of Giuseppe Fiore's biography of Gramsci, Antonio Gramsci, Life of a Revolutionary, translated by Tom Nairn, New Left Books, London 1970. The problem of making a selection from Gramsci's Quaderni or prison notebooks is complicated by 2 factors, the fragmentary character of the writings themselves, and the uncertain status of the notebooks in Gramsci's intentions. From references in the notebooks and in Gramsci's letters from prison it is possible to obtain some indication of how Gramsci intended his work to be understood. Soon after his arrest he wrote to his sister-in-law Tatiana, March 19, 1927, LC pages 57-60, about a project of writing something for Whig, forever, something which would also serve to absorb him and give a focus to his inner life. He mentions a plan for a history of the Italian intellectuals, together with studies on linguistics, on the theatre of Pirandello and on serial novels and popular literary taste. However, in another letter to Tatiana, December 15, 1930, LC pages 389-92, he writes, "Thinking disinterestedly or study for its own sake are difficult for me. I do not like throwing stones in the dark, I like to have a concrete interlocutor or adversary," and he speaks of the polemical nature of his entire intellectual formation. Early in 1932, in a note in one of his Quaderni, QXXVIII, he describes a program of principal essays wider in scope than the previous one, with more political and philosophical content, fairly close in its general outlines to what has actually come down to us in the Quaderni. It is this program which forms the basis of the ordering of the material of the notebooks carried out by the Einaudi editors after the war. Even so, many difficulties remain. Ill health and the unavailability of books in the prison forced him to leave unfinished, to abandon. p.11. Or to modify certain plans. With his transfer to the prison clinic in 1933 and consequent partial recovery, he began to recopy, reorder and rework much of the material from the earlier notebooks. But he did so with an extra caution, eliminating any surviving words or phrases, like the name of Marx or the word class, which might attract the attention of the censor and so cause his work to be brought to an end. Most significantly of all, in a note in one of the Quaderni entitled Questions of Method, see below pages 382-86, he offers a warning, ostensibly about Marx but equally if not more applicable to himself against confusing unfinished or unpublished work with works published and approved by an author during his lifetime. In the same note he also refers to the importance and to the inherent difficulties of reconstructing the intellectual biography of an author. To perform such a task, in relation to the prison notebooks, would be an immensely valuable but also intricate labor. In default of this, however, and given the circumstances in which the texts were written, any unequivocal assertions about the aim and status of Gramsci's theoretical project as contained or sketched out in the notebooks are necessarily speculative and must be recognized as such. This edition, selection and translation. While the above observations can be construed most simply as a warning against taking as definitive or as having an unambiguous intention texts whose form is often provisional and whose intention is in some way veiled or uncertain, the problem of the fragmentary character of Gramsci's original manuscript poses more immediate problems. Gramsci's Prison Quaterni number 33 in all, several of them containing notes on a number of different subjects or written over a period of a couple of years. Many of the notes are isolated jottings. Others are so placed in the quaderno as to make their insertion into the main structure of Gramsci's arguments at best hypothetical. Longer texts, about whose coherence and general order there can be no doubt, are often partially revised in such a way that it is necessary, in editing the text, to intersperse the revised or rewritten sections with passages of which only an earlier draft exists. Both in the classification of the notes according to subject and in the ordering of particular items, we have, broadly speaking, followed the lines laid down in the Einaudi edition, which also provides the basis of the text used for the translation. At the same time we have not hesitated, in the interests of clarity. p.12. Of presentation, to depart from the Einaudi order wherever this seemed to us justified on philological grounds, by reference to the original quaterni. We have also, where relevant, e.g. in the political sections, appended in square brackets the date of the quaderno from which a text is taken. The texts that we have used are as follows. The essays on the intellectuals and on education belong together in Gramsci's original manuscript, Quaderno XXIX, ff 1-12. We have translated the texts as they appear in the Einaudi volume Gli Intellettuali on pages 3-19, 97-100, and 3 and 106-14. The sections on Italian history and on politics have necessitated the most reordering, both in relation to the Einaudi edition and to the original quaterni. The notes on Italian history in this edition come mainly from the Einaudi volume 2 Risorgimento. One passage, material for a critical essay on Croce's two histories, is previously unpublished, and we have also integrated into the text one passage from each of the Einaudi volumes 2 Materialismo Storico, Note sul Machiavelli and Passito e Presente. The notes on politics were all included, with the exception of one previously unpublished text Self-Criticism and the Hypocrisy of Self-Criticism in the Einaudi volumes Note sul Machiavelli and Passito e Presente. Within the political sections however our ordering, in terms of a rough division into two parts, on the party and on the state, is original. The Einaudi order here is not satisfactory, but it is equally impossible to follow the quaterni. The principal source for the notes is a late quaderno, XXX, datable to 1933-34, in which a number of earlier texts are rewritten in a more polished form but in an order which has no particular internal coherence. Drafts of some of the same texts, together with notes on related topics, are to be found in a number of other quaterni, written between IG2G and 1933. Short of a literal reproduction of all these texts, or a massive critical apparatus, out of place in an edition of this size and scope, there is clearly no alternative to a reordering of some kind, aimed at presenting to the reader a selection of texts which is as reasonably comprehensive and coherent as possible, while making it clear, through the dates appended at the end of each passage, roughly where each stands in terms of Gramsci's original project. The essay Americanism and Fordism derives from a single quaderno, number V, and is translated here as it appears, slightly reordered, in the Note sul Machiavelli. The philosophical texts have been translated, with 1 or 2. p.13. Minor changes, as they appear in the Einaudi Volume 2 Materialismo Storico. The essays, some preliminary points of reference and critical notes on an attempt at popular sociology are fairly complete in the original quaterni. Those entitled Problems of Philosophy and History and Some Problems in the Study of the Philosophy of Praxis are the result of some reordering by the Einaudi editors. In translating, our aim has been to combine the demands of a readable English style with the respect not only for the precise content but also for the flavor of an original which, in its fragmentary and elliptical character and its frequent recourse to tricks to deceive the prison censor, bears distinct traces of the difficult circumstances under which it was written. Names of well-known Marxists and Communists are almost always given in the quaterni in the form of a substitute or a circumlocution. Thus Marx is referred to as the founder of the philosophy of praxis, Lenin as Ilyich or Vilich v. Ilyich, Trotsky as Leon Davidovich or Bronstein, and so on. Similarly, certain identifiable concepts of Marxism-Leninism such as the class struggle or the dictatorship of the proletariat are usually masked under innocuous-sounding titles. All such names or phrases have been left in the original form used by Gramsci, but explained either by square brackets in the text or by a footnote. In the case of concepts, this has been done not merely in order to preserve the feel of the original text but also to avoid imposing too simplistic an interpretation on phrases which often have a conceptual value of their own. Thus, philosophy of praxis is both a euphemism for Marxism and an autonomous term used by Gramsci to define what he saw to be a central characteristic of the philosophy of Marxism, the inseparable link it establishes between theory and practice, thought and action. Terminology. Questions of censorship apart, Gramsci's terminology presents a number of difficulties to the translator. Wherever possible, we have tried to render each term of Gramsci's with a single equivalent, as close as possible to the original. In one particular set of cases this has proved impossible, and that is with the group of words centered around the verb dirigere, dirigent, direlevo, direzian, etc. Here we have in part followed the normal English usage dictated by the context, e.g. direzian leadership, class dirigent equals ruling class, but in certain cases we have translated dirigent and diretivo as p.14. Directive in order to preserve what for Gramsci is a crucial conceptual distinction, between power based on domination and the exercise of direction or hegemony. In this context it is also worth noting that the term hegemony in Gramsci itself has two faces. On the one hand it is contrasted with domination, and as such bound up with the opposition state/civil society, and on the other hand hegemonic is sometimes used as an opposite of corporate or economic. Corporate to designate an historical phase in which a given group moves beyond a position of corporate existence and defense of its economic position and aspires to a position of leadership in the political and social arena. Non-hegemonic groups or classes are also called by Gramsci subordinate, subaltern, or sometimes instrumental. Here again we have preserved Gramsci's original terminology despite the strangeness that some of these words have in English and despite the fact that it is difficult to discern any systematic difference in Gramsci's usage between, for instance, subaltern and subordinate. The Hegelian sense of the word momento, meaning an aspect of a situation in its concrete, not necessarily temporal, manifestations, has generally been rendered as moment but sometimes as aspect. Despite Marx's strictures, in the German ideology, on the abuse of this word, it occurs frequently in Gramsci in both its senses, and confusion is made worse by the fact that Italian, unlike German, does not distinguish the two senses of the word according to gender. In particular cases where there seemed to us any difficulty with a word or concept we have referred the reader to a footnote, as also with any passage where the translation is at all uncertain. In general we have preferred to footnote too much rather than too little, on the assumption that readers familiar with, say, the history of the Third International might nevertheless find useful some explanation, however elementary, of the specialized vocabulary of Kantian philosophy, while philosophers who know their Hegel and Marx might be less at home in the history of the Italian Risorgimento. The translation and notes for the essays on education and for the writings on the Risorgimento and on politics are by Quintin Hoare, those for the essay on the intellectuals, for Americanism and Fordism and for the philosophical sections are by Jeffrey Noel Smith. With the exception of the section on Gramsci's intellectual background, the general introduction is by Quintin Hoare. General Introduction. By the autumn of 1926, the world's first fascist regime had been in power for 4 years in Italy. Its character was still very much a matter of dispute, not least within the Italian Communist Party and the Third International. Was it a specific, national phenomenon or the precursor of an international trend? Was it a novel socio-political formation or one that was basically just the Italian equivalent of other, more traditional forms of reaction such as the Russian Black Hundreds after 1905 or the anti-labor repression which ravaged American socialism in the early years of the century or the Freikorps which underpinned the social democratic government of Nitzsche and Scheidemann in Germany after 1918? Did its essence lie in its social base in the urban petty bourgeoisie and the rural bourgeoisie, or in its role as the new, more brutal instrument of big capital's dominion? These uncertainties about how fascism should be defined were accompanied by equal uncertainty about its stability and historical prospects. It was still widely believed by communist leaders that the ruling class might decide that the fascist option was too costly, and switch to a social democratic alternative. The notion that social democracy was the left wing of the bourgeoisie had been generally accepted, for example, by Italian communists since Zinoviev first put it forward in 1922. By 1924 this had become the left wing of fascism. Moreover, it was true that the fascists had not entirely suppressed bourgeois political institutions, indeed, even communist members still sat in the fascist-dominated parliament. And during the crisis which had followed the fascist assassination of the Social Democrat deputy Mattardi in June 1924, the regime had genuinely appeared to totter and its backers to hesitate. But in fact fascist power already had immensely strong foundations. It had inaugurated a system of repression incomparably more thoroughgoing and efficient than any previous form of reaction. By the end of 1925 it was quite clear that any idea of the regime splitting in the foreseeable future under the force of its own internal contradictions was an illusion. Throughout 1926 Mussolini had been effectively playing at cat and mouse with the opposition parties at least at the legal level. Finally, in the autumn of 1926, on the pretext of an alleged attempt on his life, Mussolini decided to make an end of even the semblance of bourgeois democracy that still survived. All remaining. p.16. Opposition organizations and their publications were banned, and a new, massive series of arrests was launched throughout the country. Among those arrested was Antonio Gramsci. Gramsci was a member of parliament, but the regime was no longer interested in niceties about parliamentary immunity. He had also, since August 1924, been the general secretary of the Communist Party, though of course under such political conditions the identity of party officials was kept secret. He was 35 years old. At his trial in 1928, the official prosecutor ended his peroration with the famous demand to the judge, "We must stop this brain working for 20 years. But, although Gramsci was to be dead long before those 20 years were up, released, his health broken, only in time to die under guard in a clinic rather than in prison, yet for as long as his physique held out his jailers did not succeed in stopping his brain from working. The product of those years of slow death in prison were the 2,848 pages of handwritten notes which he left to be smuggled out of the clinic and out of Italy after his death, and of which this volume is a selection. Our introduction will make no attempt to offer a general interpretation of Gramsci's prison notebooks, but will concentrate rather on giving a brief outline of the political and intellectual experience which formed, inevitably, the background to and the point of departure for Gramsci's writing during his imprisonment. Early life. Antonio Gramsci was born in 1891, in the small town of Ales in Sardinia. His father came originally from Naples and had been intended to be a lawyer. But the death of his own father, a colonel in the Carabinieri, meant that he had to abandon his studies. he found a job as registrar in the small Sardinian town of Ghilarza. There he met Gramsci's mother, who was the daughter of a local inspector of taxes and had the rare attainment, in an area of % illiteracy, of being able to read and write. Any ambitions the couple might have had for their children were rudely dashed, however, in 1897 when the father was suspended from his job, without pay, on suspicion of peculation. The following year he was put under arrest and in 1900 he was sentenced to nearly 6 years imprisonment. To what extent he was guilty of the charges, which were undoubtedly motivated by his opposition to the political party in power locally, is not very important. Corruption is anyway endemic in that type of society. The essential fact is that from 1898 to 1904, when her husband was released from prison, p.19, and found a new albeit inferior job, Gramsci's mother was forced to bring up her 7 children, alone, with no source of income other than her meager earnings as a seamstress and the proceeds from the sale of a small plot of land, in conditions of dire poverty. Antonio's health was an added problem. He had a malformation of the spine, which the doctors attempted to cure by having him suspended for long periods from a beam on the ceiling, and when he grew up he became hunchbacked and was barely 5 feet tall. He also suffered from internal disorders which brought him close to death as a small child, and which were to recur throughout his adult life, accompanied by severe nervous complications, and to culminate in his death at the age of 46. In 1898 Antonio started school at Ghilarza, but his education was interrupted for a couple of years at the end of his elementary schooling since none of his brothers was earning and he had to go out to work. His father's release enabled him to return to school, in the neighboring town of Santa La Sergio. It was an appallingly bad school, but nevertheless, by dint of application and the help afforded by his literate home background, he managed in 1908 to pass the examination to enter the senior Liceo in Cagliari. When in Cagliari he lodged with his elder brother Gennaro, now a white-collar worker and recently returned from military service in Turin. Gennaro, whose experience on the mainland had turned him into a socialist militant, helped to introduce Antonio to politics, and from 1906 used to send socialist pamphlets back to his younger brother at home. An equally formative influence was provided by the wave of social protest that swept Sardinia in the same year, and was brutally repressed by troops from the mainland. The form taken by the repression, both military and legal, gave a great impetus to the cause of Sardinian nationalism, and it was to this cause that Gramsci first adhered. Experience of the working class movement in Turin was to lead Gramsci to abandon his attachment to nationalism as such, but he never lost the concern, imparted to him in these early years, with peasant problems and the complex dialectic of class and regional factors. A unique surviving essay from his school days at Cagliari shows him, too, already progressing from a Sardinian to an internationalist and anti-colonialist viewpoint, as vehement in his opposition to European imperialism in China as in his repetition of what, he recalled in 1924, was the favorite slogan of his school days, "Throw the mainlanders into the sea." p.xx. In 1906 mainland troops were called in to repress the Sardinian peasantry. Later on, however, Gramsci was to discover the opposite side of the coin: Sardinian troops being used to hold down the workers of Turin. In general, the conflicts between industrial North and rural South tended to obscure more basic class questions. Since 1887, the growing industry of the North had been favored by protectionist policies which kept out foreign capital, and secured its dominance of the domestic market. This protectionism provided the basis of an effective community of interests between big industrial capital and the reformist working class organizations, a community of interests which was fostered by the policies of Giovanni Giolitti, the dominant bourgeois politician of the years preceding the First World War. But its impact on agricultural Italy was, with the exception of the cereal producers in the center and north, calamitous. The peasants were no longer able to export their produce, and at the same time were forced to buy the products of Italian industry rather than the far cheaper goods made in the more advanced industrial countries. This was the main basis of what became the Southern Question. One of its consequences was that the socialism which spread in the South and the islands was not that of the PSI, Socialist Party of Italy, or the trade unions, but a kind of melange of socialist and liberal theories which can be traced back to the ideas and activity of Carlo Pisacane during the Risorgimento, and which was propagated most notably by Gaetano Salvini in the period preceding the First World War. This Southernism was almost certainly Gramsci's political position, broadly speaking, at the time of his arrival in Turin in 1911. Salvini in particular, an early socialist who resigned from the party because of its reformism and indifference to rural and southern concerns, was to be a major intellectual influence in Gramsci's political formation. In 1911 Gramsci, having managed to recoup the losses caused by his indifferent and interrupted early schooling, won a scholarship for poor students Tom Sardinia to the University of Turin, sitting the examination at the same time as a future student friend and fellow communist, Palmiro Togliatti. The scholarship grant was miserably inadequate, and cold and malnutrition played havoc with Gramsci's already precarious health. During 1913-15 he was desperately ill most of the time, and eventually he was forced to abandon his studies, despite his talent, especially for philology and linguistics generally, and despite the encouragement of several of his teachers. However, there was a more important reason even. P.XXI. Than his impossible personal situation which finally decided him to leave the university. This was the fact of his growing political commitment. Intellectual formation. It was during his years at Turin University that Gramsci first came into serious contact with the intellectual world of his time. The deficiencies of liberal Italy had created a certain vogue for socialist ideas even in bourgeois circles, and many of the professors at the university had links with the socialist movement. Foremost among these were Umberto Cosmo, a literary historian and Dante scholar, with whom Gramsci became friends and whom he subsequently was to criticize for his bourgeois style of attachment to the workers' movement, and Annibale Pastor, whose lectures on Marxism Gramsci attended. Here he was introduced to the particular brand of Hegelianist philosophy of praxis to which he remained in an ambiguous critical relationship right to the end of his working life. The term philosophy of praxis, best known today in connection with Gramsci's prison notebooks, in which it is used partly for its own sake and partly as a euphemism to deceive the censor, was introduced into Italy by Antonio Labriola, the only Italian theoretical Marxist of any consequence before the First World War. Labriola, who died in 1904, was a philosopher and historian who had come round to Marxism and to participation in the socialist movement fairly late in life, bringing with him distinct traces of a Hegelian intellectual formation. He saw the essence of Marxism in the unique nexus it established between theoretical and practical activity, and maintained the unity of philosophy and history. He distinguished himself from the Hegelian school mainly by his insistence on the primacy of concrete relations over consciousness. Labriola's ideas, particularly on the interpretation of history, were extremely influential, but mainly in intellectual circles and often in a distorted form which accentuated their latent idealism at the expense of their materialist base. The phrase philosophy of praxis in particular entered into the parlance of a specifically anti-materialist tendency of which the major exponents were Rodolfo Mondolfo and, in a marginal way, Giovanni Gentile. Gentile's role in the development of Italian Marxism was limited to one thing, his translation, the first into Italian, of Marx's theses on Feuerbach, which he interpreted idealistically as referring to the P.XXII. process of cognition rather than to the real world and man's relation to it. Gentile's flirtation with Marxism was brief and superficial. His theory of praxis soon degenerated into a philosophy of the pure act, of voluntarist and proto-fascist inspiration. He later became a major ideologue of fascism and was executed by the partisans during the resistance. Mondolfo was a far more serious figure, and after Labriola's death the leading philosopher of Italian socialism. His main contribution to Marxism lay in his attempt to drive a wedge between the philosophical Marx and the more empirical Engels. Mondolfo and his school were also responsible to a large extent for the idealistic interpretation of Labriola. The use, common to Labriola, Mondolfo, and Gramsci of the same phrase philosophy of praxis has led some commentators to posit a common idealist matrix for the three thinkers. This is a view that must be treated with caution. In one feature, Gramsci's mature thought is in accord with Mondolfo's ideas, and that is in its constant underplaying of the materialist element in Marx's work, which, in Gramsci at least, is replaced with a stress on immanentism and the elimination of metaphysics. On the whole, however, Gramsci shows himself critical of Mondolfo and concerned to reassert the substantial Marxism of Labriola against both those Marxists who had criticized him for idealism and the idealists who had tried to claim him for their own. That Mondolfo's approach to Marxism entered into his own culture at this early period is certain, but as Gramsci himself was to point out, in relation to Marx, there is a distinction to be made between the personal philosophical culture of an author, what he has read and absorbed and may be rejected at various periods of his life, and his own original philosophy. A far more important philosophical and cultural influence imparted to Gramsci in his early years was that of Benedetto Croce. Croce had been a pupil of Labriola and for a short period, between 1895 and 1900, professed himself a Marxist. He soon defected, declaring Marxism to be useful only as a simple canon of historical inquiry and research, and pronouncing, with characteristic arrogance, the death of theoretical Marxism in Italy coincidental with his own defection. Croce's influence on the whole of Italian culture right up to the present time cannot be overestimated. Despite his abandonment of Marxism, many of his ideas continued to strike an echoing chord among young intellectuals of the left in the pre-fascist period, notably his secularism and his opposition to the previously dominant ideology of positivism. P.XXIII. Politically, his role was always ambiguous. His calls for ethical renewal had dangerous overtones, as his support for Mussolini in the early 20s was to show. But his continued association with the French theorist of syndicalism, Georges Sorel, helped to sustain the illusion that his could be a philosophy for the left. Looking back on his student days, Gramsci was to describe himself self-critically as having been, in his youth, tendentially Crocian, and many of his early articles have a distinct Crocian ring about them. This personal, though culturally imparted, Crocian influence on Gramsci himself must be carefully distinguished from the attitude which emerges from the Quaterni, where Croce is considered more objectively as a philosopher and as a dominant figure in contemporary culture. Much of Gramsci's philosophical notebooks is devoted to a rigorous critique of Crocian philosophy in its relation to Marxism. In his prison writings he refers constantly to the need to combat Crocianism, both as a diffuse ideology and as a specific philosophical system, sometimes casting Croce in the role of a Düring, to be polemically destroyed, but more often seeing him as comparable to Hegel as a thinker whose work could be profited from in the struggle to renew Marxist thought and liberate it from positivistic accretions. The substance of Gramsci's mature critique of Croce's philosophy relates to the latter's reduction of historical movement from a struggle of opposites to a merely conceptual dialectic, the dialectic of distincts. While, Gramsci contended, such a schema might have its place in the philosophy of a society in which real conflicts had been eliminated and where the unity of knowledge and being, impossible in a class society, had finally been achieved, it was unable to offer an account of the actual concrete character of a history fundamentally determined by the class struggle. This abstraction of real history into an ethereal realm of distinct concepts went hand in hand, in Crocian philosophy, with the radical denial of politics. The distinct categories of the Crocian system allow for the existence of four sciences: aesthetics, economics, logic, and ethics, relating to the pursuit respectively of the beautiful, the useful, the true, and the good. Politics, in this conception, can only be a composite entity, a mere passion, of no philosophical value. In Gramsci's thought, by contrast, politics figures, philosophically, as the central human activity, the means by which the single consciousness is brought into contact with the social and natural world in all its forms. The critique to which Gramsci subjects Crocian idealism in the P.XXIV. Prison Quaterni is motivated, however, less by an abstract concern to expose its intellectual inadequacies than by an awareness of the need to destroy the influence which Crocianism, and Croce himself, had on all aspects of Italian cultural and even political life. Whereas in the period leading up to the First World War much of what Croce said and did could be held to have a positive value, his leftish sympathies, his revaluation of a romantic tradition in Italian culture from Vico through De Sanctis up to the present, his opposition to contemporary positivism, the rise of fascism, and Croce's ambiguous attitude to it had turned his role into a pernicious and reactionary one. Unlike Gentile, Croce did not play a direct and active part in the elaboration of fascist cultural policy and even manage to draw intellectual credit from the fact of his abstention from public life after 1926. But the fact remains that he did support the regime at the outset, and that the theoretical character of his later opposition was of a singularly insipid and depoliticizing kind, whose effect on the intellectual strata subject to Crocian influence was at best to inspire a certain withdrawal from fascist vulgarity, but which more often promoted a habit of justificationism with regard to the regime far more extensive than any provoked by Hegel's supposed glorification of the Prussian monarchy. The war and fascism provided a brutal litmus test for many progressive and avant-garde intellectuals and artists beside Croce. Among those who supported or were at least complicit with the regime were D'Annunzio, Pirandello, Marinetti the futurist poet, together with most of his acolytes, the meridionalist Prezzolini, former editor of La Voce, Mario Miseroli, and countless others. Many of these had been important figures in Gramsci's cultural formation, at a time when they had held advanced positions in the world of Italian culture and before Gramsci's own Marxism had matured and taken its definitive form. Not only Gramsci but the whole Ordine Nuovo group of communists in Turin had been influenced by the cultural ferment of the pre-war years, and it is a sign of the complexity and confusion of the Italian situation that a group such as the Futurists, for example, whose Russian equivalents, led by Mayakovsky, had played a leading role in the formation of the Soviet avant-garde, should in Italy have degenerated into the barrel organs of fascism. Be that as it may, the whole question of the Italian intellectuals, their provincialism, their cosmopolitanism, their role in the power structure of church and state, particularly in the South, was to become a major subject of Gramsci's reflection in prison. His critique is never sectarian. It starts from a realistic p.xxv assessment of the objective weakness of the Italian intelligentsia with a view to recuperating those ideas and those forces which could contribute to the formation of a national popular consciousness in association with the rising power of the proletariat. Even Crocian idealism, despite its evident anti-popular bias, is not totally dismissed, and those features of it which had positively impressed Gramsci in his youth are brought out and used, even, as an aid to the criticism of orthodox Marxism itself. Socialist politics in Turin. When Gramsci arrived in Turin, the city was the red capital of Italy. Gramsci was to call it Italy's Petrograd, home of its most advanced industry and above all of Fiat. By the end of the war, Fiat was to be the biggest producer of tractors in Europe. Its workers were to increase from 4,000 in 1913 to 20,000 in 1918. By 1915, it was exporting armored cars and aeroplanes to the Entente countries in great quantities. Turin's population rose from some 400,000 in 1911, 20% of them industrial workers, to over 500,000 in 1918, 30% of them industrial workers, and this despite the fact that between 5 and 10% of the population was in the army and therefore not included in the 1918 total. Of the Turin working class, some 40% was made up of women, and these were in the vanguard of all the major proletarian upheavals which shook the city between 1912 and 1920. One consequence of the specific character of Turin's capitalism was that, unlike the other major industrial cities of the country, it was relatively satisfied by the boom which it experienced in 1914-15, and hence favored the policy of neutrality advocated by Giolitti. It was above all heavy industry, iron, steel, coal, shipping which stood to gain from war. But the cotton and wool factories, which still represented by far the greater part of Turin's industry, and the vehicle industry, which was soon destined to outstrip these, were both so overwhelmed by orders from the belligerent Entente countries that they saw no need for direct intervention in the war. They had absorbed whatever unemployed labor they could find among the recent immigrants, and especially among the women of the population. They were short of skilled labor and were intent above all on introducing new methods of raising productivity, the Taylorism which was to interest both Lenin and Gramsci so much, and in maintaining industrial peace as far as was possible. P.XXVI. The latter task was a formidable one. The proletariat of Turin was the most advanced and combative in Italy. As early as 1904-06, it had demonstrated a high degree of solidarity and a readiness to take to the streets. Although it suffered a series of massive defeats in 1907, which were followed by years which saw the apogee of Giolitti and industrial peace and the rapid growth of a collaborationist trade union movement, nevertheless in 1912 the metal workers, those not organized in unions, embarked upon a strike to the end. This was defeated, after 75 days of struggle, but the metal workers came out again, this time led by the Union, the FIOM, in the spring of 1913, and after a 93-day strike won a considerable victory, partly as a result of government intervention against the employers' dangerous intransigence. These struggles were the background to Gramsci's first years in Turin. They won him from his youthful Southernism, demonstrating that the workers were the real enemy of the Northern industrialists, despite the collaborationism of their reformist leaders, and that they were thus the potential ally and leader of the peasant masses of the South. As war approached, and after its outbreak, the struggles of the Turin proletariat became yet more massive, and at the same time more political. The key stages in this trajectory were the general strike of June 1914, following the bloody repression of an anti-war demonstration at Ancona, the huge anti-war demonstrations and general strike of May 1915, and above all the insurrection of August 1917. When Gramsci arrived in Turin, the two dominant influences on the younger generation of socialists were Salvini, and Mussolini, who was the acknowledged leader of the party's left wing and the editor of Avanti, the party newspaper. Salvini's impassioned crusading against the indifference of the reformist working-class leaders to the plight of the southern peasantry has already been discussed. He had violently opposed the imperialist expansion into Libya in 1912, and had been beaten up by government thugs. His newspaper was entitled Unita, with the implication that genuine unity between North and South on a basis of equality remained to be fought for. Years later, in 1923, Gramsci proposed the same name for the new organ of the PCI, Communist Party of Italy, because we must give special importance to the southern question. The influence of Mussolini was as great. An equally harsh critic of the Libyan expedition, and of the passivity of the reformist party officials, Mussolini wrote in the accents of sorrow, exalting the combativity of the masses and the potentialities of the P.XXVII. General strike as a weapon in the class war. In this period he was also a passionate opponent of all forms of militarism. His youth and voluntarist temperament won him the admiration and loyalty of the younger generation, which he was only to forfeit in 1914 when he became an advocate of Italian intervention during the war. To understand the complex internal life of Italian socialism in these years, it is essential to stress that the party itself was only one of the forces in play: the Socialist Trade Union Federation, CGL, the Socialist deputies in Parliament, the Socialist local councillors, and the powerful cooperative institutions were none of them subject in any elective sense to party discipline. The primary concern of the party leadership throughout the war years was to play a unitary role in relation to these various forces. Such a role could of its nature not be a revolutionary one, even though some at least of the party leaders were subjectively genuine revolutionaries. At the same time, the leadership was edged steadily to the left, in words at any rate, in response to the growing unpopularity of the war, the increasing militancy of the industrial workers, and later to the immense impact of the Russian revolutions. These twin, conflicting pressures combined to create the maximalism, Italian equivalent of the centrism, which was an international phenomenon after the war, and whose most important expression was the German USPD, which was to dominate the Italian left until it was crushed by fascism, and of which Cerruti, the editor of Avanti, after Mussolini's defection, was the most important and most honorable expression. In the course of the war years, a reformist right, based primarily on the parliamentary deputies and the trade unions and led by Turati, Treves, and D'Aragona, emerged as a coherent entity. Its main characterizing feature, especially after the catastrophic defeat of the Italian army at Caporetto in 1917, was its readiness to accept patriotic slogans. The official party position was defined by the party secretary Lazzari as neither support nor sabotage, and the principal source of dissent within the movement was the argument over whether or not support could be given to the various committees, for aid to war victims, industrial mobilization, etc., formed to assist the war effort. The right was favorable to participation in these, but the party leadership remained true to its abstentionist principles. Though positive as far as it went, this had some extremely negative consequences for the future. For the leadership had a left enough position to prevent the emergence of any effective organized left until well after the war, while it was in no genuine p.xxvii sense revolutionary in its practice. At the same time, it profoundly alienated the petit bourgeois strata susceptible to patriotic slogans who were to provide the social basis for fascism. Although there was a diffuse left within the party, and this even constituted itself briefly as an intransigent revolutionary faction in mid-1917, it overlapped to a great extent with the party leadership. It differed from official policy mainly on issues of principle, in its insistence that violence is inevitable as the midwife of revolution, that the reformists collaborating with the committees should be expelled, that the bourgeois notion of the nation should be repudiated, etc. The faction did also advocate a more active encouragement of mass resistance to the war, but it never elaborated any really distinct strategy. Although the intransigent faction of 1917 was in a sense the forerunner of the communist faction of 1919-20, it was short-lived and acted as the conscience of the party rather than as an alternative, let leadership. Many of its most prominent members were to become centrists rather than communists after Livorno, see below. At the outbreak of war, the Turin branch of the PSI had some 1,000 members, of whom perhaps 4/5 were workers. This total was quickly reduced by conscription to not more than 500, and in the course of the war, despite the huge upsurge of revolutionary consciousness among the masses, almost certainly was further reduced by police repression, until in the last year of war the section almost ceased to have any public existence. The section, during the course of the war, became one of the bastions of the intransigent wing of the party, and this was especially true of the younger members, such as Gramsci. Gramsci's first political associate and mentor after his arrival in Turin was Angelo Tosca, who subsequently became the leader of the right wing of the PCI until his expulsion after the left turn in 1929. Tosca, the son of a railway worker, born in the same year as Gramsci, had been active in the Socialist Party since 1909. In May 1912 he gave Gramsci a copy of War and Peace with the inscription, "To my fellow student of today, and my fellow militant, I hope, of tomorrow." In November 1912 Gramsci moved to Tosca Street, and a year later to the same building, at more or less the same time as he joined the Socialist Party. Tosca had risen to national prominence within the party at its 1912 Youth Conference, when he had clashed with the man who was to dominate the PCI in its first years, and subsequently to lead its left faction until his expulsion in 1930, Amadeo Bordiga. Bordiga, the son of P.XXIX, an agricultural economist, grew up in an intellectual socialist milieu in Naples, and through his immense energy Gramsci was to describe him as capable of as much work as 3 others put together. Soon imposed himself as the leader of the intransigent opposition to the reformist socialism which dominated the local party organization. Whereas the young Turin socialists, in their reaction against the class collaborationism and passivity of the old socialist leaders, were influenced above all by Croatian idealism and Sorlean voluntarism, by Salvemani's Southernism, and by the experience of the mass proletarian struggles of Italy's most advanced industrial city, Bordiga's reaction took a different course. He fought for a return to Marxist orthodoxy, principled, intransigent, but also already showing the inflexibility and indeed dogmatism which were to characterize his political career. He also fought, however, for a national perspective for revolutionary strategy. At a time when Gramsci was still thinking in local terms, it was this factor above all, together with his early understanding of the role of the Revolutionary Party, which ensured his dominance in the PCI at its foundation. At the 1912 Youth Congress mentioned above, Tosca had demanded that Avanguardia, the youth organ of the party, should become the bearer of a new culture and set out to renovate the intellectual patrimony of Italian socialism. Bordiga heaped derision on this culturalism. The need for study is what a Congress of school teachers proclaims, not a Congress of socialists, etc. Gramsci, years later in his prison notebooks, was to write of this clash. It is often claimed that Bordiga's economistic extremism was justified by Tosca's cultural opportunism. But might it not be replied, vice versa, that the cultural opportunism was justified by the economistic extremism? In reality, neither one nor the other was justifiable, nor should they ever be justified. They should be explained realistically as twin aspects of the same immaturity and the same primitivism, pp. pages 73-4. Gramsci's achievement within the PCI was to win it away from Bordiga without delivering it to Tosca. During these early years in Turin, Gramsci also made the acquaintance of other future leaders of the P.C.I, notably Togliatti and Terracini. Since the two latter, together with Gramsci and Tosca, formed the nucleus of collaborators responsible for the creation of L'Ordine Nuovo in 1919, there has been a tendency to read back their association as a group into the war years, which was not the case. Togliatti was essentially a student fiend, whose PXXX political activity really dated from the end of the war. When war broke out, he volunteered to serve in the medical corps. Tosca was called up immediately in May 1915. Terracini, who had joined the Socialist Youth Organization at the age of 16 in 1911, was arrested in September 1916 for distributing anti-war propaganda, and after a month in jail was also conscripted. Gramsci alone spent the war years in Turin. Gramsci's first political initiative was a blunder, and one that was to cost him dear. In October 1914, when Mussolini began to shift away from the official party position of neutrality in the war, Gramsci wrote an article in the party press defending him. The mistake was hardly surprising, given Gramsci's political inexperience. Mussolini was the unchallenged leader of the P.S.I.'s left wing, and nobody, of course, could foresee his future trajectory. The internationalism of Lenin was utterly unknown in Italy at the time. Gramsci was motivated above all by scorn for the passivity of the official party position, neither support, nor sabotage, for what was in effect nothing but a policy of clean hands. He wrote, "Revolutionaries see history as a creation of their own spirit, as being made up of a continuous series of violent tugs at the other forces of society, both active and passive, and they prepare the maximum of favorable conditions for the definitive tug, revolution. They must not be content with the provisional slogan absolute neutrality, but must transform it into that of active, operative neutrality." It quickly became clear, of course, that Mussolini's perspective was a very different one, and Gramsci did not venture into print again for over a year. Despite his irreproachable record of opposition to the imperialist war in the ensuing years, the accusation of interventionism was still to be hurled at him years later by political opponents, on the basis of this one article. However, in 1915 Gramsci joined the staff of the Socialist Party weekly Il Grido del Popolo, and became a full-time journalist. During the war years, he developed into a formidable political commentator. He wrote on every aspect of Turin's social and political life, on the strikes and demonstrations of the Turin working class, on international events such as the Zimmerwald Conference or the Armenian massacres. As the theater critic of Avanti, the party daily, from 1916 on, he was one of the first to recognize the importance of Pirandello. His influence extended far outside the ranks of the party itself. In 1916, Gramsci spoke in public for the first time, addressing meetings on Romain Rolland, on the P.XXXI. French Revolution, on the Paris Commune, and, taking as his cue Ibsen's play The Doll's House, on the emancipation of women. However, before 1917 Gramsci did not play any very prominent part in the life of the Turin Party organization. 1917 was the turning point in his political formation. It was the year of the Russian revolutions and of the great proletarian insurrection in Turin. When the news of the February Revolution in Russia filtered through, Gramsci was in no two minds about its significance, despite the sketchiness of the censored press reports. As early as April 29, 1917, he wrote in Il Grido del Popolo, the party weekly, the bourgeois press has told us how the autocracy's power has been replaced by another power which is not yet clearly defined and which they hope is bourgeois power. They have been quick to establish a parallel between the Russian Revolution and the French Revolution, and have found that the events are similar. We, however, are convinced that the Russian Revolution is not simply an event but a proletarian act, and that it must naturally debouch into a socialist regime. Yet Gramsci's understanding of the true achievement of the Bolsheviks, or even knowledge of who precisely the Bolsheviks were, see, e.g. his article Kerensky Chernov of 29/9/17, was inevitably still quite limited. Above all, he did not yet at all realize the importance of Lenin's theory and practice of the revolutionary, vanguard party. He responded above all to the affirmation of proletarian will which he discerned in the Bolshevik Revolution. After October, he wrote a famous article, of great interest despite its all too evident idealist misconceptions, entitled The Revolution Against Das Kapital. In this article he counterposed Lenin's achievement as an affirmation of revolutionary will against the determinism which dominated the Second International, a determinism justified with the help of a positivist interpretation of Marx's Capital. In his view the Bolsheviks are not Marxists. They have not compiled on the basis of the master's works an external doctrine, made up of dogmatic assertions. They live the thought of Marx, that which can never die, which is the continuation of Italian and German idealist thought, and which in Marx was contaminated by positivistic and naturalistic incrustations. The parallel with Marx's own assertion that he was not a Marxist is obvious. Gramsci was already more of a Marxist than he knew, but what he did, decisively, reject was the Marxism which held that there was a fatal necessity for a bourgeoisie to be formed in Russia, for a capitalist era to open, before the proletariat might even think of rising up, of their own. P.XXXII. Class demands, of their revolution. In other words, the Marxism of the Mensheviks or of the Second International. The impact of the Russian revolutions of 1917 was perhaps more rapid in Turin than anywhere else in Europe. Hostility to the war had been general in the city from the start, and had grown in intensity as the conflict continued. The first months of 1917 were punctuated by numerous industrial struggles launched to counter the effects of food shortages and rising prices. In the vanguard were the women workers, above all in the textile factories. As soon as the news of the February Revolution began to filter through, the idea of doing the same as in Russia spread like wildfire. By May the prefect of the city was asking the government to proclaim the province of Turin a war zone. Socialist speakers urged workers to come to meetings in future with revolvers to use against the police, and stressed that it is imperative not to waste time, but to work actively for a general insurrection, get hold of bombs, etc. These fiery words were not in fact accompanied by any serious concrete preparation for any such course of action on the part of the socialist leaders, but they seized the imagination of the mass of workers in Turin, and of many workers in the other Italian cities. A typical attitude in this period was that of Sardi. On May 8 he was arguing at a national meeting of the socialist leadership that they should assume responsibility for coordinating the current struggles with a view to channeling them towards a general insurrection. After his resolution was defeated, he subsequently urged moderation on the intransigence of Turin in line with the priority which he was long to continue to give to party unity. In August 1917, on the occasion of yet another failure of bread supplies, the Turin proletariat rose in a spontaneous insurrection. Barricades went up in the working class quarters, and the center of the city was besieged. Insofar as there was any organization on the insurgent side, it was provided by the anarchists. The intransigent socialist leaders were as impotent as the reformist deputies or trade union officials. This impotence of the socialist leaders was to be demonstrated repeatedly during the next 3 years. The insurrection lasted for 4 days, and machine guns and tanks had to be brought into the fray before the last barricades fell. Some 50 workers were killed in the fighting, and almost 1,000 were subsequently either imprisoned or sent to the front by order of the courts. The August events showed with dramatic clarity both the immense revolutionary spirit of the Turin proletariat, and the wretched inadequacy of its political organizations. Before the August events, Gramsci had held no important post within the Turin party section, but when, in their wake, virtually all the socialist leaders were arrested, he was elected to the Provisional Committee which directed the semi-clandestine activities to which the party was reduced in the city until the war ended. He also became editor of Il Grido del Popolo, which was a key position when the press was almost the only aspect of the party's activity which was able to continue a legal existence. His political position was evolving in the direction of a break not merely with the centrist party leadership, but also with the purism of the intransigent left. In October 1917 a meeting was held between the principal leaders of the intransigent faction mentioned earlier and representatives of the party leadership, including Cerruti and Lazzari. This was followed in November by a secret conference held in Florence, with the aim of working out a common platform before the party's next National Congress. By this time the only major point which separated the intransigents and the party center, although it was to prove a crucial one, was their respective views on what should be done about the reformists. The center was not prepared to expel them. Gramsci attended the conference as one of the 2 delegates from Turin, although he was not a member of the intransigent faction, which dominated the Turin party organization. The net result of the conference was a declaration of support for the Zimmerwald and Kienthal congresses of anti-war socialists, and a formal condemnation of the reformists, Turati and the rest, who had compromised with social patriotism. In this, it was a perfect example of the purism of Italian maximalist socialism, concerned above all with the preservation of principles, and offering no concrete strategy for political action. However, Bordiga, whose opposition to the war had from 1914 gone beyond the neither support, nor sabotage of the leadership, and who was of all Italian socialists during this period the nearest to Leninist positions, made a speech which ended with the words, "It is essential to act. The proletariat in the factories is tired. But it is armed. We must act." Gramsci spoke in his support. The 2 future leaders of the PCI had met for the first time. Bordiga already enjoyed national stature as one of the most uncompromising of the leaders of the party's left wing for the past 5 years. Gramsci was attending his first national party function. In the 3 years which were to intervene between this meeting and the founding of the Communist Party at Livorno, Gramsci was to emerge as P.Thursiv, the main theorist of the Factory Council movement, which focused the struggles of the most advanced section of the Italian proletariat in Turin, and as such he was to become a national figure. But in terms of party activity, Bordiga was to be the unchallenged leader of that left which was to become first the communist faction within the PSI, and later the PCI. It was not until 1923 that Gramsci began to question that supremacy. At all events, the combination of intransigence with an emphasis on action in Bordiga's speech to the Florence Conference must have struck a chord in Gramsci. His political position was very different, in reality, from Bordiga's, but they shared a total impatience with the passivity of the party leaders. It was incidentally at this meeting that Gramsci was first to be accused by a maximalist speaker of voluntarism and Bergsonianism, an accusation which was often to be repeated by opponents in the years to come. In 1918, after the war had ended, the idea that the revolution was on the agenda was common to both sides in the class struggle, in Italy as in most of continental Europe. But beyond the first, tremendous revelation of October, that the socialist revolution could be made, even in a country where the objective conditions were apparently not ripe, the impact was a dual one, the lessons drawn of two kinds. Firstly, the supreme lesson for party militants everywhere was the role played by a highly organized, disciplined revolutionary party. In Italy, the quickest to appreciate this lesson was Amadeo Bordiga, and it is this more than anything else that explains his absolute dominance of the PCI at its formation. But October had a second meaning, which for the proletarian masses was primary, and this was as the installation of Soviet power. The idea of these new institutions of proletarian power, which could both play a role in the revolutionary process and provide the institutional basis for the proletarian state, swept round the world. Germany in 1918, of course, provides the most familiar and striking example of this inspiration, with the largely spontaneous springing up of workers' and soldiers' councils throughout the country. But in Italy, too, and above all in proletarian Turin, the impact of the Soviet model was immense. And during the next 3 years, Gramsci became the theorist and propagandist of an attempt to emulate that model in Turin. One result of this option was to delay his understanding of the central importance of the Revolutionary Party, so that he was not to play a determining role in the formation of the PCI. But at the same time it meant that Gramsci was at the center of the main struggle of the Italian working class in the P.XXV post-war period, a struggle which was to furnish the new PCI with the essential of its working class base. Moreover, Gramsci's writings of this period retain their theoretical interest and indeed relevance to this day. Ordine Nuovo, the Red Years and the founding of the PCI. The war ended in November 1918, and the 2 years that followed were marked by a constant, and growing, conviction on the part of most of the ruling class in Italy as among the mass of workers and socialists that the revolution was inevitable, and was only a matter of time. Yet by the time that the PCI was founded in January 1921, the revolutionary wave was on the ebb, the workers had been defeated and had lost their confidence in the possibility of revolution. Big Capital, shocked by what it saw as unnecessary concessions made by Giolitti to the working class and the socialists, was looking for a blunter instrument. And fascist squads had started their punitive expeditions in the autumn of 1920. The debate about whether a revolution was really on the cards in 1919-20 can of course never be conclusively resolved one way or the other, but what is certain is that even if the ruling class could not go on in the old way, and the oppressed classes were not prepared to go on in the old way, the revolutionary vanguard party which was needed to lead the assault on the bourgeois state did not exist until after the revolutionary crisis was over. Furthermore, the notion that the ruling class could not go on in the old way requires careful examination. It is true that there were no ruling class parties to confront the mushrooming PSI, the country was governed by makeshift coalitions of parliamentary cliques and personal followings. It is true that the war was followed by a catastrophic economic crisis. The lira lost 80% of its value between 1914 and 1920, the budgetary deficit rose from 214 million in 1914 to 23,345 millions in 1918-19, with the main tax burden falling on the petite bourgeoisie. Wheat production fell from 52 million quintals in 1911 to 38 million in 1920, and 40% of the balance of payments deficit was accounted for by food imports. Production dropped after the war by 40% in the engineering industries, 20% in chemicals, 15% in mining, etc. Coal prices were over 16 times higher in 1920 than they had been in 1913. Etc., to which the various governments seemed to have no solution. It is true that there was a general feeling of impotence in the bourgeois press and among bourgeois p.30 politicians, in the face of the growth of industrial militancy and the advances of the PSI. Yet there is another side to this picture. Italian capitalism had been given an enormous shot in the arm by the war, and the process of concentration of capital was proceeding at a vertiginous pace. Between 1915 and 1917, the average rate of profit in industry went up from 4.26% to 7.75%. In advanced sectors the progress was dramatic, e.g. steel 6.3%-16.55%, vehicle manufacture 8.2%-30.5%. Production of iron and steel multiplied 5 times in the course of the war, and firms like Fiat increased their capital tenfold. These advances did indeed have a calamitous effect on the agricultural sector of the economy, and, by eliminating large numbers of small firms, helped to proletarianous important petit bourgeois strata. Nevertheless, industrial capital was in a particularly aggressive and confident mood in the immediate post-war period. Moreover, at least one bourgeois politician, Giolitti, had a coherent political strategy of restraining the more intransigent employers and backing the reformist trade union leaders, and, in the event, this strategy proved extremely successful, above all in the critical month of the factory occupations of September 1920. It would be utterly mistaken to portray fascism as a desperate last resort of a threatened ruling class. On the contrary, it was only after the defeat of the working class in 1920 that the big industrialists, and Giolitti, decided that the moment had come to replace the velvet glove by the iron fist, and gave financial support and tacit approval respectively to the fascist squads. In order to understand the great fear of the Italian bourgeoisie in this period, it is essential to grasp the character of the maximalism which dominated the PSI. After the event, commentators of every political persuasion were united in the view that the party had never at any moment seriously considered the problem of how to make the revolution, nor made any serious preparations for it. However, at the time, the verbal statements of its leaders and the party's adhesion to the Third International created a very different impression. The process whereby, from 1917 on, the party leaders shifted their positions to the left, to converge with the intransigents, has already been mentioned. When the Third International was founded, in March 1919, the PSI, although its delegates could not get to Moscow in time for the first Congress, immediately declared its adhesion, a decision that was ratified at the P.S.I.S. Congress in October by an overwhelming majority. At this Congress, a 65% majority voted for a resolution calling for the installation of Soviets in place of the institutions of bourgeois democracy. P.XXXVII. And for a transitional regime of dictatorship of the proletariat. In the November 1919 general elections, the PSI received almost 2 million votes, and returned 156 deputies to parliament, out of a total of 508 seats. Party membership rose from 20,000 at the end of the war to 87,000 in 1919, 180,000 in 1920. Membership of the CGL rose in the same period from 250,000 to 2 million. But despite its revolutionary language, the PSI neither organized itself for insurrection, nor sought allies for the industrial proletariat, 4 million strong at this time, among the peasants or agricultural laborers, each of whom represented a further 4 millions, approximately. Although the peasants were occupying feudal estates in the south throughout the revolutionary years, the party made no attempt to coordinate their struggles. It allowed the Catholic Popular Party to organize the mass of small peasants in north and central Italy. And it neither carried out any serious work in the army, nor organized the proletariat militarily. Finally, it alienated the urban petite bourgeoisie and the demobilist officers and failed to channel their resentments, caused by their critical economic and social position, against the ruling class. In April 1919, Gramsci, Tosca, Togliatti and Terracini took the decision to found a weekly review of socialist culture. Gramsci, a year later, when the Ordine Nuovo had become something very different, wrote critically of their original intentions, when, in April 1919, 3, or 4, or 5 of us decided to begin publishing this review Ordine Nuovo, none of us, perhaps, had any thought of changing the face of the world or of opening a new historical era. None of us, perhaps, some had fantasies of 6,000 subscribers in a few months, had any rosy illusions about the possible success of the project. Who were we? What did we represent? What slogan did we have to offer? Alas! The only sentiment which united us, in our meetings of that period, was based on a vague enthusiasm for a vague proletarian culture. We wanted to act, to act, to act. We felt trapped, without perspective, amid the feverish life of those months following the armistice, when the cataclysm of Italian society seemed imminent. These words were written in polemical vein, against Angelo Tosca, for from June 1919 on, Gramsci, supported by Togliatti and Terracini, had found the slogan which was to characterize Ordine Nuovo, i.e. the idea of the factory councils as the Italian equivalent of the Soviets, and had met a growing dissent from Tosca. Nevertheless, it is certainly true that neither Gramsci nor the others could have had any idea in April 1919 either of the course that the proletarian struggles would take. p.38. In Turin, or of the influence that their modest journal would come to wield among the workers of the city. At all events, less than a month after the appearance of the first number, Gramsci was already writing, "The history of the class struggle has entered a decisive phase after the concrete experience of Russia. The international revolution has acquired form and body since the Russian proletariat invented, in the Bergsonian sense, the state of the councils, digging into its experience as an exploited class, extending to the entire collectivity a system and order which synthesizes the proletarian form of economic life organized in the factories around the shop committees, and the form of its political life organized in the neighborhood associations, in the town and village sections, in the provincial and regional federations in which the Socialist Party is articulated." And by June the idea that the shop committees, commissioni interne, were the potential nucleus for factory councils, which would be the first stage in the creation of Italian Soviets, was expressed by Gramsci in an Ordine Nuovo editorial, Democrazia Operaia, in unambiguous terms. This thematic became the hallmark of Ordine Nuovo and of the group which coalesced around it. During the succeeding 18 months the journal became the ideological motor of a proletarian struggle in Turin which was not merely the most advanced of those revolutionary years in Italy, but which persuaded the leaders of the Third International that a proletarian revolution was imminent. Although its circulation was only about 3,000 copies in 1919, and averaged at most 5,000 in 1920, it nevertheless was a genuine organizer in the Leninist sense, and both played an essential part in the organization of factory councils in all the factories of any size in Turin, and also provided the PCI with the major part of its working class base. This is not the place for an analysis of the theoretical position worked out in the pages of the weekly Ordine Nuovo in the 20 months of its existence. Its main features, however, and also its main weaknesses must be indicated briefly, for an appreciation of its relation to Gramsci's mature thought. The idea of Soviets was common currency on the Italian left in this period, from the reformists at one extreme to Bordiga, whose journal in Naples was entitled Il Soviet, at the other. But Ordine Nuovo distinguished itself from the rest of the left in 4 important ways. First, and most important, it related its theories directly to the practice of the Turin working class. It had a program for the realization of a Soviet system, and fought for that program. By the summer of p.36. 1920, there were councils in all the main factories of the city. Secondly, the new institutions were to be completely independent of the traditional working class organizations. They were to be institutions of the whole proletariat, including non-organized workers, anarchists, etc. This conception was bitterly attacked by all sectors of the Italian left, and was the real cause of Tosca's dissent. For Gramsci's conception saw the councils as the institutions whereby the dictatorship of the proletariat would be exercised, institutions which stood towards the voluntary, private associations such as the party and the trade union in a relation of state to government. This apparent subordination of the traditional working class organizations was a source of scandal to the left as a whole, for whom Saradi certainly spoke when he asserted that the dictatorship of the proletariat is the conscious dictatorship of the Socialist Party. In the third place, Orden Nuovo saw the factory councils and the territorial Soviets which would subsequently be based on them as the embryos of the future socialist state. And fourthly, it claimed that the real development of the revolutionary process occurs below the surface, in the obscurity of the factory and in the obscurity of the consciousness of the numberless masses whom capitalism subjects to its laws. The revolution is proletarian and communist only in so far as it is a liberation of productive and proletarian forces. We, as Marxists, must strive to grasp the terms of the problem of power in the productive organism. These ideas were attacked particularly sharply by Bordiga, as a form of gradualism. This, call it reformism or syndicalism, is defined by the erroneous view that the proletariat can emancipate itself by winning ground in economic relations, while capitalism still holds political power through its control of the state. Bordiga was not wrong to point out syndicalist tendencies in Gramsci's thought at this time. The ideas developed in the pages of Orden Nuovo were deeply influenced both by Daniel de Leon, the theorist of the Wobblies, and by the British shop stewards movement. Moreover, Gramsci certainly underestimated the role of the state, and hence had not grasped the role of the Revolutionary Party in organizing the seizure of power. But at the same time, it is something of a paradox that Bordiga, who so early appreciated the implications of the Bolshevik Revolution, and who was aware 2 years before Gramsci of the need to break organizationally with the socialism of the Second International, should have so little understood the need to break with that Second International socialism. P.XL. Ideologically as well, and should have continued to share its rigidly mechanical conception of the relationship between party and masses. For the Orden Nuovo group's immense merit was its grasp of the role of the masses, and their spontaneous action, in the revolutionary process. Oddly, in view of the accusation of voluntarism which was so often to be hurled at them in these years, they were the only Italian Marxists to attempt to pose the problem of revolution in non-voluntarist terms. Gramsci, in November 1919, wrote, "Even if a revolutionary minority succeeded in seizing power violently, that minority would be overthrown the next day by the backlash of capitalism's mercenary forces. The communist revolution is a necessity in Italy more for international reasons than for reasons inherent to the process of development of the national productive apparatus. The revolution finds the great popular masses of Italy still amorphous, still fragmented. In Gramsci's view, it was only through the creation of organisms capable of uniting the masses and channeling their spontaneity, that the revolution could command majority assent and hence overcome definitively the power of the capitalist state. However, it was not until the spring of 1920, on the eve of the great Turin metal workers' strike, that Gramsci began to pose correctly the relation between mass institutions and the Revolutionary Party. He then wrote an article destined, to the horror of the P.S.I. delegates, to be described by Lenin as fully in keeping with the fundamental principles of the Third International, entitled For a Renewal of the Socialist Party, in which he said, notably, the existence of a cohesive and strongly disciplined communist party which, through its factory, trade union, and cooperative nuclei, coordinates and centralizes within its own executive committee all of the proletariat's revolutionary activity, is the fundamental and indispensable condition for attempting any Soviet experiment. But by this time, as Gramsci was to recognize with bitter self-criticism in subsequent years, the task of national coordination of the proletariat's revolutionary activity had been left too late. The April metal workers' strike was in fact the high point of revolutionary mass struggle in the post-war years, and it was only after its defeat that the Orden Nuovo group attempted to sink its theoretical differences with Bordiga, in order to participate in the process of creating an Italian Communist Party. It was only after the defeat of the factory occupations in September, i.e. after the effective end of the period of post-war revolutionary upsurge, that the party was in fact formed on Bordiga's terms. P.Slee. The April strike was provoked by the employers. Their objective was explicitly the ending of dual power in the factories, i.e. the destruction or emasculation of the commissionaire interne. That they succeeded, despite a month's strike by the metal workers, 10 days of general strike throughout Turin and the province of Piedmont, and the organization of an urban Soviet defended by armed workers, was due not to the huge armed force which was concentrated in the city and army of police, cannon and machine guns at all strategic points as Gramsci described it, but to the failure of the Turin comrades to secure the support of the party or trade unions nationally, and to draw in workers outside Piedmont. Their failure to organize earlier on a national scale now caught up with them, and Turin stood alone. Avanti! Refused to print the manifesto put out by the Turin section of the party, calling for the solidarity of workers in the rest of the country. The party executive moved its national council meeting from Turin to Milan during the strike. Ordine Nuovo's appeals for an urgent tabling of the question of insurrection were ignored. And although the result of the strike, a compromise limiting the power of the Commissioni Interne, was not seen immediately in Turin as a decisive turning point, it was nonetheless the moment at which the proletarian advance of the post-war period was checked. The summer of 1920 was a critical period for the Ordine Nuovo group. In May, Bordiga, who had begun to organize a national communist fraction in the previous autumn, called a meeting in Florence of the various left groups within the Socialist Party. His own fraction called itself the abstentionist fraction, and had already made electoral abstentionism the basic differentiating feature of its positions. The Third International, which had been counseling restraint, since it hoped that the Communists would carry a majority in the PSI, sent a representative. Gramsci attended as an observer. Gramsci proposed, on behalf of the Turin comrades not already members of Bordiga's abstentionist fraction, that a national communist fraction should be formed on a non-abstentionist platform, in line with Comintern recommendations. This was rejected, and Gramsci returned to Turin isolated. The unity of the Ordine Nuovo group was lost in these months. Tosca's dissent from the entire factory council thematic as developed by Gramsci came into the open, and he urged a turn back towards the traditional working class organizations. Terracini and Togliatti drew nearer to the maximalists who dominated the Turin section of the PSI, and the former was co-opted into the party leadership. They did not follow Gramsci in his moves towards Bordiga, but formed their own electionist faction as a rival to the abstentionists. Gramsci spent the following months promoting communist education groups in the factories. He later described Togliatti and Terracini as having rejoined Tosca in this period. Ordine Nuovo was no more able to organize nationally after the April moment of truth than it had been before. In July 1920, the Comintern held its second Congress. The Italian delegates ranged from Bordiga to the reformist trade union leader D'Aragona. All were received warmly, especially Cerati, who had known Lenin since the Zimmerwald Congress. However, despite the illusions undoubtedly harbored on the revolutionary character of the PSI, illusions which were to persist for at least another 3 years, and which were to be an important cause of the P.C.I.'s long resistance to the United Front policy, nevertheless, criticisms of Cerati's reluctance to expel the reformists were already beginning to be voiced. The Italian delegates learnt with surprise and dismay of Lenin's approval of the Ordine Nuovo positions. The two main programmatic bases of the Congress were the 21 points which were to prove unacceptable to Cerati and Lenin's left-wing communism, an infantile disorder which was directed against Bordiga, among others. But it would be quite incorrect to present the right and left deviations on the same plane. The Congress was held at a moment of huge confidence in the revolutionary prospects. The international support was growing at immense speed. The Red Army was advancing towards Warsaw. It was the immediacy of the task of making the revolution which made it so essential to expel the reformists and to forge communist parties adequate to that task. Right-wing opportunism was the enemy, left-wing communism merely an infantile disorder to be outgrown. Bordiga abandoned abstentionism after the Congress vote. Cerati, however, was adamant in his refusal either to change the name of the P.S.I, or to expel the reformists. Bordiga came away from the Congress determined not only to create the PCI as soon as possible, but to exclude from it all centrists. The real gulf between him and the International was not on the comparatively unimportant issue, given the revolutionary perspectives of the period, of abstentionism, but on the far more essential question of whether it was necessary to win the majority of the working class. Bordiga's position was then, and always remained, an utterly rigid one: the party should be pure and hard, and if it followed the correct policies then the mass of the working class would of course follow W. P. Slyin. Its lead. The idea of trying to win the majority of the P.S.I. was of no interest to him, since he was already convinced of their irrevocable centrism. On the other hand, he was equally opposed to mass movements, such as the Turin factory councils, which were not strictly controlled by the party. Ultimately his line resulted in an almost complete immobilism. However, Bordiga's supremacy among the communists in the P.S.I. was total. He had been the most intransigent of the left leaders, and by a long way the first to organize on a national level. His implacable anti-centrism was shared by all the left, especially the youth organization, who were so impatient to have done with the P.S.I. that they could not be restrained from setting up an autonomous communist youth section on their own in August 1920. It was precisely because Gramsci's anti-centrism was as implacable as Bordiga's own that he took so long to face up to the consequences of his dissent from other aspects of Bordiga's leadership. Indeed, he never clearly distanced himself from Bordiga's position on the United Front strategy at all, at least until after his arrest, and then only in part. Yet differences with Bordiga there certainly were, from the very beginning. For Gramsci was to say, in 1923, of the way in which the PCI was formed, i.e. of the failure to win the majority of the socialist workers to the new party, that this was without a doubt reaction's greatest triumph, not an opinion shared by Bordiga. At all events, this summer of 1920 was the moment when Ordine Nuovo lost its unity and momentarily its sense of direction, and when Bordiga's supremacy among Italian communists was decisively consolidated. In September 1920, as the Italian delegates were returning from the Comintern Congress, the occupation of the factories broke out in Milan, and quickly spread throughout the country. As Gramsci was to stress subsequently, this confrontation was one chosen by the employers, however impressive the proletarian response may have been. Upon the threat of a lockout, workers at the Romeo plant occupied the factory. The unions encouraged the spread of this tactic to other factories, as a defensive move in the industrial struggle. But the movement soon assumed a scale and character which far exceeded anybody's expectations, the unions most of all. It was now that the real impact of Ordine Nuovo's ideas and agitation made itself felt. Factory councils sprang up everywhere, not merely in Turin, and not merely in the engineering industry. In many places, and notably at Turin, production continued. Where possible, the workers armed the factories, expecting a counter-blow from P.Sliv, the state. But although the movement was by far the greatest in scale of all the working-class struggles of this revolutionary period in Italy, the balance was heavily weighted against the workers. The trade unions were from the start looking for a compromise solution. When, for tactical reasons, the reformist trade union leaders challenged the P.S.I. leadership to make good their revolutionary words, offering their resignations if the P.S.I. wished to assume leadership of the unions directly and to organize an insurrection, the P.S.I. leaders at once refused. They, too, were anxious to find a way out of the situation, which was outside their control. They asked the Turin representatives, who included Terracini, as well as maximalists who would join the PCI at its founding congress at Livorno like Gennari, whether the Turin proletariat was prepared to take the lead in an insurrectionary bid for power. But the Turin representatives, quite apart from their suspicions only too justified in view of the events of April that they were being cast in the role of sacrificial lambs, knew very well that the arms and military preparation even of the workers of Italy's Petrograd were totally inadequate for such an enterprise. The Ordine Nuovo might have implanted an idea that had caught the imagination of the masses, the intransigence and Bordiga's abstentionist fraction might have defined an attitude which rejected all compromises, but not even these forces, and how much less the mass organizations, the party and the trade unions had made any serious attempt to organize the proletariat, on a national scale, for a revolutionary assault on the capitalist state. All Giolitti, who had become prime minister again in June, had to do was to restrain the more hot-headed employers who would have liked the troops sent in an action which might have provoked precisely the immense mass reaction which alone could have escalated the confrontation to a struggle for state power, and to wait until the workers had fully realized that their leaders' revolutionary words were empty rhetoric. Then, there was no difficulty in reaching a compromise, by means of an offer of industrial co-partnership which was to be echoed with equal success by another threatened bourgeois politician 48 years later in France. Even the term participation, used so skillfully by de Gaulle in 1968, was used before him by Giolitti, although the latter also spoke of trade union control. At all events, the bait was sufficient for the reformist leadership of the CGL, which was only waiting to be hooked and brought to land. A compromise was reached, and the factory occupations were called off. The Orden Nuovo group, whose thematic had been P.XLV, translated into revolutionary practice by the working class of all Italy, were entirely impotent at the national organizational level. Matters were decided between Giolitti and the CGL, and the revolutionary phase of post-war Italy was effectively brought to a close. For despite Giolitti's success, the employers were in no mood to be satisfied with the compromise he had achieved. Many of them saw the notional control which he was prepared to grant the unions as a mortal threat to their positions of power. It was in the autumn of 1920 that fascist squads began to carry out raids on behalf of the landowners of North and Central Italy against both the socialist and Catholic peasant associations, and against socialist-controlled municipalities such as that of Bologna, or socialist papers such as the Trieste Daily Il Lavoratore. And it was also during this period that a number of industrialists began to pour funds into Mussolini's organization. In all probability Giolitti too was a source of finance for the fascists in this period. At all events Bonomi, Giolitti's ex-socialist Minister of War, in October 1920 sent out a circular giving effective encouragement to demobilist officers to join the Fasci. And the entire early development of fascism, from the marginal phenomenon of 1919 to the mass phenomenon of 1920, was assisted by massive state connivance. During this same period, the communist faction within the P.S.I. assumed public form and prepared for the party's January 1921 national conference at Livorno. Communist sections were formed throughout the country. The failure of the occupation of the factories had demonstrated what the communists had been saying for months, that the centrist leaders of the P.S.I. could not make the revolution. It gave a real urgency to the recommendations contained in the International's 21 points. The International appears to have believed during this period that the communists would carry the majority of the PSI. Gramsci may have shared this illusion. But Gramsci did not share the International's limited view of the objectives to be pursued vis-a-vis the centrist leaders. For while the International was merely concerned to secure an acceptance of its discipline and the 21 points, Gramsci, like Bordiga, sought an emphatic rejection of the entire past of Italian socialism seen as responsible for the defeats of the last 2 years. Togliatti was to describe the intensity of this rejection. The Livorno split was essentially, and predominantly, an act of struggle against centrism. We fought root and branch against Turati and Modigliani the reformists, but as for Serrati, we hated him. The main obstacle was not the reformists but maximalist centrism. It was P. Silvi. An attitude which was at the root of the Italian party's long resistance to Comintern directives. In the manifesto of the Communist fraction, which was published on October 15, 1920 in Milan, over the signatures of Bordiga, Gramsci, Terracini, and others, Bordiga's supremacy was obvious. The entire Orden Nuovo thematic was absent, as was any reference to the relation between party and masses, to Soviet democracy, to organization in the factories, etc. The emphasis was on discipline and centralism, and on purity of principles. There were undoubted differences of perspective between the various components of the future PCI. Quite apart from the ideas developed in Ordine Nuovo, which Gramsci had certainly not abandoned wholesale as subsequent events were to show, there was a clear difference of perspective with respect to the overall political prospects. Whereas Bordiga dismissed the significance of fascism, believing that a social democratic solution was the most likely for the ruling class to adopt, Gramsci had as early as April 1920 written that the two possibilities were black reaction or proletarian revolution, though he too was to waver in this view in the coming years, and to speak on frequent occasions of the probability of a social democratic solution. But both shared a conviction that revolution was still very much on the immediate agenda, and Gramsci was at this time convinced, too, that the only possible way in which the Communist Party could be formed was on Bordiga's terms. At all events, the Communist delegates went to Livorno with 58,783 votes, compared so the Centre's 98,028 and the Reformists' 14,695. The first communist to speak, Secondino Tranquilli, subsequently known as Ignazio Silone, the editor of the youth paper, asked the communist delegates to burn the effigy of unity. They left the conference singing the Internationale, and held their own founding congress in a neighboring hall. The Central Committee elected had 6 abstentionist members, 2 Ordine Nuovo, Gramsci and Terracini, and 7 ex-maximalists, but Bordiga was in fact more entirely dominant than these numbers would suggest, since he quickly won over the entire CC to his views, with the sole partial exception of Gramsci, who was thus totally isolated. It was to be 3 years before he would find the political confidence, and establish the autonomous political positions, which would permit him to challenge Bordiga's leadership of the new party. The PCI under Bordiga 1921–1923. At the time of the Livorno Congress and the foundation of the PCI, Gramsci was not yet 30. He had less than 4 years of serious political activity behind him. The 3 years that followed, years which saw the consolidation of fascist power in Italy, the reflux of the revolution internationally, the beginnings of the struggle for power within the Russian party, and a growing rift between the Italian party and the Third International, represent a period of uncertainty and indeed at times anguish in Gramsci's political career. Until all his work for the years between 1922 and 1926 has been published, and until more is known about his life and activity in Moscow, May 1922 to November 1923, and in Vienna, December 1923 to May 1924, it will not be possible to reconstruct fully his political biography for these crucial years. Hopefully, by the time that the introduction to an English selection of Gramsci's early writings comes to be written, many of the existing gaps will have been filled. At all events, we have limited our objectives here to giving an extremely schematic indication of the complex historical context within which Gramsci's political activity was inserted in terms of 3 main, interrelated determinants: international developments and the United Front, Italian developments and fascism, the struggle against Bordiga and Tosca inside the party. For most historians writing with the hindsight of today, the period of possible revolution in the West in the wake of the First World War and the October Revolution was a brief one, over effectively by 1921 at the latest. This is no place to discuss the correctness of this estimate. What must, however, be stressed is that this was by no means the view of communists throughout the early 20s, despite all the setbacks and defeats. The notion that the proletarian revolution was no longer on the immediate agenda was the hallmark of the Social Democrats, and was fiercely rejected by all currents within the Third International. The response of the Comintern to what were, at that time, seen as temporary ebbings of the revolutionary tide was, fundamentally, the United Front policy. This characterized Comintern's strategy, despite fluctuations in interpretation, at least until 1925–6. Its basic idea was that the Communists, now that they had expelled, or split from, the Reformists, should seek to engage the latter in forms of common action. Only thus could they win a majority in the working class, which has a fundamental interest in unity, whether in defensive or in offensive action. As Lenin put it, the purpose and sense of the tactics of the United Front consist in drawing more and more masses of the workers into the struggle against capital, even if it means making repeated offers to the leaders of p.slayath. The 2 and 2 internationals to wage the struggle together. When the majority of the workers have already established their class, i.e. their Soviet, and not general national, i.e. in common with the bourgeoisie, representation, and have overthrown the political domination of the bourgeoisie, then the tactics of the United Front, of course, cannot require cooperation with parties such as that of the Mensheviks and the S.R.S., for these have turned out to be opponents of Soviet power, and again, if there are still people at the enlarged meeting of the executive who have not grasped the fact that the tactic of the United Front will help us to overthrow the leaders of the 2 and 2 internationals, these people should have an extra number of popular lectures and talks read to them, Collected Works, Volume 42, pages 411 and 401. The slogan to the masses which was launched at the Third World Congress in 1921 was a recognition that in most cases, there were exceptions like Bulgaria, the communist parties were not yet followed by the majority of workers, and that only when they were would revolution be attainable. This eminently dialectical tactic required an unremitting struggle against left and right deviations in the interpretation of it, and ultimately broke down in the right and left zigzags of 1927-8 and 1929-34. On the one hand, a number of parties, among them the PCI, had the greatest reluctance in accepting the hated centrists as in any sense potential allies even if the object was partly to discredit them. They rejected the idea that it was necessary to win the majority of the working class. The entire history of the PCI between 1921 and 1924 was characterized by a series of disagreements with the Comintern which all turned on this point. The most that the Italian communists and here Gramsci or Togliatti did not differ from Bordiga were prepared to accept was what they termed the United Front from below, but clearly this was tantamount to a rejection of the tactic, since the only reason for it at all was the impossibility as yet of establishing direct contact with the majority of the working class or of bypassing their reformist or centrist leaders. On the other hand, in those years of revolutionary reflux, there was immensely strong pressure to accept, even without necessarily being conscious of so doing, the reformists' abandonment of all revolutionary perspective. This liquidationist danger was an ever-present reality in the minds of communists like Bordiga or Gramsci, who saw the Comintern continually placing what they regarded as false hopes in the P.S.I, and negotiating with its leaders. P.Slicks. Directly, and who were only too aware that the main supporter of the United Front inside the Italian party was precisely Tosca, whom they suspected of not sharing their implacable spirit of rupture with the entire tradition of Italian socialism. Togliatti expressed such fears, for example, when at a 1923 Central Committee meeting he spoke of the Comintern's directive to pursue a policy of fusion with the P.S.I, after the latter's expulsion of the reformists. He said, "The greatest risk was and still is that, under the cover of the fusion policy, there will be a growth of tendencies which cannot be called anything else but liquidatory of the Communist Party and movement, that what I termed above our first and most important achievement in the consciousness of the Italian masses will be forgotten. The achievement in question was the demonstration of the necessity for every future political development of the Italian proletariat to take place on bases radically different from those that have been traditional in the socialist movement. The roots of the schism between the new PCI and the Comintern go back, of course, well before the United Front policy was proclaimed in December 1921. Lenin had sharply condemned Bordiga's abstentionism in 1920. In the summer of 1921, the International had been highly critical of the P.C.I.'s attitude to the Arditi del Popolo, see note 25 on p. 230 below. At the Third World Congress in June, the Italian party had aligned itself with the new leadership of the German party in support of the theory of the offensive, formulated notably by Bela Kun. That theory was the object of harsh criticism from Trotsky in his keynote report to the Congress, and when Terracini, the PCI spokesman, defended it. He found himself at the receiving end of one of Lenin's most devastating polemical broadsides. Terracini had invoked the positions of the previous World Congress in support of the P.C.I.'s views, but the year which separated the two congresses had seen the proclamation of NEP, a swift growth of Italian fascism, and the failure of the March action in Germany. Zinoviev, at the end of March and under pressure from Lenin, had written an article speaking of the slowdown of the revolutionary tempo. Despite the arguments of the important German and Italian parties for the theory of the offensive, the Congress was marked by a new determination to win the majority of the working class and launched the slogan to the masses in an adumbration of the United Front. Moreover, it was at this time that a major disagreement about policy inside Italy came to the fore, a disagreement that was to last until the Popular Front period in the 30s. This concerned P.L. the attitude to be taken up towards the PSI. Already in the summer of 1921, the PCI leaders were deeply suspicious of the hopes placed by the International in the PSI. The latter had not yet expelled the reformists, but the International generally believed that they would and that the PCI should then fuse with them, while the PCI leaders were utterly opposed to any such perspective, even if the reformists were to be expelled. In December 1921, the United Front policy was formally launched by the Comintern executive. It meant common action between the rival internationals, between rival left parties, and in the trade union field. The Italian party was resolutely opposed to it, and was at the most prepared to accept a limited application of it in the trade union field. Togliatti, in the same Central Committee meeting of 1923 quoted above, went on to say, "It was obvious that, so shortly after our formation as an autonomous party, we were resistant to any tactical shift which might cause the mass of the party and of the proletariat to forget what for us was the first, solidly won position. Hence our reservations about an immediate application by us of the United Front in the political field." In the enlarged executive meeting of February/March 1922, Terracini again attacked the entire new policy, and was rebuked by Lunacharsky, Radek, Trotsky and Zinoviev in turn. The disagreement continued throughout 1922. In March, the PCI held its second Congress at Rome. The Congress theses, see note 103 on p.200 below, whose main section on tactics was drafted by Bordiga and Terracini, were attacked by Trotsky and Radek on behalf of the Comintern executive, and again by Kolarov, the Comintern representative at the Congress itself. Kolarov was answered not only by Bordiga and Terracini, but also by Gramsci, who argued that the PSI with whom the Comintern wished the communists to fuse was fundamentally a peasant rather than a proletarian party. Kolarov's intervention was of critical importance for future developments in the party, since it stimulated the emergence of a right-wing opposition group headed by Tosca, who stood for a full application of the United Front policy. However, for the moment the Bordigan executive was reconfirmed by the Congress as a united bloc, the right minority was not represented in the party's leading bodies, and Gramsci was sent to Moscow as the PCI representative to the Comintern executive. In the remainder of the year the rift between the Italian party and the Comintern widened yet further. Zinoviev attacked the Italians violently for not participating in the Alleanza del Lavoro A. P.Li. Front of Trade Unions, formed on the initiative of the anarcho-syndicalist Railwaymen's Union and to which the CGL gave its support. On the other hand, the PCI was bitterly critical of Zinoviev's negotiations with the PSI, which in October expelled the reformists and affirmed its adhesion to the Third International. At the Fourth World Congress in November, substantial differences were evident on the nature of fascism, on the slogan of workers' governments, and above all on the issue of fusion with the PSI. With respect to fascism, Zinoviev in his opening address tended to dismiss it as a transitory phenomenon. He concentrated his fire on the Social Democrats, whom he now defined as the left wing of the bourgeoisie. Radek's report on the capitalist offensive, however, was in marked contrast and may very well have been influenced by Gramsci. It stressed the petit bourgeois components of fascism, the sectarianism shown by the proletarian organizations towards the ex-combatants, and the aid of the big bourgeoisie in fascism's rise to power, while reiterating that the fundamental class contradiction remained that between bourgeoisie and proletariat. This complex analysis was in sharp contrast to that of Bordiga, who in the main report to the Congress on Fascism refused any distinction between the general capitalist counteroffensive and fascism, and spoke of the latter's convergence with social democracy, describing fascism as a great unity movement of the dominant class. He stated that fascism has introduced no novel elements into traditional bourgeois politics or ideology. The Congress as a whole tended to accept Radek's view of the danger of Italian fascism, almost certainly inspired by Gramsci, but ironically enough Gramsci himself, who had foreseen the possibility of fascist victory in Italy so early and had developed the essential elements of an adequate analysis of the new phenomenon, was to oscillate over the ensuing years in his analysis. Bordiga characteristically remained unswervingly loyal to his univocal view, but Gramsci, like the rest of the PCI leaders, was to show continuing uncertainty, stressing now the petit bourgeois origins of fascism, now its internal contradictions, now its agrarian component, now the predominance of finance capital, and now its function as an expression of the entire ruling class. To some extent it was Tosca who was most consistently to develop Gramsci's early intuitions in the next years, and who was to be most consistent in his emphasis on the specificity of fascism, while Gramsci was still not free of Bordiga's influence. The Italians also differed sharply from the majority of the Fourth Congress on the issue of workers' governments, a slogan con P.Li. Sieved by Zinoviev, and attacked violently by Bordiga. The slogan was indeed more than a little ambiguous, and was to be interpreted in widely divergent ways in the coming years, not least by Zinoviev himself. But the real bone of contention was the issue of fusion with the PSI, which was the subject of prolonged discussion. Gramsci, Bordiga, and the other delegates belonging to the majority were obdurate in their resistance to the Comintern pressure. Tosca, on the other hand, was strongly in favor of the fusion proposals. In the course of the discussion, Trotsky seems to have made an attempt to persuade Gramsci to differentiate himself from Bordiga, asking whether each individual Italian delegate was free to vote as he wished. When this produced no result, Trotsky launched a bitter attack on the Italian positions. This is the ne plus ultra of disagreement between the PCI and the Communist International. Anything further would mean open rupture. Gramsci is demanding a privilege of intransigence for Italy. On the question of the United Front, you made a bloc with France and Spain. The others have now recognized that they were wrong, but you refuse to do so. You continue to repeat the same error on every issue. We propose that you should accept the collective adhesion of the P.S.I first, and then you can make an individual selection afterwards. If you do not have the sympathy of the broad masses, you will not be able to maintain a legal existence. If you are bent on limiting your base, you will end up without a base at all and will be regarded as a section. Finally, on November 24, an ultimatum over the signatures of Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Radek and Bukharin was delivered to the Italian party. And it was then, for the first time, that a rift appeared, if only briefly, in the Bordigan majority. For whereas Bordiga was for a purely formal acceptance of discipline, but an effective policy of non-application of the Comintern's directives, Gramsci disagreed. He feared that continued resistance would bring the right-wing minority and Tosca to power in the party, and the majority of the Italian delegates shared his desire for a more active policy than that favored by Bordiga. The upshot was that Gramsci and Scoccimero, together with Tosca, participated in the fusion committee nominated by the Congress, while Bordiga boycotted it. However, this difference of opinion between Bordiga and Gramsci was still essentially tactical, although Gramsci was later to claim that he had not dared to press it further in the absence of support among the other PCI leaders in Italy, and for fear of handing power in the party to Tosca. At all events, the consequences were minimal, since the fusion issue was resolved. P.Lien. Once and for all, a couple of months later, by the predominance within the P.S.I. despite the expulsion of the reformists, and against all the Comintern's expectations of an anti-fusionist majority headed by Nani. It was at about this time that the Comintern began to make serious probings with respect to the possibility of changing the PCI leadership, although as early as the autumn of 1921 overtures had been made to Gramsci to join the party executive in order to act as a counterbalancing influence vis-a-vis Bordiga. Now Rákosi, Kyösinen, and Humbert Dras were the three secretaries to the Executive Committee of the Communist International in this period, offered Gramsci the leadership directly, with what Gramsci described sarcastically as the diplomatic delicacy which was characteristic of him. Gramsci's response was to reject in embarrassment the notion that the problems of the PCI could be solved by such manipulative means. Indeed, it cannot be stressed too strongly that it is quite impossible to understand the transition from the Bordiga leadership of 1921-3 to the Gramsci leadership of 1924-6 simply by reference to Comintern influence. It is necessary also to consider the actual history of the party's political experience in Italy, and the context within which it had to operate. The PCI was formed in the first period of widespread fascist terror. Although at Livorno it commanded delegate votes equivalent to two-thirds of those of the maximalist center, its real strength after the split proved to be far smaller. In the April 1921 general elections, the Communists won 290,000 votes, while the Socialists won over 1.5 million. Party membership was around 40,000 in 1921, of whom 98% were workers and less than 245 in all, intellectuals. In that summer, while fascist violence continued, Mussolini simultaneously engaged in complex parliamentary maneuvers. In August, the P.S.I, who were so opposed to any armed resistance to fascism that they had actually published in Avanti an extract from Papini's Story of Christ under the banner headline, "Do Not Resist." Signed. A pacification pact with the fascists. The situation in 1921-2 was dominated by a grave economic crisis, and the weakness of successive bourgeois governments. Wages declined by some 30%. There were 500,000 unemployed by the beginning of 1922, CGL membership dropped from 2 million to 800,000, and P.S.I, membership from over 200,000 at Livorno to 100,000 in October 1921, 70,000 in October 1922 before the Party Congress, and 25,000 after the expulsion of the reformists at the Congress. Throughout the early months of P.Liv. 1922, there was a continual dialogue des sourds between the PCI, hostile to any alliance with the other left organizations but pressing for a general strike and direct action against fascism, the reformist-led CGL, whose aim was to detach itself from the maximalist-dominated P.S.I, and form a labor party which could participate in a government coalition, and the PSI, which was locked in a sterile combination of verbal intransigence with total passivity in practice. In the summer of 1922, fascist violence broke out anew, and a general strike was finally called for July 31. This was, however, effectively sabotaged by the CGL leaders, and crushed by fascist counter-blows. This action was the last massive expression of popular resistance to fascism, and its defeat had a decisive negative impact on the morale of the proletariat. When Mussolini marched on Rome in October 1922, the P.C.I.'s call for a general strike found no response. During 1922, PCI membership, although resisting far better than that of the other left parties, nevertheless fell to about 25,000 in September. The fascist seizure of power in October 1922 was predictably enough followed by a vast wave of repression. In late 1922 and above all early 1923, it crushed most of the oppositional party organizations and press. Terracini wrote in February 1923, "The fascist government has unleashed the long-announced anti-communist roundup. In a week the police has arrested more than 5,000 comrades, including all our area secretaries, all communist trade union organizers, all our local councillors. Moreover, it has succeeded in seizing all our party funds, and thus in delivering what is perhaps a mortal blow to our press, a real manhunt by the police hand in glove with the fascist squads. Our party is not submitting, or yielding, a quarter of our members under arrest, our organization shattered, our press silenced, our branches dissolved, deprived of our leader Comrade Bordiga, who is under personal danger of death or torture. The Italian Communist Party has already resumed its function and its activity. And indeed, although the party's illegal organization proved to have serious weaknesses in this first test of its effectiveness, nevertheless some important successes were registered, notably the printing and distribution of a clandestine edition of Ordine Nuovo, now a party daily, and the holding of a number of public meetings in spite of the atmosphere of terror. However, the magnitude of the blow which had been struck at the young party needs no emphasizing, and is an index of the total failure to appreciate the dangers of fascism under Bordiga's leadership. It would be unjust to claim p.lv. that the PCI leadership was responsible for the fascist secure of power, as both Tosca and Radek were at different times to suggest, but it certainly gravely underestimated its significance, and continued to do so until IG 26. Even Gramsci did not prior to his arrest arrive at a consistent and adequate appreciation of the specificity of the new type of regime, and as for Bordiga, his declaration in 1924 that the bourgeois counter-revolution for us is the proof of the inevitability of the revolution eloquently sums up his determined rejection of the idea that the fascist seizure of power was anything to worry about at all. The interregnum in the Italian Party 1923–24. The arrest of Bordiga and the massive blow which had been struck at the entire party organization meant that the time when the Comintern, as mentioned earlier, began seriously to prospect the possibility of making changes in the PCI leadership in order to bring the party into line coincided with a moment in which external circumstances compelled provisional changes in any case. It was to be well over a year before a new, coherent leadership emerged, with positions as sharply distinguished from those of Bordiga as they were from those of Tosca. It was to be another year after that before the new leadership gained unshakable control. But the events of early 1923, when fascist repression reduced active membership of the PCI to little more than 5,000, and when the original leadership was shattered by arrest and exile, so that a replacement leadership on the ground had perforce to be installed, was decisive in breaking Bordiga's grip on the party. Yet it must be emphasized that the significance of what had happened was by no means appreciated at the time by the Italian communist leaders involved. Throughout 1923, Gramsci, Terracini, Togliatti, Scoccimero and the other members of the Future Center of 1924 continued to support Bordiga, and with the partial exception of Gramsci they did so by conviction. They all, including Gramsci, continued to see Tosca and the right as the principal threat. During the early months of 1923, the International tended to lay the blame both for the failure to fuse with the socialists and for the successes of fascism at the P.C.I.'s door. This was Tosca's view, and his reports to the Comintern during this period tended increasingly to assume the character of a bid for the leadership. The result, throughout 1923, was a closing of ranks in the majority behind Bordiga. The correspondence exchanged in late 1923 and p.lvi. Early 1924 between the future members of the center leadership of 1924–6 shows them all apprehensive of the danger of Tosca winning power in the party with Comintern backing, and hence all unwilling to contemplate a break of any kind with Bordiga. Moreover, all of them, including Gramsci, continued throughout 1923 to share the greater part of Bordiga's perspectives, even though they were becoming increasingly anxious about the rift with the Comintern which these entailed. Although according to Gramsci himself, and judging by the correspondence referred to above, a center group of a kind began to take form from the time of the Fourth World Congress, it did so only in an absolutely unorganized and barely conscious fashion. It was not until the end of 1923, after his move to Vienna in November, that Gramsci took the initiative in a series of letters to Togliatti, Terracini, Scoccimero, Leonetti, and others towards constituting a new leading group without Bordiga or his followers. The PCI executive in the first years of its existence consisted of 5 men, all solid supporters of Bordiga, despite their differing political pasts prior to Livorno: Bordiga himself, Grieco, Terracini, Rapazzi and Forticairi. Now Bordiga and Grieco had been arrested, and Forticairi, who was responsible for the party's illegal organization, went to Moscow to discuss how best to organize resistance to the fascist regime. Terracini was left as the de facto leader of the party within Italy, and, at the Comintern's suggestion, he now co-opted Togliatti and Scoccimero onto a new provisional executive, and Tosca onto the Central Committee. The latter was then sent to Paris to organize the Italian émigré community there. There were 45,000 Italian émigré workers in France in 1921, 200,000 in 1924, over 450,000 by 1926. In April, Terracini himself was called to Moscow, and Scoccimero sent to Berlin. Togliatti was left in effective leadership of the party within Italy. On June 12, 1923, there took place a meeting of the enlarged executive of the Comintern largely devoted to the Italian question. The polarization of forces within the PCI leadership had reached a new high point. Bordiga, in prison, represented an increasingly coherent position at one end of the spectrum. The Comintern policy for Italy would lead to the liquidation of the PCI. The Comintern itself was showing signs of degeneration. The Italian party was a left vanguard struggling against this degeneration. At the other extreme, Tosca was urging full acceptance of the Comintern line. Moreover, he was involved in complex three-way negotiations with the Comintern and with the new Third Internationalist minority. P.Lai faction inside the P.S.I, headed by Cerruti. Gramsci, Terracini, Togliatti, and the other future members of the post-1924 Center Group saw this lineup as a particularly grave liquidationist threat, and continued to solidarize with Bordiga. The Comintern decided to install a temporary mixed leadership, in the form of a provisional executive composed of Forticairi, Scoccimero, and Togliatti from the old majority, and Tosca and Vota from the minority. Bordiga was opposed to this solution, and advocated a typically abstentionist policy of all power to the minority. He subsequently persuaded Forticairi to withdraw from the appointed executive. He was replaced by Gennari. Scoccimero and Togliatti at first hesitated, but were persuaded to accept their posts by Gramsci. The position was now one of the most extreme complexity. The Comintern had for the first time nominated a new party leadership against the wishes of a majority of its own nominees. Bordiga, Forticairi, Grieco, and Rapazzi of the original PCI executive all favored an intransigent policy of non-collaboration in any such imposed executive. Togliatti, Terracini, and Scoccimero were equally unhappy about the imposed solution, but were persuaded by Gramsci that the dangers of accepting were less than those of allowing a right-wing leadership. Togliatti finally wrote to the others that he was prepared to accept the post given him by the Comintern executive only on condition that the old leading group should constitute itself as a fraction and begin an open polemic with the International and with the minority in the party, by means of a series of declarations of principle and polemics which must be not only communicated to the International but disseminated among the masses. As in the case of the tactical disagreement between Bordiga and Gramsci at the Fourth World Congress 8 months earlier, the Bordigan majority was still not divided on substantial issues, but in this case, the practical consequences of a disagreement on tactics were to be incomparably greater. It was at this juncture that Gramsci began to search for a way out of the sterile impasse in which the Italian party found itself, although it was to be another 6 months before he was to begin concretely to prospect the possibility of creating a new center majority without Bordiga. By the summer of 1923, Gramsci had been in Moscow for a year. Remarkably little is known about this period in his life. One of the most surprising features of his published writings is the absence of any reflections on, or even descriptions of, Russia as he knew it in the 18 months he spent there at what was a crucial period in P.Lai. The history of the revolution. What can be gleaned from his writing and outside sources is merely a few bare elements. He was very ill in the first months of his stay, and spent them in and out of a clinic. He attended the Fourth World Congress, in which his part has already been discussed above. He met Julius Kucht and fell in love, their few months together, in Moscow, and when she came to Italy in 1925/6, were an isolated interlude of personal happiness in Gramsci's life. He was constantly expecting to be sent back to Italy, but the issue of a warrant for his arrest made this impossible. He sent Trotsky some information about Italian futurism, at the latter's request, to be included as an appendix to the original edition of Literature and Revolution. His Comintern activities are likely to have brought him into contact with Radek and with Zinoviev, and when he left Moscow and took his leave of the latter, he told him of his intention to propose a new slogan of a Federal Soviet Republic for Italy. Lastly, as we shall see, his letters written from Vienna to Togliatti, Terracini, and others in early 1924 show that his political sympathies at this time were with the left in the Bolshevik Party. It is very hard to judge, on the basis of material published to date, what Gramsci's overall attitude to Bordiga was during the first years of the P.C.I.'s existence. On the one hand, there are numerous documents testifying to a substantial identity of positions on all the most important issues. On the other, there is Gramsci's own testimony that his motives for accepting the Bordiga policies for so long were mainly tactical, and that he was later to blame himself bitterly for not differentiating himself from Bordiga earlier. At all events, it seems clear that such differences as there were concerned not so much questions of overall analysis, or of strategy even, as the relation between theory and practice. While broadly sharing Bordiga's views on the United Front and the nature of social democracy, and while not as yet having drawn any very consistent conclusions from what was a very different analysis of fascism, he did clearly disagree with Bordiga's lack of any positive strategy within Italy, with his entire conception of the party and its relation to the masses, and with his inflexibility especially vis-à-vis the International. There exist two documents which give a good idea of Gramsci's positions in the summer of 1923, and which show him after the enlarged executive meeting of June, when Zinoviev had criticized him for equivocating on the issue of fusion with the Third Internationalists, beginning to elaborate a new approach to the leadership problem, although still firmly opposed to the Cominterns. P.Lix. Policy on fusion. Firstly, in a memorandum on relations between the PCI and the Comintern now in the PCI archives, he wrote, "The present majority of the CP intends to defend to the last its position and historical role in Italy, where the unified CP must be constituted with an ideological center which is neither the traditional socialist one nor a compromise with that. We are defending the future of the Italian Revolution. We may have made mistakes and we are willing to amend them, but we are not willing to allow the center of attraction and of assimilation of new elements entering the Italian section of the Comintern to be shifted onto a new basis represented by individuals who want to make a compromise with the socialists on the fundamental issue. The attitude of the Comintern and the activity of its representatives is bringing disintegration and corruption into the communist ranks. We are determined to struggle against the elements who would liquidate our party, and against the corrupt elements. The situation of illegality and exile makes this obligatory. We do not want what happened in Hungary and in Yugoslavia to be repeated in Italy. If the Comintern too receives a few blows as we strike back, we should not be blamed for that. It is a mistake to ally oneself with untrustworthy elements." The second document consists of a letter sent in late July to a number of comrades, including Togliatti, Terracini, Fortichiari, and Leonetti, in which Gramsci wrote, "I am absolutely convinced that at present no useful results can come of any discussion that is limited by us to the organizational and juridical aspects of the Italian question. Such a discussion could only make things worse and render our task more difficult and dangerous. What we need to do is to work concretely to prove, by party activity and political work that is wholly adapted to the Italian situation, that we are what we claim to be, and to abandon the attitude of unappreciated geniuses that we have maintained up to now." The final passage is a clear enough expression of Gramsci's criticisms of Bordiga at this moment. Although, as we have already pointed out, it is still not possible to trace fully the itinerary of Gramsci's political development in these years, The documents quoted are unambiguous evidence of the basic elements of his position in the summer of 1923. They show the fatuity of the view that Gramsci was simply the Comintern's man, parachuted into the leadership in place of the refractory Bordiga. If anybody was the Comintern's man at this time, it was Tosca, and Gramsci did not differ from Bordiga in his condemnation of Comintern policy. On the other hand, the documents show p.lx. Gramsci beginning to arrive at an estimate of Bordiga's policy which was not so dissimilar from his earlier hostile judgment on the intransigent immobility of the PSI leaders at the end of the war. From the time of his first, ill-starred entry into print on the subject of neutrality in 1914, one of the constants of Gramsci's position was his view that revolutionary politics must necessarily be an active intervention in history, and could not consist simply in adopting correct positions and waiting to be proved right, waiting for the historical process to provide the circumstances in which the ruling class would topple, the true revolutionaries would be acknowledged by the masses, and socialism could be ushered in. In this summer of 1923, the contrast between Bordiga and Gramsci was already a sharp one, despite the considerable overlap between their views. Sharing a common estimate of the crucial importance of defending the party against the liquidation which in their view was threatened by the Comintern's tractations with the very centrists against whom the PCI had been formed, Bordiga concluded that the International was degenerating and that it was necessary to organize an international opposition to fight that degeneration, whereas Gramsci concluded in effect that the party should assume fully the task of making the revolution in Italy, if need be, despite the International. In a letter written a few months later from Vienna he was to write, "Amadeo approaches things from the viewpoint of an international minority, but we must approach things from the viewpoint of a national majority." This difference of perspective was to play a decisive part subsequently in determining Gramsci's attitude to the inter-party struggle in Russia. Throughout 1923, the PCI existed in a state of semi-legality. It was not banned as such, but its leaders, militants, and press were subject to constant repression and harassment. April was the low point as far as membership was concerned, with little more than 5,000 in the party. The summer saw a slow build up to some 8,500 in November. However, in September Togliatti, Tosca, Voda, and Gennari, i.e. 4 of the 5 members of the new provisional executive, were arrested. In October, the first trial of communists took place. It was a great personal triumph for Bordiga, and culminated in his release. In December Togliatti, Tosca, and the others were also released. But in late December and in January 1924 new repressive measures once again reduced the communist press to total silence. After his release, Bordiga had returned to Naples, and refused p.lxi. any position in the leadership. Instead, he drafted an open letter to all party militants aimed at reaffirming the views of the old majority of the PCI vis-a-vis both the Comintern and the right-wing minority. Terracini, Togliatti, Scoccimero, and the others were all at first prepared to sign, but Gramsci refused point blank, and in a series of letters won over the 3 mentioned above, Leonetti, Gennari, Tresso and Camilla Ravera, the center group for the first time had a concrete existence. In November, Gramsci had moved from Moscow to Vienna, to take charge of a newly founded Comintern Bureau for Anti-Fascist Action. This was the moment at which he seems finally to have decided to initiate the creation of a new center majority without Bordiga, and to work to heal the rift with the Comintern. Although he was by no means won over to the Comintern's views on the United Front policy, he was not prepared to follow Bordiga on his path of creating an international opposition, and was increasingly hostile to the immobility of his policies within Italy. What Gramsci proposed as a way out of the impasse in which the PCI found itself was a new strategy for the party in Italy, a strategy with close affinities with the old Ordine Nuovo thematic of 1919-20, and also a thoroughgoing renovation of the party itself, inspired by a quite different conception from that of Bordiga. As early as September 1923, in a letter to the PCI executive written from Moscow on the subject of a proposal to found a new working-class daily newspaper in collaboration with the Third Internationalist current which was in the process of being expelled from the PSI, Gramsci began to evoke some of the themes which were to inspire both his political practice between 1924 and 1926 and also his prison writings. He suggested UNITA as the name of the new paper, CPXXVI above, and proposed the slogan of a Federal Republic of Workers and Peasants as an intermediate ideological preparation for a Soviet regime. This concern with the Southern question and with the concrete form which the alliance of workers and peasants might take in Italy represented something quite new in the Italian party at that time. He also revived one of the main themes of Ordine Nuovo in a proposal to build on the Commissioni Interne as a counter to the reformist leadership of the CGL increasingly tending to compromise with fascism. In the months which followed, in a series of letters to the other members of the new center group of PCI leaders, Gramsci outlined the main elements of the new strategy which he proposed. P.Zi. They should fight for. The main objective should be to win for the PCI a genuine mass base. To this end Gramsci proposed, on March 1, 4 main areas of initiative: 1. Intensive propaganda around the slogan of a worker and peasant government; 2. A struggle against the labor aristocracy, i.e. against reformism, aimed at cementing an alliance between the mass of workers in the north and the peasant masses in the south, the creation of a special organizing committee for the south, and a study of the possibilities for organizing an armed insurrection in the south. 3. An intensive program of political education within the party with the object of superseding the existing internal divisions and the enlargement of the leadership. 4. The stepping up of communist activity among the émigré population, above all in France. In later letters, Gramsci propounded the idea of a federal perspective for the South, stressed the importance of attempting to stimulate the formation of nuclei of future factory councils. This was to be one of the fundamental elements of PCI strategy in the ensuing 2 years, up to the moment of Gramsci's arrest, discussed the possible transitional stages which might intervene between the defeat of fascism and a proletarian revolution, and spoke of the importance of winning the Milan working class to communist positions as a precondition for the revolution in Italy. But perhaps more important even than the new strategic aims which Gramsci outlined in these letters was the new conception of the party which he put forward. In the key letter of the entire correspondence, written on February 9, 1924, he wrote, "The error of the party has been to have accorded priority in an abstract fashion to the problem of organization, which in practice has simply meant creating an apparatus of functionaries who could be depended on for their orthodoxy towards the official view. The Communist Party has even been against the formation of factory cells. Any participation of the masses in the activity and internal life of the party, other than on big occasions and following a formal decree from the center, has been seen as a danger to unity and centralism. The party has not been seen as the result of a dialectical process in which the spontaneous movement of the revolutionary masses and the organizing and directing will of the center converge. It has been seen merely as something suspended in the air, something with its own autonomous and self-generated development, something which the masses will join when the situation is right and the crest of the revolutionary wave is at its highest point, or when the party center decides to initiate an offensive and stoops to the level of the P.Zi masses in order to arouse them and lead them into action. Naturally, since things do not work out in this way, areas of opportunistic infection have formed without the center knowing anything about them. These have had their reflection in the parliamentary group, and subsequently, in a more organic form, in the minority. The continuity of this critique of the PCI under Bordiga with Gramsci's earlier analysis of maximalism is evident, and it was to be expanded and more fully theorized in some of the key passages of the prison notebooks. For the moment, Gramsci began to develop these themes in the pages of Ordine Nuovo, which was resuscitated as a theoretical organ in March. He wrote the first numbers almost single-handed in Vienna, and clearly saw the new review as a key element in the intensive campaign of political education which was essential if the party was to be won to a new political strategy. In the spring of 1924, the PCI prepared to fight a general election under a new weighted electoral code and in a climate of terror and electoral fraud. Fascism had succeeded in absorbing broad strata of the bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie behind its electoral list, and by now had won the support of the Vatican, provoking a split in the Popular Party. See Note 14 on p. 62. It was backed by the decisive centers of financial and industrial capital. Most of the opposition parties favored boycotting the election, but when the PCI announced that it would participate, the other anti-fascist parties followed suit. The PCI proposed an electoral bloc, but this was refused. It therefore formed its own list, together with the Third Internationalists who had been expelled from the P.S.I, and were to join the PCI formally after the Fifth World Congress in June. The Comintern representative in Italy during this period, J. Humbert Draws, was particularly active in pressing the PCI leaders to adopt a flexible policy towards the other anti-fascist forces. He worked very closely with Tosca and Voda, the minority members of the executive. At the time of the electoral campaign, the PCI had some 12,000 members, if the 2,000 Third Internationalists are included. The youth organization had a further 5,000. The Communist Trade Union Committee controlled about a sixth of the 120,000 members who remained in the CGL. When the new party Daily Unita appeared in February, it gained a circulation of about 25,000. The new Orden Nuovo came out in March in 6,000 copies. The party was moderately successful in the elections, with 19 members elected to parliament, and it maintained its vote compared to the 1921 P.Lziv election far better than the two socialist parties. Among those elected was Gramsci, who returned to Italy in May. During the electoral campaign, the Bordiga question had once more exploded, when the latter refused to lead or indeed to figure at all on the party's electoral list. He was now in a position of intransigent opposition nationally as well as internationally. An idea of the attitude of his followers at this time, although Gramsci was to stress that Bordiga himself did not hold such views, can be gained from a conversation which took place between Humbert Draws and Grieco, at that time an unquestioning follower of Bordiga, and which Draws reported to Zinoviev on February 15, 1924. Grieco had said, "The International and the party have an anti-communist line, and it is the duty of certain leaders, when they perceive a serious deviation, to refuse to follow discipline. Certain comrades are, so to speak, predestined to be leaders. Bordiga, like Lenin, is one of these. Discipline cannot be applied to such men as it can to other members of the party. Their historical mission is to apply discipline to others, not to respect it." In May, a few days after Gramsci's return to Italy, the PCI held a consultative conference near Como. 3 separate sets of theses were presented by the left, over the signatures of Bordiga, Grieco, Forticchiari, and Rapassi; the center, over the signatures of Gennari, Leonetti, Ravera, Scoccimero, and Togliatti; and the right, over the signatures notably of Tosca, Voda, and Berti. Although it had only consultative status, the voting on these theses was a good index of the balance of strength in the PCI at that moment. It showed that the center had a slender majority in the Central Committee over the right, but that the left, which had of course refused to participate in the leading bodies of the party, was overwhelmingly stronger than the other two factions combined in the party apparatus as a whole. The theses of the right criticized the entire line of the PCI since Livorno, and while welcoming the formation of the new center, nevertheless held it co-responsible with the left for that line. They stood on the positions of the Fourth World Congress, although as we shall see these were by this time in the process of revision, and the right showed its awareness of this by warning against too wide an interpretation of the slogan of workers' governments. The center theses, drafted by Togliatti while Gramsci was still in Vienna but supported by him on his return, took the position that the old leadership had been right to struggle against the minority, but wrong to oppose the line of the Fourth P.Lxv Congress. They rejected the Rome theses, and accepted a limited interpretation of the United Front. As Zinoviev was shortly to do at the Fifth World Congress, they defined social democracy as the left wing of fascism. They saw workers' governments as a mobilizing slogan useful for convincing the more backward sections of the masses that the conquest of power was on the agenda, but warned against the illusion that there must be intermediate phases before the installation of the proletarian dictatorship. Indeed, they stated that the existence of a regime of permanent armed dictatorship opens up for Italy a period of permanent revolution. They defined fascism as the armed dictatorship of a fraction of the capitalist bourgeoisie and the big landowners. The left presented a much shorter set of theses, simply reaffirming the correctness of the Rome theses and of the entire line followed by the party since Livorno, accusing the Comintern of placing false hopes in the PSI and stressing the dangers of the United Front and Workers' Government slogans. The entire situation in the party was referred to the Fifth World Congress, which took place in the following month. It was still not certain what leadership solution the Comintern would decide on. However, a great deal had changed in the party in the preceding months. Bordiga's attitude by now was that only a change in the line of the Comintern as a whole would make it possible for the left to participate once more in the party leadership. He regarded the new center as having succumbed to Tosca, and felt that the right was the logical leadership in view of current Comintern strategy. The right, on the other hand, no longer had a monopoly in urging the acceptance of Comintern policy in full. Moreover, as we shall see, in the wake of the German events the tide was running against it in the international. In addition, Tosca himself to some extent drew nearer to the center from mid-March 1924 onwards, in the course of his collaboration with Togliatti at the head of the party. Furthermore, for a number of reasons, including personal ones, he was anxious to withdraw for a time from leadership responsibilities, and in fact resigned from the executive in April. Thus the center was in fact in a much stronger position than it looked at Como. Over the next years it absorbed Tosca and most of the right, and defeated the left within the party organization as a whole, winning over not only its rank and file but also many of its leaders such as Greco in 1925. The new conception of the party itself and the distinctive strategy within Italy which Gramsci had begun to formulate in his exchange of letters with Togliatti, P. Lexi, Terracini and the others in early 1924 were in sharp contrast to what had gone before. But the decisive factor in the change of leadership between 1923 and 1924 was undoubtedly international, both in the particular sense of attitudes to, and the role played by, the Comintern, and, more importantly, in the wider sense of the way in which the relation between the national and international dimensions of revolution was conceived. In the crucial letter of February 9 already referred to, Gramsci wrote, Amadeo thinks that the tactic of the international reflects the Russian situation, i.e. was born on the terrain of a backward and primitive capitalist civilization. For him, this tactic is extremely voluntaristic and theatrical, because only with an extreme effort of will was it possible to obtain from the Russian masses a revolutionary activity which was not determined by the historical situation. He thinks that for the more developed countries of Central and Western Europe this tactic is inadequate or even useless. In these countries the historical mechanism functions according to all the approved schemas of Marxism. There exists the historical determinism which was lacking in Russia, and therefore the overriding task must be the organization of the party as an end in itself. I think that the situation is quite different. Firstly, because the political conception of the Russian communists was formed on an international and not on a national terrain. Secondly, because in Central and Western Europe the development of capitalism has determined not only the formation of broad proletarian strata, but also and as a consequence has created the higher stratum, the labor aristocracy with its appendages of trade union bureaucracy and the social democratic groups. The determination, which in Russia was direct and drove the masses into the streets for a revolutionary uprising, in Central and Western Europe is complicated by all these political superstructures, created by the greater development of capitalism. This makes the action of the masses slower and more prudent, and therefore requires of the revolutionary party a strategy and tactics altogether more complex and long-term than those which were necessary for the Bolsheviks in the period between March and November 1917. But the fact that Amadeo has this conception, and that he seeks to achieve its victory not merely on a national scale but also internationally, is one thing. He is a convinced man, and struggles with great skill and great elasticity to obtain his objective, to avoid compromising his theses, to postpone any Comintern sanctions which might prevent him from continuing until the historical period in which the revolution in Western and P.Lxi. Central Europe deprives Russia of the hegemonic position it holds today. But that we, who are not convinced of the historical truth of this conception, should continue to ally ourselves with it politically and thereby give it the international status which it at present enjoys is quite another thing. Amadeo approaches things from the viewpoint of an international minority, but we must approach things from the viewpoint of a national majority. The PCI under Gramsci 1924-26. The 2 years in which Gramsci led the PCI can be seen as closing an epoch, the epoch opened by the October Revolution in which individual communist parties elaborated their theoretical analyses and their strategies in terms of one basic premise: the actuality of the revolution. This is not, of course, to suggest that many communists did not thereafter, notably during the third period, believe that revolution was on the immediate agenda. What it does mean is that from early in 1924 Comintern policies and Comintern politics had become increasingly bound up with the struggle in the Russian party, and by 1927 Russian developments became the determining factor. Thus 1924-26 was a transitional phase, and it is extremely important to stress the room for maneuver still remaining in this period to an individual party such as the PCI. The coincidence between Comintern's strategy and that of the Italian party after the Fifth World Congress in June 1924 was not simply a question of cause and effect, it was rather a question of a somewhat tactical left turn by the Comintern meshing in with the pre-existing leftism of the PCI. This is made quite clear by subsequent events. For in the spring of 1925 the Comintern was to reverse its left turn after the fall of MacDonald in Britain and Herriot in France, the rise to power of Hindenburg in Germany and the repression of the KPD, the new consolidation of Mussolini's regime in Italy, and the reactionary turn of events in Poland and in Estonia, and speak of the temporary stabilization of capitalism. Yet there was no corresponding rightward turn in the line of the Italian party, which was to undergo no significant modifications until after Gramsci's arrest. Perhaps part of the reason for the freedom of maneuver which this reveals despite the Bolshevization of the communist parties in this same period was the extremely complex power relations in the Comintern at this time. Zinoviev was president of the International throughout this period, in 1924. P.Lxi. He was allied to Stalin and attacking Trotsky for his anti-peasant policies. By 1926 he was allied to Trotsky and attacking Stalin and Bukharin for their pro-peasant policies. From early in 1925 a Bukharinist right began to emerge within the Comintern, and it was particularly significant for the Italian party that Humbert Dras, already mentioned as the Comintern representative in Italy during 1924, and as a close associate of Tosca during that period, returned to Moscow in 1925 to take charge of the Latin section of the International. Dras was to establish excellent relations with Bukharin, and fall with him in 1929. The upshot of this complex situation seems to have been that Zinoviev on the one hand and the Bukharinist right on the other effectively cancelled each other out for this period, with the result that it was possible for leftist policies in countries like Germany and Italy to coexist with rightist policies in countries like China, the United States, Britain, or Yugoslavia. In each case, the determining factors were national rather than international. This periodicity is of crucial importance in understanding the basic political coordinates of Gramsci's writings in prison. These have an organic continuity with the political universe within which Gramsci had operated prior to his arrest. They manifest a radical disjuncture from the political universe which existed by the time that they were written. This is perhaps a major reason for the opacity and oblique character of some of the central political reflections in the prison notebooks, on the revolution in the West, on the party, on the state, etc. And it is certainly the major reason for the inappropriateness of many of the attempts that have been made to interpret Gramsci in terms of criteria which had no meaning in his political universe, popular frontism, Stalinism, etc. Any theorization of Gramsci's work must seek to set it firmly in its true historical context, and must seek to explain all, and not merely some, of its sometimes contradictory elements. As has already been mentioned, after the Como Conference it had been decided to refer the leadership situation in the Italian party to the forthcoming Fifth World Congress, due to begin in Moscow in late June 1924. The Italian delegates included Bordiga, Togliatti, Terracini, Tosca, Cerruti, Grieco, Leonetti, and Berti, all of whom arrived in Moscow early in the month. Gramsci and Scoccimero, however, had not yet left Italy when the Matadi crisis broke out on June 12, and consequently cancelled their departure. The strategies defined at the first four World Congresses can be interpreted as responses to the actual course of historical events at p.6. Least in Europe. The left turn which followed the German October of 1923, on the other hand, and which was reflected at the Fifth World Congress, can only be understood in terms of the inter-party struggle which had already broken out in the Soviet Union, and in terms of Zinoviev's maneuvering to shift the blame for the German disaster. In the last months of 1923 Zinoviev and Stalin had launched the campaign against Trotskyism, the 46 had published their platform, and Trotsky had published his new course articles. In October, the German party led by Brandler had been involved in an abortive attempt at an insurrectionary uprising. The rising was planned in Moscow by Zinoviev, and liaison between Moscow and the KPD was entrusted personally to Radek. After the defeat, Zinoviev made Brandler the scapegoat for the entire affair, and Trotsky, who had believed in the possibility of a revolution in Germany, joined forces with Radek, who had not to defend Brandler from carrying sole responsibility. Zinoviev backed the left inside the German party led by Fischer and Maslov, and they replaced Brandler. The latter was accused of rightism, and Zinoviev took the lead in swinging the Comintern decisively to the left. These maneuvers were designed principally to prevent the German disaster being used by the Russian opposition to discredit Zinoviev himself. Battle lines had been drawn publicly, and at the Fifth Congress the Russian majority leaders were above all preoccupied with preventing the opposition from winning international allies. The obvious candidate to lead an international fraction in support of the Russian opposition was Bordiga, in spite of the fact that Trotsky had led the attack on the latter's rejection of the United Front at the Fourth Congress and on his espousal of the theory of the offensive at the Third. For there was an obvious convergence between Bordiga's views on the degeneration of the Comintern and Trotsky's on the degeneration inside the Bolshevik Party. Zinoviev sought to prevent such an alliance by incorporating Bordiga into the Comintern leadership with the post of vice president. He saw a bloc between the center and the left as the best solution to the P.C.I.S internal divisions, and as a consequence of the tactical shift to the left which he had made after the German defeat no longer viewed Tosca and the right with the same favor. However, these plans shipwrecked on the rocks of Bordiga's intransigence. He was prepared to accept a post on the Comintern executive, since he needed to maintain international contacts in P.LXX. View of his perspective of organizing an international left minority faction, but he refused any leadership position within the PCI. Paradoxically, the Fifth Congress at one and the same time shifted the line of the International substantially onto the positions which Bordiga had been defending: united front from below, struggle on two fronts against fascism and against social democracy, etc. The line which the Gramsci leadership was to follow for the next 2 years, and at the same time it saw Bordiga's definitive isolation in organizational terms. Bordiga gave the main Congress report on fascism, and there was little argument with the equal stress which he laid on the struggle against fascism and that against social democracy. Togliatti too spoke of social democracy as the left wing of fascism, and differed from Bordiga more on questions of emphasis than on those of substance, stressing the need to make the PCI a mass party, the need for more work among the peasantry, etc. Zinoviev, summing up the work of the Congress, spoke of two possible alternatives for capitalism in the era of its irremediable crisis. The Social Democrats from the right wing of the labor movement are in a process of transition and more becoming converted into the left wing of the bourgeoisie, and in places, into a wing of fascism. This is the reason that it is historically incorrect to speak of the victory of fascism over social democracy. Fascism and social democracy, so far as their leaders are concerned, are the right and left hands of modern capitalism, which has been somewhat weakened by the First Imperialist War, and in the first battles of the workers against capitalism. Whatever Mussolini and Poincaré do on the one hand, or MacDonald and Herriot on the other, favor proletarian revolution. Whether they take the road of democracy or that of fascism is of little consequence. They are all of them merely carrying water to the mill of the proletarian revolution. See note 70 on p. 169. This expressed very exactly Bordiga's view. However, he still preferred to remain in opposition within the PCI. Therefore, when a new Central Committee and Executive were nominated by a special commission at the close of the Congress, the Centre was given a majority on both bodies, with minority representation for the Right and for the Third Internationalists, who now became formally members of the party. The new executive was made up of Gramsci, Togliatti, and Scoccimero from the Centre, Mercer from the Right. Tosca did not want the post but was in the new CC, and the ex-Third Internationalist Socialist Maffei. 2 months later Gramsci was elected to the new post of Secretary General of the party. P.Lc. The Fifth World Congress on the surface represented a shift to the left, and since the analyses which it formulated corresponded broadly to those of both center and left in the PCI, it definitively healed the rift between the Italian party and the International. But what was Gramsci's real estimate of its significance, and what explains the substantial shift in his international positions, notably on Russia itself, between the spring of 1924 and the spring of 1925? Some answer, even if a necessarily incomplete one, is essential to understanding certain of the key passages in the prison notebooks. In February 1924, Gramsci had written, "Just as I did not believe a year ago that the International was moving to the right, I do not believe today that it is moving to the left." He rejected the simple explanation for the German debacle offered by Zinoviev, i.e. that Brandler was a rightist. Gramsci described Brandler's strategy in 1923 as if anything putschist, and dismissed the question of which of the two contending factions in the German party, the Brandler/Thalheimer pre-October leadership, or Zinoviev's protégés Fischer and Maslov who replaced them after the defeat, was right and which left, as a rather Byzantine question. Moreover, he was at this time broadly sympathetic to the outlook of the left in the Russian party. He wrote, "It is well known that in November 1917, while Lenin and the majority of the party had gone over to Trotsky's view and intended to take over not merely political power but also economic power, Zinoviev and Kamenev remained in the traditional party view and wanted a revolutionary coalition government with the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries. In the recent polemic which has broken out in Russia, it is clear that Trotsky and the opposition in general, in view of the prolonged absence of Lenin from the leadership of the party, have been greatly preoccupied about the danger of a return to the old mentality, which would be damaging to the revolution. Demanding a greater intervention of proletarian elements in the life of the party and a diminution of the powers of the bureaucracy, they want basically to ensure the socialist and proletarian character of the revolution and to prevent a gradual transition to that democratic dictatorship carapace for a developing capitalism which was still the program of Zinoviev and Co. in November 1917. This seems to me to be the situation in the Russian party. The only novelty is the passage of Bukharin to the Zinoviev, Kamenev, Stalin group. However, from the spring of 1924 onwards there was increasing pressure on communist parties to align themselves with the majority. P.Lci. In the Russian party. From the passages quoted it is clear that Gramsci did not personally accept the version of the Russian inter-party struggle which was disseminated in Comintern circles at this time. But four main, interrelated factors combined to determine a substantial alignment with the successive dominant groups within the Russian party from this period onwards, an alignment which by 1926 at least was not merely tactical but based on conviction. In the first place, the terms of the struggle in Russia were filtered through to foreign communists via a Comintern apparatus which was henceforward increasingly itself an instrument of that struggle. Secondly, Gramsci made the healing of the breach with the Comintern and a full acceptance of international discipline the very foundation of the new center leadership and its basic difference with Bordiga. Thirdly, the issues of the Russian oppositions and the left in the Italian party became inextricably mixed in the mid-20s. The stances adopted by Trotsky and by Bordiga both raised analogous questions with regard to party discipline and the formation of fractions. Moreover, for a period from 1925 to 1930 Bordiga aligned himself with Trotsky internationally. It became impossible for the Italian party to discuss Russian questions without reference to its own internal situation. Lastly, Gramsci's strategy in Italy was increasingly directed towards the southern peasantry, and concerned with the forging of a worker-peasant alliance. In 1926, he saw the positions of the joint opposition in Russia as a threat to the latter. These four factors combined, in an often contradictory way as we shall see, to determine Gramsci's change of position. The contradictions are reflected in the prison notebooks. Gramsci's return to Italy from Vienna in May 1924 preceded by less than a month the outbreak of the Matadi crisis on June 12. When the Social Democratic leader was assassinated by fascist thugs, the regime seemed suddenly vulnerable and internally divided, its backers appeared to waver, and the opposition gained confidence. The first months of Gramsci's leadership saw a new room for maneuver for the party, and a considerable growth in its strength. Yet the crisis did not go so deep as the communist leaders thought, and the remaining 2 years of the P.C.I.'s open existence in Italy were to be a long defensive action against quite overwhelming odds. As early as 1921-2, Gramsci had opposed the prevalent view in the Italian party that a fascist or military dictatorship was impossible. According to his own account, he had prevented such a view being incorporated in the Rome Theses. However, as we P.C.I. have already indicated, even he did not achieve in the years which followed a consistent or adequate appreciation of the fascist phenomenon. Indeed, it would have been impossible at that time to foresee the full potentialities of fascism as a new and sui generis form of bourgeois reactionary rule. Even before the Matadi crisis broke out, in the spring of 1924 he was already writing of the possibility of a social democratic alternative replacing fascism. He was critical of Bordiga for underestimating the internal contradictions of Italian capitalism and for believing that the specific forms of bourgeois rule were irrelevant and that the only perspective was one of a crisis of the capitalist system and the revolutionary upsurge and mass swing to communism which this crisis would necessarily entail. When Matadi was murdered, and the regime appeared unconfident and divided, Gramsci became more than ever convinced that a social democratic alternative was imminent, and that this would put proletarian revolution once more on the immediate agenda. It is easy to see the similarities as well as the differences between Gramsci's and Bordiga's perspectives. Both were based on a belief in the general crisis of the bourgeois order and in the actuality of the revolution. Both accepted only the united front from below, and stressed the need to struggle not only against the regime itself but equally or even primarily against the Social Democrats, the left wing of the bourgeoisie. But whereas Bordiga saw fascism and social democracy simply as two interchangeable forms of bourgeois rule, rejected the notion that whether one form or the other happened to be adopted by Italian capitalism could be of any consequence to the PCI, and foresaw a direct replacement of the existing regime by the dictatorship of the proletariat, Gramsci's conception was a less reductionist one. He had always analyzed fascism in terms of its social base, and he saw its disintegration in terms of the detachment of sections of this base above all the urban petite bourgeoisie. He thought that a social democratic alternative would be a short-lived and inherently unstable transitional phase analogous to the Kerensky regime in the Soviet Union and that it would quickly lead to a period of civil war, for which the proletariat must be prepared. But he also thought that initially the fall of fascism might see an increase of support for the social democratic organizations. After Matadi's murder, the opposition parties left parliament and met in an alternative assembly on the Aventine. Although the PCI at first participated in this, its attitude to the other anti-P.Lziv fascist parties remained unchanged. At a Central Committee meeting in mid-July, Skoximaro argued that there were two possible outcomes to the crisis: either the most intransigent wing of fascism would take over and install a yet more dictatorial regime, or there would be an agreement between the fascists and the opposition parties. Gramsci agreed with this assessment, and stressed that fascism could not possibly be overthrown except by mass struggle. In another Central Committee meeting the following month, Gramsci recognized that the democratic opposition parties remained the axis of popular anti-fascism, but emphasized that they must be combated for that very reason. He described the Aventine opposition as semi-fascist. Underlying these positions was the belief that fascism was disintegrating, and that the real forces of the bourgeois state would pass over to the opposition, which was therefore the main danger. In Gramsci's view, the P.C.I.'s strategy in this situation must be an all-out attempt to capture the majority of the proletariat, and he picked out the creation of factory committees as the key immediate objective. To resume Gramsci's perspective in this period, he did reject both the ultra-left view that there could be no transition whatever between fascism and the dictatorship of the proletariat, a view which was to characterize the third period, and the rightist view that communist aims should be limited for the moment to the struggle against fascism and the restoration of bourgeois democracy, and that the fight against the Social Democrats should therefore be suspended, implying that there would be a stable period of transition between fascism and the proletarian revolution, a view which was to characterize the period from 1927 to 1928. But within these two extremes, there was still considerable room for error, and it seems undeniable that Gramsci and the other PCI leaders did seriously underestimate the strength and possibilities for internal development of the fascist regime. The whole history of the PCI in its remaining 2 years of semi-legal existence was marked by this failure of appreciation, which was in Gramsci's own case almost certainly one of the main factors in his decision to remain in Italy until he was arrested. The return of the PCI deputies to Parliament in November 1924 was inspired by a concern to expose the Aventine opposition in the event of the collapse of fascism, which the party expected. Any idea of a united front other than from below was still rejected. When the fascists finally struck back in January 1925, and Mussolini's speech assuming responsibility for the Mattardi murder was P.LXXV. followed by a new wave of repression, this was seen by the party as a mere episode. A compromise between fascism and the opposition was still confidently expected. It should be stressed that the other opposition parties had an equally mistaken assessment of the true situation. The Aventine parties issued a statement at this time which declared the moral battle has already been won. PCI membership at the end of 1924 had risen to about 25,000, and a legal apparatus of sections and federations was recreated side by side with the clandestine cells during the months following Mattardi's death. It was still an overwhelmingly working-class party, still firmly believing in the inevitability of the world defeat of capitalism in the wake of the October Revolution. Every strengthening of repression was taken as a sign of ruling class weakness. It must be emphasized that the left still dominated the party organization as a whole. In the elections for new federation committees which took place between September and December 1924, Bordiga still controlled the majority of federations, and the most important ones, Turin, Milan, Rome, Naples to name only the largest. But, the leadership too broadly shared the view that had been so succinctly expressed by Bordiga earlier in the year: the bourgeois counter-revolution for us is the proof of the inevitability of the revolution. Up to this time, the inter-party struggle in the Soviet Union had hardly impinged at all on the internal situation in the PCI. In the theses prepared for the Como Conference, which had taken place in the aftermath of the first open phase of the conflict, which opposed Zinoviev, Kamina, and Stalin to Trotsky and to the 46, Bordiga and the left had remained silent on the Russian question. Togliatti and the center had expressed general support for the majority in the Bolshevik Party while stressing the need for detailed knowledge of the issues involved. Only Tosca and the right had raised the question in a substantive fashion, and had attacked Trotsky for endangering the unity of the Bolshevik leadership in line with Zinoviev's presentation of the issue. It is true that during the conference itself, Gramsci was to draw the first analogy between the attitudes of Trotsky and Bordiga respectively to party discipline. But this analogy was not to be repeated again until the following year. At the Fifth World Congress, The Russian inter-party struggle had been temporarily at a halt, at least on the surface, but it had been reopened when Trotsky published his Lessons of October in the autumn of 1924. It was after this that Bordiga began to align himself internationally with Trotsky, an alignment which was to last intermittently up to 1930, and which was to lead Gramsci and the other PCI leaders to view the Russian party struggle to a very great extent in terms of their own conflict with Bordiga. The PCI in fact first discussed the Russian question in a Central Committee meeting of February 1925, after Trotsky had made a declaration of discipline. In the following years, of course, events in Russia were to have a growing importance for the PCI. The type of contradictions to which the assimilation of Bordiga and Trotsky was to lead was revealed dramatically in the course of this first discussion in February 1925. Bordiga had taken up some theses put forward by Trotsky in a speech on Perspectives of World Development the previous July, on the subject of the growing strength of American capitalism and its increasing hegemony over Europe. Gramsci attacked these in the following terms: "We reject these predictions which, by deferring the revolution indefinitely, would shift the entire tactics of the Communist International, which would have to go back to propagandistic and agitational activity among the masses. Moreover, they would shift the tactics of the Russian state since, if the European Revolution is deferred for an entire historical period, if in other words the Russian working class for a long period of time is to be unable to count on the support of the proletariat of other countries, it is evident that the Russian Revolution must be modified." The issues presented by Gramsci were real ones. Stalin had formulated his theory of socialism in one country for the first time only a few weeks earlier, but clearly the protagonists of the debate were reversed in Gramsci's presentation. Incidentally, this discussion was probably the origin of Gramsci's subsequent interest in the specific character of American capitalism, developed notably in the Notes on Americanism and Fordism, see pages 277-318. But even at the Central Committee meeting, the main focus of the discussion was not any such theoretical issue, but the problem of fractions within the party. It was in terms of this that the analogy between Bordiga and Trotsky was most frequently drawn in the following years. This was the period of Bolshevization of the communist parties, and their closer alignment with the Russian party. In May at a Central Committee meeting, Gramsci spoke of Bolshevization as a Leninist stabilization of the communist parties, and defined Bordigism as a provincial tendency to refuse incorporation in a world organization. Bordiga, for his part, had long characterized Gramsci's strategy as a provincial tendency to view the problem of revolution in exclusively national terms. Earlier, in March/April, at the important Fifth Enlarged Executive Meeting of the Comintern, at which the Fifth Congress strategy was redefined in a decisively right-wing sense, Stalin had put direct pressure on Skoximiro to include an attack on Trotsky in his prepared speech on Bolshevization and the struggle against Bordiga. Bordiga himself had in February submitted an article in defense of Trotsky for publication in UNITA. The question of fractionism in general, of the struggle against Bordiga in particular, and the question of Trotsky were now inextricably intertwined. During the rest of 1925, events in Russia had less direct repercussions in Italy. Bordiga's article and Skoximiro's Moscow speech on Trotsky were published by UNITA in July, but without any accompanying discussion. In any case, during this period Trotsky had withdrawn from the inter-party struggle in the Soviet Union, and it was the dissensions between Stalin and Bukharin on the one hand and Zinoviev and Kamina on the other which were now fast emerging. Gramsci always resisted the tendency current by that time in the Comintern to reduce substantive disagreements to simple factional disputes. In this period, the Comintern was generally following the lead given by Zinoviev at the Fifth Enlarged Executive Meeting already referred to, in assimilating left and right oppositions as right opportunist. Gramsci never accepted this type of crude amalgam, and continued to speak of right and left tendencies as two separate entities. When a date was announced for the forthcoming Third Congress of the party, he suggested that the pre-Congress discussion could be a valuable opportunity for general reflection not only on the internal state of the party, but on more fundamental problems of the worker-peasant alliance, etc. but the situation was not one which allowed such calm, non-factional discussion. The process of Bolshevization was inexorably eroding the strength of the left in the party. A number of factors contributed to this process: the left's conflict with the Comintern and rejection of the latter's discipline, its leaders' self-imposed isolation and refusal to accept posts of responsibility in the party, Gramsci's inter-party activity, especially among the youth, the new intake of militants who had joined the party in the period following Matati's murder, the influence inevitably exerted by the group at the center which ran the party organizationally. It was hardly a surprise when in June the left reacted to this loss of its support by openly organizing as a fraction, and forming the Comitato di Intesa, quickly condemned by both the party executive P.Lsciath and the Comintern, and dissolved after an ultimatum from the latter. The fact that the formation of this committee happened to coincide with a new wave of fascist repression damaged the left yet further. By the time the Third Congress of the party finally took place at Lyons in January 1926, the center controlled 90% of the party. A total reversal of the respective strengths of the left and the center had taken place in the 18 months since Como. It was not surprising that the Lyons Congress thus took place in an atmosphere envenomed by bitter accusations of fractionism on the one hand, of undemocratic practices in the name of Bolshevization on the other. Throughout 1925, the fascist regime intensified the dictatorial character of its rule. The P.C.L's traditional view equating fascism and social democracy was not abandoned, but it now began to be accompanied by a new awareness of fascism as a unifier of the ruling class and expression of its interests. Fascism has given back to the bourgeoisie a class consciousness and class organization, wrote Gramsci in February. At about the same time he wrote to Julia in Moscow that it was no longer possible to expect any very imminent end to fascism as a regime. But if anything, the P.C.L moved farther to the left under the impact of the new repression. Gramsci continued to speak of the need to liquidate the P.S.I. and its hold over the masses, and it was with this aim that the party campaigned around the slogan of worker and peasant committees. But now, in addition, Gramsci spoke of the need to put on the agenda the preparation for an insurrection. Recent political events mark the beginning of a phase in which insurrection has become the sole means for the masses to express their political will. In April 1925, Togliatti was arrested. However, he was amnestied in June of the same year. In August, while preparations were being made for the party to go underground again completely, the party secretariat was discovered and Terracini arrested. The main focus of PCI activity by now was the struggle for trade union autonomy. In October, the Employers' Federation signed a pact with the fascist corporations, fake trade unions, in which the latter were given sole bargaining rights, and the Commissioni interne were suppressed. The CGL was by now reduced to a shadow of what it had once been, and its reformist leaders were already preparing to dissolve it entirely, although this did not prevent them from fighting a bitter factional struggle against the communists inside the unions. The strategy of the PCI was a two-pronged one: to build up auto P.CX Nomis factory committees, and to defend CGL independence so that the trade union movement will be reborn under our control, as Gramsci put it. It was at this point that a new disagreement with Tosca arose in the Central Committee, on an issue which was to become very important the following year. For Tosca criticized the whole attempt to stimulate the formation of autonomous factory committees, outside the established trade union structure. It was substantially the same disagreement which had arisen in 1919-20, and called for an initiative towards the P.S.I, and an attempt to reach agreement with the reformist CGL leaders for common action to defend the remnants of trade union independence. In November 1925, the opposition press was finally crushed and brought under fascist control, with the partial exception of the socialist and communist organs, Avanti and Unita, which were permitted a continued semi-legal existence. Although by the end of 1925 the communist leaders did cease speaking of the possibility of compromise between fascism and the constitutional opposition, they neither made any distinction between anti-fascist struggle and the socialist revolution, nor did they revise their judgment on the PSI as the last bastion of bourgeois reaction. They were to continue throughout 1926 to resist efforts which the Comintern now began to make to persuade them to pursue a serious united front policy. During the autumn of 1925, arrests of communists continued steadily, and the party was compelled to reorganize itself almost completely during this period in which it was preparing for its third Congress, which had been postponed after Terracini's arrest, but was now scheduled to take place at Lyons in January 1926. It was something of an achievement that during 1925 the PCI maintained its membership under extremely difficult conditions. By the end of the year it had some 27,000 members, largely organized in cells. However, to a considerable extent it had lost working class members as a result of the repression, and had compensated for this by increased recruitment among the peasantry. By the end of 1925, the party leaders were coming to recognize that the situation was indeed a qualitatively new one, and Gramsci began now to formulate a new strategic conception which he was to develop in the Congress theses and in his 1926 essay on the Southern question. The basic elements of this new conception were as follows: fascism had successfully united the Italian ruling class, but economic contradictions could not be resolved, and would progressively tend to detach the middle strata, especially in the South. P.LXXX. From the fascist bloc, this perspective meant that the alliance between northern proletariat and southern peasantry must be seen in new terms. At a Central Committee meeting in November 1925, Gramsci said, "In Italy the situation is revolutionary when the proletariat in the north is strong. If the proletariat in the north is weak, the peasants fall in behind the petite bourgeoisie. Conversely, the peasants of southern Italy represent an element of strength and revolutionary stimulus for the workers in the north. The northern workers and the southern peasants are thus the two immediate revolutionary forces. The southern peasants are 80% controlled by the priests, to which we must devote all our attention. If we succeed in organizing the southern peasants, we will have won the revolution." At the moment of the decisive action, a transfer of the armed forces of the bourgeoisie from north to south to confront the insurrection of the southern peasantry allied to the northern proletariat will afford the workers greater possibilities for action. Our general task is therefore clear: organize the workers of the north and the southern peasants and forge their revolutionary alliance. And indeed, the two focuses of communist action in the last period of its semi-legal existence in Italy were the creation of base organizations in the factories and greatly intensified work among the peasantry. The Lyons Congress saw the last major challenge by the left inside the PCI. The main issues of the pre-Congress discussion were Bolshevization and relations with the International. The platform of the left turned on opposition to Bolshevization, especially to reorganization on the basis of factory cells, which it saw as creating a basis for a new corporativism, and on a condemnation of what it claimed was the tacticism of the center leadership. It laid the responsibility for the emergence of fractionism at the door of the leadership and of the Comintern. Gramsci and the center, on the other hand, violently attacked the left's fractionism, and argued that Bolshevization should be seen as the construction of a real-world communist party and that opposition to it was the result of provincial residues. The Center's Congress Theses, published in October and drafted by Gramsci with the collaboration of Togliatti, give the most complete resume of the leadership's analysis and strategy in this last period of semi-legal existence. The theses repudiated the entire socialist tradition in Italy prior to Livorno, and stressed the qualitative novelty introduced by the October Revolution and Leninism. This was in marked contrast to the Bordigan view, expressed in the Rome Theses of 1922, that the PCI was the continuer of the P.Lsci. Intransigent left tradition within the PSI, and that Lenin had resuscitated the true Marxism rather than adding anything new. The theses went on to reaffirm that no revolution was possible in Italy other than a proletarian revolution to overthrow capitalism, to characterize the ruling class bloc of northern industrialists and southern landowners, to analyze the role of the proletariat, which was compared with that of pre-revolutionary Russia, numerically small but advanced and highly concentrated, and whose strength was emphasized in view of the heterogeneous and backward nature of the Italian social structure, to describe how fascism, whose original base had been in the urban petite bourgeoisie and the rural bourgeoisie, had become the tool of the capitalist class. The period was defined as one of preparation for revolution. Stress was laid on the internal contradictions of fascism, which might lead to its imminent collapse, and also on inter-imperialist contradictions, notably between the United States and Britain, which made war not unlikely. The theses went on to formulate the concept of an alliance between the northern proletariat and the southern peasantry, and to define the anti-fascist opposition forces as so many links in a chain of reaction stretching from fascism to the PSI. The idea that any post-fascist democratic phase was possible was rejected. Any transitional phase would be brief and unstable, and lead quickly to the outbreak of civil war. Lastly, the United Front was given the most narrow possible definition, as merely a means for unmasking the reformists. The Lyons Congress itself lasted for a week, and an extremely hard-hitting discussion ranged over the entire experience of the 5 years of the party's existence. Gramsci's main report lasted 4 hours, Bordiga's reply lasted 7. The Congress was dominated by the ideological conflict between the center leadership and the left, which invested every aspect of analysis, tactics, and strategy. Yet significantly enough, when the disagreements with Tosca also came up in the discussion of trade union strategy and the factory committees, and it must be remembered that the right had not existed as a tendency since the Fifth World Congress, but had been effectively absorbed by the new leadership, the response of the center Gramsci and Skoximero in particular revealed a hostility as great as that shown towards the left. Gramsci spoke of a rightist conception, connected to the desire not to clash too seriously with the reformist trade union bureaucracy which strenuously opposes any organization of the masses. We have already sufficiently stressed the elements of continuity between the left and P.Lsci. Center leaderships not to need to emphasize that the differences between Gramsci and Tosca were just as fundamental as those between Gramsci and Bordiga. Moreover, in view of the depth of these differences, it says much for the type of leadership exercised by Gramsci that he made every effort to ensure that the tendencies within the party should all be represented in the party's leading bodies. And this time he succeeded in persuading Bordiga to join the Central Committee, together with another representative of the left. Tosca too remained on the CC, and a new executive shortly to be renamed the Political Committee consisting of Gramsci, Terracini, freed from prison shortly after the Congress, Togliatti, Skoximero, Camilla Ravera, Ravazzoli, and Grieco was appointed. Togliatti, a month after the Congress, was sent to Moscow as PCI representative to the Comintern. There had been no discussion of the Russian question at the Lyons Congress. This was the moment when the conflict between Stalin and Bukharin on the one hand and Zinoviev, Kamina and Krupskaya on the other hand had just exploded at the 14th Congress to the Bolshevik Party in December 1925. Trotsky had been silent for almost a year, and it was only in April 1926 that he was to join forces with Zinoviev and Kamina. But almost immediately after Lyons, the 6th Enlarged Executive Committee meeting took place in Moscow, and inevitably the new inter-party struggle in Russia formed its background. Zinoviev was of course still president of the Comintern, and it had become essential for Stalin and Bukharin to prevent him from using the international organization as a power base. The Central Committee of the Russian Party therefore requested the other national sections of the Comintern not to carry the discussion of the Russian question into the ranks of the International. However, they had not reckoned with Bordiga. The Italian delegation was headed by Togliatti, and included Grieco, Gennari, Berti, Bordiga and several others. When the delegation met before the Congress to discuss the draft theses presented by Zinoviev, Bordiga declared that Russia was faced with two possible perspectives: advance towards socialism, or failure to continue this advance. He stated that the International had the duty to analyze these possibilities, and that the individual national sections could and should intervene. This meant of course direct defiance of the Russian Central Committee's request, and the Italian delegates after Bordiga had left the meeting decided to ask the Russian party for information on the Russian situation. P.Lsci. The next day a new meeting of the Italian delegates was arranged with Stalin. According to Berti, Bordiga had meanwhile had a long meeting with Trotsky. At all events, a prolonged and violent confrontation took place, to the considerable embarrassment of the other Italian delegates between Stalin and Bordiga, in which the latter's questions ranged from the attitude taken up by Stalin towards the provisional government in 1917 prior to Lenin's return to the current policies being followed in the Soviet Union towards the middle peasantry. The next day, at the plenary session of the Congress, Bordiga made the sole oppositional speech. Lasting 4 hours, it was the most extended expression of his analysis of the relation between the Russian Revolution, the International and the revolution in the West. We were told, we only have one party which has achieved a victorious revolution, and that is the Russian Bolshevik Party. Therefore we must follow the path which led the Russian party to victory. That is quite true, but it is not sufficient. The Russian party fought in special conditions, that is to say in a country in which the feudal aristocracy had not yet been defeated by the capitalist bourgeoisie. It is necessary for us to know how to attack a modern democratic bourgeois state which, on the one hand, has its own means of corrupting and misleading the proletariat, and, on the other hand, can defend itself on the terrain of armed struggle more effectively than the Tsarist autocracy was able to do. This problem does not figure in the history of the Russian Communist Party. We are told that the correct solution is ensured by the leading role of the Russian party. But there are reservations to be made on that score. What is the leading factor within the Russian party itself? Is it the Leninist old guard? But after the recent events it is clear that this old guard can be divided. The correct solution lies elsewhere. It is necessary to base ourselves on the whole international, on the whole world proletarian vanguard. Our organization is like a pyramid and must be so, because everything must flow from the individual sectors towards a common summit. But this pyramid is balanced on its summit, and is too unstable. It must be turned the other way up. Given that the world revolution has not yet developed in other countries, it is necessary for Russian policy to be worked out in the closest relation to the general revolutionary policy of the proletariat. The basis for this struggle is certainly, and primarily, the Russian working class and its Communist Party, but it is essential also to base ourselves on the proletariat in the capitalist countries and on its class awareness which is the result of its living relationship with the class enemy. The problem of Russian politics will not be resolved within the closed field of the Russian movement. The direct contribution of the entire Communist Proletarian International is necessary. We quote the speech at some length both because it gives some idea of the stature of Bordiga. He was almost the principal protagonist of the Congress, hardly a speech did not take up one or other of his arguments, and also because of the parallel between its thesis on the difference between the revolution in Russia and that in the West and some of Gramsci's most important prison reflections. The episode also presaged a new phase in the Italian inter-party struggle. For whereas Bordiga declared during the discussion that the history of Lenin is the history of fractions, Togliatti was now explicit that in his view the most serious danger is the danger of the extreme left. During the summer of 1926 the joint opposition, formed in April, suffered its first major defeat in July, over the Anglo-Soviet Trade Union Committee, and Zinoviev was excluded from the Politburo. Togliatti, working closely with Humbert Draws during this period in Moscow, was subjected to constant pressure by Draws and Bukharin to work for a shift in the P.C.I.S. left line, especially in the trade union field. He was won over to their positions in April and this fact was to assume its full significance after Gramsci's arrest, when Togliatti became effective leader of the party. In the same month, Togliatti put forward the somewhat Machiavellian proposal in the Latin Secretariat of the Comintern that Trotsky should be invited to write a polemical article against Bordiga, and Tosca another against the right in the French party, as contributions to the struggle against left and right deviations. But in Italy, the party leadership did not modify its attitude towards the trade unions whose reformist leaders were in fact to accede to the fascist request to dissolve the CGL formally only a few months later throughout the year. After the enlarged executive meeting, the PCI respected the request of the Russian party not to intervene in, or comment upon, its internal struggle. When the July measures were taken against the joint opposition, UNITA merely published a brief note perhaps by Gramsci supporting the disciplinary measures taken, but limiting its comment to the issue of fractionism and not entering into the substance of the discussion. However, in September Togliatti indicated from Moscow that the ban on discussion of the Russian question should be considered as no longer valid, and Gramsci published a series of polemical articles, directed against fascist p.lxxxv newspaper accounts, which, although not intervening directly in the Russian debates, did represent a full expression of support for the majority in the Russian party. In particular, he wrote, "It is inevitable that in the mass of the peasantry there should appear differences, and that rich and middle peasants should arise, but the very fact that the former will always be a small minority means that their interests will clash with those of the mass of poor peasants and wage earners. Their political influence will not therefore become dangerous, since the alliance between the poor peasants and the workers will be reinforced by these very developments." There is no question that Gramsci accepted the view of the majority in the Russian party that the line defended by the joint opposition would endanger the alliance of workers and peasants, and indeed he said as much in the famous letters which he wrote in early October, just before his arrest, on behalf of the PCI executive to the Russian Central Committee. In the first of these two letters, Gramsci expressed the party leadership's official support for the Stalin/Bukharin majority in the Russian party, and accepted the majority's view that the joint opposition was endangering the alliance of workers and peasants and that it had been guilty of fractional activity. At the same time, however, Gramsci expressed the Italian party's fears about the course which the Russian inter-party struggle was taking, and stressed that unity and discipline cannot be mechanical and coercive, they must be loyal and the result of conviction, and not those of an enemy unit imprisoned or besieged thinking all the time of how to escape or make an unexpected counterattack. In the second letter, Gramsci replied with very considerable acerbity to the reasons put forward by Togliatti in Moscow for not transmitting the P.C.I.'s first letter to the Russian Central Committee to whom it was addressed, dismissing these reasons as vitiated by bureaucratism, etc. He wrote with very great eloquence of the importance of the Leninist line, which consists in struggling for the unity of the party, and not merely for external unity but for the rather more profound kind which involves there not being inside the party two political lines which diverge on every question. He expressed his pessimism about the chances of the Bolshevik party in fact being able to maintain the unity which he saw as being so important an element of its strength. Once again, he stressed that the P.C.I.'s original letter had been a whole indictment of the opposition. In 1926, the last margin of semi-legality remaining to the PCI P.LXC was progressively reduced, until in early November the fascist jaws finally closed on the remnants of opposition which had been allowed to exist until then. The year was a crucial one in the evolution of fascism, and it was now, under the impact of growing economic contradictions, that the basis of the corporate state and of the interventionist economic policies which were to characterize the regime in the 30s was first laid. The PCI, and notably Gramsci, were gradually coming to formulate a more coherent and sophisticated analysis of the regime and the contradictory social forces which supported it than they had previously held. But even so, the fundamental line did not alter. In October, the party executive could still issue a directive which said, "The problem of the P.S.I. for us is part of the more general problem of reorganizing the industrial proletariat which our party has set itself. The Maximalist Party is a factor of disorganization and disorientation of the masses, it represents a negative element of the situation which will have to be superseded and eliminated." Moreover, in August Tosca still felt it necessary to write to Gramsci that the present economic crisis does not find at the helm of state a politically oscillating petit bourgeois stratum, an easy prey to panic when faced with a situation of such seriousness, it finds a well-defined capitalist group, homogeneous, endowed with a political experience. The typical feature of the present period remains the direct taking over of the state apparatus by big capital, and the latter's decisive and commanding role in government policy. Tosca, characteristically, drew pessimistic conclusions of the type which caused Gramsci to consider him a liquidator, but, in the summer of 1926, his pessimism can hardly be regarded as unjustified. On October 31, 1926, an alleged attempt was made on Mussolini's life by a 15-year-old boy. It was taken as the pretext for a new wave of repression. The Council of Ministers met on November 5 and drafted a series of emergency laws, to be debated in Parliament on the 9th, which were designed to eliminate the remaining vestiges of bourgeois democracy in Italy. The party laid plans for Gramsci's escape to Switzerland, but he was unwilling to leave. Newspaper reports had led him to believe that only the Aventine deputies were in danger of losing their parliamentary immunity, and he decided, as a communist deputy, to participate in the debate on the new laws. He still almost certainly believed that the internal contradictions of the Italian ruling class were such as to make unlikely the total elimination of such residual obstacles to the regime as still remained. Moreover, it should be remembered that nobody in the party could have predicted either the 20-year sentences that the communist leaders were now to receive, nor more importantly that the fascist regime had anything approaching such an extended future ahead of it. But the principal reason for Gramsci's refusal to leave Rome when his arrest must have seemed almost certain was reported by Camillo Ravera to Togliatti. Antonio observed that such a step should only be taken when the workers could see for themselves that it was absolutely justified and necessary, that leaders ought to remain in Italy until it became quite impossible for them to do so. In an autobiographical note written in prison, Gramsci confirms this. The rule has been made that a captain must be the last to abandon his vessel in a shipwreck, that he must leave only when everybody else on board is safe. Some have even gone so far as to claim that in such cases the captain must go down with his ship. Such assertions are less irrational than it might seem. Certainly, there may be certain cases in which there is no reason why the captain should not save himself first. But if such cases were made the basis for a rule, what guarantee would there be that a captain had done everything, 1. to prevent the shipwreck from occurring, 2. once it had occurred, to reduce human and material losses which represent future human losses, to a minimum? Only the absolute rule that, in case of shipwreck, the captain is the last to leave his ship, and indeed may die with her, can provide this guarantee. Without it, collective life would become impossible, for nobody would be prepared to accept responsibility or continue activity which involved putting their lives in the hands of others. Prison. Since Gramsci's arrest effectively isolated him from events in the outside world, we shall only give the briefest sketch of developments in the PCI and the Comintern thereafter. In 1927 and 1928, the party was reduced to a tiny corps of dedicated militants working underground, perhaps 6,000 in 1927 and fewer still in successive years, until the lowest point was reached in 1934, when membership was probably, according to Comintern estimates, about 2,500. The leadership was now in exile, and in 1927 and 1928, the years of Bukharin's dominance in the Comintern, its nucleus consisted of Togliatti, Grieco, and Tosca. A left opposition emerged in these years, centered on the youth organization and its leaders Longo and Secchia, on positions which adumbrated those of the third period. In 1929 came the left turn in Russia and the P.8th International, and the crushing of Bukharin and the right. Tosca, the PCI representative in Moscow, opposed it and was expelled from the PCI in the autumn. Togliatti and Grieco were won over to the positions of Longo and the youth, causing Bordiga reportedly to exclaim, "The party is coming back to me." In place of the slogans of 1927-8 Popular Revolution against Fascism, the transitional phase which would follow the Popular Revolution, the Republican Assembly which should be the intermediate objective, the leadership now spoke of the rising tide of revolution in Italy, the imminent fall of fascism, the disappearance of the social base for reformism, the impossibility of any transition between fascism and the dictatorship of the proletariat. In accordance with these theses, they proposed in March 1930 to move the party center back to Italy. In late 1929 an opposition emerged inside the political committee. Three of its tight members Leonetti, Tresso, and Ravazzoli claimed that the change of line from the right line symbolized by Tosca to the left line as propounded by Longo was opportunistic, and that a serious self-criticism was required. However, the position of the three was not a very strong one tactically, since it involved simultaneously demanding self-criticism for the previous right line and opposing the change to the new left line. The situation came to a head in connection with the proposal to move the party center back to Italy. The three who were in fact responsible respectively for the underground party organization, for the clandestine press, and for communist trade union work, the CGL had been dissolved by its reformist leaders, and reconstituted under communist leadership as a clandestine organization, opposed this as suicidal, and counter-proposed a plan to build up the underground organization of a less voluntarist kind. The three were narrowly defeated, and soon after established contact with Trotsky, by now on Principo, for which they were expelled. The whole experience of the left turn was a disastrous one for the Italian party. The leadership was shattered. Of the 8 members of the 1928 political committee, 5 were expelled by 1931, Tosca, the 3, and Silone, who was a moral and political casualty of the period. Bordiga too, still formally a member of the Central Committee although in prison, was expelled in 1930. In addition, the militants sent back to Italy as part of the new policy were arrested almost to a man or woman, and membership inside the country as we have mentioned was reduced to minuscule proportions by 1934, at the end of the left period. P.6. After Gramsci's arrest, he was taken to the island of Ustica off the north coast of Sicily. The 6 weeks he spent in detention there were the last in which he enjoyed a relative freedom of movement and of extended contact with other militants. Among his fellow prisoners was Bordiga, and the two collaborated in organizing education courses for the political detainees. Gramsci taught history and geography and studied German. Bordiga was in charge of the scientific side. But on January 20, 1927, Gramsci was transferred to Milan. The journey lasted 19 days, with the prisoners being transported most of the time in chains from prison to prison the length of the peninsula. After over a year in Milan, where he was kept in almost permanent isolation, punctuated only by the appearance of specially planted agents provocateurs to share his cell, and with no facilities for reading or writing other than of a limited number of personal letters, he was brought back to Rome to stand trial. The trial, which began on May 28, 1928, was planned as a political showpiece. A special tribunal had been created to judge Gramsci, Terracini, Scoccimero, and 20 other defendants. The prisoners were accused of organizing an armed insurrection. Legal arguments or evidence were largely irrelevant. The regime had decided that a conviction was necessary, to be followed by exemplary punishment. For 20 years we must stop this brain from functioning, declared the public prosecutor, pointing to Gramsci. Sentence was passed on June 4, 22 years for Terracini, who had been the main spokesman for the prisoners, 20 each for Gramsci, Scoccimero, and Rovda, and similarly severe sentences for the other defendants. On July 19, after another nightmare journey, Gramsci arrived at the prison of Turi, in the heel of Italy about 20 miles from Bari, in a state of near collapse from illness and exhaustion. This was to be his home for the next 5.5 years, until his worsening health compelled a transfer to a prison clinic at Formia. It was here in Turi, from February 1929 onwards, that he set to work on his prison notebooks. Conditions in Turi were slightly better than they had been in Milan, if only because he was allowed to write and to receive books, if not as many as, or all those which, he would have wished, and because he had a limited contact with his fellow prisoners. On the other hand, his health was worse and he must already have been preoccupied with the thought, however he might try to conceal it from himself, that he might not survive to the end of his prison term. To exacerbate his other sufferings. P.xc. There were the unexplained silences of Julia, who spent much of these years in Moscow clinics with a series of nervous illnesses. However, Julia's elder sister Tatiana had settled in Italy, and was able to offer him some of the support which she knew that Julia was unable to give, and to send him regular news of Julia herself and their 2 children. When Gramsci's strength permitted, he read voraciously anything he was allowed to receive. Access to Marxist texts was restricted by prison censorship, and he was forced to supplement his reading of the originals by reference to commentaries and critiques. Many of the passages from Marx which occur in the philosophical and economic sections of the Quaderni coincide with those quoted by Benedetto Croce in his Materialismo Storico ed Economia Marxistica. When he could not read books, he read magazines and periodicals, thus keeping in touch with cultural developments while at the same time using his reading as material for a critique of bourgeois idiocy and of the confusion and backwardness of Italian intellectual life under fascism. He wrote copiously, filling his notebooks systematically in a small, crabbed, and curiously precise hand, transcribing quotations and practicing translations as well as developing his own thoughts. He also wrote letters, to immediate friends and relations, to Tatiana, to Julia, to his children, the younger of whom was born after his arrest and whom he was never to see, and to his mother and sisters in Sardinia. These letters are an extraordinary document of human tenacity, and are justifiably reckoned one of the classics of modern Italian literature. Occasionally querulous, more often resigned, they rarely lapse into self-pity but instead are buoyed up constantly by an urgent desire to communicate information, ideas, projects, or simply affection. Most striking of all is the sense they give of continuing perseverance in the face of deprivation and appalling physical suffering. Temperamentally introverted and inclined towards stoicism, Gramsci had little to rely on except force of will and the knowledge of belonging, even during this period of impotence and isolation, to a revolutionary movement. It was for this latter reason above all that, when in prison, he obstinately refused any privilege or special treatment that could possibly imply recognition of dependence on favors granted by the regime, but instead fought tooth and nail for his exact legal rights as a political prisoner. The one moment in those prison years when we know that Gramsci both had some knowledge of political developments outside the prison, other than what he could obtain from the fascist press, and some possibility of political discussion, was in the second half of 1930. In July, his brother Gennaro had visited him, and on Togliatti's instructions had informed him of the opposition of the 3 and their expulsion the month before. Gennaro reported to Togliatti that Gramsci had been in full agreement with the measures taken against the 3, but years later in the 60s he told Fiore, Gramsci's biographer, that he had lied to save his brother from any possible condemnation by the party for opportunism, and that in fact Gramsci had considered the opposition of the 3 to the left turn fully justified. This account tallies with the report sent to the party center in 1933 by a communist who had been a fellow prisoner of Gramsci's Athos Lisa. According to Athos Lisa, violent discussions had arisen between the political prisoners in Turi during their daily hour of exercise after Gramsci had criticized the left turn, the policy of frontal attack, and the elements of maximalism and underestimation of the strength of the fascist regime which it involved. The discussions had gone on for some time, with a majority of prisoners agreeing with Gramsci, and a minority, of whom Lisa was one, supporting the official line of the time. Among the themes outlined by Gramsci in the course of the discussion, according to Lisa, were the following: 1. The conception of the party as the organic intellectuals of the proletariat, indispensable if the latter is to win power; 2. The need for a military organization capable of taking on the power of the bourgeois state, but a military organization conceived of not in narrowly technical terms, but in essentially political ones; 3. The importance of the intermediate slogan of a constituent assembly, as first a means of winning allies for the proletariat in its struggle against the ruling class, and subsequently as a terrain on which to struggle against all projects of peaceful reform, demonstrating to the Italian working class how the only possible solution in Italy resides in the proletarian revolution. 4. The need to replace the old Fifth World Congress slogan of the worker and peasant government by that of a Republic of Worker and Peasant Soviets in Italy. 5. The definition of fascism as a specific form of bourgeois reaction, characterized by the increasing predominance within it of finance capital, but whose origins are to be sought in certain specific features of Italian historical development, the absence of a genuine bourgeois revolution, implying not that a bourgeois revolution remained to be completed in Italy, but that fascism itself was the distorted Italian form of bourgeois revolution, the lack of class. P. Dotsky. Unity of the bourgeoisie, the weight of the Catholic Church, and whose immediate background was the parallelism of forces following the First World War, with both the fundamental classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, two divided to defeat the other. 6. The existence of all the objective conditions for a conquest of power by the proletariat, but the imperative urgency as a precondition for such a conquest of power of realizing the proletariat's hegemony over the peasantry. It is therefore not surprising that Gramsci's letters from prison reveal a sense of isolation that was more than simply a physical one, but compounded terribly both by political preoccupations and by anxiety about Julia. Increasingly, Gramsci was forced back into himself. Much of the time, particularly towards the end of his stay in Turi, he was too ill even to read or write. Hunchbacked, sickly, having suffered at least 3 major breakdowns of his health even when he was free and able to enjoy medical attention and maintain a special diet, his years in prison were literally an 11-year death agony. His teeth fell out, his digestive system collapsed so that he could not eat solid food, his chronic insomnia became permanent so that he could go weeks without more than an hour or 2 of sleep at night, he had convulsions when he vomited blood, and suffered from headaches so violent that he beat his head against the walls of his cell. It is against this background that the achievement of the prison notebooks should be seen. When first arrested he had written to Tatiana, "I am obsessed by the idea that I ought to do something for Whig. I want, following a fixed plan, to devote myself intensively and systematically to some subject that will absorb me and give a focus to my inner life." His first concern was to resist, to find a means of reacting against the transformation of his existence that imprisonment entailed, the switch from participation in a collective enterprise to isolation and the danger of self-abandonment, from day-to-day struggle to a perspective that must needs be a long-term one, from the optimism of the will that is essential to any political activity to what must often during Gramsci's imprisonment have come very near to despair. The greatest danger for any political prisoner is that under the impact of his new situation the very reasons for his past struggle and his present plight will come to lose their validity for him. Gramsci once wrote, commenting on some lines of poetry by a certain Benny, which said, "Prison is so finely wrought a file, that, tempering one's thought, it makes of it a style." Was Benny really in prison? Perhaps not for long. Prison is so finely wrought a file. P. Dotsky. That it destroys thought utterly. It operates like the master craftsman who was given a fine trunk of seasoned olive wood with which to carve a statue of Saint Peter. He carved away, a piece here, a piece there, shaped the wood roughly, modified it, corrected it, and ended up with a handle for a cobbler's awl. Clearly, from the beginning of his imprisonment, Gramsci decided that his struggle was not ended. His most eloquent, and stark, vision of the new nature of that struggle is a note which he entitled "A Dialogue." Something has changed, fundamentally. This is evident. What is it? Before, they all wanted to be the pluff men of history, to play the active parts, each one of them to play an active part. Nobody wished to be the manure of history. But is it possible to plow without first manuring the land? So pluff men and manure are both necessary. In the abstract, they all admitted it. But in practice, manure for manure, as well draw back, return to the shadows, into obscurity. Now something has changed, since there are those who adapt themselves philosophically to being manure, who know this is what they must be and adapt themselves. It is like the problem of the proverbial dying man. But there is a great difference, because at the point of death what is involved is a decisive action, of an instant's duration. Whereas in the case of the manure, the problem is a long-term one, and poses itself afresh at every moment. You only live once, as the saying goes, your own personality is irreplaceable. You are not faced abruptly with an instant's choice on which to gamble, a choice in which you have to evaluate the alternatives in a flash and cannot postpone your decision. Here postponement is continual, and your decision has continually to be renewed. This is why you can say that something has changed. There is not even the choice between living for a day as a lion, or 100 years as a sheep. You don't live as a lion even for a minute, far from it, you live like something far lower than a sheep for years and years and know that you have to live like that. Image of Prometheus who, instead of being attacked by the eagle, is devoured by parasites. The Hebrews produced the image of Job. Only the Greeks could have imagined Prometheus, but the Hebrews were more realistic, more pitiless, and their hero more true to life. As news of Gramsci's condition filtered through to the outside world, an international campaign was mounted in anti-fascist circles to demand his release. The campaign, organized notably by Piero Sraffa, a long-standing friend of Gramsci's now living in England, was at least partially successful. At the end of 1933, Gramsci was transferred from Turi to a clinic at Formia, a small P.Civ. town midway between Rome and Naples. The transfer was an urgent medical necessity. In the last year at Turi, illnesses had taken grip of his entire organism, and he was slowly but inexorably being killed by lack of medical attention. At Formia he began gradually to recover somewhat, and was able to resume work on the notebooks. Despite his perilous condition, however, and in contravention of the fascist penal code itself, he was still held as a prisoner. His room had been specially converted as a prison cell, and he was harassed by brutal supervision. The transfer to Formia had, in any case, come too late to save him. Renewed international pressure ensured that he was at least granted provisional liberty, in accordance with his constitutional rights, although in point of fact this meant no more than that the bars were removed from his window and that he was allowed to go for walks. Eventually, in August 1935, he was moved to a proper clinic, the Quisicina in Rome. He was now suffering from arteriosclerosis, from a tubercular infection of the back known as Pott's disease and from pulmonary tuberculosis, and was subject to high blood pressure, angina, gout, and acute gastric disorders. His prison sentence, less remissions, was due to expire on April 21, 1937, after which, if his health permitted, he hoped to retire to Sardinia for convalescence. But when the time came he was too ill to move from the clinic, and on April 27 he died. Tatiana, while making the funeral arrangements, managed to smuggle the 33 notebooks out of Gramsci's room and via the diplomatic bag to Moscow. They had been the focus to my inner life, and the continuation in Gramsci's prison cell of his life as a revolutionary. Some apology is perhaps needed for the unbalanced and schematic character of this introduction, and for its inevitable lacunae. We decided from the outset that there should be no attempt to offer any general interpretation of Gramsci's prison notebooks themselves, or any attempt to discuss the significance of his thought within Marxism as a whole. Gramsci has perhaps suffered more than any Marxist writer since Lenin from partial and partisan interpretation, both by supporters and opponents. The prison notebooks themselves, read seriously and in all their complexity, are the best antidote to this. We also felt that, given limited space, we should avoid duplicating what already exists in English, notably the biographies of Fiore and Camus. Other gaps, particularly a fuller account p.xcv of the economic, political, and social conflicts in Italy in the early 20s, and of the part played in them by anti-fascist forces other than the p.c.I will be filled when a selection of Gramsci's early writings is published. We felt that it was indispensable to give priority to the central political experience of Gramsci's life as a revolutionary, to the class struggle in Turin, to the formation of the Italian Communist Party, to the rise and consolidation of fascism, to the strategic debates which took place in the PCI and in the Comintern in those years. It is this central political experience, of course, that Gramsci was least able to write openly about in prison, with the result that those passages of the notebooks where he discusses fascism, or communist strategy, are necessarily opaque and elusive. In order to have a basis from which to interpret these passages, it is essential to understand the political experience upon which the prison notebooks are a comment and of which they are the fruit. In a more general sense, too, the entire intellectual enterprise represented by the notebooks can only be evaluated in relation to Gramsci's prior political experience, and only a grasp of that experience makes it possible to distinguish between the development and the critical reappraisal of earlier views. We have tried to convey something of the caliber of the leaders of the PCI in its first years, a caliber perhaps unmatched in any other of the Third International parties at the time. We have tried to show that none of them had a monopoly of correct positions. Indeed, how could they have, when the party was formed after the defeat of the revolutionary upsurge which followed the October Revolution and the World War, and when its foundation was followed within 2 years by the fascist seizure of power, so that its experience was in fact one of long and bitterly fought defensive action, against overwhelming odds. We have tried to show that Tosca had a more realistic appreciation than either the left or the center of the full significance of fascism, and that Bordiga had a fuller and earlier awareness than either the center or the right of the implications for individual communist parties of events in Russia and in the International generally. We have also tried to show how Gramsci, in the brief period in which he led the PCI, successfully combated the maximalism, sectarianism, and economism of Bordiga and the pessimism, liquidationism and culturalism of Tosca, while seeking to develop a genuinely Leninist political practice both in terms of intra-party norms and of responsiveness to the spontaneous activity of the masses. Both Bordiga and Tosca failed to understand the dialectical relation between vanguard party and p.xcvi. Mass spontaneity. Bordiga saw the party as an elite which must above all guard itself against any contamination of its pure principles. Tosca, on the other hand, never understood the qualitative difference between the Leninist party and the parties of the Second International. Moreover, both were united in their suspicion of the factory councils in 1919-20. Gramsci's strategy, in contrast, turned entirely on the creation of autonomous class organizations of the proletariat and peasantry in continuity with the conceptions of Orden Nuovo, but now in dialectical relation with a vanguard party which alone could organize the taking of power and fight for revolution within the class organisms. This is the background against which the prison notebooks must be read. Problems of History and Culture. 1. The Intellectuals. Introduction. The central argument of Gramsci's essay on the formation of the intellectuals is simple. The notion of the intellectuals as a distinct social category independent of class is a myth. All men are potentially intellectuals in the sense of having an intellect and using it, but not all are intellectuals by social function. Intellectuals in the functional sense fall into two groups. In the first place there are the traditional professional intellectuals, literary, scientific and so on, whose position in the interstices of society has a certain interclass aura about it but derives ultimately from past and present class relations and conceals an attachment to various historical class formations. Secondly, there are the organic intellectuals, the thinking and organizing element of a particular fundamental social class. These organic intellectuals are distinguished less by their profession, which may be any job characteristic of their class, than by their function in directing the ideas and aspirations of the class to which they organically belong. The implications of this highly original schema bear on all aspects of Gramsci's thought. Philosophically they connect with the proposition, p. 323, that all men are philosophers, and with Gramsci's whole discussion of the dissemination of philosophical ideas and of ideology within a given culture. They relate to Gramsci's ideas on education, pages 26-43, their stress on the democratic character of the intellectual function, but also on the class character of the formation of intellectuals through school. They also underlie his study of history and particularly of the Risorgimento, in that the intellectuals, in the wide sense of the word, are seen by Gramsci as performing an essential mediating function in the struggle of class forces. Most important of all, perhaps, are the implications for the political struggle. Social democracy, following Gramsci, has tended to see the relationship between workers and intellectuals in the socialist movement in formal and mechanistic terms, with the intellectuals refugees from the bourgeois class providing theory and ideology, and often leadership, for a mass base of non-intellectuals, i.e. workers. This division of labor within the movement was vigorously contested by Lenin, who declares, in What is to be Done, that in the Revolutionary Party all distinctions as p.4 between workers and intellectuals must be obliterated. Lenin's attitude to the problem of the intellectuals is closely connected with his theory of the vanguard party, and when he writes about the need for socialist consciousness to be brought to the working class from outside, the agency he foresees for carrying this out is not the traditional intelligentsia but the revolutionary party itself, in which former workers and former professional intellectuals of bourgeois origin have been fused into a single cohesive unit. Gramsci develops this Leninist schema in a new way, relating it to the problems of the working class as a whole. The working class, like the bourgeoisie before it, is capable of developing from within its ranks its own organic intellectuals, and the function of the political party, whether mass or vanguard, is that of channeling the activity of these organic intellectuals and providing a link between the class and certain sections of the traditional intelligentsia. The organic intellectuals of the working class are defined on the one hand by their role in production and in the organization of work and on the other by their directive political role, focused on the party. It is through this assumption of conscious responsibility, aided by absorption of ideas and personnel from the more advanced bourgeois intellectual strata, that the proletariat can escape from defensive corporatism and economism and advance towards hegemony. The formation of the intellectuals. p.5. Are intellectuals an autonomous and independent social group, or does every social group have its own particular specialized category of intellectuals? The problem is a complex one, because of the variety of forms assumed to date by the real historical process of formation of the different categories of intellectuals. The most important of these forms are two. 1. Every social group, coming into existence on the original terrain of an essential function in the world of economic production, creates together with itself, organically, one or more strata one of intellectuals which give it homogeneity and an awareness of its own function not only in the economic but also in the social and political fields. The capitalist entrepreneur creates alongside himself the industrial technician, the specialist in political economy, the organizers of a new culture, of a new legal system, etc. It should be noted that the entrepreneur himself represents a higher level of social elaboration, already characterized by a certain directive dirigentu and technical, i.e. intellectual, capacity. He must have a certain technical capacity, not only in the limited sphere of his activity and initiative but in other spheres as well, at least in those which are closest to economic production. He must be an organizer of masses of men, he must be an organizer of the confidence of investors in his business, of the customers for his product, etc. If not all entrepreneurs, at least an elite amongst them must have the capacity to be an organizer of society in general, including all its complex organism of services, right up to the state organism, because of the need to create the conditions most favorable to the p.6 expansion of their own class, or at the least they must possess the capacity to choose the deputies, specialized employees, to whom to entrust this activity of organizing the general system of relationships external to the business itself. It can be observed that the organic intellectuals which every new class creates alongside itself and elaborates in the course of its development, are for the most part specializations of partial aspects of the primitive activity of the new social type which the new class has brought into prominence. Moscas Elementi di Scienza Politico, New Expanded Edition, 1923, are worth looking at in this connection. Moscas so-called political class 3 is nothing other than the intellectual category of the dominant social group. Moscas' concept of political class can be connected with Pareto's concept of the elite, which is another attempt to interpret the historical phenomenon of the intellectuals and their function in the life of the state and of society. Mosca's book is an enormous hodgepodge, of a sociological and positivistic character, plus the tendentiousness of immediate politics which makes it less indigestible and livelier from a literary point of view. Even feudal lords were possessors of a particular technical capacity, military capacity, and it is precisely from the moment at which the aristocracy loses its monopoly of technico-military capacity that the crisis of feudalism begins. But the formation of intellectuals in the feudal world and in the preceding classical world is a question to be examined separately. This formation and elaboration follows ways and means which must be studied concretely. Thus it is to be noted that the mass of the peasantry, although it performs an essential function in the world of production, does not elaborate its own organic intellectuals, nor does it assimilate any stratum of traditional intellectuals, although it is from the peasantry that other social groups draw many of their intellectuals and a high proportion of traditional intellectuals are of peasant origin. 4. 2. However, every essential social group which emerges into history out of the preceding economic structure, and as an expressio n. p.7 of a development of this structure, has found, at least in all of history up to the present, categories of intellectuals already in existence and which seemed indeed to represent an historical continuity uninterrupted even by the most complicated and radical changes in political and social forms. The most typical of these categories of intellectuals is that of the ecclesiastics, who for a long time, for a whole phase of history, which is partly characterized by this very monopoly, held a monopoly of a number of important services, religious ideology, that is the philosophy and science of the age, together with schools, education, morality, justice, charity, good works, etc. The category of ecclesiastics can be considered the category of intellectuals organically bound to the landed aristocracy. It had equal status juridically with the aristocracy, with which it shared the exercise of feudal ownership of land, and the use of state privileges connected with property *, but the monopoly held by the ecclesiastics in the superstructural field was not exercised without a struggle or without limitations, and hence there took place the birth, in various forms, to be gone into and studied concretely, of other categories, favored and enabled to expand by the growing strength of the central power of the monarch, right up to absolutism. Thus we find the formation of the noblesse de robe, with its own privileges, a stratum of administrators, etc., scholars and scientists, theorists, non-ecclesiastical philosophers, etc. For one category of these intellectuals, possibly the most important after the ecclesiastical for its prestige and the social function it performed in primitive societies, the category of medical men in the wide sense, that is all those who struggle or seem to struggle against death and disease, compare the Storia della Medicina of Arturo Castiglione. Note that there has been a connection between religion and medicine, and in certain areas there still is, hospitals in the hands of religious orders for certain organizational functions, apart from the fact that wherever the doctor appears, so does the priest, exorcism, various forms of assistance, etc. Many great religious figures were and are conceived of as great healers, the idea of miracles, up to the resurrection of the dead. Even in the case of kings the belief long survived that they could heal with the laying on of hands, etc. From this has come the general sense of intellectual or specialist of the word chierico, clerk, cleric, in many languages of Romance origin or heavily influenced, through Church Latin, by the Romance languages, together with its correlative laico, lay, layman, in the sense of profane, non-specialist. Since these various categories of traditional intellectuals experience through an esprit de corps their uninterrupted historical continuity and their special qualification, they thus put themselves forward as autonomous and independent of the dominant social group. This self-assessment is not without consequences in the ideological and political field, consequences of wide-ranging import. The whole of p.8 idealist philosophy can easily be connected with this position assumed by the social complex of intellectuals and can be defined as the expression of that social utopia by which the intellectuals think of themselves as independent, autonomous, endowed with a character of their own, etc. One should note however that if the Pope and the leading hierarchy of the Church consider themselves more linked to Christ and to the Apostles than they are to Senators Agnelli and Beni, 5. The same does not hold for Gentile and Croce. For example, Croce in particular feels himself closely linked to Aristotle and Plato, but he does not conceal, on the other hand, his links with Senators Agnelli and Beni, and it is precisely here that one can discern the most significant character of Croce's philosophy. What are the maximum limits of acceptance of the term intellectual? Can one find a unitary criterion to characterize equally all the diverse and disparate activities of intellectuals and to distinguish these at the same time and in an essential way from the activities of other social groupings? The most widespread error of method seems to me that of having looked for this criterion of distinction in the intrinsic nature of intellectual activities, rather than in the ensemble of the system of relations in which these activities, and therefore the intellectual groups who personify them, have their place within the general complex of social relations. Indeed, the worker or proletarian, for example, is not specifically characterized by his manual or instrumental work, but by performing this work in specific conditions and in specific social relations, apart from the consideration that purely physical labor does not exist and that even Taylor's phrase of trained guerrilla 6 is a metaphor to indicate a limit in a certain direction. In any physical work, even the most degraded and mechanical, there exists a minimum of technical qualification. That is, a minimum of creative intellectual activity. And we have already observed that the entrepreneur, by virtue of his very function, must have to some degree a certain number of qualifications of an intellectual nature, although his part in society is determined not by these, but by the general social relations which specifically characterize the position of the entrepreneur within industry. p.9. All men are intellectuals, one could therefore say, but not all men have in society the function of intellectuals. Thus, because it can happen that everyone at some time fries a couple of eggs or sews up a tear in a jacket, we do not necessarily say that everyone is a cook or a tailor. When one distinguishes between intellectuals and non-intellectuals, one is referring in reality only to the immediate social function of the professional category of the intellectuals, that is, one has in mind the direction in which their specific professional activity is weighted, whether towards intellectual elaboration or towards muscular nervous effort. This means that, although one can speak of intellectuals, one cannot speak of non-intellectuals, because non-intellectuals do not exist. But even the relationship between efforts of intellectual cerebral elaboration and muscular nervous effort is not always the same, so that there are varying degrees of specific intellectual activity. There is no human activity from which every form of intellectual participation can be excluded. Homo faber cannot be separated from Homo sapiens. 7. Each man, finally, outside his professional activity, carries on some form of intellectual activity, that is, he is a philosopher, an artist, a man of taste, he participates in a particular conception of the world, has a conscious line of moral conduct, and therefore contributes to sustain a conception of the world or to modify it, that is, to bring into being new modes of thought. The problem of creating a new stratum of intellectuals consists therefore in the critical elaboration of the intellectual activity that exists in everyone at a certain degree of development, modifying its relationship with the muscular nervous effort towards a new equilibrium, and ensuring that the muscular nervous effort itself, insofar as it is an element of a general practical activity, which is perpetually innovating the physical and social world, becomes the foundation of a new and integral conception of the world. The traditional and vulgarist type of the intellectual is given by the man of letters, the philosopher, the artist. Therefore journalists, who claim to be men of letters, philosophers, artists, also regard themselves as the true intellectuals. In the modern world, technical education, closely bound to industrial labor even at the most primitive and unqualified level, must form the basis of the new type of intellectual. On this basis the weekly Ordine Nuovo 8 worked to develop certain p.10 forms of new intellectualism and to determine its new concepts, and this was not the least of the reasons for its success. since such a conception corresponded to latent aspirations and conformed to the development of the real forms of life. The mode of being of the new intellectual can no longer consist in eloquence, which is an exterior and momentary mover of feelings and passions, but in active participation in practical life, as constructor, organizer, permanent persuader, and not just a simple orator, but superior at the same time to the abstract mathematical spirit. From technique as work one proceeds to technique as science and to the humanistic conception of history, without which one remains specialized and does not become directive. 9. Specialized and political. Thus there are historically formed specialized categories for the exercise of the intellectual function. They are formed in connection with all social groups, but especially in connection with the more important, and they undergo more extensive and complex elaboration in connection with the dominant social group. One of the most important characteristics of any group that is developing towards dominance is its struggle to assimilate and to conquer ideologically the traditional intellectuals, but this assimilation and conquest is made quicker and more efficacious the more the group in question succeeds in simultaneously elaborating its own organic intellectuals. The enormous development of activity and organization of education in the broad sense in the societies that emerged from the medieval world is an index of the importance assumed in the modern world by intellectual functions and categories. Parallel with the attempt to deepen and to broaden the intellectuality of each individual, there has also been an attempt to multiply and narrow the various specializations. This can be seen from educational institutions at all levels, up to and including the organisms that exist to promote so-called high culture in all fields of science and technology. School is the instrument through which intellectuals of various levels are elaborated. The complexity of the intellectual function in different states can be measured objectively by the number and p.11. Gradation of specialized schools. The more extensive the area covered by education and the more numerous the vertical levels of schooling, the more complex is the cultural world, the civilization, of a particular state. A point of comparison can be found in the sphere of industrial technology. The industrialization of a country can be measured by how well equipped it is in the production of machines with which to produce machines, and in the manufacture of ever more accurate instruments for making both machines and further instruments for making machines, etc. The country which is best equipped in the construction of instruments for experimental scientific laboratories and in the construction of instruments with which to test the first instruments, can be regarded as the most complex in the technical industrial field, with the highest level of civilization, etc. The same applies to the preparation of intellectuals and to the schools dedicated to this preparation. Schools and institutes of high culture can be assimilated to each other. In this field also, quantity cannot be separated from quality. To the most refined technical cultural specialization there cannot but correspond the maximum possible diffusion of primary education and the maximum care taken to expand the middle grades numerically as much as possible. Naturally, this need to provide the widest base possible for the selection and elaboration of the top intellectual qualifications, i.e. to give a democratic structure to high culture and top-level technology, is not without its disadvantages. It creates the possibility of vast crises of unemployment for the middle intellectual strata, and in all modern societies this actually takes place. It is worth noting that the elaboration of intellectual strata in concrete reality does not take place on the terrain of abstract democracy but in accordance with very concrete traditional historical processes. Strata have grown up which traditionally produce intellectuals, and these strata coincide with those which have specialized in saving, i.e. the petty and middle landed bourgeoisie and certain strata of the petty and middle urban bourgeoisie. The varying distribution of different types of school, classical and professional, tend over the economic territory, and the varying aspirations of different categories within these strata determine, or give form to, the production of various branches of p.12. Intellectual specialization. Thus in Italy the rural bourgeoisie produces in particular state functionaries and professional people, whereas the urban bourgeoisie produces technicians for industry. Consequently it is largely northern Italy which produces technicians and the south which produces functionaries and professional men. The relationship between the intellectuals and the world of production is not as direct as it is with the fundamental social groups, but is, in varying degrees, mediated by the whole fabric of society and by the complex of superstructures, of which the intellectuals are, precisely, the functionaries. It should be possible both to measure the organic quality organicita of the various intellectual strata and their degree of connection with a fundamental social group, and to establish a gradation of their functions and of the superstructures from the bottom to the top, from the structural base upwards. What we can do, for the moment, is to fix two major superstructural levels, the one that can be called civil society, that is the ensemble of organisms commonly called private, and that of political society or the state. These two levels correspond on the one hand to the function of hegemony which the dominant group exercises throughout society, and on the other hand to that of direct domination or command exercised through the state and juridical government. The functions in question are precisely organizational and connective. The intellectuals are the dominant group's deputies exercising the subaltern functions of social hegemony and political government. These comprise: 1. The spontaneous consent given by the great masses of the population to the general direction imposed on social life by the dominant fundamental group. This consent is historically caused by the prestige, and consequent confidence, which the dominant group enjoys because of its position and function in the world of production. 2. The apparatus of state coercive power which legally enforces discipline on those groups who do not consent either actively or passively. This apparatus is, however, constituted for the whole of society in anticipation of moments of crisis of command and direction when spontaneous consent has failed. This way of posing the problem has as a result a considerable extension of the concept of intellectual, but it is the only way which enables one to reach a concrete approximation of reality. It also clashes with preconceptions of caste. The function of organizing. p.13. Social hegemony and state domination certainly gives rise to a particular division of labor and therefore to a whole hierarchy of qualifications in some of which there is no apparent attribution of directive or organizational functions. For example, in the apparatus of social and state direction there exist a whole series of jobs of a manual and instrumental character, non-executive work, agents rather than officials or functionaries. 11. It is obvious that such a distinction has to be made just as it is obvious that other distinctions have to be made as well. Indeed, intellectual activity must also be distinguished in terms of its intrinsic characteristics, according to levels which in moments of extreme opposition represent a real qualitative difference. At the highest level would be the creators of the various sciences, philosophy, art, etc., at the lowest the most humble administrators and divulgators of pre-existing, traditional, accumulated intellectual wealth. Here again military organization offers a model of complex gradations between subaltern officers, senior officers, and general staff, not to mention the NCOs, whose importance is greater than is generally admitted. It is worth observing that all these parts feel a solidarity, and indeed that it is the lower strata that display the most blatant esprit de corps, from which they derive a certain conceit 12 which is apt to lay them open to jokes and witticisms. In the modern world the category of intellectuals, understood in this sense, has undergone an unprecedented expansion. The democratic bureaucratic system has given rise to a great mass of functions which are not all justified by the social necessities of production, though they are justified by the political necessities of the dominant fundamental group. Hence Lauria's 13 conception of the unproductive worker, but unproductive in relation to whom and to what mode of production, a conception which could in part be justified if one takes account of the fact that these masses exploit their position to take for themselves a large cut out of the national income. Mass formation has standardized individuals both psychologically and in terms of individual qualification, and has produced the same phenomena as with other standardized masses, competition which makes necessary organizations for the defense of p.14. Professions, unemployment, overproduction in the schools, emigration, etc. The different position of urban and rural type intellectuals. Intellectuals of the urban type have grown up along with industry and are linked to its fortunes. Their function can be compared to that of subaltern officers in the army. They have no autonomous initiative in elaborating plans for construction. Their job is to articulate the relationship between the entrepreneur and the instrumental mass and to carry out the immediate execution of the production plan decided by the industrial general staff, controlling the elementary stages of work. On the whole, the average urban intellectuals are very standardist, while the top urban intellectuals are more and more identified with the industrial general staff itself. Intellectuals of the rural type are for the most part traditional, that is, they are linked to the social mass of country people and the town, particularly small town, petite bourgeoisie, not as yet elaborated and set in motion by the capitalist system. This type of intellectual brings into contact the peasant masses with the local and state administration, lawyers, notaries, etc. Because of this activity they have an important politico-social function, since professional mediation is difficult to separate from political. Furthermore, in the countryside the intellectual, priest, lawyer, notary, teacher, doctor, etc., has on the whole a higher or at least a different living standard from that of the average peasant and consequently represents a social model for the peasant to look to in his aspiration to escape from or improve his condition. The peasant always thinks that at least one of his sons could become an intellectual, especially a priest, thus becoming a gentleman and raising the social level of the family by facilitating its economic life through the connections which he is bound to acquire with the rest of the gentry. The peasant's attitude towards the intellectual is double and appears contradictory. He respects the social position of the intellectuals and in general that of state employees, but sometimes affects contempt for it, which means that his admiration is mingled with instinctive elements of envy and impassioned anger. One can understand nothing of the collective life of the peasantry and of the germs and ferments of development which exist within it, if one does not take into consideration and examine concretely and in p.15 depth this effective subordination to the intellectuals. Every organic development of the peasant masses, up to a certain point, is linked to and depends on movements among the intellectuals. With the urban intellectuals it is another matter. Factory technicians do not exercise any political function over the instrumental masses, or at least this is a phase that has been superseded. Sometimes, rather, the contrary takes place, and the instrumental masses, at least in the person of their own organic intellectuals, exercise a political influence on the technicians. The central point of the question remains the distinction between intellectuals as an organic category of every fundamental social group and intellectuals as a traditional category. From this distinction there flow a whole series of problems and possible questions for historical research. The most interesting problem is that which, when studied from this point of view, relates to the modern political party, its real origins, its developments, and the forms which it takes. What is the character of the political party in relation to the problem of the intellectuals? Some distinctions must be made. 1. The political party for some social groups is nothing other than their specific way of elaborating their own category of organic intellectuals directly in the political and philosophical field and not just in the field of productive technique. These intellectuals are formed in this way and cannot indeed be formed in any other way, given the general character and the conditions of formation, life, and development of the social group ***. Within productive technique those strata are formed which can be said to correspond to NCOs in the army, that is to say, for the town, skilled and specialized workers and, for the country, in a more complex fashion, sharecropping and tenant farmers since in general terms these types of farmer correspond more or less to the type of the artisan, who is the skilled worker of a medieval economy. 2. The political party, for all groups, is precisely the mechanism which carries out in civil society the same function as the state carries out, more synthetically and over a larger scale, in political society. In other words, it is responsible for welding together the organic intellectuals of a given group, the dominant one and the traditional intellectuals. 14. The party carries out this function in strict dependence on its basic function, which is that of elaborating its own component parts, those elements of a social group which p.16 has been born and developed as an economic group, and of turning them into qualified political intellectuals, leaders, dirigenti and organizers of all the activities and functions inherent in the organic development of an integral society, both civil and political. Indeed, it can be said that within its field the political party accomplishes its function more completely and organically than the state does within its admittedly far larger field. An intellectual who joins the political party of a particular social group is merged with the organic intellectuals of the group itself, and is linked tightly with the group. This takes place through participation in the life of the state only to a limited degree and often not at all. Indeed, it happens that many intellectuals think that they are the state, a belief which, given the magnitude of the category, occasionally has important consequences and leads to unpleasant complications for the fundamental economic group which really is the state. That all members of a political party should be regarded as intellectuals is an affirmation that can easily lend itself to mockery and caricature. But if one thinks about it, nothing could be more exact. There are of course distinctions of level to be made. A party might have a greater or lesser proportion of members in the higher grades or in the lower, but this is not the point. What matters is the function, which is directive and organizational, i.e. educative, i.e. intellectual. A tradesman does not join a political party in order to do business, nor an industrialist in order to produce more at lower cost, nor a peasant to learn new methods of cultivation, even if some aspects of these demands of the tradesman, the industrialist, or the peasant can find satisfaction in the party asterisk. Common opinion tends to oppose this, maintaining that the tradesman, industrialist, or peasant who engages in politicking loses rather than gains, and is the worst type of all, which is debatable. For these purposes, within limits, there exists the professional association, in which the economic corporate activity of the tradesman, industrialist, or peasant is most suitably promoted. In the political party, the elements of an economic social group get beyond that moment of their historical development and become agents of more general activities of a national and international character. This function of a political party should emerge even more clearly from a concrete historical analysis of how both organic and traditional categories of intellectuals have developed in the context of different national histories and in that of the development of the various major social groups within each nation, particularly those groups whose economic activity has been largely instrumental. p.17. The formation of traditional intellectuals is the most interesting problem historically. It is undoubtedly connected with slavery in the classical world and with the position of freedmen of Greek or Oriental origin in the social organization of the Roman Empire. Note: the change in the condition of the social position of the intellectuals in Rome between republican and imperial times, a change from an aristocratic corporate to a democratic bureaucratic regime, is due to Caesar, who granted citizenship to doctors and to masters of liberal arts so that they would be more willing to live in Rome and so that others should be persuaded to come there. Omnesque medic inum Romi professos et liberalium artium doctors, quo libentitis et ispi urbum incolarent et coeteri appeterent civitat donavit. Suetonius, Life of Caesar, XLII. Caesar therefore proposed, 1. To establish in Rome those intellectuals who were already there, thus creating a permanent category of intellectuals, since without their permanent residence there no cultural organization could be created, and 2. To attract to Rome the best intellectuals from all over the Roman Empire, thus promoting centralization on a massive scale. In this way there came into being the category of imperial intellectuals in Rome, which was to be continued by the Catholic clergy and to leave so many traces in the history of Italian intellectuals, such as their characteristic cosmopolitanism, up to the 18th century. This not only social but national and racial separation between large masses of intellectuals and the dominant class of the Roman Empire is repeated after the fall of the empire in the division between Germanic warriors and intellectuals of Romanist origin, successors of the category of freedmen. Interweaved with this phenomenon are the birth and development of Catholicism and of the ecclesiastical organization, which for many centuries absorbs the major part of intellectual activities and exercises a monopoly of cultural direction with penal sanctions against anyone who attempted to oppose or even evade the monopoly. In Italy we can observe the phenomenon, whose intensity varies from period to period, of the cosmopolitan function of the intellectuals of the peninsula. I shall now turn to the differences which are instantly apparent in the development of the intellectuals in a number of the more important countries, with the proviso that these observations require to be controlled and examined in more depth. As far as Italy is concerned, the central fact is precisely the international or cosmopolitan function of its intellectuals, which is p.18. Both cause and effect of the state of disintegration in which the peninsula remained from the fall of the Roman Empire up to 1870. France offers the example of an accomplished form of harmonious development of the energies of the nation and of the intellectual categories in particular. When in 1789 a new social grouping makes its political appearance on the historical stage, it is already completely equipped for all its social functions and can therefore struggle for total dominion of the nation. It does not have to make any essential compromises with the old classes, but instead can subordinate them to its own ends. The first intellectual cells of the new type are born along with their first economic counterparts. Even ecclesiastical organization is influenced, Gallicanism, precocious struggles between church and state. This massive intellectual construction explains the function of culture in France in the 18th and 19th centuries. It was a function of international and cosmopolitan outward radiation and of imperialistic and hegemonic expansion in an organic fashion, very different therefore from the Italian experience, which was founded on scattered personal migration and did not react on the national base to potentiate it, but on the contrary contributed to rendering the constitution of a solid national base impossible. In England the development is very different from France. The new social grouping that grew up on the basis of modern industrialism shows a remarkable economic corporate development, but advances only gropingly in the intellectual political field. There is a very extensive category of organic intellectuals, those, that is, who come into existence on the same industrial terrain as the economic group, but in the higher sphere we find that the old landowning class preserves its position of virtual monopoly. It loses its economic supremacy but maintains for a long time a politico-intellectual supremacy and is assimilated as traditional intellectuals and as directive dirigent group by the new group in power. The old landowning aristocracy is joined to the industrialists by a kind of suture which is precisely that which in other countries unites the traditional intellectuals with the new dominant classes. The English phenomenon appears also in Germany, but complicated by other historical and traditional elements. Germany, like Italy, was the seat of an universalistic and supranational institution and ideology, the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation, and provided a certain number of personnel for the medieval cosmopolis, impoverishing its own internal energies and arousing p.19 struggles which distracted from problems of national organization and perpetuated the territorial disintegration of the Middle Ages. Industrial development took place within a semi-feudal integument that persisted up to November 1918, and the Junkers preserved a politico-intellectual supremacy considerably greater even than that of the corresponding group in England. They were the traditional intellectuals of the German industrialists, but retained special privileges and a strong consciousness of being an independent social group, based on the fact that they held considerable economic power over the land, which was more productive than in England. The Prussian Junkers resemble a priestly military caste, with a virtual monopoly of directive organizational functions in political society, but possessing at the same time an economic base of its own and so not exclusively dependent on the liberality of the dominant economic group. Furthermore, unlike the English landowning aristocracy, the Junkers constituted the officer class of a large standing army, which gave them solid organizational cadres favoring the preservation of an esprit de corps and of their political monopoly in Max Weber's book, Parliament and Government in the New Order in Germany 16 can be found a number of elements to show how the political monopoly of the nobility impeded the elaboration of an extensive and experienced bourgeois political personnel, and how it is at the root of the continual parliamentary crises and of the fragmentation of the liberal and democratic parties. Hence the importance of the Catholic Centre and of social democracy, which succeeded during the period of the Empire 17 in building up to a considerable extent their own parliamentary and directive strata, etc. In Russia, various features, the political and economico-commercial organization was created by the Norman, Varangians, and religious organization by the Byzantine Greeks. In a later period, the Germans and the French brought to Russia the European experience and gave a first consistent skeleton to the protoplasm of Russian history. National forces were inert, passive, and receptive, but perhaps precisely for this reason they assimilated completely the foreign influences and the foreigners themselves, Russifying them. In the more recent historical period we find the opposite phenomenon. An elite consisting of some of the most active, energetic, enterprising, and disciplined members of the society emigrates abroad and assimilates the culture and historical experiences of the most advanced. p.20. Countries of the West, without however losing the most essential characteristics of its own nationality, that is to say without breaking its sentimental and historical links with its own people. Having thus performed its intellectual apprenticeship, it returns to its own country and compels the people to an enforced awakening, skipping historical stages in the process. The difference between this elite and that imported from Germany, by Peter the Great, for example, lies in its essentially national popular character. It could not be assimilated by the inert passivity of the Russian people, because it was itself an energetic reaction of Russia to her own historical inertia. On another terrain, and in very different conditions of time and place, the Russian phenomenon can be compared to the birth of the American nation, in the United States. The Anglo-Saxon immigrants are themselves an intellectual, but more especially a moral, elite. I am talking, naturally, of the first immigrants, the pioneers, protagonists of the political and religious struggles in England, defeated but not humiliated or laid low in their country of origin. They import into America, together with themselves, apart from moral energy and energy of the will, a certain level of civilization, a certain stage of European historical evolution, which, when transplanted by such men into the virgin soil of America, continues to develop the forces implicit in its nature but with an incomparably more rapid rhythm than in old Europe, where there exists a whole series of checks, moral, intellectual, political, economic, incorporated in specific sections of the population, relics of past regimes which refuse to die out, which generate opposition to speedy progress and give to every initiative the equilibrium of mediocrity, diluting it in time and in space. One can note, in the case of the United States, the absence to a considerable degree of traditional intellectuals, and consequently a different equilibrium among the intellectuals in general. There has been a massive development, on top of an industrial base, of the whole range of modern superstructures. The necessity of an equilibrium is determined, not by the need to fuse together the organic intellectuals with the traditional, but by the need to fuse together in a single national crucible with a unitary culture the different forms of culture imported by immigrants of differing national origins. The lack of a vast sedimentation of traditional intellectuals such as one finds in countries of ancient civilization explains, at least in part, both the existence of only two major political parties, which could in fact easily be reduced to one only. Contrast this. p.21. With the case of France, and not only in the post-war period when the multiplication of parties became a general phenomenon, and at the opposite extreme the enormous proliferation of religious sections ****. More than 200 of these have, I think, been counted. Again, one should compare the case of France and the fierce struggles that went on to maintain the religious and moral unity of the French people. One further phenomenon in the United States is worth studying, and that is the formation of a surprising number of Negro intellectuals who absorb American culture and technology. It is worth bearing in mind the indirect influence that these Negro intellectuals could exercise on the backward masses in Africa, and indeed direct influence if one or other of these hypotheses were ever to be verified, one that American expansionism should use American Negroes as its agents in the conquest of the African market and the extension of American civilization. Something of the kind has already happened, but I don't know to what extent. 2. That the struggle for the unification of the American people should intensify in such a way as to provoke a Negro exodus and the return to Africa of the most independent and energetic intellectual elements, the ones, in other words, who would be least inclined to submit to some possible future legislation that was even more humiliating than are the present widespread social customs. This development would give rise to two fundamental questions: one linguistic, whether English could become the educated language of Africa, bringing unity in the place of the existing swarm of dialects; two, whether this intellectual stratum could have sufficient assimilating and organizing capacity to give a national character to the present primitive sentiment of being a despised race, thus giving the African continent a mythic function as the common fatherland of all the Negro peoples. It seems to me that, for the moment, American Negroes have a national and racial spirit which is negative rather than positive, one which is a product of the struggle carried on by the whites in order to isolate and depress them. But was not this the case with the Jews up to and throughout the 18th century? Liberia, already Americanized and with English as its official language, could become the Zion of American Negroes, with a tendency to set itself up as an African Piedmont. 18. In considering the question of the intellectuals in Central and South America, one should, I think, bear in mind certain funda. p.22. Mental conditions. No vast category of traditional intellectuals exists in Central or South America either, but the question does not present itself in the same terms as with the United States. What in fact we find at the root of development of these countries are the patterns of Spanish and Portuguese civilization of the 16th and 17th century, characterized by the effects of the Counter-Reformation and by military parasitism. The change-resistant crystallizations which survive to this day in these countries are the clergy and a military caste, two categories of traditional intellectuals fossilised in a form inherited from the European mother country. The industrial base is very restricted, and has not developed complicated superstructures. The majority of intellectuals are of the rural type, and, since the latifundium is dominant, with a lot of property in the hands of the church, these intellectuals are linked with the clergy and the big landowners. National composition is very unbalanced even among the white population and is further complicated by the great masses of Indians who in some countries form the majority of the inhabitants. It can be said that in these regions of the American continent there still exists a situation of the Kulturkampf and of the Dreyfus trial. 19. That is to say, a situation in which the secular and bourgeois element has not yet reached the stage of being able to subordinate clerical and militaristic influence and interests to the secular politics of the modern state. It thus comes about that Freemasonry and forms of cultural organization like the Positivist Church are very influential in the opposition to Jesuitism. Most recent events, November 1930, from the Kulturkampf of Calles in Mexico 20 to the military popular insurrections in Argentina, Brazil, Peru, Chile, and Bolivia, demonstrate the accuracy of these observations. Further types of formation of the categories of intellectuals and of their relationship with national forces can be found in India, China, and Japan. In Japan we have a formation of the English p.23 and German type, that is an industrial civilization that develops within a feudal bureaucratic environment with unmistakable features of its own. In China there is the phenomenon of the script, an expression of the complete separation between the intellectuals and the people. In both India and China the enormous gap separating intellectuals and people is manifested also in the religious field. The problem of different beliefs and of different ways of conceiving and practicing the same religion among the various strata of society, but particularly as between clergy, intellectuals, and people, needs to be studied in general, since it occurs everywhere to a certain degree, but it is in the countries of East Asia that it reaches its most extreme form. In Protestant countries the difference is relatively slight. The proliferation of sects is connected with the need for a perfect suture between intellectuals and people, with the result that all the crudity of the effective conceptions of the popular masses is reproduced in the higher organizational sphere. It is more noteworthy in Catholic countries, but its extent varies. It is less in the Catholic parts of Germany and in France, rather greater in Italy, particularly in the south and in the islands, and very great indeed in the Iberian Peninsula and in the countries of Latin America. The phenomenon increases in scale in the Orthodox countries where it becomes necessary to speak of 3 degrees of the same religion, that of the higher clergy and the monks, that of the secular clergy and that of the people. It reaches a level of absurdity in East Asia, where the religion of the people often has nothing whatever to do with that of books, although the two are called by the same name. 2 on Education. Introduction. p.24. In 1923 the Mussolini government put through the first major reform of Italian education since the unification of the country 60 years earlier and the adoption of the Piedmontese educational system, as laid down by the Casati Act of 1859. The reform was drafted by, and named after, the idealist philosopher Giovanni Gentile, who was Mussolini's Minister of Education, but its main lines had in fact been worked out by Gramsci, who had held the same post in the Giolitti government of 1921. In the first decades of this century, Gentile and Gramsci had developed a wide-ranging critique of the existing school system, stigmatizing it as instruction not education, and as narrow, formal, and sterile. They particularly attacked the learning by heart of Latin grammar and of philosophy and literature manuals. The watchwords of the Gentile reform were educativity and active education, and Gramsci's object in his writing on education was in part to expose the rhetorical character of these slogans, and to show the practice which lay behind them. Gramsci's preoccupations in his writing on education are still at the center of educational debate today: the relations between education and class, vocationalism, the ideology of education, the comprehensive school. Moreover, the positions which emerge from his criticisms of the Gentile reform should be seen in the light of his personal situation. The apparently conservative eulogy of the old curriculum in fact often represents a device which allowed Gramsci to circumvent the prison censor, by disguising the future, ideal system, as the past in order to criticize the present. In a different way, Gramsci's insistence on the values of discipline and work in education must also be seen in terms of his own history. He was far from being hostile to the Rousseau's tradition in education, though he was critical of it. His attitude is best suggested in his comment, "The active school is still in its romantic phase, in which the elements of struggle against the mechanical and Jesuitical school have become unhealthily exaggerated through a desire to distinguish themselves sharply from the latter and for polemical reasons. It is necessary to enter the classical, rational phase, and to find in the ends to be attained the natural source for developing the appropriate methods and forms." But born into p.25. A backward peasant environment and deprived of either an adequate or a continuous education, Gramsci's success in school and university despite constant ill health, undernourishment and overwork was a triumph of intellectual purpose. Something of his individual experience is thus carried over into his repeated emphasis on learning as work. Just as his childhood experience led him to value so highly an education which combated folklore and magic. The relation between autobiography and sociological reflection in Gramsci's thought is, however, more intimate and complex even than this would suggest. For, as the last sentence of the second of these notes shows, it is with the creation of intellectuals from the working class that he is ultimately concerned, and his life was precisely the history of the formation of such an intellectual. In perhaps the key passage of his analysis, he wrote, "It was right to struggle against the old school, but reforming it was not so simple as it seemed. The problem was not one of model curricula but of men, and not just of the men who are actually teachers themselves but of the entire social complex which they express." This judgment sums up the whole dialectical character of education which it was the object of the preceding notes to suggest. The reference to the future, creating intellectuals from the working class, is fundamental to Gramsci's thought. It is the revolutionary perspective which structures his whole analysis. In the last resort, the work involved in education which Gramsci emphasizes so much is at one and the same time the work by means of which he personally transcended his environment and the work required in the forging of a revolutionary party of the working class, the latter's organic intellectuals. The organization of education and of culture. p.26. It may be observed in general that in modern civilization all practical activities have become so complex, and the sciences 21 so interwoven with everyday life, that each practical activity tends to create a new type of school for its own executives and specialists, and hence to create a body of specialist intellectuals at a higher level to teach in these schools. Thus, side by side with the type of school which may be called humanistic, the oldest form of traditional school, designed to develop in each individual human being an as yet undifferentiated general culture, the fundamental power to think and ability to find one's way in life, a whole system of specialized schools, at varying levels, has been being created to serve entire professional sectors, or professions which are already specialized and defined within precise boundaries. It may be said, indeed, that the educational crisis raging today is precisely linked to the fact that this process of differentiation and particularization is taking place chaotically, without clear and precise principles, without a well-studied and consciously established plan. The crisis of the curriculum and organization of the schools, i.e. of the overall framework of a policy for forming modern intellectual cadres, is to a great extent an aspect and a ramification of the more comprehensive and general organic crisis. The fundamental division into classical and vocational, professional, schools was a rational formula, the vocational school for the instrumental classes, 22 the classical school for the dominant classes and the intellectuals. The development of an industrial base both in the cities and in the countryside meant a growing need for the new type of urban intellectual. Side by side with the classical school there developed the technical school, vocational, but not manual, and this placed a question mark over the very principle of a concrete program of general culture, a humanistic program of general culture based on the Greco-Roman tradition. This program, once questioned, can be said to be doomed. p.27. Since its formative capacity was to a great extent based on the general and traditionally unquestioned prestige of a particular form of civilization, the tendency today is to abolish every type of schooling that is disinterested, not serving immediate interests, or formative, keeping at most only a small-scale version to serve a tiny elite of ladies and gentlemen who do not have to worry about assuring themselves of a future career. Instead, there is a steady growth of specialized vocational schools, in which the pupil's destiny and future activity are determined in advance. A rational solution to the crisis ought to adopt the following lines. First, a common basic education, imparting a general, humanistic, formative culture. This would strike the right balance between development of the capacity for working manually, technically, industrially, and development of the capacities required for intellectual work. From this type of common schooling, via repeated experiments in vocational orientation, pupils would pass on to one of the specialized schools or to productive work. One must bear in mind the developing tendency for every practical activity to create for itself its own specialized school, just as every intellectual activity tends to create for itself cultural associations of its own. The latter take on the function of post-scholastic institutions, specialized in organizing the conditions in which it is possible to keep abreast of whatever progress is being made in the given scientific field. It may also be observed that deliberative bodies tend to an ever-increasing extent to distinguish their activity into two organic aspects, into the deliberative activity which is their essence, and into technical cultural activity in which the questions upon which they have to take decisions are first examined by experts and analyzed scientifically. This latter activity has already created a whole bureaucratic body, with a new structure, for apart from the specialized departments of experts who prepare the technical material for the deliberative bodies, a second body of functionaries is created, more or less disinterested volunteers, selected variously from industry, from the banks, from finance houses. This is one of the mechanisms by means of which the career bureaucracy eventually came to control the democratic regimes and parliaments. Now the mechanism is being organically extended, and is absorbing into its sphere the great specialists of private enterprise, which thus comes to control both regimes and bureaucracies. What is involved is a necessary, organic development which tends. p.28. To integrate the personnel specialized in the technique of politics with personnel specialized in the concrete problems of administering the essential practical activities of the great and complex national societies of today. Hence every attempt to exorcise these tendencies from the outside produces no result other than moralistic sermons and rhetorical lamentations. The question is thus raised of modifying the training of technical political personnel, completing their culture in accordance with the new necessities, and of creating specialized functionaries of a new kind, who as a body will complement deliberative activity. The traditional type of political leader, prepared only for formal juridical activities, is becoming anachronistic and represents a danger for the life of the state. The leader must have that minimum of general technical culture which will permit him, if not to create autonomously the correct solution, at least to know how to adjudicate between the solutions put forward by the experts, and hence to choose the correct one from the synthetic viewpoint of political technique. A type of deliberative body which seeks to incorporate the technical expertise necessary for it to operate realistically has been described elsewhere. 23 In an account of what happens on the editorial committees of some reviews, when these function at the same time both as editorial committees and as cultural groups. The group criticizes as a body, and thus helps to define the tasks of the individual editors, whose activity is organized according to a plan and a division of labor which are rationally arranged in advance. By means of collective discussion and criticism, made up of suggestions, advice, comments on method, and criticism which is constructive and aimed at mutual education, in which each individual functions as a specialist in his own field and helps to complete the expertise of the collectivity, the average level of the individual editors is in fact successfully raised so that it reaches the altitude or capacity of the most highly skilled, thus not merely ensuring an ever more select and organic collaboration for the review, but also creating the conditions for the emergence of a homogeneous group of intellectuals, trained to produce a regular and methodical writing activity, not only in terms of occasional publications or short articles, but also of organic, synthetic studies. Undoubtedly, in this kind of collective activity, each task produces new capacities and possibilities of work, since it creates ever. p.29. More organic conditions of work, files, bibliographical digests, a library of basic specialized works, etc. Such activity requires an unyielding struggle against habits of dilettantism, of improvisation, of rhetorical solutions or those proposed for effect. The work has to be done particularly in written form, just as it is in written form that criticisms have to be made in the form of terse, succinct notes. This can be achieved if the material is distributed in time, etc. The writing down of notes and criticisms is a didactic principle rendered necessary by the need to combat the habits formed in public speaking, prolixity, demagogy, and paralogism. This type of intellectual work is necessary in order to impart to autodidacts the discipline in study which an orthodox scholastic career provides, in order to tailorize 24 intellectual work. Hence the usefulness of the principle of the old men of Santa Zita, of whom De Sanctis speaks in his memoirs of the Neapolitan school of Basilio Puoti, 25, i.e. the usefulness of a certain stratification of capabilities and attitudes, and of the formation of work groups under the guidance of the most highly skilled and highly developed, who can accelerate the training of the most backward and untrained. When one comes to study the practical organization of the common school, one problem of importance is that of the various phases of the educational process, phases which correspond to the age and intellectual moral development of the pupils and to the aims which the school sets itself. The common school, or school of humanistic formation, taking the term humanism in a broad sense rather than simply in the traditional one, or general culture, should aim to insert young men and women into social activity after bringing them to a certain level of maturity, of capacity for intellectual and practical creativity, and of autonomy of orientation and initiative. The fixing of an age for compulsory school attendance depends on the general economic conditions, since the latter may make it necessary to demand of young men and women, or even of children, a certain immediate productive contribution. The common school necessitates the states being able to take on the expenditure which p.30 at present falls on the family for the maintenance of children at school. In other words, it transforms the budget of the national department from top to bottom, expanding it to an unheard of extent and making it more complex. The entire function of educating and forming the new generation ceases to be private and becomes public, for only thus can it involve them in their entirety, without divisions of group or caste. But this transformation of scholastic activity requires an unprecedented expansion of the practical organization of the school, i.e. of buildings, scientific material, of the teaching body, etc. The teaching body in particular would have to be increased, since the smaller the ratio between teachers and pupils the greater will be the efficiency of the school, and this presents other problems neither easy nor quick to solve. The question of school buildings is not simple either, since this type of school should be a college, with dormitories, refectories, specialized libraries, rooms designed for seminar work, etc. Hence initially the new type of school will have to be, cannot help being, only for restricted groups, made up of young people selected through competition or recommended by similar institutions. The common school ought to correspond to the period represented today by the primary and secondary schools, reorganized not only as regards the content and the method of teaching, but also as regards the arrangement of the various phases of the educational process. The first, primary grade should not last longer than 3 or 4 years, and in addition to imparting the first instrumental notions of schooling, reading, writing, sums, geography, history ought in particular to deal with an aspect of education that is now neglected, i.e. with rights and duties, with the first notions of the state and society as primordial elements of a new conception of the world which challenges the conceptions that are imparted by the various traditional social environments, i.e. those conceptions which can be termed folkloristic. The didactic problem is one of mitigating and rendering more fertile the dogmatic approach which must inevitably characterize these first years. The rest of the course should not last more than 6 years, so that by the age of 15 or 16 it should be possible to complete all the grades of the common school. One may object that such a course is too exhausting because too rapid, if the aim is to attain in effect the results which the present organization of the classical school aims at but does not attain. Yet the new organization as a whole will have to contain within itself the general elements which in fact make the course. p.31. Too slow today, at least for a part of the pupils. Which are these elements? In a whole series of families, especially in the intellectual strata, the children find in their family life a preparation, a prolongation, and a completion of school life. They breathe in, as the expression goes, a whole quantity of notions and attitudes which facilitate the educational process, properly speaking. They already know and develop their knowledge of the literary language, i.e. the means of expression and of knowledge, which is technically superior to the means possessed by the average member of the school population between the ages of 6 and 12. Thus city children, by the very fact of living in a city, have already absorbed by the age of 6 a quantity of notions and attitudes which make their school careers easier, more profitable, and more rapid. In the basic organization of the common school, at least the essentials of these conditions must be created, not to speak of the fact, which goes without saying, that parallel to the common school a network of kindergartens and other institutions would develop, in which, even before the school age, children would be habituated to a certain collective discipline and acquire pre-scholastic notions and attitudes. In fact, the common school should be organized like a college, with a collective life by day and by night, freed from the present forms of hypocritical and mechanical discipline. Studies should be carried on collectively, with the assistance of the teachers and the best pupils, even during periods of so-called individual study, etc. The fundamental problem is posed by that phase of the existing school career which is today represented by the LISO 26 and which today does not differ at all, as far as the kind of education is concerned, from the preceding grades except by the abstract presumption of a greater intellectual and moral maturity of the pupil, matching his greater age and the experience he has already accumulated. In fact, between LISO and university, i.e. between the school properly speaking and life, there is now a jump, a real break in continuity, and not a rational passage from quantity, age, to quality, intellectual and moral maturity. From an almost purely dogmatic education, in which learning by heart plays a great part, the pupil passes to the creative phase, the phase of autonomous. p.32. Independent work. From the school, where his studies are subjected to a discipline that is imposed and controlled by authority, the pupil passes on to a phase of study or of professional work in which intellectual self-discipline and moral independence are theoretically unlimited. And this happens immediately after the crisis of puberty, when the ardor of the instinctive and elementary passions has not yet resolved its struggle with the fetters of the character and of moral conscience which are in the process of being formed. Moreover, in Italy, where the principle of seminar work is not widespread in the universities, this passage is even more brusque and mechanical. By contrast, therefore, the last phase of the common school must be conceived and structured as the decisive phase, whose aim is to create the fundamental values of humanism, the intellectual self-discipline and the moral independence which are necessary for subsequent specialization, whether it be of a scientific character, university studies, or of an immediately practical productive character, industry, civil service, organization of commerce, etc. The study and learning of creative methods in science and in life must begin in this last phase of the school, and no longer be a monopoly of the university or be left to chance in practical life. This phase of the school must already contribute to developing the element of independent responsibility in each individual, must be a creative school. A distinction must be made between creative school and active school, even in the form given to the latter by the Dalton method. 27. The entire common school is an active school, although it is necessary to place limits on libertarian ideologies in this field and to stress with some energy the duty of the adult generations, i.e. of the state, to mold the new generations. The active school is still in its romantic phase, in which the elements of struggle against the mechanical and Jesuitical school have become. p.33. Unhealthily exaggerated through a desire to distinguish themselves sharply from the latter, and for polemical reasons. It is necessary to enter the classical, rational phase, and to find in the ends to be attained the natural source for developing the appropriate methods and forms. The creative school is the culmination of the active school. In the first phase the aim is to discipline, hence also to level out to obtain a certain kind of conformism which may be called dynamic. In the creative phase, on the basis that has been achieved of collectivization of the social type, the aim is to expand the personality by now autonomous and responsible, but with a solid and homogeneous moral and social conscience. Thus creative school does not mean school of inventors and discoverers, it indicates a phase and a method of research and of knowledge, and not a predetermined program with an obligation to originality and innovation at all costs. It indicates that learning takes place especially through a spontaneous and autonomous effort of the pupil, with the teacher only exercising a function of friendly guide as happens or should happen in the university. To discover a truth oneself, without external suggestions or assistance, is to create even if the truth is an old one. It demonstrates a mastery of the method, and indicates that in any case one has entered the phase of intellectual maturity in which one may discover new truths. Hence in this phase the fundamental scholastic activity will be carried on in seminars, in libraries, in experimental laboratories. During it, the organic data will be collected for a professional orientation. The advent of the common school means the beginning of new relations between intellectual and industrial work, not only in the school but in the whole of social life. The comprehensive principle will therefore be reflected in all the organisms of culture, transforming them and giving them a new content. In search of the educational principle. In the old primary school, there used to be two elements in the educational formation of the children. 28 They were taught the rudiments of natural science, and the idea of civic rights and duties. Scientific ideas were intended to insert the child into the societas rerum, the world of things, while lessons in rights and duties were p.34. Intended to insert him into the state and into civil society. The scientific ideas the children learned conflicted with the magical conception, of the world and nature which they absorbed from an environment steeped in folklore. 29 While the idea of civic rights and duties conflicted with tendencies towards individualistic and localistic barbarism, another dimension of folklore. The school combated folklore, indeed every residue of traditional conceptions of the world. It taught a more modern outlook based essentially on an awareness of the simple and fundamental fact that there exist objective, intractable natural laws to which man must adapt himself if he is to master them in his turn, and that there exist social and state laws which are the product of human activity, which are established by men and can be altered by men in the interests of their collective development. These laws of the state and of society create that human order which historically best enables men to dominate the laws of nature, that is to say, which most facilitates their work. For work is the specific mode by which man actively participates in natural life in order to transform and socialize it more and more deeply and extensively. Thus one can say that the educational principle which was the basis of the old primary school was the idea of work. Human work cannot be realized in all its power of expansion and productivity without an exact and realistic knowledge of natural laws and without a legal order which organically regulates men's life in common. Men must respect this legal order through spontaneous assent, and not merely as an external imposition. It must be a necessity recognized and proposed to themselves as freedom, and not simply the result of coercion. The idea and the fact of work, of theoretical and practical activity, was the educational principle latent in the primary school, since it is by means of work that the social and state order, rights and duties, is introduced and identified within the natural order. The discovery that the relations between the social and natural orders are mediated by work, by man's theoretical and practical activity, creates the first elements of an intuition of the world free from all magic and superstition. It provides a basis for the subsequent development of an historical, dialectical conception of the world, which understands movement and change, which appreciates the sum of effort and sacrifice which the present has cost the past and which the future is costing the present, and which conceives the contemporary world as a synthesis. p. 35. Of the past, of all past generations, which projects itself into the future. This was the real basis of the primary school. Whether it yielded all its fruits, and whether the actual teachers were aware of the nature and philosophical content of their task, is another question. This requires an analysis of the degree of civic consciousness of the entire nation, of which the teaching body was merely an expression, and rather a poor expression, certainly not an avant-garde. It is not entirely true that instruction is something quite different from education. 30 An excessive emphasis on this distinction has been a serious error of idealist educationalists, and its effects can already be seen in the school system as they have reorganized it. For instruction to be wholly distinct from education, the pupil would have to be pure passivity, a mechanical receiver of abstract notions, which is absurd and is anyway abstractly denied by the supporters of pure educativity precisely in their opposition to mere mechanistic instruction. The certain becomes true in the child's consciousness. 31 But the child's consciousness is not something individual, still less individuated. It reflects the sector of civil society in which the child participates, and the social relations which are formed within his family, his neighborhood, his village, etc. The individual consciousness of the overwhelming majority of children reflects social and cultural relations which are different from and antagonistic to those which are represented in the school curricula. Thus the certain of an advanced culture becomes true in the framework of a fossilist and anachronistic culture. There is no unity between school and life, and so there is no automatic unity between instruction and education. In the school, the nexus between instruction and education can only be realized by the living work of the teacher. For this he must be aware of the contrast between the type of culture and society which he p. 36 represents and the type of culture and society represented by his pupils, and conscious of his obligation to accelerate and regulate the child's formation in conformity with the former and in conflict with the latter. If the teaching body is not adequate and the nexus between instruction and education is dissolved, while the problem of teaching is conjured away by cardboard schemata exalting educativity, the teacher's work will as a result become yet more inadequate. We will have rhetorical schools, quite unserious, because the material solidity of what is certain will be missing, and what is true will be a truth only of words, that is to say, precisely, rhetoric. This degeneration is even clearer in the secondary school, in the literature and philosophy syllabus. Previously, the pupils at least acquired a certain baggage or equipment, according to taste, of concrete facts. Now that the teacher must be specifically a philosopher and aesthete, the pupil does not bother with concrete facts and fills his head with formulae and words which usually mean nothing to him, and which are forgotten at once. It was right to struggle against the old school, but reforming it was not so simple as it seemed. The problem was not one of model curricula but of men, and not just of the men who are actually teachers themselves but of the entire social complex which they express. In reality, a mediocre teacher may manage to see to it that his pupils become more informed, although he will not succeed in making them better educated. He can devote a scrupulous and bureaucratic conscientiousness to the mechanical part of teaching, and the pupil, if he has an active intelligence, will give an order of his own, with the aid of his social background, to the baggage he accumulates. With the new curricula, which coincide with a general lowering of the level of the teaching profession, there will no longer be any baggage to put in order. The new curricula should have abolished examinations entirely, for to take an examination now must be fearfully more chancy than before. A date is always a date, whoever the examiner is, and a definition is always a definition. But an aesthetic judgment or a philosophical analysis. The educational efficacy of the old Italian secondary school, as organized by the Casati Act, 32 was not to be sought, or rejected, in its explicit aim as an educative system, but in the fact that its structure and its curriculum were the expression of a traditional mode of intellectual and moral life, of a cultural climate diffused. p. 37. Throughout Italian society by ancient tradition. It was the fact that this climate and way of life were in their death throes, and that the school had become cut off from life, which brought about the crisis in education. A criticism of the curricula and disciplinary structure of the old system means less than nothing if one does not keep this situation in mind. Thus we come back to the truly active participation of the pupil in the school, which can only exist if the school is related to life. The more the new curricula nominally affirm and theorize the pupil's activity and working collaboration with the teacher, the more they are actually designed as if the pupil were purely passive. In the old school, the grammatical study of Latin and Greek, together with the study of their respective literatures and political histories, was an educational principle for the humanistic ideal, symbolized by Athens and Rome, was diffused throughout society, and was an essential element of national life and culture. Even the mechanical character of the study of grammar was enlivened by this cultural perspective. Individual facts were not learned for an immediate practical or professional end. The end seemed disinterested, because the real interest was the interior development of personality, the formation of character by means of the absorption and assimilation of the whole cultural past of modern European civilization. Pupils did not learn Latin and Greek in order to speak them, to become waiters, interpreters, or commercial letter writers. They learned them in order to know at first hand the civilization of Greece and of Rome, a civilization that was a necessary precondition of our modern civilization. In other words, they learned them in order to be themselves and know themselves consciously. Latin and Greek were learned through their grammar, mechanically, but the accusation of formalism and aridity is very unjust and inappropriate. In education, one is dealing with children in whom one has to inculcate certain habits of diligence, precision, poise, even physical poise, ability to concentrate on specific subjects, which cannot be acquired without the mechanical repetition of disciplined and methodical acts. Would a scholar at the age of 40 be able to sit for 16 hours on end at his work table if he had not, as a child, compulsorily, through mechanical coercion, acquired the appropriate psychophysical habits? If one wishes to produce great scholars, one still has to start at this point and apply pressure throughout the educational system in order to succeed in creating those thousands or hundreds or even only dozens of scholars of the highest quality which are necessary to every civilization. Of p.38. Course, one can improve a great deal in this field by the provision of adequate funds for research, without going back to the educational methods of the Jesuits. Latin is learned, or rather studied, by analyzing it down to its smallest parts, analyzing it like a dead thing, it is true, but all analyses made by children can only be of dead things. Besides, one must not forget that the life of the Romans is a myth which to some extent has already interested the child and continues to interest him, so that in the dead object there is always present a greater living being. Thus, the language is dead, it is analyzed as an inert object, as a corpse on the dissecting table, but it continually comes to life again in examples and in stories. Could one study Italian in the same way? Impossible. No living language could be studied like Latin, it would be and would seem absurd. No child knows Latin when he starts to study it by these analytical methods. But a living language can be known, and it would be enough for a single child to know it, and the spell would be broken, everybody would be off to the Berlitz school at once. Latin, like Greek, appears to the imagination as a myth, even for the teacher. One does not study Latin in order to learn the language. For a long time, as a result of a cultural and scholarly tradition whose origin and development one might investigate, Latin has been studied as an element in an ideal curriculum, an element which combines and satisfies a whole series of pedagogic and psychological requirements. It has been studied in order to accustom children to studying in a specific manner, and to analyzing an historical body which can be treated as a corpse which returns continually to life, in order to accustom them to reason, to think abstractly and schematically while remaining able to plunge back from abstraction into real and immediate life, to see in each fact or datum what is general and what is particular, to distinguish the concept from the specific instance. For what after all is the educational significance of the constant comparison between Latin and the language one speaks? It involves the distinction and the identification of words and concepts, suggests the whole of formal logic, from the contradiction between opposites to the analysis of distincts. 33 reveals the historical movement of the entire language, modified through time, developing and not static. In the 8 years of Gymnasio and Lyso 34 the entire history of the real language is studied, after it has first been photo. p.39. Graphed in one abstract moment in the form of grammar. It is studied from Ennius, or rather from the words of the fragments of the 12 tablets, right up to Phaedrus and the Christian writers in Latin. An historical process is analyzed from its source until its death in time or seeming death, since we know that Italian, with which Latin is continually contrasted in school, is modern Latin. Not only the grammar of a certain epoch, which is an abstraction, or its vocabulary are studied, but also, for comparison, the grammar and the vocabulary of each individual author and the meaning of each term in each particular stylistic period. Thus the child discovers that the grammar and the vocabulary of Phaedrus are not those of Cicero, nor those of Plautus, nor of Lactantius or Tertullian, and that the same nexus of sounds does not have the same meaning in different periods and for different authors. Latin and Italian are continually compared, but each word is a concept, a symbol, which takes on different shades of meaning according to the period and the writer in each of the two languages under comparison. The child studies the literary history of the books written in that language, the political history, the achievements of the men who spoke that language. His education is determined by the whole of this organic complex, by the fact that he has followed that itinerary, if only in a purely literal sense, he has passed through those various stages, etc. He has plunged into history and acquired a historicizing understanding of the world and of life, which becomes a second nearly spontaneous nature, since it is not inculcated pedantically with an openly educational intention. These studies educated without an explicitly declared aim of doing so, with a minimal educative intervention on the part of the teacher, they educated because they gave instruction. Logical, artistic, psychological experience was gained unawares, without a continual self-consciousness. Above all, a profound synthetic, philosophical experience was gained, of an actual historical development. This does not mean it would be stupid to think so that Latin and Greek, as such, have intrinsically thaumaturgical qualities in the educational field. It is the whole cultural tradition, which also and particularly lives outside the school, which in a given ambience produces such results. In any case, one can see today, with the changes in the traditional idea of culture, the way in which the school is in crisis, and with it the study of Latin and Greek. It will be necessary to replace Latin and Greek as the fulcrum of the formative school, and they will be replaced. But it will not be easy to deploy the new subject or subjects in a didactic form. p.40. Which gives equivalent results in terms of education and general personality formation, from early childhood to the threshold of the adult choice of career. For in this period what is learned, or the greater part of it, must be or appear to the pupils to be disinterested, i.e. not have immediate or too immediate practical purposes. It must be formative, while being instructive, in other words rich in concrete facts. In the present school, the profound crisis in the traditional culture and its conception of life and of man has resulted in a progressive degeneration. Schools of the vocational type, i.e. those designed to satisfy immediate, practical interests, are beginning to predominate over the formative school, which is not immediately interested. The most paradoxical aspect of it all is that this new type of school appears and is advocated as being democratic, while in fact it is destined not merely to perpetuate social differences but to crystallize them in Chinese complexities. The traditional school was oligarchic because it was intended for the new generation of the ruling class, destined to rule in its turn, but it was not oligarchic in its mode of teaching. It is not the fact that the pupils learn how to rule there, nor the fact that it tends to produce gifted men, which gives a particular type of school its social character. This social character is determined by the fact that each social group has its own type of school, intended to perpetuate a specific traditional function, ruling or subordinate. If one wishes to break this pattern, one needs, instead of multiplying and grading different types of vocational school, to create a single type of formative school, primary-secondary, which would take the child up to the threshold of his choice of job, forming him during this time as a person capable of thinking, studying, and ruling or controlling those who rule. The multiplication of types of vocational school thus tends to perpetuate traditional social differences, but since, within these differences, it tends to encourage internal diversification, it gives the impression of being democratic in tendency. The laborer can become a skilled worker, for instance, the peasant a surveyor or petty agronomist. But democracy, by definition, cannot mean merely that an unskilled worker can become skilled. It must mean that every citizen can govern and that society places him, even if only abstractly, in a general condition to achieve this. Political democracy tends towards a coincidence of the rulers and the ruled, in the sense of government with the consent of the governed, ensuring for each non-ruler a free training in the skills and general. p.41. Technical preparation necessary to that end. But the type of school which is now developing as the school for the people does not tend even to keep up this illusion. For it is organized ever more fully in such a way as to restrict recruitment to the technically qualified governing stratum, in a social and political context which makes it increasingly difficult for personal initiative to acquire such skills and technical political preparation. Thus we are really going back to a division into juridically fixed and crystallized estates rather than moving towards the transcendence of class divisions. The multiplication of vocational schools which specialize increasingly from the very beginning of the child's educational career is one of the most notable manifestations of this tendency. It is noticeable that the new pedagogy has concentrated its fire on dogmatism in the field of instruction and the learning of concrete facts, i.e. precisely in the field in which a certain dogmatism is practically indispensable and can be reabsorbed and dissolved only in the whole cycle of the educational process. Historical grammar could not be taught in lyceum classes. On the other hand, it has been forced to accept the introduction of dogmatism par excellence in the field of religious thought, with the result that the whole history of philosophy is now implicitly seen as a succession of ravings and delusions. 35. In the philosophy course, the new curriculum impoverishes the teaching and in practice lowers its level, at least for the overwhelming majority of pupils who do not receive intellectual help outside the school from their family or home environment, and who have to form themselves solely by means of the knowledge they receive in the classroom, in spite of seeming very rational and fine as any utopia. The traditional descriptive philosophy, backed by a course in the history of philosophy and by the reading of a certain number of philosophers, in practice seems the best thing. Descriptive, definitional philosophy may be a dogmatic abstraction, just as grammar and mathematics are, but it is an educational and didactic necessity. 1 = 1 is an p.42 abstraction, but it leads nobody to think that 1 fly equals 1 elephant. The rules of formal logic are abstractions of the same kind, they are like the grammar of normal thought, but they still need to be studied, since they are not something innate, but have to be acquired through work and reflection. The new curriculum presupposes that formal logic is something you already possess when you think, but does not explain how it is to be acquired, so that in practice it is assumed to be innate. Formal logic is like grammar, it is assimilated in a living way even if the actual learning process has been necessarily schematic and abstract. For the learner is not a passive and mechanical recipient, a gramophone record, even if the liturgical conformity of examinations sometimes makes him appear so. The relation between these educational forms and the child's psychology is always active and creative, just as the relation of the worker to his tools is active and creative. A caliber is likewise a complex of abstractions, but without calibration it is not possible to produce real objects which are social relations, and which implicitly embody ideas. The child who sweats at Barbara Lipton 36 is certainly performing a tiring task, and it is important that he does only what is absolutely necessary and no more. But it is also true that it will always be an effort to learn physical self-discipline and self-control. The pupil has, in effect, to undergo a psychophysical training. Many people have to be persuaded that studying too is a job, and a very tiring one, with its own particular apprenticeship involving muscles and nerves as well as intellect. It is a process of adaptation, a habit acquired with effort, tedium, and even suffering. Wider participation in secondary education brings with it a tendency to ease off the discipline of studies, and to ask for relaxations. Many even think that the difficulties of learning are artificial, since they are accustomed to think only of manual work as sweat and toil. The question is a complex one. Undoubtedly, the child of a traditionally intellectual family acquires this psychophysical adaptation more easily. Before he ever enters the classroom, he has numerous advantages over his comrades, and is already in possession of attitudes learned from his family environment. He concentrates more easily, since he is used to sitting still, etc. Similarly, the son of a city worker suffers less when he goes to work in a factory than does a peasant's child or a young peasant already formed by country life. Even diet has its importance, etc. This is why many people think p.43 that the difficulty of study conceals some trick which handicaps them, that is, when they do not simply believe that they are stupid by nature. They see the gentleman 37, and for many, especially in the country, gentleman means intellectual complete, speedily and with apparent ease, work which costs their sons tears and blood, and they think there is a trick. In the future, these questions may become extremely acute, and it will be necessary to resist the tendency to render easy that which cannot become easy without being distorted. If our aim is to produce a new stratum of intellectuals, including those capable of the highest degree of specialization, from a social group which has not traditionally developed the appropriate attitudes, then we have unprecedented difficulties to overcome. 3 Notes on Italian History. Introduction. p.44. Gramsci planned to organize his notes on Italian history into a study to be entitled Reformation, Renaissance. Although, in the event, a comparatively small proportion of his historical writing was concerned with the specific historical phenomena normally understood by these designations, Nevertheless, Gramsci's title does perhaps offer us a starting point from which to attempt to isolate the basic preoccupations and the basic concepts with which he approached the historical experience of Italy. Gramsci distinguishes between two quite distinct renaissances. The Renaissance was a vast movement, which started after the year 1000, and of which humanism and the Renaissance, in the narrow sense of the word, were two closing moments which were primarily located in Italy, whereas the more general historical process was European and not only Italian. Humanism and the Renaissance, as the literary expression of this European historical movement, were located primarily in Italy, but the progressive movement after the year 1000, although an important part of it took place in Italy with the communes, precisely in Italy degenerated. While in the rest of Europe the general movement culminated in the national states and then in the world expansion of Spain, France, England, Portugal. In Italy what corresponded to the national states of these countries was the organization of the papacy as an absolute state, which divided the rest of Italy, etc. The Renaissance may be viewed as the cultural expression of an historical process in which there was created in Italy a new intellectual class of European dimensions. This class divided into two branches, one exercised a cosmopolitan function in Italy, linked to the papacy and reactionary in character, the other was formed outside Italy, from political and religious exiles, and exercised a progressive cosmopolitan function in the various countries where it existed, or participated in the organization of the modern states as a technical element in the armed forces, in politics, in engineering, etc. Thus contained in the term Renaissance are a number of Gramsci's key concerns: the failure of the Italian communal bourgeoisie, see note 4 on p. 53, to transcend the economic corporate phase and create a national state, the specific historical. p. 45. Backwardness of Italy which resulted, the regressive cosmopolitan characteristics of the traditional Italian intellectuals, linked to the role of the papacy, etc. The term Reformation is likewise not a simple, or univocal one for Gramsci. Insofar as he used it to stress popular participation, which he saw as a characteristic of Lutheranism and Calvinism in contrast to the Renaissance, it may be questioned to what extent this corresponds to historical reality. Gramsci sees Marxism as involving a reformation. The philosophy of praxis corresponds to the nexus Protestant Reformation plus French Revolution. It is a philosophy which is also a politics and a politics which is also a philosophy. See 2 brief notes on Machiavelli's Politics on pages 132-3. Here we find one of the couples of opposed but dialectically united concepts which run through Gramsci's work, and whose shifting, and by no means always consistent combinations make it so hard to arrive at any definitive interpretation of his thought. Revolution/Reformation here can be related to the other Gramscian couplets state/civil society, force/consent, domination/leadership, war of maneuvers/war of position, etc. which recur throughout the prison notebooks. See, example p. 170 and note 71 on that page. The major focus, in the event, of Gramsci's historical writing was the Risorgimento. He began his analysis by a statement of the methodological criterion on which our own study must be based, that the supremacy of a social group manifests itself in two ways, as domination and as intellectual and moral leadership. The Risorgimento, for Gramsci, was characterized by an absence of the second element, and concretely by an absence of an Italian equivalent of the Jacobins. What Gramsci meant by Jacobin will be discussed more fully in the introduction to The Modern Prince below. He saw the essence of Jacobinism as the subordination of the countryside to the city in an organic relationship, i.e. the organizing of peasant consent. The basic problem confronting Gramsci was that of identifying the specific weaknesses of the Italian national state which emerged from the Risorgimento, weaknesses which culminated in the advent to power of fascism 60 years later. His analysis was a complex one, whose point of departure was the question of what the Risorgimento was not. Mazzini and the Action Party, the potential Jacobins, did not make any attempt to rouse the peasantry and draw it into the process of national unification. They did not promote any agrarian reform. Consequently, they failed to give the p.46 Risorgimento any popular dimension or themselves any solid class base. Incidentally, this aspect of Gramsci's historical writing has given rise to a major historical debate in Italy. See Romario Rosio's thesis developed in Risorgimento e Capitalismo, 1956-58, that the absence of an agrarian reform in fact played a progressive role in relation to the growth of Italian industrial capitalism, and also the debate between Romeo and Gerscancron in La Formazione dell'Italia Industriale, 1963. The result was that what was involved was not a social group which led other groups, but a state Piedmont which, even though it had limitations as a power, led the group which should have been leading. What was involved was a passive revolution. Gramsci's use of the term passive revolution is one of the cruxes of his political thought. The term originated with Vincenzo Cuoco, see note 11 on p. 59, who used it at first to describe the lack of mass participation in the Neapolitan Revolution of 1799 and the latter's external origins. Subsequently, Cuoco came to advocate such passive revolutions as preferable to violent ones involving the popular masses on the French model. Incidentally, Lenin also uses the term in The Crisis of Menshevism, 1906, but there is no evidence that Gramsci knew this text. Gramsci also uses the expression in two distinct ways: firstly, in something close to Cuoco's original sense, as a revolution without mass participation, and due in large part to outside forces, e.g. the Risorgimento; secondly, as a molecular social transformation which takes place as it were beneath the surface of society, in situations where the progressive class cannot advance openly, e.g. the progress of the bourgeoisie in Restoration France after 1815, Revolution/Restoration, cp 119. Or the development of Christianity within the Roman Empire. Although Gramsci condemns explicitly any advocacy of passive revolution as a program, his use of the term is often ambiguous. This is especially the case where he tentatively relates it to war of position, itself by no means a consistent or univocal concept in Gramsci's writing, see Introduction to State and Civil Society. On the other hand, Gramsci makes use of the notion of passive revolution to confront certain of the central problems of revolutionary analysis and strategy. In the two final passages in this section, in which he comments on Croce's historiography and also on his contemporary role, and again in the section entitled Americanism and Fordism below, Gramsci relates the concept of passive revolution to the Italian fascist regime. Viewing the latter as a transitional, compromise form comparable in some ways to the rule. p.47 of Napoleon III, he asks a series of questions. What modification in the fundamental balance of social forces is taking place beneath the surface of fascism? How is Croce organizing the long-term consent to bourgeois rule? What is the significance of the forms of state intervention in the economy which were common to New Deal America and to fascist Italy? What are the fundamental economic contradictions under fascism, and how will these be expressed, politically? How can the working class develop and retain some degree of class organization and consciousness even under the corporate state? Gramsci does not offer clear answers to all these questions. The sense of the analogy he draws between the post-1815 period in Europe and the period in which he is writing, see final sentences of this section, is simply to reaffirm that even when frontal attack may be impossible, a passive revolution may nonetheless be taking place, that the class struggle continues despite the surface stability of the fascist regime. Yet here we approach one of the supreme paradoxes of Gramsci's thought, a dilemma to which he found no answer. For there is precisely a radical dissimilarity between the situation of the bourgeoisie under feudal or pre-bourgeois forms of state and that of the proletariat under bourgeois rule. In the former case, capitalist relations of production can develop within the feudal state, until at a certain point in time the carapace cracks. In the latter case, however, this is not so. It is quite impossible for socialist relations of production to develop within capitalism. It is unquestionably for this reason that whenever Gramsci touches on this dilemma, which is also the question of how fascism can be overthrown, he tends to pose questions rather than make assertions. Since no fascist regime has yet been overthrown by internal forces, it is to his credit that he refused any easy, or unilateral formula, but contented himself with rejecting the twin, undialectical deviations of frontal attack and liquidationism. Clearly these problems are closely related to Gramsci's statement that a social group can, and indeed must, already lead, i.e. be hegemonic before winning governmental power. This indeed is one of the principal conditions for the winning of such power. For this, see Introduction to State and Civil Society. Outline chronology of Italian history. AD 476, final extinction of the Roman Empire in the West, followed by periods of Ostrogoth and Lombard rule in p.48. What is now Italy, punctuated by attempts to extend Byzantine power, especially in the south. 8th century, rise of the papacy as a territorial power, annexation of the Lombard kingdom by Charlemagne. 800, Charlemagne crowned as Holy Roman Emperor. 912, Otto of Saxony crowned Holy Roman Emperor as Otto I. For the next 4 centuries and more, Italian history was dominated by the struggle for supremacy between the German emperors and the papacy. In the south, Sicily was held by the Arabs, 827-1072, then the Normans until 1189, when the Hohenstaufen Emperor Henry VI inherited it by marriage. 12th century, emergence in north and central Italy of the communes. The prosperous trading and manufacturing towns which grew up during this period formed self-governing republics which controlled the surrounding contado. The German emperors saw the emergence of these towns as a threat, and supported the feudal landowners, who were the basis for the Ghibelline party, against them. 13th century, the papacy supported the burghers and merchants who constituted the Guelph party. In the internecine struggles between the cities, and within them between the rival parties, the feudal landowning class was effectively wiped out in north and central Italy by about 1300. It was during the 13th century that Italian emerged as a literary language, first in Sicily at the court of Frederick II, and subsequently in Tuscany with Dante, 1265-1321. 14th century, the medieval communes became dominated by their signori or councils of notables and in time, in most cases, by one powerful family dynasty. From 1300 onwards, 5 states were dominant in Italy: Florence, Milan, Venice, the Papal State, and the Kingdom of Naples, ruled by the dynasty of Anjou. Sicily, which had thrown off Angevin rule itself in 1282, the Angevins had acquired the island by marriage in 1265, from 1302 had Aragonese rulers. In 1347-48, a probable third, up to 60% or in certain cities, of the population of Italy died in the Black Death. 15th century, the family dynasties which dominated the city-states of north and central Italy were mostly legitimized by p.49. Pope or Emperor, the Signoria gave way to the Principato. The Renaissance, in the conventional, narrow sense, flowered in Medici Florence, Sforza Milan, Papal Rome, and in a host of smaller cities. Venice remained a republic. In 1442 Alphonse of Aragon succeeded to the Kingdom of Naples, he already ruled Sicily. 1494, 2 years after the death of Lorenzo de' Medici, Charles VIII of France invaded Italy to claim the crown of Naples. By 1529, Milan and Naples were under Spanish rule. Machiavelli, 1469-152-7, wrote precisely during this period of foreign invasions and maximum disunity among the Italian states. 16th-18th centuries, Italy was largely under foreign domination or outright occupation. Naples, i.e. virtually the whole of mainland Italy south of Rome, was Spanish until 1713, Austrian until 1735, and was ruled by a Spanish Bourbon dynasty until the approach of Napoleon's armies and the proclamation of the Parthenopean Republic in 1798. Milan was Spanish until 1713, Austrian thereafter until the Napoleonic conquest of 1796. Florence lost its independence in 1532 and was merged into the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, which was effectively an Austrian puppet state from 1737. The Papal State remained formally independent, as did the Venetian Republic, until the advent of Napoleon, in 1797–98. Various other small states existed as independent entities in central Italy during this period: Parma, Genoa, Lucca, Massa-Carrara, Modena, etc. Sicily was ceded by Spain to the Duke of Savoy in 1713, by Savoy to Austria in 1720, in 1738 it was united with Naples under the Spanish Bourbons. Lastly, Savoy emerged as a powerful state in the 17th century. In 1713 the Duke of Savoy acquired Sicily, but in 1720 was forced to exchange the latter for Sardinia, whereafter his realm became known as the Kingdom of Sardinia, although its main territory was in fact what is now Piedmont. 1796 to 1815, the Napoleonic invasion and occupation temporarily united Italy, and had a lasting impact on the political and social life of the territory. 1815, Congress of Vienna. Austria became the dominant. p.50. Power throughout the Italian peninsula. She occupied Lombardy, the Veneto, and the statelets of central Italy, and protected the restored Bourbons in Naples, the Papacy, and the Kingdom of Sardinia, Sardinia and Piedmont. 1820, Carbonarist risings in Piedmont and Naples were suppressed with Austrian assistance. 1830–31, risings in Modena, Parma, and especially in the Papal States were suppressed by the Austrians. 1834, abortive Mazzinian rising, led by Re Morino, at Genoa against the Savoy monarchy of Sardinia and Piedmont. 1848–49, anti-Austrian risings throughout north and central Italy. The Piedmont monarchy had by now set its sights on becoming the nucleus and hegemonic force of a united Italy. In March 1848 King Carlo Alberto proclaimed that Italy would go it alone, and declared war on Austria. In May 1848 the Milanese rose in the 5 days insurrection, and drove the Austrians out of the city. A republic was proclaimed once again in Venice, under Manin. In January 1849, a Roman Republic was declared. However, in March 1849 the Piedmontese were defeated by the Austrians at Novara, and in the following months the Austrians re-established total supremacy. Rome fell in June, and Venice in August. 1853, anti-Austrian rising in Milan suppressed. 1854, Piedmont, under Cavour's ministry, participated somewhat symbolically in the Crimean War on the French side, as the opening move in a determined diplomatic bid for French support. 1858, alliance signed between France and Piedmont. 1859, war between France and Piedmont on the one hand and Austria on the other. After victories at Magenta and Solferino, Piedmont received Lombardy from Austria, and in turn ceded Nice and Savoy to France. 1860, the central Italian states, with the exception of the Papal State, joined Piedmont. Garibaldi's expedition to Sicily finally toppled the Bourbon dynasty of the Two Sicilies. 1861, Kingdom of Italy proclaimed, with its capital at Turin, and subsequently, 1864, at Florence. p.51. 1866, Prussia defeated Austria. Italy, as Prussia's ally, received the Veneto. 1867, French troops prevented Garibaldi from marching on Rome, defeating him at Mentana. 1870, during the Franco-Prussian War, the French troops withdrew and the Piedmontese army occupied Rome, which became the capital of a united Italy. The Pope refused to accept the end of his territorial power or the legitimacy of the new Italian state, and withdrew symbolically into the Vatican. 1885, Italian imperialist expansion into Eritrea and Somalia. 1912, Italian occupation of Libya. 1915, Italy intervened in the First World War on the side of Britain and France. At the end of the war, she was rewarded by the acquisition of Trieste, the Trentino, and South Tyrol, at the expense of Austria. This extremely schematic chronology notably excludes post-Risorgimento, internal Italian politics, which is extensively covered by Gramsci's text, and in the footnotes to it. History of the Subaltern Classes, Methodological Criteria. p.52. The historical unity of the ruling classes is realized in the state, and their history is essentially the history of states and of groups of states. But it would be wrong to think that this unity is simply juridical and political, though such forms of unity do have their importance too, and not in a purely formal sense. The fundamental historical unity, concretely, results from the organic relations between state or political society and civil society. 38. The subaltern classes, by definition, are not unified and cannot unite until they are able to become a state. Their history, therefore, is intertwined with that of civil society, and thereby with the history of states and groups of states. Hence it is necessary to study, 1. The objective formation of the subaltern social groups, by the developments and transformations occurring in the sphere of economic production, their quantitative diffusion and their origins in pre-existing social groups, whose mentality, ideology, and aims they can serve for a time. 2. Their active or passive affiliation to the dominant political formations, their attempts to influence the programs of these formations in order to press claims of their own, and the consequences of these attempts in determining processes of decomposition, renovation or neoformation. 3. The birth of new parties of the dominant groups, intended to conserve the ascent of the subaltern groups and to maintain control over them. 4. The formations which the subaltern groups themselves produce, in order to press claims of a limited and partial character. 5. Those new formations which assert the autonomy of the subaltern groups, but within the old framework. 6. Those formations which assert the integral autonomy, etc. 39. The list of these phases can be broken down still further, with intermediate phases and combinations of several phases. The historian must record, and discover the causes of, the line of development towards integral autonomy, starting from the most primitive phases. He must note every manifestation of the Sorlean spirit of cleavage. 40. Therefore, the history of the parties of the subaltern groups is very complex too. It must include all the repercussions of p.53. Party activity, throughout the area of the subaltern groups themselves taken globally, and also upon the attitudes of the dominant group. It must include as well the repercussions of the far more effective actions, effective because backed by the state, of the dominant groups upon the subaltern groups and their parties. Among the subaltern groups, one will exercise or tend to exercise a certain hegemony through the mediation of a party. This must be established by studying the development of all the other parties too, insofar as they include elements of the hegemonic group or of the other subaltern groups which undergo such hegemony. Numerous principles of historical research can be established by examining the innovatory forces which led the national Risorgimento in Italy. These forces took power and united in the modern Italian state, in struggle against specific other forces and helped by specific auxiliaries or allies. In order to become a state, they had to subordinate or eliminate the former and win the active or passive assent of the latter. A study of how these innovatory forces developed, from subaltern groups to hegemonic and dominant groups, must therefore seek out and identify the phases through which they acquired, 1. Autonomy vis-a-vis the enemies they had to defeat, and 2. Support from the groups which actively or passively assisted them, for this entire process was historically necessary before they could unite in the form of a state. It is precisely by these two yardsticks that the level of historical and political consciousness which the innovatory forces progressively attained in the various phases can be measured, and not simply by the yardstick of their separation from the formerly dominant forces. Usually the latter is the only criterion adopted, and the result is a unilateral history or sometimes total incomprehension, as in the case of the history of Italy, since the era of the communes. The Italian bourgeoisie was incapable of uniting the people around itself, and this was the cause of its defeats and the interruptions in its development. 4.1. In the Risorgimento too, the same narrow egoism prevented a p.54 rapid and vigorous revolution like the French one. This is one of the most important problems, one of the most fertile causes of serious difficulties, in writing the history of the subaltern social groups, and hence the past history tout court of the Italian states. The history of subaltern social groups is necessarily fragmented. p.55 and episodic. There undoubtedly does exist a tendency to, at least provisional stages, of unification in the historical activity of these groups, but this tendency is continually interrupted by the activity of the ruling groups. It therefore can only be demonstrated when an historical cycle is completed and the cycle culminates in a success. Subaltern groups are always subject to the activity of ruling groups, even when they rebel and rise. Only permanent victory breaks their subordination, and that not immediately. In reality, even when they appear triumphant, the subaltern groups are merely anxious to defend themselves, a truth which can be demonstrated by the history of the French Revolution at least up to 1830. Every trace of independent initiative on the part of subaltern groups should therefore be of incalculable value for the integral historian. Consequently, this kind of history can only be dealt with monographically, and each monograph requires an immense quantity of material which is often hard to collect. 1934-35. The problem of political leadership in the formation and development of the nation and the modern state in Italy. 42. The whole problem of the connection between the various political currents of the Risorgimento, of their relations with each other. p.56. And of their relations with the homogeneous or subordinate social groups existing in the various historical sections, or sectors, of the national territory can be reduced to the following basic factual. p.57. Datum. The moderates 43 represented a relatively homogeneous social group, and hence their leadership underwent relatively limited oscillations, in any case, subject to an organically progressive line of development, whereas the so-called Action Party 44 did not base itself specifically on any historical class, and the oscillations which its leading organs underwent were resolved, in the last analysis, according to the interests of the moderates. In other words, the Action Party was led historically by the moderates. The assertion attributed to Victor Emmanuel II that he had the Action Party in his pocket, or something of the kind, was in practice accurate not only because of the king's personal contacts with Garibaldi, but because the Action Party was in fact indirectly led by Cavour and the king. The methodological criterion on which our own study must be based is the following: that the supremacy of a social group manifests itself in two ways, as domination and as intellectual and moral leadership. A social group dominates antagonistic groups, which it tends to liquidate, or to subjugate, perhaps even by armed force. It leads kindred and allied groups. A social group can, and indeed must, already exercise leadership before winning governmental power. This indeed is one of the principal conditions for the winning of such power. It subsequently becomes dominant when p.58. It exercises power, but even if it holds it firmly in its grasp, it must continue to lead as well. The moderates continued to lead the Action Party even after 1870 and 1876, and so-called Transformism 45 was only the parliamentary expression of this action of intellectual, moral, and political hegemony. Indeed, one might say that the entire state life of Italy from 1848 onwards has been characterized by transformism, in other words by the formation of an ever more extensive ruling class, within the framework established by the moderates after 1848 and the collapse of the neo-Guelph 46 and Federalist 47 utopias. The formation of this class involved p.59. The gradual but continuous absorption, achieved by methods which varied in their effectiveness, of the active elements produced by allied groups and even of those which came from antagonistic groups and seemed irreconcilably hostile. In this sense, political leadership became merely an aspect of the function of domination, inasmuch as the absorption of the enemy's elites means their decapitation, and annihilation often for a very long time. It seems clear from the policies of the moderates that there can, and indeed must, be hegemonic activity even before the rise to power, and that one should not count only on the material force which power gives in order to exercise an effective leadership. It was precisely the brilliant solution of these problems which made the Risorgimento possible, in the form in which it was achieved, and with its limitations, as revolution without a revolution, or as passive revolution, to use an expression of Cuoco's in a slightly different sense from that which Cuoco intended. 48. In what forms, and by what means, did the moderates succeed in establishing the apparatus, mechanism, of their intellectual, moral, and political hegemony? In forms, and by means, which may p.60. be called liberal, in other words through individual, molecular, private enterprise, i.e. not through a party program worked out and constituted according to a plan, in advance of the practical and organizational action. However, that was normal given the structure and the function of the social groups of which the moderates were the representatives, the leading stratum, the organic intellectuals. 49. For the Action Party, the problem presented itself differently, and different systems of organization should have been adopted. The moderates were intellectuals already naturally condensed by the organic nature of their relation to the social groups whose expression they were. As far as a whole series of them were concerned, there was realized the identity of the represented and the representative. In other words, the moderates were a real, organic vanguard of the upper classes, to which economically they belonged. They were intellectuals and political organizers, and at the same time company bosses, rich farmers or estate managers, commercial and industrial entrepreneurs, etc. Given this organic condensation or concentration, the moderates exercised a powerful attraction spontaneously, on the whole mass of intellectuals of every degree who existed in the peninsula, in a diffused, molecular state, to provide for the requirements, however rudimentarily satisfied, of education and administration. One may detect here the methodological consistency of a criterion of historico-political research. There does not exist any independent class of intellectuals, but every social group has its own stratum of intellectuals, or tends to form one. However, the intellectuals of the historically, and concretely, progressive class, in the given conditions, exercise such a power of attraction that, in the last analysis, they end up by subjugating the intellectuals of the other social groups. They thereby create a system of solidarity between all the intellectuals, with bonds of a psychological nature, vanity, etc., and often of a caste character, technico-juridical, corporate, etc. This phenomenon manifests itself spontaneously in the historical periods in which the given social group is really progressive, i.e. really causes the whole society to move forward, not merely satisfying its own existential requirements, but continuously augmenting its cadres for the conquest of ever new spheres of economic and productive activity. As soon as the dominant social group has exhausted its function, the ideological p.61 block tends to crumble away, then spontaneity may be replaced by constraint in ever less disguised and indirect forms, culminating in outright police measures and coups d'état. The Action Party not only could not have given its character a similar power of attraction, but was itself attracted and influenced, on the one hand, as a result of the atmosphere of intimidation, panic fear of a terror like that of 1793, reinforced by the events in France of 1848–49, which made it hesitate to include in its program certain popular demands, for instance, agrarian reform, and, on the other, because certain of its leading personalities, Garibaldi, had, even if only desultorily, they wavered, a relationship of personal subordination to the moderate leaders. For the Action Party to have become an autonomous force and, in the last analysis, for it to have succeeded at the very least in stamping the movement of the Risorgimento with a more markedly popular and democratic character, more than that perhaps it could not have achieved, given the fundamental premises of the movement itself, it would have had to counterpose to the empirical activity of the moderates, which was empirical only in a manner of speaking, since it corresponded perfectly to the objective, an organic program of government which would reflect the essential demands of the popular masses, and in the first place of the peasantry. To the spontaneous attraction of the moderates it would have had to counterpose a resistance and a counter-offensive organized according to a plan. As a typical example of spontaneous attraction by the moderates, one might recall the formation and development of the liberal Catholic movement 50, which scared the papacy so much, partially succeeding in paralysing its movements, demoralising it, in an initial period pushing it too far to the left, with the liberalising measures of Pius IX, in a subsequent period driving it into a more right-wing position than it need have adopted, and in the last analysis being the cause of its isolation in the Peninsula and in Europe. The papacy has since demonstrated that it has learned its lesson, and has shown itself capable in more recent times of p.62. Maneuvering brilliantly. Modernism first, and later popularism, 51 are movements resembling the liberal Catholic movement of the Risorgimento, due in great part to the power of spontaneous attraction exercised on the one hand by the modern historicism of the secular intellectuals of the upper classes, and on the other by the practical movement of the philosophy of praxis. 52. The papacy combated modernism as a tendency aimed at reforming the Church and the Catholic religion, but it encouraged popularism, i.e. the socio-economic basis of modernism, and today with Pius XI is making it the pivot of its world policies. But the Action Party lacked even a concrete program of government. In essence it was always, more than anything else, an agitational and propagandist body in the service of the moderates. The disagreements and internal conflicts of the Action Party, and the tremendous hatred which Mazzini aroused among the more valiant men of action, Garibaldi, Felice Orsini, 53 etc., against himself personally and against his activities, were caused by the lack of any firm political leadership. These internal polemics were for the most part as abstract as Mazzini's preaching, but it is possible to draw useful historical indications from them. It is enough to quote the example of Pisaccane's 54 writings, despite the p.63 fact that he committed irreparable political and military errors, such as opposing Garibaldi's military dictatorship in the Roman Republic. The Action Party was steeped in the traditional rhetoric of Italian literature. It confused the cultural unity which existed in the peninsula, confined, however, to a very thin stratum of the population, and polluted by the Vatican's cosmopolitanism, with the political and territorial unity of the great popular masses, who were foreign to that cultural tradition and who, even supposing that they knew of its existence, couldn't care less about it. A comparison may be made between the Jacobins and the Action Party. The Jacobins strove with determination to ensure a bond between town and country, and they succeeded triumphantly. Their defeat as a specific party was due to the fact that at a certain point they came up against the demands of the Paris workers, but in reality they were perpetuated in another form by Napoleon, and today, very wretchedly, by the radical socialists of Herriot and Daladier. In French political literature, the necessity of binding the town, Paris, to the countryside had always been vividly felt and expressed. It is enough to recall the series of novels by Eugene Sue, 55, very widely disseminated in Italy too. Fogazzaro in his novel Piccolo Mondo Antico shows Franco Marini receiving clandestinely from Switzerland the successive episodes of the Mystères du Peuple. These were in fact burnt at the hands of the public executioner in certain European cities, Vienna, for example. Sue's novels stress with particular insistence the necessity of having a concern for the peasantry, and of binding it to Paris. and Sue was the popular novelist of the Jacobin political tradition, and a primary source. p.64. For Ario and Daladier 56. From many points of view, Napoleonic legend, anti-clericalism and anti-Jesuitism, petty bourgeois reformism, penal theories, etc. It is true that the Action Party was always implicitly anti-French by virtue of its Mazzinian ideology. Compare Omodio's essay on French supremacy and Italian initiative, in Critica, 1929, pages 223 ff, but it found in the history of the peninsula a tradition to which it could go back and attach itself. The history of the medieval communes 57 is rich in relevant experiences. The nascent bourgeoisie seeks allies among the peasants against the empire and against the local feudalism. It is true that the question is complicated by the struggle between bourgeoisie and nobles competing for cheap labor. The bourgeoisie needs an abundant supply of labor, which can only be provided by the rural masses, but the nobles want the peasants tied to the soil, flight of the peasants into the cities where the nobles cannot capture them. In any case, even though the situation is different, there is apparent in the development of communal civilization the function of the city as a directive element, of the city which deepens the internal conflicts of the countryside and uses them as a politico-military instrument to strike down feudalism. But the most classic master of the art of politics for the Italian ruling classes, Machiavelli, had also posed the problem naturally in the terms and with the preoccupations of his time. In his politico-military writings, the need to subordinate the popular masses organically to the ruling strata, so as to create a national militia capable of eliminating the companies of fortune, was quite well understood. 58 Carlo Pisacane should perhaps be connected with this theme in Machiavelli. For him, the problem of satisfying popular demands, after having aroused them by means of propaganda, is seen mainly from the military point of view. With regard to Pisacane, certain contradictions in his conception need to be analyzed. Pisacane, a Neapolitan nobleman, had succeeded in acquiring a series of politico-military concepts put into circulation by the military experiences of the French Revolution and of Napoleon, and transplanted to Naples during the reigns of p.65. Joseph Bonaparte and of Joachim Murat 59, but especially through the direct experience of the Neapolitan officers who had fought with Napoleon. Pisacane understood that without a democratic policy it is impossible to have national armies with compulsory conscription, but his aversion for Garibaldi's strategy and his mistrust of Garibaldi are inexplicable. He had the same scornful attitude towards Garibaldi that the general staffs of the Ancien Regime had towards Napoleon. In his obituary of Cadorna in Nuova Antologia, March 1, 1929, M. Miseroli insists on the importance that this Neapolitan experience and military tradition had, through Pianal F. or example, in the reorganization of the Italian army alter 1870. The other figure who needs to be studied for these problems of the Risorgimento is Giuseppe Ferrari, 60, but not so much for his so-called major works, real hodgepodges of muddle and confusion, as for his occasional pamphlets and letters. Ferrari, however, was to a great extent outside the concrete reality of Italy. He had become too Gallicist. Often his judgments appear more acute than they really are, since he applied to Italy French schemas, which represented conditions considerably more advanced than those to be found in Italy. One may say that Ferrari, in relation to Italy, found himself in the position of a descendant, and that his wisdom was in a certain sense hindsight. The politician, however, must be an effective man of action, working on the present. Ferrari did not see that an intermediary link was missing between the Italian and French situations, and that it was precisely this link which had to be welded fast for it to be possible to pass on to the next. Ferrari was incapable of translating what was French into something Italian, and hence his very acuteness became an element of confusion, stimulated new sects and little schools, but did not impinge on the real movement. If one goes deeper into the question, it appears that from many aspects the difference between many members of the Action Party and the moderates was more one of temperament than of an organically political character. The term Jacobin has ended up by taking on two meanings. There is the literal meaning, carac. p.66. Terrorist historically, of a particular party in the French Revolution, which conceived of the development of French life in a particular way, with a particular program, on the basis of particular social forces, and there are also the particular methods of party and government activity which they displayed, characterized by extreme energy, decisiveness, and resolution, dependent on a fanatical belief in the virtue of that program and those methods. In political language the two aspects of Jacobinism were split, and the term Jacobin came to be used for a politician who was energetic, resolute, and fanatical, because fanatically convinced of the thaumaturgical virtues of his ideas, whatever they might be. This definition stressed the destructive elements derived from hatred of rivals and enemies, more than the constructive one derived from having made the demands of the popular masses one's own, the sectarian element of the clique, of the small group, of unrestrained individualism, more than the national political element. Thus, when one reads that Crispy 61 was a Jacobin, it is in this derogatory sense that the assertion should be understood. In his program, Crispy was a moderate pure and simple. His most noble Jacobin obsession was the politico-territorial unity of the country. This principle was always the compass by which he took his direction, not only in the period of the Risorgimento, in the strict sense, but in the succeeding period as well, when he was a member of the government. A man of strong passions, he hated the moderates as individuals, he saw in them the latecomers, the heroes of the 11th hour, people who would have made peace with the old regimes if these had become constitutional, people like the Tuscan moderates, who clung to the Grand Duke's coat-tails, afraid that he might run away. He had little trust in a unity achieved by non-Unitarians. Hence he tied himself to the monarchy, which he realized would be resolutely Unitarian for dynastic reasons, and embraced the principle of Piedmontese hegemony with an energy and ardor which the very Piedmontese politicians themselves, p.67, could not match. Cavour had warned that the South should not be dealt with by placing it under martial law. Crispy on the contrary at once established martial law and set up military courts in Sicily after the Fasci movement, 62, and accused the leaders of the Fasci of plotting with England for the secession of Sicily, pseudo-treaty of Bisaquino. 63. He allied himself closely with the Sicilian latifundists, since their fear of the demands of the peasantry made them the stratum most dedicated to unity, at the same time as overall policy was tending to reinforce northern industrialism by means of the tariff war against France and customs protectionism. He did not hesitate to plunge the South and the islands into a terrifying commercial crisis, so long as he was able to reinforce the industry which could give the country a real independence, and which would expand the cadres of the dominant social group. This is the policy of manufacturing the manufacturer. The government of the right from 1861 to 1876 had merely, and timidly, created the general external conditions for economic development, rationalization of the government apparatus, roads, railways, telegraph, and had restored to health the country's finances, overburdened by the wars of the Risorgimento. The left had attempted to remedy the hatred aroused among the people by the right's unilateral fiscalism, but it had only succeeded in acting as a safety valve. It had continued the policies of the right with a left-wing personnel and phraseology. Crispy, on the other hand, gave the new Italian society a real heave forward. He was the true man of the new bourgeoisie. His figure, however, is characterized by a disproportion between deeds and words, between the repressions and their objects, between the instrument and the blow delivered. He handled a rusty culverin as if it were a piece of modern artillery. Crispy's colonial policy too is connected with his obsession with unity, and in it he proved able to understand the political innocence of the Mezzogiorno. The southern peasant wanted land, and Crispy, who did not want to, or could not, give it to him in Italy itself, who had no wish to go in for economic Jacobinism, conjured up the mirage of p.68. Colonial lands to be exploited. Crispy's imperialism was passionate, oratorical, without any economic or financial basis. Capitalist Europe, rich in resources and arrived at the point at which the rate of profit was beginning to reveal its tendency to fall, 64 had a need to widen the area of expansion of its income-bearing investments, thus, after 1890, the great colonial empires were created. But the still immature Italy not only had no capital to export, but had to have recourse to foreign capital for its own pressing needs. Hence there was lacking any real drive behind Italian imperialism, and it was substituted for by the strong popular passions of the peasants, blindly intent on possessing land. It was a question of an exigency of internal politics which had to be resolved, and was by the sidetracking of its solution to infinity. Hence Crispi's policy was opposed by the northern capitalists themselves, who would more willingly have seen employed in Italy the huge sums spent in Africa, but in the south Crispi was popular for having created the myth of easy land. Crispi left a profound stamp upon an enormous number of Sicilian intellectuals, these especially, though he influenced all Italian intellectuals, creating the first cells of a national socialism which was later to develop vertiginously. 65 He created that Unitarian fanaticism which brought about a permanent atmosphere of suspicion against anything which might have the air of separatism. This, however, understandably, did not prevent the Sicilian latifundists from meeting in Palermo in 1920, and pronouncing a literal ultimatum against the government of Rome, threatening secession, just as it did not prevent several of these latifundists from continuing to keep Spanish nationality, nor from calling on the Madrid government's diplomatic intervention, case of the Duke of Bivona in 1919, to safeguard their interests, threatened by the agitation of the peasants back from the war. The attitude of the various social groups in the Mezzogiorno from 1919 to 1926 serves to reveal and to emphasize certain weaknesses of the obsessively Unitarian approach of Crispi, and to emphasize certain corrections contributed to it by Giolitti. These were very few in reality, since Giolitti essentially kept to the furrow traced by Crispi. For the temperamental Jacobinism of Crispi, Giolitti substituted bureaucratic diligence and continuity. He kept up the mirage of land in colonial policy. p.69. But he also propped up that policy with a defensive military outlook, and with the premise that it was necessary to create the conditions of freedom of expansion for the future. The episode of the Sicilian latifundists' ultimatum in 1920 is not isolated, and another interpretation of it could be suggested from the precedent of the Lombard upper classes, who on certain occasions threatened to go it alone and to reconstitute the ancient Duchy of Milan, a temporary policy of blackmail towards the government, if the authentic interpretation was not to be found in the campaigns run by the Mattino from 1919 until the dismissal of the Scarfaglio brothers. 66 For it would be too ingenuous to think that these campaigns were entirely suspended in mid-air, in other words not related in some way to currents of public opinion and to states of mind which had remained subterranean, latent, potential as a result of the atmosphere of intimidation created by obsessive Unitarianism. The Mattino on 2 occasions defended the following thesis, that the Mezzogiorno joined the Italian state on a contractual basis, the Albertine Statute, 67 but that, implicitly, it continues to preserve a real, concrete personality of its own, and has the right to cast off the bonds of the unitary state if the contractual basis is in any way prejudiced, i.e. if the 1848 Constitution is modified. This thesis was developed in 1919-20 in the face of a constitutional modification in one direction, and was repeated in 1924-25 against a change in the other direction. 68 One must keep in mind the importance of the Mattino's role in the Mezzogiorno. It was also the newspaper with the widest circulation. The Mattino was always pro-Crispi and expansionist, setting the tone for the South's ideology created by the hunger for land and by the sufferings of emigration, and inclining towards every vague form of settler colonialism. The following points should also be recalled about the Mattino. 1. Its extremely violent campaign against the North on the occasion of the attempt by the Lombard textile magnates to gain control of certain southern cotton industries, an attempt which reached the point at which the plant was about to be p.70. Transported to Lombardy, disguised as scrap metal in order to evade the legislation on industrial zones, an attempt which was precisely foiled by the newspaper, which went so far as to publish a eulogy of the Bourbons and their economic policies. This happened in 1923, too. The sorrowful, nostalgic commemoration of Maria Sophia's 69 published in 1925, which provoked a great fuss and scandal. To be sure, in order to evaluate this attitude of the Mattino, certain qualifications have to be taken into account: the adventurous character and the venality of the Scarfagli and their political and ideological dilettantism. But it is necessary to insist on the fact that the Mattino was the paper with the largest circulation in the Mezzogiorno, and that the Scarfagli were born journalists, in other words possessed that rapid and sympathetic intuition of the deepest currents of popular feeling which makes possible the dissemination of the yellow press. It should be recalled that Maria Sophia continually sought to intervene in the internal affairs of Italy, through a thirst for vengeance, if not with any hope of restoring the kingdom of Naples, even spending money for that purpose, as seems to be beyond doubt. Unita, in 1914 or 1915, published a sharp attack on Enrico Malatesta, in which it was asserted that the events of June 1914-70 might have been sponsored and financed by the Austrian General Staff through the medium of Zita de Borbone. 71 Given the relations of friendship seemingly never interrupted between Malatesta and Maria Sofia, in his work Gli uomini e cose della vecchia Italia, Men and Things of Old Italy, B. Croce refers again to these relations in connection with an attempt to rescue an anarchist who had committed a terrorist attack, an attempt which was followed by diplomatic representations to the French government by that of Italy to stop these activities of Maria Sofia's. The anecdotes about Maria Sofia recounted by Signora B., who used to visit the ex-queen in 1919 to paint her portrait, should also be recalled. When all is said and done, Malatesta never replied to these accusations, as he ought to have done, unless, and this is highly doubtful, it is true that he replied in a letter to a clandestine broadsheet, printed in France by Escacchi and called Il Picanera. Another element in evaluating the real significance of the obsessedly unitary policies of Crispi is the complex of feelings created in the North with regard to the Mezzogiorno. The poverty of the Mezzogiorno was historically inexplicable for the popular masses in the North. They did not understand that unity had not taken place on a basis of equality, but as hegemony of the North. p.71. Over the Mezzogiorno in a territorial version of the town-country relationship, in other words, that the North concretely was an octopus which enriched itself at the expense of the South, and that its economic industrial increment was in direct proportion to the impoverishment of the economy and the agriculture of the South. The ordinary man from northern Italy thought rather that, if the Mezzogiorno made no progress after having been liberated from the fetters which the Bourbon regime placed in the way of a modern development, this meant that the causes of the poverty were not external, to be sought in objective economic and political conditions, but internal, innate in the population of the South, and this all the more since there was a deeply rooted belief in the great natural wealth of the terrain. There only remained one explanation: the organic incapacity of the inhabitants, their barbarity, their biological inferiority. These already widespread opinions, Neapolitan vagabondry 72 is a legend which goes back a long way, were consolidated and actually theorized by the sociologists of positivism, Niceforo, Sergi, Ferri, Orano, etc., 73, acquiring the strength of scientific truth in a period of superstition about science. Thus a polemic arose between North and South on the subject of race, and about the superiority or inferiority of North and South. Compare Encolagiani's books defending the Mezzogiorno in this respect, 74, and the whole series of the Rivista Popolari. Meanwhile, in the North there persisted the belief that the Mezzogiorno was a ball and chain for Italy, the conviction that the modern industrial civilization of northern Italy would have made greater progress without this ball and chain, etc. The early years of this century then saw the beginnings of a strong southern reaction on this very subject. In the Sardinian Congress of 1911, held under the presidency of General Ruggiero, a calculation was made of how p.72 many hundreds of millions had been extorted from Sardinia in the first 50 years of the unitary state, to the advantage of the mainland. Then came Salvemini's campaigns 75, brought to their culmination in the foundation of UNITA, but already being waged in voce. See the special number of voce on the Southern Question, later published as a pamphlet. In Sardinia an autonomist movement started, under the leadership of Umberto Ca, which also had a daily newspaper, Il Paese. In those early years of the century a certain intellectual bloc of Pan-Italian one was created. It was led by B. Croce and Giustino Fortunato, and sought to pose the Southern Question as a national problem capable of renovating political and parliamentary life. 76 Not simply the influence of Croce and Fortunato, but their contributions, were to be seen in every review of the younger generation which had liberal democratic tendencies and proposed in general to rejuvenate and deprovincialize national life and culture in all fields, in art, in literature, in politics. It was the case with Voci and Unita, but also with Patria from Bologna, Azione Liberate from Milan, with the young liberal movement led by Giovanni Borelli, etc. 77 The influence of this bloc increased further when it came to determine the political line of Albertini's Corriere della Sera. After the war, thanks to the new situation, it appeared in La Stampa too, through Cosmo Salvatorelli and also through Ambrosini, and in Giolitism with the inclusion of Croce in the last Gioliti. Government asterisk. Asterisk. A tendentious interpretation of this certainly very complex and many-sided movement is also offered today by G. Prezzolini, despite the fact that he himself was a typical incarnation of it. However, as an authentic document, there is still the first edition of La Cultura Italiana, 1923, by that same Prezzolini, especially in view of its omissions. 78. The movement developed to its maxi. p.73. Which was also its point of dissolution. This point was to be identified in the particular stance of Piero Gobti and in his cultural initiatives. 79. The polemic carried on by Giovanni Ansaldo, and collaborators of his such as Calc Anti-Calces, otherwise Francesco Cesati, against Guido d'Orso is the most expressive document of this destination and outcome. 80. The comic aspects. p.74. Which now seem obvious in the gladiatorial and intimidatory attitudes of fanatical Unitarianism even helped to make it that asterisk. Asterisk that Ansaldo, in 1925-26, should have thought he could make people believe in a return of the Bourbons to Naples, would seem inconceivable without a knowledge of all the antecedents of the question and of the subterranean courses taken by the polemics, with their hidden meanings and allusions enigmatic to the non-initiated. However, it is remarkable that even among certain popular elements, who had read Oriani, 81 the fear existed at the time that a Bourbon restoration was possible in Naples, and hence a more extensive dissolution of the unitary state link. From this series of observations and analyses of certain elements of Italian history after unity, certain criteria may be drawn for evaluating the position of confrontation between the moderates and the Action Party, and for investigating the respective political wisdom of these two parties and of the various tendencies which contested the political and ideological leadership of the latter of them. It is obvious that, in order to counterpose itself effectively to the moderates, the Action Party ought to have allied itself with the rural masses, especially those in the south, and ought to have been Jacobin not only in external form, in temperament, but most particularly in socio-economic content. The binding together of the various rural classes, which was accomplished in a reactionary bloc by means of the various legitimist clerical intellectual strata, could be dissolved, so as to arrive at a new liberal national formation, only if support was won from two directions, from the peasant masses, by accepting their elementary demands and making these an integral part of the new program of government, and from the intellectuals of the middle and lower strata, by concentrating them and stressing the themes most capable of interesting them, and the prospect of a new apparatus of government being formed, with the possibilities of employment which it offered, would already have been a formidable element of attraction for them if that prospect had appeared concrete, because based on the aspirations of the peasantry. The relation between these two actions was dialectical and reciprocal. The experience of many countries, first and foremost that of France in the period of the Great Revolution, has shown that, if the peasants move through spontaneous impulses, the intellectuals start to waver, and, Reciprocally, if a group of intellectuals situates itself on a new basis of concrete pro-peasant policies, it ends up by drawing with it ever more important elements of the masses. p.75. However, one may say that, given the dispersal and the isolation of the rural population and hence the difficulty of welding it into solid organizations, it is best to start the movement from the intellectual groups. However, in general, it is the dialectical relation between the two actions which has to be kept in mind. It may also be said that peasant parties in the strict sense of the word are almost impossible to create. The peasant party generally is achieved only as a strong current of opinion, and not in schematic forms of bureaucratic organization. However, the existence even of only a skeleton organization is of immense usefulness, both as a selective mechanism, and for controlling the intellectual groups and preventing caste interests from transporting them imperceptibly onto different ground. These criteria must be kept in mind when studying the personality of Giuseppe Ferrari, who was the Action Party's unheeded specialist on agrarian questions. It is also necessary to study closely Ferrari's attitude towards the agricultural laborers bracciantato, i.e. the landless peasants who live by day labor. It is on these that he bases a notable part of his ideological positions, for which he is still sought out and read by certain schools of thought, works of Ferrari reprinted by Manini, with prefatory material by Luigi Fabbri. It must be recognized that the problem of the agricultural laborers is an extremely difficult one, and even today very hard to solve. In general, the following criteria must be borne in mind. The agricultural laborers to this day are for the most part simply peasants without land, hence were all the more so in the Risorgimento period, and not the workers of an agricultural industry developed through concentration of capital and the division of labor. Moreover, in the period of the Risorgimento, tied labor obbligato was considerably more widespread than casual labor of Antisaio. Their psychology is therefore, with all due exceptions, the same as that of the farmer and the smallholder ***. It is worth recalling the polemic between Senators Tannery and Bassini in the Resto del Carlino and in Perseveranza, which took place towards the end of 1917 and in early 1918, concerning the application of the slogan, "The land to the peasants," launched around that time. Tannery was in favor, Bassini against. Bassini based himself on his experience as a big agricultural industrialist, as a proprietor of agricultural concerns in which the division of labor had progressed so far as to render the land indivisible, because of the disappearance of the self-employed peasant and the emergence of the modern worker. The question was posed in acute form, not so much in the mezzo. p.76. Giorno, where the artisanal character of agricultural labor was too obvious, as in the Po Valley where it was more disguised. Even in recent times, however, the existence of an acute problem of the agricultural laborers in the Po Valley was partly due to extra economic causes: 1. Overpopulation, which did not find an outlet in emigration as in the South, and was artificially maintained through the policy of public works; 2. Policy of the landowners, who did not wish to consolidate the working population into a single class of agricultural laborers and sharecroppers mesagerie. They alternated sharecropping with leaseholding, utilizing this alternation in order to bring about a better selection of privileged sharecroppers who would be their allies. In every congress of landowners from the Po region, there was always a discussion on whether sharecropping or direct tenancy was more advantageous, and it was clear that the choice was made for motives of a socio-political character. During the Risorgimento, the problem of the Po agricultural laborers appeared in the guise of a terrible phenomenon of pauperism. It is seen thus by the economist Tullio Martello in his History of the International, written in 1871-72, a work which must be borne in mind since it reflects the political passions and the social preoccupations of the preceding period. Ferrari's position is moreover weakened by his federalism, especially in his case living in France, as he did this appeared all the more like a reflection of the national and state interests of France. Proudhon should be recalled, with his pamphlets against Italian unity combated from the declared standpoint of French state interest and of democracy. In reality, the principal tendencies of French politics were bitterly opposed to Italian unity. To this day the monarchists, Bainville and co. reproach retrospectively the two Napoleons with having created the nationalitarian myth, and with having helped to secure its realization in Germany and Italy, thus lowering the relative stature of France, which ought to be surrounded by a swarm of little states of the Switzerland type in order to be secure. Now the moderates after 1848 formed a national bloc under their own hegemony, influencing the two supreme leaders of the Action Party, Mazzini and Garibaldi, in different ways and to a different extent. They did this precisely under the slogan of independence and unity, without taking any account of the concrete political content of such generic formulae. How successful the moderates had been in their intention of diverting attention from the kernel to the husk is demonstrated, among so many other examples, by p.77. This expression of Gramsci's in a letter to a Sicilian student *, whatever we desire, whether it is despotism or republic or anything else, let us not seek division among ourselves. With this guiding principle, the world can collapse and we will still find the way again. In any case, Mazzini's entire activity was concretely devoted to a continuous and permanent preaching of unity. Published in the Archivio Storico Siciliano by Eugenio Di Carlo, correspondence between F. D. Gramsci and the notary Francesco Paolo Sarda-Fontana of Riella, reproduced in Marzico on 24 November 1929. On the subject of Jacobinism and the Action Party, an element to be highlighted is the following, that the Jacobins won their function of leading dirigent party by a struggle to the death. They literally imposed themselves on the French bourgeoisie, leading it into a far more advanced position than the originally strongest bourgeois nuclei would have spontaneously wished to take up, and even far more advanced than that which the historical premises should have permitted. Hence the various forms of backlash and the function of Napoleon I. This feature, characteristic of Jacobinism, but before that, also of Cromwell and the Roundheads, and hence of the entire French Revolution, which consists in, apparently, forcing the situation, in creating irreversible fates accomplis, and in a group of extremely energetic and determined men driving the bourgeois forward with kicks in the backside, may be schematized in the following way. The Third Estate was the least homogeneous, it had a very disparate intellectual elite, and a group which was very advanced economically but politically moderate. Events developed along highly interesting lines. The representatives of the Third Estate initially only posed those questions which interested the actual physical members of the social group, their immediate corporate interests, corporate in the traditional sense, of the immediate and narrowly selfish interests of a particular category. The precursors of the revolution were in fact moderate reformers, who shouted very loud but actually demanded very little. Gradually a new elite was selected out which did not concern itself solely with corporate reforms, but tended to conceive of the bourgeoisie as the hegemonic group of all the popular forces. This selection occurred through the action of two factors, the resistance of the old social forces, and the international threat. The old forces did not wish to concede anything, and if they did concede anything they did it with the intention of gaining time and preparing a counter-offensive. The Third Estate would have fallen into these successive pitfalls without the p.78. Energetic action of the Jacobins, who opposed every intermediate halt in the revolutionary process, and sent to the guillotine not only the elements of the old society which was hard dying, but also the revolutionaries of yesterday today become reactionaries. The Jacobins, consequently, were the only party of the revolution in progress, inasmuch as they not only represented the immediate needs and aspirations of the actual physical individuals who constituted the French bourgeoisie, but they also represented the revolutionary movement as a whole, as an integral historical development. For they represented future needs as well, and, once again, not only the needs of those particular physical individuals, but also of all the national groups which had to be assimilated to the existing fundamental group. It is necessary to insist, against a tendentious and fundamentally anti-historical school of thought, that the Jacobins were realists of the Machiavelli stamp and not abstract dreamers. They were convinced of the absolute truth of their slogans about equality, fraternity, and liberty, and, what is more important, the great popular masses whom the Jacobins stirred up and drew into the struggle were also convinced of their truth. The Jacobins' language, their ideology, their methods of action reflected perfectly the exigencies of the epoch, even if today, in a different situation and after more than a century of cultural evolution, they may appear abstract and frenetic. Naturally, they reflected those exigencies according to the French cultural tradition. One proof of this is the analysis of Jacobin language which is to be found in the Holy Family. 82. Another is Hegel's admission, 83, when he places as parallel and reciprocally translatable the juridico-political language of the Jacobins and the concepts of classical German philosophy, which is recognized today to have the maximum of concreteness and which was the source of modern historicism. The first necessity was to annihilate the enemy forces, or at least to reduce them to impotence in order to make a counter-revolution impossible. The second was to enlarge the cadres of the bourgeoisie as such, and to place the latter at the head of all the national forces. This meant identifying the interests and the requirements common to all the national forces, in order to set these forces in motion and lead them into the struggle, obtaining two results: a. that of opposing a wider target to the blows of the enemy, i.e. of creating a politico-military p.79 relation favorable to the revolution, b. that of depriving the enemy of every zone of passivity in which it would be possible to enroll Vendée-type armies. 84. Without the agrarian policy of the Jacobins, Paris would have had the Vendée at its very doors. The resistance of the Vendée, properly speaking, is linked to the national question, which had become envenomed among the peoples of Brittany and in general among those alien to the slogan of the single and indivisible republic and to the policy of bureaucratic military centralization, a slogan and a policy which the Jacobins could not renounce without committing suicide. The Girondins tried to exploit federalism in order to crush Jacobin Paris, but the provincial troops brought to Paris went over to the revolutionaries. Except for certain marginal areas, where the national and linguistic differentiation was very great, the agrarian question proved stronger than aspirations to local autonomy. Rural France accepted the hegemony of Paris. In other words, it understood that in order definitively to destroy the old regime it had to make a bloc with the most advanced elements of the Third Estate, and not with the Girondin moderates. If it is true that the Jacobins forced its hand, it is also true that this always occurred in the direction of real historical development. For not only did they organize a bourgeois government, i.e. make the bourgeoisie the dominant class, they did more. They created the bourgeois state, made the bourgeoisie into the leading, hegemonic class of the nation, in other words gave the new state a permanent basis and created the compact modern French nation. That the Jacobins, despite everything, always remained on bourgeois ground is demonstrated by the events which marked their end, as a party cast in too specific and inflexible a mold, and by the death of Robespierre. Maintaining the Le Chapelier law, they were not willing to concede to the workers the right of combination. As a consequence they had to pass the law of the maximum. 85. They thus broke the Paris urban bloc. Their assault forces, assembled in the Commune, dispersed in disappointment, and their mitre gained the upper hand. The revolution had found its widest class limits. p.80. The policy of alliances and of permanent revolution had finished by posing new questions which at that time could not be resolved. It had unleashed elemental forces which only a military dictatorship was to succeed in containing. 86. In the Action Party there was nothing to be found which resembled this Jacobin approach, this inflexible will to become the leading dirigent party. Naturally one has to allow for the differences. In Italy the struggle manifested itself as a struggle. p.81. Against old treaties and the existing international order, and against a foreign power Austria which represented these and upheld them in Italy, occupying a part of the peninsula and controlling the rest. This problem arose in France too, in a certain sense at least, since at a certain point the internal struggle became a national struggle fought at the frontiers. But this only happened after the whole territory had been won for the revolution, and the Jacobins were able to utilize the external threat as a spur to greater energy internally. They well understood that in order to defeat the external foe they had to crush his allies internally, and they did not hesitate to carry out the September massacres. 87 in Italy, although a similar connection, both explicit and implicit, did exist between Austria and at least a segment of the intellectuals, the nobles, and the landowners, it was not denounced by the Action Party, or at least it was not denounced with the proper energy and in the most practically effective manner, and it did not become a real political issue. It became transformed curiously into a question of greater or lesser patriotic dignity, and subsequently gave rise to a trail of acrimonious and sterile polemics which continued even after 1898 ***. See the articles of Rerum Scripta in Critica Sociale after the resumption of publication, and the book by Romualdo Bonfadini, Mezzo secolo di patriottismo * Century of Patriotism, Milan 1886. The question of the testimony 88 of Federico Confalani AI should be recalled in this respect. Bonfadini, in the above-mentioned book, asserts in a note that he has seen the collection of the testimony in the State Archives of Milan, and he refers to some 80 dossiers. Others have always denied that this collection of testimony exists in Italy, thus explaining its non-publication. In an article, published in 1925, by Senator Salata, charged with carrying out research in the Viennese archives on documents concerning Italy, it was claimed that the testimony had been traced and would be published. Recall the fact that at a certain time Civiltà Cattolica challenged the liberals to publish it, asserting that if it was known it would blow sky high, no less, the unity of the state. In the Confalani AI question, the most remarkable fact is that unlike other patriots pardoned by Austria, Confalani AI, who had been a remarkable politician, withdrew from active life and after his liberation maintained a very reserved bearing. The whole Confalani AI question should be critically re-examined, together with the attitude assumed by him and his companions, and an analysis in depth made of the memoirs written by the individuals involved, when they wrote any. For the polemics which they provoked, the memoirs of the Frenchman Alexander Andriani are interesting. He treats Confalani AI with great respect and admiration, whereas he attacks Giorgio Pallavicino for his weakness. p.82. In connection with the attempts some even recent to defend the attitude towards Austria assumed by the Lombard aristocracy, especially after the attempted insurrection at Milan in February 1853 and during the vice-regency of Maximilian, 89, it should be recalled that Alessandro Lozio, whose historical work is always tendentious and acrimonious against the Democrats, goes so far as to justify the faithful services rendered to Austria by Salvati, hardly a Jacobin spirit. The comic note in the discussion is provided by Alfredo Panzani, who, in his Life of Cavour, rings all the changes as affected as they are nauseating and Jesuitical on a tiger skin displayed from an aristocrat's window during a visit to Milan by Franz Joseph. 90. The conceptions of Miseroli, Gobti, Dorso, etc., on the Italian Risorgimento as a royal conquest, should be considered from all these points of view. If in Italy a Jacobin party was not formed, the reasons are to be sought in the economic field, that is to say in the relative weakness of the Italian bourgeoisie and in the different historical climate in Europe after 1815. The limit reached by the Jacobins, in their policy of forced reawakening of French popular energies to be allied with the bourgeoisie, with the Le Chapelier law and that of the maximum, appeared in 1848 as a spectre which was already threatening, and this was skillfully exploited by Austria, by the old governments and even by Cavour, quite apart from the Pope. The bourgeoisie could not, perhaps, extend its hegemony further over the great popular strata which it did succeed in embracing in France, could not for subjective rather than objective reasons, but action directed at the peasantry was certainly always possible. Differences between France, Germany, and Italy in the process by which the bourgeoisie took power, and England. It was in France that the process was richest in developments, and in active and p.83. Positive political elements. In Germany, it evolved in ways which in certain aspects resembled what happened in Italy, and in others what happened in England. In Germany, the movement of 1848 failed as a result of the scanty bourgeois concentration, The Jacobin-type slogan was furnished by the democratic far left, permanent revolution, and because the question of renewal of the state was intertwined with the national question. The wars of 1864, 1866 and 1870-91 resolved both the national question and, in an intermediate form, the class question. The bourgeoisie obtained economic industrial power, but the old feudal classes remained as the governing stratum of the political state, with wide corporate privileges in the army, the administration, and on the land. Yet at least, if these old classes kept so much importance in Germany and enjoyed so many privileges, they exercised a national function, became the intellectuals of the bourgeoisie, with a particular temperament conferred by their caste origin and by tradition. In England, where the bourgeois revolution took place before that in France, we have a similar phenomenon to the German one of fusion between the old and the new, this notwithstanding the extreme energy of the English Jacobins, i.e. Cromwell's Roundheads. The old aristocracy remained as a governing stratum, with certain privileges, and it too became the intellectual stratum of the English bourgeoisie. It should be added that the English aristocracy has an open structure, and continually renews itself with elements coming from the intellectuals and the bourgeoisie. The explanation given by Antonio Labriola of the fact that the Junkers and Kaiserism continued in power in Germany, despite the great capitalist development, adumbrates the correct explanation. The class relations created by industrial development, with the limits of bourgeois hegemony reached and the position of the progressive classes reversed, have induced the bourgeoisie not to struggle with all its strength against the old regime, but to allow a part of the latter's facade to subsist, behind which it can disguise its own real domination. Certain observations contained in the preface to the English translation of Utopia and Science should be looked at in this connection. These are worth recalling for the research into intellectuals and their historico-social functions. 92. p.84. These variations in the actual process whereby the same historical development manifests itself in different countries have to be related not only to the differing combinations of internal relations within the different nations, but also to the differing international relations. International relations are usually underestimated in this kind of research. The Jacobin spirit, audacious, dauntless, is certainly related to the hegemony exercised for so long by France in Europe, as well as to the existence of an urban center like Paris and to the centralization attained in France thanks to the absolute monarchy. The Napoleonic Wars, on the other hand, intellectually so fertile for the renovation of Europe, nonetheless through their enormous destruction of manpower, and these were men taken from among the boldest and most enterprising, weakened not only the militant political energy of France but that of other nations as well. International relations were certainly very important in determining the line of development of the Italian Risorgimento, but they were exaggerated by the moderate party, and by Cavour for party reasons. Cavour's case is noteworthy in this connection. Before the Quarto 93 expedition and the crossing of the Straits, he feared Garibaldi's initiative like the devil, because of the international complications which it might create. He was then himself impelled by the enthusiasm created by the Thousand in European opinion to the point where he saw as feasible an immediate new war against Austria. There existed in Cavour a certain professional diplomat's distortion, which led him to see too many difficulties, and induced him into conspiratorial exaggerations, and into prodigies, which to a considerable extent were simply tightrope walking, of subtlety and intrigue. In any case, Cavour acted eminently as a party man. Whether in fact his party represented the deepest and most durable national interests, even if only in the sense of the widest extension which could be given to the community of interests between the bourgeoisie and the popular masses, is another question. With respect to the Jacobin slogan permanent revolution formulated in 1848-49, its complex fortunes are worth studying. Taken up again, systematized, developed, intellectualized by the Parvus-Bronstein-Trotsky group, it proved inert and ineffective in 1905, and subsequently. It had become an abstract thing, belonging in the scientist's cabinet. The Bolshevik tendency which opposed it in this literary form, and indeed did not use it on purpose, applied it in fact in a form which adhered to actual, concrete, living history, adapted to the time and the place, as something that sprang from all the pores of the particular society which had to be transformed, as the alliance of two social groups, i.e. proletariat and peasantry, with the hegemony of the urban group. In one case, you had the Jacobin temperament without an adequate political content; in the second, a Jacobin temperament and content derived from the new historical relations, and not from a literary and intellectualistic label. In examining the political and military leadership imposed on the national movement before and after 1848, it is necessary to make p.85 certain preliminary observations of method and terminology. By military leadership should be understood not only military leadership in the strict, technical sense, i.e. with reference to the strategy and the tactics of the Piedmontese army, or of Garibaldi's troops, or of the various militias improvised in the course of local insurrections, 5 days of Milan, defense of Venice, defense of the Roman Republic, Palermo insurrection of 1848, etc. It should be understood rather in a far wider sense, and one which is more closely connected with political leadership properly speaking. The essential problem which had to be faced from the military point of view was that of expelling from the peninsula a foreign power, Austria, which had at its disposal one of the largest armies in Europe at that time, and whose supporters in the peninsula itself, moreover, even in Piedmont, were neither few nor weak. Consequently, the military problem was the following: how to succeed in mobilizing an insurrectional force which was capable not only of expelling the Austrian army from the peninsula, but of preventing it from being able to come back with a counter-offensive, given the fact that the violent expulsion would endanger the complex structure of the empire, and hence would galvanize all the forces interested in its cohesion for a reconquest. Numerous abstract solutions to the problem were presented, all of them contradictory and ineffective. "Italy will go it alone" was the Piedmontese slogan of 1848, but it meant catastrophic defeat. The uncertain, ambiguous, timid, and at the same time foolhardy policies of the right-wing Piedmontese parties was the principal reason for the defeat. They were capable only of petty cunning. They were the cause of the withdrawal of the armies of the other Italian states, those of Naples and of Rome, when they showed too early that they wanted Piedmontese expansion and not an Italian confederation. They did not favor, but opposed the volunteer movement. They, in short, wanted the only military victors to be the Piedmontese generals, incapable of commanding in so difficult a war. The absence of a popular policy was disastrous. The Lombard and Venetian peasants enrolled by Austria were one of the most effective instruments for suffocating the Vienna Revolution, and p.86. Hence also that of Italy. For the peasants the movement in Lombardy-Veneto, like the Viennese movement, was an affair of gentlemen and of students. Whereas the Italian national parties ought to have, by their policies, brought about or assisted the dissolution of the Austrian Empire, in fact by their inertia they saw to it that the Italian regiments were one of the best supports for Austrian reaction. In the struggle between Piedmont and Austria, the strategic objective could not be that of destroying the Austrian army and occupying the enemy's territory, for this would have been an unattainable and utopian objective. But it could have been that of dissolving Austria's internal cohesion, and of assisting the liberals to gain power firmly and change the political structure of the empire into a federalist one, or at least to create within it a prolonged state of internal struggles which would give a breathing space to the Italian national forces, and permit them to regroup themselves politically and militarily. The same error was committed by Sonnino during the World War, and that in the face of Cadorna's protests. Sonnino did not desire the destruction of the Habsburg Empire, and refused any nationalities policy. 94 Even after Caporetto, a nationalitarian policy was adopted reluctantly and in a Malthusian manner, and therefore did not give the swifter results which it could have given. Having started the war with the slogan "Italy will go it alone," after the defeat, when the entire undertaking was endangered, an attempt was made to gain French assistance. This occurred precisely at the time when, partly as a result of the reinforcement of Austria, the reactionaries had come to power in France, the enemies of a unitary and strong Italian state, and also of Piedmontese expansion. 95 France did not wish to give Piedmont even an experienced general, and the latter had to turn to the Pole Krzyżanowski. Military leadership was a larger question than the leadership of p.87. The army and the working out of the strategic plan which the army was to execute. It included also the politico-insurrectional mobilization of popular forces who would rise in revolt at the enemy's back and obstruct his movements and logistic services, and the creation of mass auxiliary and reserve forces from which new regiments could be drawn, and which would give to the technical army an atmosphere of enthusiasm and ardor. The policy of popular mobilization was not carried out even after 1849, indeed stupid quibbles were made about the events of 1849 in order to intimidate the democratic tendencies. The right-wing national policy became involved, during the second period of the Risorgimento, in a search for the assistance of Bonapartist France, and balanced the strength of Austria with the French alliance. The policies of the right in 1848 delayed the unification of the peninsula by more than 2 decades. The uncertainties of political and military leadership, the continual oscillations between despotism and constitutionalism, had their disastrous repercussions within the Piedmontese army too. It may safely be asserted that the more numerous an army is, whether in an absolute sense as a recruited mass, or in a relative sense as a proportion of recruited men to the total population, the more the importance of political leadership increases in comparison with merely technical military leadership. The combativity of the Piedmontese army was extremely high at the start of the campaign of 1848. The rightists believed that this combativity was an expression of a purely abstract military and dynastic spirit, and began to intrigue to restrain popular freedoms and to tone down expectations of a democratic future. The morale of the army fell. Herein lies the entire debate about fatal Navarra. At Navarra the army did not want to fight, and therefore was defeated. The rightists accused the Democrats of having introduced politics into the army and split it, an inept accusation, since constitutionalism precisely nationalized the army, made it into an element of general politics, and thereby strengthened it militarily. The accusation is all the more inept in that the army perceives a political change of leadership or direction, without any need for splitters, from a host of little changes, each one of which might seem insignificant and negligible, but which together form a new, asphyxiating atmosphere. Those who are responsible for the splits are consequently those who have altered the political leadership, without foreseeing the military consequences, those who, in other words, have substituted a bad policy for the previous good one. p.88. Because in conformity with its objective. The army is also an instrument for a particular end, but it is made up of thinking men and not of robots who can be utilized to the limits of their mechanical and physical cohesion. Even if one can and must, in this case too, speak in terms of what is expedient and appropriate to the objective, it is nevertheless also necessary to add the qualification, in accordance with the nature of the given instrument. If you hit a nail with a wooden mallet with the same strength with which you would hit it with a steel hammer, the nail will go into the mallet instead of into the wall. Correct political leadership is necessary even with an army of professional mercenaries. Even in the companies of fortune there was a minimum of political leadership, apart from of a technical military kind. It is all the more necessary with a national, conscript army. The question becomes even more complex and difficult in wars of position, 96 fought by huge masses who are only able to endure the immense muscular, nervous, and psychic strain with the aid of great reserves of moral strength. Only a very skillful political leadership, capable of taking into account the deepest aspirations and feelings of those human masses, can prevent disintegration and defeat. Military leadership must always be subordinate to political leadership, or in other words the strategic plan must be the military expression of a particular general policy. Naturally, it may be that in a given situation the politicians are inept, while in the army there are leaders who combine military ability with political ability. It was the case with Caesar and with Napoleon. but we have seen how in Napoleon's case the change of policies, combined with the presumption that he had a military instrument which was military in the abstract, brought about his downfall. Even in those cases in which political and military leadership is united in the same person, it is the political moment which must prevail over the military. Caesar's commentaries are a classical example of the exhibition of an intelligent combination of political art and military art. The soldiers saw in Caesar not only a great military leader but especially their political leader, the leader of democracy. It should be recalled how Bismarck, following Clausewitz, maintained the supremacy of the political moment over the military, whereas Wilhelm II, as Ludwig records, scribbled furious notes on a newspaper in which Bismarck's opinion was quoted. Thus the Germans won almost all the battles brilliantly, but lost the war. p.89. There exists a certain tendency to overestimate the contribution of the popular classes to the Risorgimento, stressing especially the phenomenon of volunteers. The most serious and thoughtful things on the subject were written by Ettore Rota in Nuova Rivista Storica, in 1928-29. Apart from the observation made in another note 97 about the significance which should be accorded to the volunteers, it should be pointed out that the writings of Rota themselves show how the volunteers were viewed with disfavor and sabotaged by the Piedmontese authorities, which precisely confirms their bad politico-military leadership. The Piedmontese government could forcibly enroll soldiers within its own territory in proportion to its population, just as Austria could in its territory and in proportion to an enormously larger population. An all-out war on these terms would always have been disastrous for Piedmont after a certain time. Given the principle that Italy goes it alone, it was necessary either to accept immediately a confederation with the other Italian states, or to propose territorial unity on such a radically popular basis that the masses would have been induced to rise up against the other governments, and would have constituted volunteer armies who would have hastened to the support of the Piedmontese. But precisely here lay the problem. The right-wing tendencies in Piedmont either did not want auxiliaries, thinking that they could defeat the Austrians with the regular Piedmontese forces alone, and it is incomprehensible how they could have had such presumption, or else would have liked to have been helped for nothing, and here too it is incomprehensible how serious politicians could have asked such an absurdity. In real life, one cannot ask for enthusiasm, spirit of sacrifice, etc. without giving anything in return, even from the subjects of one's own country. All the less can one ask these things of citizens from outside that country, on the basis of a generic and abstract program and a blind faith in a far distant government. This was the drama of 1848 and 1849, but it is certainly not fair therefore to despise the Italian people. The responsibility for the disaster should be attributed either to the moderates or to the Action Party, in other words, in the last analysis, to the immaturity and the scanty effectiveness of the ruling classes. These observations concerning the deficiencies of political and military leadership in the Risorgimento might be met with a very trivial and threadbare argument: those men were not demagogues, they did not go in for demagogy. Another very widespread p.90 triviality used to parry negative judgments on the strategic abilities of the leaders of the national movement consists in repeating in various ways and forms that the national movement's capacity to act was due to the merit of the educated classes solely. Where the merit lies is hard to see. The merit of an educated class, because it is its historical function, is to lead the popular masses and develop their progressive elements. If the educated class has not been capable of fulfilling its function, one should speak not of merit but of demerit, in other words, of immaturity and intrinsic weakness. Similarly, it is necessary to be clear about the term, and the concept, of demagogy. Those men in effect were not capable of leading the people, were not capable of arousing their enthusiasm and their passion, if one is to take demagogy in its original meaning. Did they at least attain the end which they set themselves? They said that they were aiming at the creation of a modern state in Italy, and they in fact produced a bastard. They aimed at stimulating the formation of an extensive and energetic ruling class, and they did not succeed, at integrating the people into the framework of the new state, and they did not succeed. The paltry political life from 1870 to 1900, the fundamental and endemic rebelliousness of the Italian popular classes, the narrow and stunted existence of a sceptical and cowardly ruling stratum, these are all the consequences of that failure. A consequence of it too is the international position of the new state, lacking effective autonomy because sapped internally by the papacy and by the sullen passivity of the great mass of the people. In reality, furthermore, the rightists of the Risorgimento were great demagogues. They made the people-nation into an instrument, into an object, they degraded it. And therein lies the greatest and most contemptible demagogy, precisely in the sense which the term has assumed on the lips of the right-wing parties when they polemicize against those of the left, although it has always been the right-wing parties who have shown the worst demagogy, and who have often, like Napoleon III in France, appealed to the dregs of society. 1934, first version 1929-30. The city-countryside relationship during the Risorgimento and in the national structure. The relations between urban population and rural population are not of a single, schematic type, especially in Italy. It is therefore necessary to establish what is meant by urban and rural in modern civilization, and what combinations may result from the p.91. Fact that antiquated and retrograde forms continue to exist in the general composition of the population, studied from the viewpoint of its greater or lesser density. Sometimes the paradox occurs that a rural type is more progressive than a self-styled urban type. An industrial city is always more progressive than the countryside which depends organically upon it. But not all Italy's cities are industrial, and even fewer are typically industrial. Are the 100 Italian cities industrial? 98. Does the agglomeration of the population in non-rural centers, which is almost twice as great as in France, demonstrate that Italy's industrialization is double that of France? Urbanism in Italy is not purely, nor especially, a phenomenon of capitalistic development or of that of big industry. Naples, which for a long time was the biggest Italian city and which continues to be one of the biggest, is not an industrial city, neither is Rome at present the largest Italian city. Yet in these medieval type cities too, there exists strong nuclei of populations of a modern urban type, but what is their relative position? They are submerged, oppressed, crushed by the other part, which is not of a modern type, and constitutes the great majority. Paradox of the cities of silence. 99. In this type of city there exists, among all social groups, an urban ideological unity against the countryside, a unity which even the most modern nuclei in terms of civil function do not escape, and there are such nuclei. There is hatred and scorn for the peasant, an implicit common front against the demands of the countryside which, if realized, would make impossible the existence of this type of city. Reciprocally, there exists an aversion which, if generic, is not thereby any less tenacious or passionate of the country for the city, for the whole city and all the groups which make it up. This general relationship is in reality very complex, and appears in forms which on the surface seem contradictory. It had a primary importance in the course of the struggles for the Risorgimento, when it was even more absolute and operative than it is today. p.92. The first blatant example of these apparent contradictions can be studied in the episode of the Parthenopean Republic of 1799. 100. The city was crushed by the countryside organized into the gangs of Cardinal Ruffo for a dual reason. On the one hand, the Republic, both in its first aristocratic phase and in its subsequent bourgeois phase, totally neglected the countryside. On the other, by holding out the possibility of a Jacobin upheaval in which landed property, which spent its agrarian income in Naples, would be dispossessed, thus depriving the great mass of the people of their sources of income and livelihood, it left the Neapolitan populace indifferent if not hostile. During the Risorgimento, moreover, there already appeared, embryonically, the historical relationship between North and South, similar to that between a great city and a great rural area. As this relationship was, in fact, not the normal organic one between a province and an industrial capital, but emerged between two vast territories of very different civil and cultural tradition. The features and the elements of a conflict of nationalities were accentuated. What was particularly notable during the period of the Risorgimento was the fact that, in the political crises, it was the South which initiated the action. 1799 Naples, 1820–21 Palermo, 1847 Messina and Sicily, 1847–48 Sicily and Naples. Another notable fact was the particular character which each of these movements assumed in central Italy. Like a middle way between north and south, the period of popular, or relatively popular, initiative lasted from 1815 until 1849, and culminated in Tuscany and the Papal States. Romagna and Lunigiana must always be considered as belonging to the center. These peculiarities reoccurred subsequently as well. The events of June 1814 culminated in certain regions of the center, Romagna and March. The crisis which began in Sicily in 1893, and spread into the Mezzogiorno and Lunigiana, culminated in 1898 at Milan, in 1919 there. p.93 were the invasions of the land in the Mezzogiorno and in Sicily, in 1920 the occupation of the factories in the north. 101 This relative synchronism and simultaneity on the one hand shows the existence, ever since 1815, of a relatively homogeneous politico-economic structure. On the other it shows how in periods of crisis it is the weakest and most marginal sector which reacts first. The relation of city to countryside pertaining between North and South may also be studied in their differing cultural conceptions and mental attitudes. Allusion has already been made to the fact that B. Croce and G. Fortunato, at the beginning of the century, were at the head of a cultural movement which, in one way or another, counterposed itself to the cultural movement of the North, idealism against positivism, classicism or classicity against futurism. 102 It should be pointed out, however, that Sicily distinguishes itself from the Mezzogiorno including from a cultural point of view. If Crispi can be seen as the man of northern industrialism, Pirandello is also generally nearer to futurism. Gentile and actualism are also nearer to the futurist movement, understood in a wide sense, as opposition to traditional classicism, as a form of contemporary romanticism. 103 The intellectual strata of North and South differ in structure and in origin. In the Mezzogiorno the predominant type is still the pettifogging lawyer Puglietta, who ensures contact between the peasant masses and the landowners and state apparatus. In the North the dominant type is the factory technician, who acts as a link between the mass of the workers and the management. The link with the state used to be a function of the p.94 trade union and political party organizations, led by a completely new intellectual stratum, the present state syndicalism. 104 Whose consequence is the systematic diffusion of this social type on a national scale in a more coherent and thorough way than was possible for the old trade unions, is up to a certain point and in a certain sense an instrument of moral and political unification. This complex city-countryside relationship can be studied in the general political programs which were striving to assert themselves before the fascists achieved governmental power. The program of Giolitti 105 and the Democratic Liberals had the aim of creating an urban bloc, of industrialists and workers, in the North. This was to be the basis for a protectionist system, and reinforce the economy and northern hegemony. The Mezzogiorno was reduced to the status of a semi-colonial market, a source of savings and taxes, and was kept disciplined by measures of two kinds. First, police measures, pitiless repression of every mass movement, with periodical massacres of peasants. In his obituary of Giolitti in Nuova Antologia, August 1, 1928, Spectator, Miseroli, expressed surprise that Giolitti was always strenuously opposed to any dissemination of socialism or syndicalism in the South. But in fact the thing is natural and obvious, since a working-class protectionism reformism, cooperatives, public works is only possible if partial. In other words, every privilege presupposes somebody being sacrificed and exploited. Second, political police measures, personal favors to the intellectual stratum or puglietta in the form of jobs in the public administration, of license to pillage the local administration with impunity, and of ecclesiastical legislation less rigidly applied than elsewhere, leaving considerable patrimony at the disposal of the clergy, etc., i.e. incorporation of the most active Southern elements individually into the leading personnel of the state, with particular judicial and bureaucratic privileges, etc. Thus the social stratum which could have organized the endemic Southern discontent, instead became an instrument of Northern policy, a kind of auxiliary private police. Southern discontent, for lack of leadership, did not succeed in assuming a normal political form. Its manifestations, finding expression only in an anarchic turbulence, were presented as a matter for the police and the courts. In reality, men like Gramsci and Fortunato abetted this form of corruption, even if p.95 passively and indirectly, by means of their fetishistic conception of unity. Asterisk. See the Fortunato Salvemini episode in connection with Unita, recounted by Prezzolini in the first edition of Cultura Italiana 106. There was also a politico-moral factor which should not be forgotten. This was the campaign of intimidation waged against every assertion, however objective, that there existed motives for conflict between North and South. One might recall the conclusion of the Pescara inquiry into Sardinia, after the commercial crisis of the decade 1890 to 1900, also the accusation, recalled earlier, which was hurled by Crispi at the Sicilian fasci, of being sold to the English. 107 This form of hysterical Unitarianism was especially prevalent among the Sicilian intellectuals, as a consequence of the formidable peasant pressure on the nobility's land, and also of the local popularity of Crispi. It even revealed itself quite recently in Natoli's attack on Croce for an innocuous reference to Sicilian separatism in relation to the Kingdom of Naples. See Croce's reply in Critica. 108. Giolitti's program was upset by two factors: one, the coming to the fore of the intransigents in the Socialist Party under the leadership of Mussolini, and their flirtation with the Southerists, free exchange, the Malfetta election, etc., which destroyed the Northern urban bloc. 109-2. The introduction of universal suffrage, which enlarged the parliamentary base of the Mezzogiorno to an unprecedented extent, and made individual corruption difficult, too many to be easily corrupted, hence appearance of political thugs. Giolitti changed partners. He replaced the urban bloc by, or rather counterposed to it, in order to prevent its complete p.96 collapse, the Gentiloni Pact. 110 This was ultimately a bloc between northern industry and the farmers of the organic and normal countryside. The Catholic electoral forces coincided geographically with those of the socialists, i.e. they were spread over the north and the center. It had additional support in the south as well, at least to an extent immediately sufficient to rectify satisfactorily the consequences of the mass electorate's enlargement. The other program or general political approach was the one which may be termed that of the Corriere della Sera, or of Luigi Albertini. 111 This may be seen as an alliance between a section of the northern industrialists, headed by the textile, cotton, and silk masters, exporters and hence free traders, and the rural bloc of the Mezzogiorno. The Corriere supported Salvemini against Giolitti in the Malfetta election of 1913, Ugo Aggetti's campaign, and it supported first the Salandra ministry and subsequently that of Nitti. 112 In other words, the first two governments formed by southern politicians. Asterisk. The Sicilians have to be considered separately. They have always had a lion's share in all ministries from 1860 onwards, and have had several presidents of the council, unlike the Mezzogiorno, whose first leader was Salandra. This Sicilian invasion is to be explained by the blackmailing policy of the islands parties, who secretly have always maintained a separatist spirit in favor of England. Crispi's accusation 113 was, in an ill-considered form, the manifestation of a preoccupation which really obsessed the most responsible and sensitive national ruling group. The enlargement of the suffrage in 1913 had already provoked the first signs of that phenomenon, which was to have its maximum expression in 1919-20-21 as a consequence of the politico-organizational experience acquired by the peasant masses during the war, i.e. the relative breakup of the southern rural bloc, and the detachment of the peasants, led by a part of the intellectuals, officers during the war, from the great landowners. So one got p.97. Sardism, 114. One got the Sicilian Reformist Party. The so-called Bonomi parliamentary group was constituted by Bonomi and 22 Sicilian deputies, 115 with its extreme separatist wing represented by Sicilian Nuova, and one got the Rinnovamento group in the Mezzogiorno, made up of war veterans, which attempted to set up regional action parties similar to that of Sardinia*. See Torreca's Review Villanelde, The Transformation of Popolo Romano, etc. 116. In this movement, the autonomous importance of the peasant masses decreases progressively from Sardinia via the Mezzogiorno to Sicily, depending on the organized strength, the prestige and the ideological pressure exercised by the great landowners. In Sicily these are maximally well organized and united. In Sardinia on the other hand they have relatively small importance. The relative independence of the respective intellectual strata varies in a similar fashion in inverse proportion, of course, to that of the landowners. By intellectuals must be understood not those strata commonly described by this term, but in general the entire social stratum which exercises an organizational function in the wide sense, whether in the field of production, or in that of culture, or in that of political administration. They correspond to the NCOs and junior officers in the army, and also partly to the higher officers who have risen from the ranks. In order to analyze the socio-political function of the intellectuals, it is necessary to recall and examine their psychological attitude towards the fundamental classes which they put into contact in the various fields. 117. Do they have a paternalistic attitude towards the instrumental classes? Or do they think they are an organic expression of them? Do they have a servile attitude towards the ruling classes, or do they think that they themselves are leaders, an integral part of the ruling classes? During the Risorgimento, the so-called Action Party had a paternalistic attitude. It therefore only succeeded to a very limited extent in bringing the great popular masses into contact with the state. So-called transformism 118 was only the parliamentary expression of the fact that the Action Party was incorporated in molecular fashion by the p.98 moderates, and that the popular masses were decapitated, not absorbed into the ambit of the new state. The relation between city and countryside is the necessary starting point for the study of the fundamental motor forces of Italian history, and of the programmatic points in the light of which the Action Party's policies during the Risorgimento should be considered and judged. Schematically, one might have this picture: 1. The northern urban force, 2. The southern rural force, 3. The northern central rural force, 4. The rural force of Sicily, 5. That of Sardinia. The first of these forces retains its function of locomotive in any case. What is needed, therefore, is an examination of the various most advantageous combinations for building a train to move forward through history as fast as possible. Meanwhile the first force initially has its own problems, internal ones of organization, of how to articulate its own homogeneity, of politico-military leadership, Piedmontese hegemony, 119 relations between Milan and Turin, etc. But it remains a constant that if this force has attained a certain level of unity and combativity, it quite automatically exercises an indirect directive function over the others. Moreover, it would appear that its assumption, during the various phases of the Risorgimento, of an intransigent position of struggle against foreign domination had the result of stirring up the progressive forces of the South, hence the relative synchronism, but not simultaneity, of the movements of 1820–21, of 1831, of 1848. 120 in 1859–60, this historico-political mechanism operated to maximum effect. Since the North initiated the struggle, the center came over peacefully, or almost so, and in the south the Bourbon state collapsed under the relatively weak thrust of the Garibaldini. This happened because the Action Party, Garibaldi, intervened at the right time, after the moderates, Cavour, had organized the North and Center, i.e. it was not the same politico-military leadership, moderates or Action Party, which organized the relative simultaneity, but the mechanical collaboration of the two leaderships, integrating successfully. The first force therefore had to tackle the problem of organizing around itself the urban forces of the other national sectors, and especially of the South. This problem was the most difficult, fraught. p.99. With contradictions and undercurrents which unleashed torrents of passionate feelings, a farcical solution of these contradictions was the so-called Parliamentary Revolution of 1876. 121. But its solution, precisely for this reason, was one of the cruxes in the nation's development. The urban forces are socially homogeneous, hence must occupy positions of perfect equality. That was theoretically true, but historically the question posed itself differently. The urban forces of the North were clearly at the head of their national sector, while for the urban forces of the South that was not true, at least not to the same extent. The urban forces of the North had therefore to persuade those of the South that their directive function should be limited to ensuring the leadership of North over South in a general relation of city to countryside. In other words, the directive function of the Southern urban forces could not be other than a subordinate moment of the vaster directive function of the North. The most strident contradiction was created by the series of facts. The urban force of the South could not be considered as something on its own, independent of that of the North. To pose the question in such a way would have meant asserting in advance an incurable national rift, a rift so serious that not even a federalist solution would have been able to heal it. It would have meant asserting the existence of separate nations, between which all that could have been achieved was a diplomatic military alliance against the common enemy, Austria. The sole element of community or solidarity, in short, would have consisted simply in having a common enemy. In reality, however, there existed only certain aspects of such a national question, not all the aspects nor even the most essential ones. The most serious aspect was the weak position of the Southern urban forces in relation to the rural forces, an unfavorable relation which sometimes took the form of a literal subjugation of the city to the countryside. The close links between the urban forces of North and South gave to the latter the strength which came from representing the prestige of the former, and were destined to help the Southern urban forces to gain their autonomy, to acquire consciousness of their historical leadership function in a concrete and not merely theoretical and abstract manner, suggesting the solutions to give to the great regional problems. It was natural that in the South there should be strong forces of opposition to unity. The weightiest task in resolving the situation in any case fell to the urban forces of the North, which not p.100 only had to convince their brothers of the South, but had to begin to convince themselves of this political system as an entity. In practical terms, therefore, the question posed itself in the existence of a strong center of political leadership, with which strong and popular personalities from the South and the islands would necessarily have had to collaborate. The problem of creating unity between North and South was closely linked with, and to a great extent absorbed into the problem of creating a cohesion and solidarity among all the national urban forces*. The line of argument developed above is in fact valid for all three sectors of the South, Naples and the mainland, Sicily, Sardinia. The northern central rural forces posed in their turn a series of problems which the urban force of the North had to confront in order to establish a normal city-countryside relationship, eliminating interferences and influences extraneous in origin to the development of the new state. In these rural forces, two currents had to be distinguished, the secular, and the clerico-Austrian. The clerical force was strongest in Lombardy-Veneto, as well as in Tuscany and in a part of the Papal State. The secular force was strongest in Piedmont, but had varying influence in the rest of Italy too, not only in the Papal Legations, especially Romagna, but also in the other regions, even including the Mezzogiorno and the islands. If they had resolved these immediate relations successfully, the northern urban forces would have set a rhythm for all similar questions on a national scale. On this whole series of problems, the Action Party failed totally. It in fact limited itself to making into a question of principle, and into an essential element of its program, what was simply a question of the political terrain upon which it might have been possible to focus, and find a legal solution for, such problems, the question of the Constituent Assembly. One cannot say that the moderate party failed, since its objectives were the organic expansion of Piedmont, and soldiers for the Piedmontese army rather than insurrections or armies of Garibaldini on too large a scale. Why did the Action Party not pose the agrarian question globally? That the moderates would not pose it was obvious. Their approach to the national question required a block of all the right-wing forces, including the classes of the great landowners around Piedmont as a state and as an army. Austria's threat to resolve the agrarian question in favor of the peasants, a threat carried out in Galicia against the Polish nobles in favor of the Ruthenian. p.101. Peasants 122 not only threw into confusion those in Italy whose interests would have been touched, and caused all the oscillations of the aristocracy, Milan events of February 1853, an act of homage by the most illustrious Milanese families to Franz Joseph on the very eve of the Belfiore hangings, 123. It also paralysed the Action Party itself, which in this field thought like the moderates, and considered as national the aristocracy and the landowners, and not the millions of peasants. Only after February 1853 did Mazzina begin to make the occasional allusion of a substantially democratic kind, see his correspondence for the period, but he was not capable of a decisive radicalization of his abstract program. The political conduct of the Garibaldini in Sicily in 1860 should be studied, a political conduct which was dictated by Crispi. The peasant movements of insurrection against the barons were crushed pitilessly, and the anti-peasant National Guard was created. Typical was the repressive expedition of Nino Biccio into the Catania region, where the insurrections were most violent. Yet even in G.C. Abba's Note there are elements showing that the agrarian question was the spring to set the great masses in motion. It is enough to recall Abba's conversations with the monk who goes off to meet the Garibaldini immediately after the Marsala landing. 124. In certain of G. Verga's short stories there are picturesque elements from these peasant risings, which the National Guard smothered by means of terror and mass shootings. 125. This aspect of the expedition of the Thousand has never been studied and analyzed. The failure to pose the agrarian question led to the near impossibility of resolving the problem of clericalism and the anti-Unitarian. p.102. Attitude of the Pope. 126. In this respect, the moderates were far more audacious than the Action Party. It is true that they did not distribute ecclesiastical property among the peasants, but they used it to create a new stratum of great and medium landowners tied to the new political situation, and did not hesitate to lay hands on landed property, even if it was only that of the orders. The Action Party, moreover, was paralysed in its action towards the peasants by Mazzina's wish for a religious reform. This not only was of no interest to the great rural masses, it on the contrary rendered them susceptible to being incited against the new heretics. The example of the French Revolution was there to show that the Jacobins, who had succeeded in crushing all the right-wing parties up to and including the Girondins on the terrain of the agrarian question, who had succeeded not merely in preventing a rural coalition against Paris but in multiplying their supporters in the provinces, were damaged by Robespierre's attempts to instigate a religious reform, although such a reform had, in the real historical process, an immediate significance and concreteness. 1934, first version 1929-30. It would be necessary to study carefully the real agrarian policy of the Roman Republic, 127, and the true character of the repressive mission entrusted by Mazzina to Felice Orsini, 128, in the Romagna and the March, in this period up to 1870, and even afterwards. The term brigandry almost always meant the chaotic, turbulent movement, punctuated by ferocity, of the peasants trying to gain possession of the land. The moderates and the intellectuals. Why the moderates were bound to gain the upper hand as far as the majority of intellectuals were concerned. Gioberti 129 and Mazzina. Gioberti offered the intellectuals a philosophy which appeared original and at the same time national, such as would put Italy at least on the same level as the more advanced nations, and give a new dignity to Italian thought. Mazzina, on the other hand, only offered woolly statements, and philosophical allusions which to many intellectuals, especially Neapolitans, must have. p.103. Appeared empty chatter. The Abbé Gallieni had taught them to ridicule such ways of thinking and reasoning. 13.0. Problem of the school, activity on the part of the moderates to introduce the pedagogic principle of monitorial teaching, Confaloniae, Capani, etc., movement of Ferrante Apporti and the foundling schools, linked to the problem of pauperism. 131. Among the moderates appeared the only concrete pedagogic movement opposed to the Jesuitical school. It could not fail to be effective, both among the lay, to whom it gave a personality of their own within the school, and among the liberalising and anti-Jesuitical clergy, ferocious hostility to Ferrante Apporti, etc. The sheltering and education of abandoned children was a clerical monopoly, and these initiatives broke the monopoly. Scholastic activities of a liberal or liberalising character have great significance for grasping the mechanism of the moderates' hegemony over the intellectuals. Scholastic activity, at all its levels, has an enormous importance, economic as well, for intellectuals of all degrees. And at that time it had an even greater importance than it does today, given the narrowness of the social structures and the few roads open to the initiative of the petite bourgeoisie. Today, journalism, the political parties, industry, a very extensive state apparatus, etc., have broadened the possibilities of employment to an unheard of extent. The hegemony of a directive center over the intellectuals asserts itself by two principal routes: one, a general conception of life, a. p.104. Philosophy, Gioberti, which offers to its adherents an intellectual dignity, providing a principle of differentiation from the old ideologies which dominated by coercion, and an element of struggle against them. 2. A scholastic program, an educative principle and original pedagogy which interests that fraction of the intellectuals which is the most homogeneous and the most numerous, the teachers, from the primary teachers to the university professors, and gives them an activity of their own in the technical field. The scholars' congresses which were repeatedly organized in the period of the early Risorgimento had a double effect: one, they regrouped the intellectuals of the highest grade, concentrating them and multiplying their influence; two, they obtained a more rapid concentration and a more decisive orientation of the intellectuals of the lower grades, who normally tend to follow the university professors and great scholars, through spirit of caste. The study of encyclopedic and specialized reviews furnishes another aspect of the moderates' hegemony. A party like that of the moderates offered the mass of the intellectuals all the satisfactions for their general needs which can be offered by a government, by a governing party, through the state services. After 1848-49, the Piedmontese state served perfectly as far as this function of Italian governing party was concerned. It welcomed the exiled intellectuals, and provided a model of what a future unified state would do. 1934. The function of Piedmont. The function of Piedmont in the Italian Risorgimento is that of a ruling class. In reality, what was involved was not that throughout the peninsula there existed nuclei of a homogeneous ruling class whose irresistible tendency to unite determined the formation of the new Italian national state. These nuclei existed, indubitably, but their tendency to unite was extremely problematic. Also, more importantly, they each in its own sphere were not leading. 132. The leader presupposes the led, and who was led by these nuclei. These nuclei did not wish to lead anybody, i.e. they did not wish to concord their interests and aspirations with the interests. p.105. And aspirations of other groups. They wished to dominate and not to lead. Furthermore, they wanted their interests to dominate, rather than their persons. In other words, they wanted a new force, independent of every compromise and condition, to become the arbiter of the nation. This force was Piedmont, and hence the function of the monarchy. Thus Piedmont had a function which can, from certain aspects, be compared to that of a party, i.e. of the leading personnel of a social group, and in fact people always spoke of the Piedmont party with the additional feature that it was in fact a state, with an army, a diplomatic service, etc. This fact is of the greatest importance for the concept of passive revolution 133. The fact, that is, that what was involved was not a social group which led other groups, but a state which, even though it had limitations as a power, led the group which should have been leading and was able to put at the latter's disposal an army and a politico-diplomatic strength. One may refer to what has been called the function of Piedmont in international politico-historical language. Serbia before the war posed as the Piedmont of the Balkans. Moreover, France after 1789 and for many years, up to the coup d'état of Louis Napoleon, was in this sense the Piedmont of Europe. That Serbia did not succeed as Piedmont succeeded is due to the fact that after the war there occurred a political awakening of the peasantry such as did not exist after 1848. If one studies closely what is happening in the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, one sees that within it the Serbian forces or those favorable to Serb hegemony are the forces which oppose agrarian reform. Both in Croatia and in the other non-Serb regions we find that there is an anti-Serb rural intellectual bloc, and that the conservative forces are favorable to Serbia. In this case, too, there do not exist local hegemonic groups, they are under the hegemony of Serbia. Meanwhile the subversive forces do not have, as a social function, any great importance. Anybody who observes Serb affairs superficially might wonder what would have happened if so-called brigandage of the kind which occurred round Naples and in Sicily from 1860 to 1870 had occurred in Yugoslavia after 1919. Undoubtedly the phenomenon is the same, but the social weight and political experience of the peasant masses are quite different since 1919 from what they were after 1848. The important thing is to analyze more profoundly the significance of a Piedmont-type function in passive revolutions, i.e. the fact that a state p.106 replaces the local social groups in leading a struggle of renewal. It is one of the cases in which these groups have the function of domination without that of leadership, dictatorship without hegemony. The hegemony will be exercised by a part of the social group over the entire group, and not by the latter over other forces in order to give power to the movement, radicalize it, etc. on the Jacobin model. Studies aimed at capturing the analogies between the period which followed the fall of Napoleon and that which followed the War of 1914-18. The analogies are only seen from two viewpoints, territorial division, and the more conspicuous and superficial one of the attempt to give a stable legal organization to international relations, Holy Alliance and League of Nations. However, it would seem that the most important characteristic to examine is the one which has been called that of passive revolution, a problem whose existence is not manifest, since an external parallelism with the France of 1789 to 1815 is lacking. And yet, everybody recognizes that the War of 1914-18 represents an historical break, in the sense that a whole series of questions which piled up individually before 1914 have precisely formed a mound, modifying the general structure of the previous process. It is enough to think of the importance which the trade union phenomenon has assumed, a general term in which various problems and processes of development, of differing importance and significance, are lumped together: parliamentarianism, industrial organization, democracy, liberalism, etc., but which objectively reflects the fact that a new social force has been constituted, and has a weight which can no longer be ignored, etc. 1933. The concept of passive revolution. The concept of passive revolution 134 must be rigorously derived from the two fundamental principles of political science: one, that no social formation disappears as long as the productive forces which have developed within it still find room for further forward movement; two, that a society does not set itself tasks for whose solution the necessary conditions have not already been incubated, etc. 135 at p.107. Goes without saying that these principles must first be developed critically in all their implications, and purged of every residue of mechanicism and fatalism. They must therefore be referred back to the description of the three fundamental moments into which a situation or an equilibrium of forces can be distinguished, with the greatest possible stress on the second moment, equilibrium of political forces, and especially on the third moment, politico-military equilibrium. 136. It may be observed that Pisacane, in his essays, is concerned precisely with this third moment. Unlike Mazzini, he understands all the importance of the presence in Italy of a war-hardened Austrian army, always ready to intervene at any point on the peninsula, and with moreover behind it all the military strength of the Habsburg Empire, an ever-ready matrix of new armies of reinforcement. Another historical element to be recalled is the development of Christianity in the bosom of the Roman Empire. Also the current phenomenon of Gandhism in India, and Tolstoy's theory of non-resistance to evil, both of which have so much in common with the first phase of Christianity, before the Edict of Milan. 137. Gandhism and Tolstoyism are naive theorizations of the passive revolution with religious overtones. Certain so-called liquidationist 138 movements and the reactions they provoked. p.108. Should also be recalled, in connection with the tempo and form of certain situations, especially of the third moment. The point of departure for the study will be Vincenzo Cuoco's work on the subject, but it is obvious that Cuoco's phrase for the Neapolitan Revolution of 1799 can be no more than a cue, since the concept has been completely modified and enriched. Can the concept of passive revolution, in the sense attributed by Vincenzo Cuoco to the first period of the Italian Risorgimento, be related to the concept of war of position in contrast to war of manœuvre? 139. In other words, did these concepts have a meaning after the French Revolution, and can the twin figures of Proudhon and Gioberti be explained in terms of the panic created by the terror of 1793, as Surrealism can be in terms of the panic following the Paris massacres of 1871? In other words, does there exist an absolute identity between war of position and passive revolution? Or at least does there exist, or can there be conceived, an entire historical period in which the two concepts must be considered identical until the point at which the war of position once again becomes a war of manœuvre? The restorations need to be judged dynamically, as a ruse of providence in Vico's sense. 141. Problem is the following: in the struggle Cavour-Mazzini, in which Cavour is the exponent of the passive revolution/war of position and Mazzini of popular initiative/war of manœuvre, are not both of them indispensable to precisely the same extent? Yet it has to be taken into account that, whereas Cavour was aware of his role, at least up to a certain point, inasmuch as he understood the role of Mazzini, the latter does not seem to have been aware either of his own or of Cavour's. If, on the contrary, Mazzini had possessed such awareness, in other words, if he had been a realistic politician and not a visionary apostle, i.e. if he had not been Mazzini, then the equilibrium which resulted from the convergence of the two men's activities would have been different, would have been more favorable to Mazzinianism. In other words, the Italian state would have been constituted on a less retrograde and more modern basis. And since similar situations, p.109, almost always arise in every historical development, one should see if it is not possible to draw from this some general principle of political science and art. One may apply to the concept of passive revolution, documenting it from the Italian Risorgimento, the interpretative criterion of molecular changes which in fact progressively modify the pre-existing composition of forces, and hence become the matrix of new changes. Thus, in the Italian Risorgimento, it has been seen how the composition of the moderate forces was progressively modified by the passing over to Cavourism, after 1848, of ever new elements of the Action Party, so that on the one hand Neo-Guelfism 141 was liquidated, and on the other the Mazzinian movement was impoverished. Garibaldi's oscillations, etc. also belong to this process. This element is therefore the initial phase of the phenomenon which is later called transformism, 142, and whose importance as a form of historical development has not as yet, it seems, been adequately emphasized. Pursue further the notion that, while Cavour was aware of his role in as much as he was critically aware of that of Mazzini, the latter, as a consequence of his scanty or non-existent awareness of Cavour's role, had in fact little awareness of his own either. Hence his vacillations, for example at Milan in the period following the 5 days, 143, and on other occasions, and his ill-timed initiatives, which therefore became factors only benefiting the policies of Piedmont. This is an exemplification of the theoretical problem, posed in The Poverty of Philosophy, of how the dialectic must be understood. 144. Neither Proudhon nor Mazzini understood the necessity for each member of a dialectical opposition to seek to be itself totally and throw into the struggle all the political and moral resources it possesses, since only in that way can it achieve a genuine dialectical transcendence of its opponent. The teetert will be made that this was not understood by Gioberti or the theoreticians of the passive revolution or revolution/restoration * either, but in fact their case is a different one. The political literature produced on 48 by Marxist scholars will have to be looked at, but there does not appear to be much to hope for in this direction. What happened in Italy, for instance, was only studied with the help of Bolton King's books, etc. 145. Their theoretical incompré. p.110. Henschen expressed in practice the necessity for the thesis to achieve its full development, up to the point where it would even succeed in incorporating a part of the antithesis itself in order, that is, not to allow itself to be transcended in the dialectical opposition. The thesis alone in fact develops to the full its potential for struggle, up to the point where it absorbs even the so-called representatives of the antithesis. It is precisely in this that the passive revolution or revolution/restoration consists. The problem of the political struggle's transition from a war of maneuver to a war of position certainly needs to be considered at this juncture. In Europe this transition took place after 1848, and was not understood by Mazzini and his followers, as it was on the contrary by certain others. The same transition took place after 1871, etc. At the time, the question was hard to understand for men like Mazzini, in view of the fact that military wars had not yet furnished the model, and indeed military theory was developing in the direction of war of movement. One will have to see whether there are any relevant allusions in Pisacane, who was the military theoretician of Mazzinianism. However, the main reason for studying Pisacane is that he was the only one who tried to give the action party a substantive and not merely formal content as an antithesis transcending traditional positions. Nor can it be said that, for such an historical outcome to be achieved, a popular armed insurrection was an imperative necessity as Mazzini believed to the point of obsession, i.e. not realistically, but with the fervour of a missionary. The popular intervention, which was not possible in the concentrated and instantaneous form of an insurrection, did not take place even in the diffused and capillary form of indirect pressure, though the latter would have been possible, and perhaps was in fact the indispensable premise for the former. The concentrated or instantaneous form was rendered impossible by the military technique of the time, but only partially so. In other words, the impossibility existed in so far as that concentrated and instantaneous form was not preceded by long ideological and political preparation, organically devised in advance to reawaken popular passions and enable them to be concentrated and brought simultaneously to detonation point. After 1848, only the moderates made a critique of the methods which had led up to the debacle. Indeed, the entire moderate movement renewed itself, neo-Guelphism was liquidated, new men occupied the top positions of leadership. No self-criticism, by p.111. Contrast, on the part of the Mazzinians, or rather only a self-criticism by liquidation, in the sense that many elements abandoned Mazzini and came to form the left wing of the Piedmontese party. The only orthodox attempt, i.e. from within, was Pisacane's essays, but these never became the platform for a new organic policy, notwithstanding the fact that Mazzini himself recognized that Pisacane had a strategic conception of the Italian national revolution. Other aspects of the relation passive revolution/war of position in the Italian Risorgimento can be studied too. The most important of these are, on the one hand what can be called the personnel aspect, and on the other that of the revolutionary levy. The personnel aspect can precisely be compared to what occurred in the World War, in the relationship on the one hand between career officers and those called up from the reserves, and on the other between conscripts and volunteers/commandos. The career officers corresponded in the Risorgimento to the regular, organic, traditional, etc. political parties, which at the moment of action, 1848, revealed themselves inept or almost so, and which in 1848–49 were overtaken by the popular Mazzinian democratic tidal wave. This tidal wave was chaotic, formless, extempore so to speak, but it nonetheless, under an improvised leadership, or nearly so at any rate not one formed beforehand as was the case with the moderate party, obtained successes which were indubitably greater than those obtained by the moderates. The Roman Republic and Venice showed a very notable strength of resistance. 146 In the period after 48 the relation between the two forces the regular and the charismatic became organized around Cavour and Garibaldi and produced the greatest results, although these results were later confiscated by Cavour. This personnel aspect is related to that of the levy. It should be observed that the technical difficulty on which Mazzini's initiatives always came to grief was precisely that of the revolutionary levy. It would be interesting, from this point of view, to study Raimarino's attempt to invade Savoy, together with the attempts of the Bandiera brothers, Pisacane, etc., 147 and to compare them with the situation which faced Mazzini in 48 at Milan and d. p.112. In 49 in Rome situations which he did not have the capacity to organize. 148 These attempts of a few individuals could not fail to be nipped in the bud. It would have been a miracle indeed if the reactionary forces, concentrated and able to operate freely, i.e. unopposed by any broad movement of the population, had not crushed initiatives of the Raimarino, Pisacane, Bandiera type even if these had been better prepared than in fact they were. In the second period, 1859–60, the revolutionary levy, which is what Garibaldi's thousand in fact was made possible firstly by the fact that Garibaldi grafted himself onto the Piedmontese national forces, and secondly by the fact that the English fleet effectively protected the Marsala landing and the capture of Palermo, and neutralized the Bourbon fleet. In Milan after the 5 days and in Republican Rome, Mazzini had opportunities to set up recruitment centers for an organic levy, but he had no intention of doing so. This was the source of his conflict with Garibaldi in Rome, and the reason for his ineffectiveness in Milan compared with Cattaneo and the Milanese Democratic Group. 149. In any case, although the course of events in the Risorgimento revealed the enormous importance of the demagogic mass movement, with its leaders thrown up by chance, improvised, etc., it was nevertheless in actual fact taken over by the traditional organic forces, in other words, by the parties of long standing, with rationally formed leaders, etc. And identical results occurred in all similar political events. Examples of this are the preponderance of the Orleanists over the radical democratic popular forces in France in 1830, and, ultimately, the French Revolution of 1789 in which Napoleon represents in the last analysis the triumph of the organic bourgeois forces over the Jacobin petit bourgeois forces. p.113. Similarly in the World War the victory of the old career officers over the reservists, etc. In any case, the absence among the radical popular forces of any awareness of the role of the other side prevented them from being fully aware of their own role either, hence from weighing in the final balance of forces in proportion to their effective power of intervention, and hence from determining a more advanced result, on more progressive and modern lines. Still in connection with the concept of passive revolution or revolution/restoration in the Italian Risorgimento, it should be noted that it is necessary to pose with great precision the problem which in certain historiographical tendencies is called that of the relations between the objective conditions and the subjective conditions of an historical event. It seems obvious that the so-called subjective conditions can never be missing when the objective conditions exist, inasmuch as the distinction involved is simply one of a didactic character. Consequently, it is on the size and concentration of subjective forces that discussion can bear, and hence on the dialectical relation between conflicting subjective forces. It is necessary to avoid posing the problem in intellectualistic rather than historico-political terms. Naturally, it is not disputed that intellectual clairvoyance of the terms of the struggle is indispensable. But this clairvoyance is a political value only inasmuch as it becomes disseminated passion, and inasmuch as it is the premise for a strong will. In many recent works on the Risorgimento, it has been revealed that there existed individuals who saw everything clearly. Recall Piero Gobti's emphasis on Ornato's 150 significance. But these revelations are self-destroying, precisely because they are revelations. They demonstrate that what was involved was nothing more than personal reflections which today represent a form of hindsight. In fact, they never effected a juncture with actual reality, never became a general and operative national popular consciousness. Out of the Action Party and the moderates, which represented the real subjective forces of the Risorgimento. Without a shadow of doubt it was the moderates, precisely because they were also aware of the role of the Action Party. Thanks to this awareness, their subjectivity was of a superior and more decisive quality. In Victor Emmanuel's crude, Sergeant Major's expression, "We've got the Action Party in our p.114 pocket," there is more historico-political sense than in all Mazzina. 1933. First Epilogue. The thesis of the passive revolution as an interpretation of the Risorgimento period, and of every epoch characterized by complex historical upheavals. Utility and dangers of this thesis. Danger of historical defeatism, i.e. of indifferentism, since the whole way of posing the question may induce a belief in some kind of fatalism, etc. Yet the conception remains a dialectical one, in other words, presupposes, indeed postulates as necessary, a vigorous antithesis which can present intransigently all its potentialities for development. Hence theory of the passive revolution not as a program, as it was for the Italian liberals of the Risorgimento, but as a criterion of interpretation, in the absence of other active elements to a dominant extent. Hence struggle against the political morphinism which exudes from Croce and from his historicism. It would seem that the theory of the passive revolution is a necessary critical corollary to the introduction to the critique of political economy. Revision of certain sectarian ideas on the theory of the party, theories which precisely represent a form of fatalism of a divine right type. Development of the concepts of mass party and small elite party, and mediation between the two. Theoretical and practical mediation. Is it theoretically possible for there to exist a group, relatively small but still of significant size, let us say several thousand strong, that is socially and ideologically homogeneous, without its very existence demonstrating a widespread state of affairs and corresponding state of mind which only mechanical, external, and hence transitory causes prevent from being expressed? 1933. Material for a critical essay on Croce's two histories, of Italy and of Europe. 151. Historical relationship between the modern French state created by the Revolution and the other modern states of continental Europe. The comparison is vitally important provided that it is not made on the basis of abstract sociological schemas. It should be based on the study of four elements: 1. Revolutionary explosion in France. p.115. With radical and violent transformation of social and political relations. 2. European opposition to the French Revolution and to any extension of it along class lines. 3. War between France, under the Republic and Napoleon, and the rest of Europe initially, in order to avoid being stifled at birth, and subsequently with the aim of establishing a permanent French hegemony tending towards the creation of a universal empire. 4. National revolts against French hegemony, and birth of the modern European states by successive small waves of reform rather than by revolutionary explosions like the original French one. The successive waves were made up of a combination of social struggles, interventions from above of the enlightened monarchy type, and national wars, with the two latter phenomena predominating. The period of the Restoration is the richest in developments of this kind. Restoration becomes the first policy whereby social struggles find sufficiently elastic frameworks to allow the bourgeoisie to gain power without dramatic upheavals, without the French machinery of terror. The old feudal classes are demoted from their dominant position to a governing one, but are not eliminated, nor is there any attempt to liquidate them as an organic whole. Instead of a class, they become a caste with specific cultural and psychological characteristics, but no longer with predominant economic functions. Can this model for the creation of the modern states be repeated in other conditions? Can this be excluded absolutely, or could we say that at least partially there can be similar developments in the form of the appearance of planned economies? 152. Can it be excluded for all states, or only for the large ones? The question is of the highest importance, because the France-Europe model has created a mentality which is no less significant for being ashamed of itself or for being an instrument of government. An important question related to the foregoing is that of the function which the intellectuals thought they fulfilled in this long, submerged process of political and social fragmentation of the Restoration. Classical German philosophy was the philosophy of this period, and animated the liberal national movements from 1848 to 1870. Here too is the place to recall the Hegelian parallel, carried over into the philosophy of praxis, between French practice and German speculation. 153. In reality the parallel can be extended. What is practice for the fundamental class becomes rationality. p.116. And speculation for its intellectuals. It is on the basis of these historical relations that all modern philosophical idealism is to be explained. The conception of the state according to the productive function of the social classes cannot be applied mechanically to the interpretation of Italian and European history from the French Revolution throughout the 19th century. Although it is certain that for the fundamental productive classes, capitalist bourgeoisie and modern proletariat, the state is only conceivable as the concrete form of a specific economic world, of a specific system of production, this does not mean that the relationship of means to end can be easily determined or takes the form of a simple schema, apparent at first sight. It is true that conquest of power and achievement of a new productive world are inseparable, and that propaganda for one of them is also propaganda for the other, and that in reality it is solely in this coincidence that the unity of the dominant class at once economic and political resides. But the complex problem arises of the relation of internal forces in the country in question, of the relation of international forces, of the country's geopolitical position. In reality, the drive towards revolutionary renewal may be initiated by the pressing needs of a given country, in given circumstances, and you get the revolutionary explosion in France, victorious internationally as well. But the drive for renewal may be caused by the combination of progressive forces which in themselves are scanty and inadequate, though with immense potential, since they represent their country's future, with an international situation favorable to their expansion and victory. Raphael Echesc's book on the origins of the national program, while it proved that there existed in Italy the same pressing problems as existed in Ancien Regime France, and a social force which interpreted and represented these problems precisely in the French sense, also proved that these forces were weak and the problems remained at the level of petty politics. 154. In any case, one can see how, when the impetus of progress is not tightly linked to a vast local economic development which is artificially limited and repressed, but is instead the reflection of international developments which transmit their ideological currents to the periphery currents born on the basis of the productive development of the p.117. More advanced countries than the group which is the bearer of the new ideas is not the economic group but the intellectual stratum, and the conception of the state advocated by them changes aspect, it is conceived of as something in itself, as a rational absolute. The problem can be formulated as follows: since the state is the concrete form of a productive world and since the intellectuals are the social element from which the governing personnel is drawn, the intellectual who is not firmly anchored to a strong economic group will tend to present the state as an absolute, In this way the function of the intellectuals is itself conceived of as absolute and preeminent, and their historical existence and dignity are abstractly rationalized. This motive is fundamental for an historical understanding of modern philosophical idealism, and is connected with the mode of formation of the modern states of continental Europe as reaction national transcendence of the French Revolution, a motive which is essential for understanding the concepts of passive revolution and revolution/restoration, and for grasping the importance of the Hegelian comparison between the principles of Jacobinism and classical German philosophy. The observation can be made that certain traditional criteria for historical and cultural evaluation of the Risorgimento period must be modified, and in some cases inverted. 1. The Italian currents which are branded for their French rationalism and abstract illuminism are perhaps those which in fact most closely adhere to Italian reality, insofar as in reality they conceive of the state as the concrete form of an Italian economic development in progress. A similar content requires a similar political form. 2. The real Jacobins, in the pejorative sense which the term has taken on for certain historiographical currents, are the currents which appear most indigenous in that they seem to develop an Italian tradition. 155 But in reality this current is Italian only because culture for many centuries was the only Italian national manifestation. This is simply a verbal illusion. Where was the basis for this Italian culture? It was not in Italy. This Italian culture is the continuation of the medieval cosmopolitanism linked to the tradition of the empire and the church. Universal concepts with geographical seats in Italy. The Italian intellectuals were functionally a cosmo. p.118. Politan cultural concentration, they absorbed and developed theoretically the reflections of the most solid and indigenous contemporary Italian life. This function can be seen in Machiavelli too, though Machiavelli attempted to turn it to national ends, without success and without any appreciable result. The Prince, in fact, was a development of Spanish, French, and English experience during the travail of national unification which in Italy did not command sufficient forces, or even arouse much interest. Since the representatives of the traditional current really wished to apply to Italy intellectual and rational schemas, worked out in Italy it is true, but on the basis of anachronistic experiences rather than immediate national needs, it is they who are the Jacobins in the pejorative sense. 1932. The history of Europe seen as passive revolution. Is it possible to write a history of Europe in the 19th century without an organic treatment of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars? And is it possible to write a history of Italy in modern times without the struggles of the Risorgimento? In both cases Gramsci, for extrinsic and tendentious reasons, excludes the moment of struggle in which the structure is formed and modified, and placidly takes as history the moment of cultural or ethical political expansion. Does the conception of the passive revolution have a present significance? Are we in a period of restoration revolution to be permanently consolidated, to be organized ideologically, to be exalted lyrically? Does Italy have the same relation vis-a-vis the USSR that the Germany, and Europe, of Kant and Hegel had vis-a-vis the France of Robespierre and Napoleon? Paradigms of ethical political history. The history of Europe in the 19th century seems to be the work of ethical political history destined to become the paradigm of Gramscian historiography offered to European culture. However, his other studies must be taken into account too: history of the Kingdom of Naples, history of Italy from 1871 to 1915, the Neapolitan Revolution of 1799, and history of the Baroque era in Italy. The most tendentious and revealing, however, are the history of Europe and the history of Italy. With respect to these two works, the questions at once arise: is it possible to write, conceive of, a history of Europe in the 19th century without an organic treatment of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars? And is it possible to write a history of Italy in modern times without a treatment of the struggles of the Risorgimento? In other p.119 words, is it fortuitous, or is it for a tendentious motive, that Gramsci begins his narratives from 1815 and 1871? I.e. that he excludes the moment of struggle, the moment in which the conflicting forces are formed, are assembled, and take up their positions, the moment in which one ethical political system dissolves and another is formed by fire and by steel, the moment in which one system of social relations disintegrates and falls and another arises and asserts itself? Is it fortuitous or not that he placidly takes as history the moment of cultural or ethical political expansion? One can say, therefore, that the book on the history of Europe is nothing but a fragment of history, the passive aspect of the Great Revolution which started in France in 1789 and which spilled over into the rest of Europe with the Republican and Napoleonic armies giving the old regimes a powerful shove, and resulting not in their immediate collapse as in France but in the reformist corrosion of them which lasted up to 1870. The problem arises of whether this Croatian construction, in its tendentious nature, does not have a contemporary and immediate reference. Whether it does not aim to create an ideological movement corresponding to that of the period with which Gramsci is dealing, i.e. the period of Restoration Revolution, in which the demands which in France found a Jacobin Napoleonic expression were satisfied by small doses, legally, in a reformist manner in such a way that it was possible to preserve the political and economic position of the old feudal classes, to avoid agrarian reform, and, especially, to avoid the popular masses going through a period of political experience such as occurred in France in the years of Jacobinism, in 1831, and in 1848. But, in present conditions, is it not precisely the fascist movement which in fact corresponds to the movement of moderate and conservative liberalism in the last century? Perhaps it is not without significance that, in the first years of its development, fascism claimed a continuity with the tradition of the old historic right. It might be one of the numerous paradoxical aspects of history, a ruse of nature, to put it in Vico's language, that Gramsci, with his own particular preoccupations, should in effect have contributed to a reinforcement of fascism, furnishing it indirectly with an intellectual justification, after having contributed to purging it of various secondary characteristics, of a superficially romantic type but nevertheless irritating to his classical serenity modelled on Goethe. The ideological hypothesis could be presented in the following terms, that there is a passive revolution. p.120. Involved in the fact that through the legislative intervention of the state, and by means of the corporative organization relatively far-reaching modifications are being introduced into the country's economic structure in order to accentuate the plan of production element, in other words, that socialization and cooperation in the sphere of production are being increased, without however touching, or at least not going beyond the regulation and control of, individual and group appropriation of profit. In the concrete framework of Italian social relations, this could be the only solution whereby to develop the productive forces of industry under the direction of the traditional ruling classes, in competition with the more advanced industrial formations of countries which monopolize raw materials and have accumulated massive capital sums. Whether or not such a schema could be put into practice, and to what extent, is only of relative importance. What is important from the political and ideological point of view is that it is capable of creating and indeed does create a period of expectation and hope, especially in certain Italian social groups such as the great mass of urban and rural petits bourgeois. It thus reinforces the hegemonic system and the forces of military and civil coercion at the disposal of the traditional ruling classes. This ideology thus serves as an element of a war of position in the international economic field, free competition and free exchange here corresponding to the war of movement, just as passive revolution does in the political field. In Europe from 1789 to 1870 there was a political war of movement in the French Revolution and a long war of position from 1815 to 1870. In the present epoch, the war of movement took place politically from March AG7 to March 1921, this was followed by a war of position whose representative both practical, for Italy, and ideological, for Europe, is fascism. 1935. 2 Notes on Politics. 1. The Modern Prince. Introduction. p.123. The concept of Jacobinism is perhaps that which establishes most clearly and most succinctly the unifying thread which links all of Gramsci's prison writing on history and on politics. Machiavelli was a precocious Jacobin. Mazzini and his followers failed to be the Jacobins of the Risorgimento. The modern prince, i.e. the Communist Party, must organize and express a national popular collective will, in other words, must be a Jacobin force, binding the peasants beneath the hegemony of the proletariat, and rejecting all forms of economism, syndicalism, spontaneism. What has characterized Italian history hitherto is the fact that an effective Jacobin force was always missing. Now the question is posed of whether the urban proletariat has attained an adequate development in the field of industrial production and a certain level of historico-political culture. Its historical task can only be accomplished if the great mass of peasant farmers bursts simultaneously into political life. The writings on the Communist Party grouped in this section aim to define what type of party could play the role of the modern prince. In an earlier version of the passage here entitled The Political Party, Gramsci gave what he wrote the heading Marx and Machiavelli, and began, "This theme can be developed in a twofold study, a study of the real relations between the two as theorists of militant politics, of action, and a book which would derive from Marxist doctrines an articulated system of contemporary politics of the prince type." The theme would be the political party, in its relations with the classes and the state, not the party as a sociological category, but the party which seeks to found the state. Why did Gramsci attach such importance to Machiavelli? Because Machiavelli was the representative in Italy of the recognition that the Renaissance could not be a real one without the foundation of a national state. Machiavelli's political thought was a reaction to the Renaissance in the narrow sense. It was an invocation of the political and national necessity of drawing closer to the people as the absolute monarchies of France and Spain had done. Machiavelli did not merely abstractly desire the national unification of Italy, he had a program, and it was one which revealed his precocious Jacobinism. He intended through the p.124 institution of a citizen militia to bring the great mass of peasant farmers into political life. For Gramsci, he was not simply a precursor of the historical Jacobins, but a precursor of the modern Jacobins, i.e. the communists in their task of forging the worker-peasant alliance. In his identification of the communists with Jacobinism, Gramsci was developing and expanding a theme already touched on by Lenin, who wrote in July 1917 that Jacobinism in Europe, or on the boundary line between Europe and Asia in the 20th century, would be the rule of the revolutionary class, of the proletariat, which, supported by the peasant poor and taking advantage of the existing material basis for advancing to socialism, could not only provide all the great, ineradicable, unforgettable things provided by the Jacobins in the 18th century, but bring about a lasting worldwide victory for the working people. The notes grouped in this section approach the problem of the modern prince from many angles. They analyze the nature of a political party as such, the relations between party, class, and state, the ideological dangers of economism and spontaneism, against which it must struggle, the type of non-bureaucratic internal regime which is necessary if it is to be effective. But if there is one passage which perhaps more than any other encapsulates Gramsci's conception of the revolutionary party, it is the opening sentences of the section entitled Prediction and Perspective, in which he evokes Machiavelli's centaur as a symbol of the dual perspective which must characterize the revolutionary party and state. The party must hold together in a dialectical unity the two levels of force and of consent, authority and hegemony, violence and civilization, of agitation and of propaganda, of tactics and of strategy. Perhaps one can see here an attempt to theorize the struggle Gramsci had conducted in the PCI against Bordiga on the one hand and Tosca on the other. Bordiga in this schema would represent an undialectical isolation of the moment of force, domination, etc., Tosca a parallel isolation of the moment of consent, hegemony, the short-term and the long-term perspective respectively, mechanically and incorrectly divorced from the other. Gramsci sought to theorize the unity of the two perspectives. Brief notes on Machiavelli's politics. p.125. The basic thing about the prince is that it is not a systematic treatment, but a live work, in which political ideology and political science are fused in the dramatic form of a myth. Before Machiavelli, political science had taken the form either of the utopia or of the scholarly treatise. Machiavelli, combining the two, gave imaginative and artistic form to his conception by embodying the doctrinal, rational element in the person of a condottiere, 156, who represents plastically and anthropomorphically the symbol of the collective will. In order to represent the process whereby a given collective will, directed towards a given political objective, is formed, Machiavelli did not have recourse to long-winded arguments, or pedantic classifications of principles and criteria for a method of action. Instead, he represented this process in terms of the qualities, characteristics, duties, and requirements of a concrete individual. Such a procedure stimulates the artistic imagination of those who have to be convinced, and gives political passions a more concrete form. One will have to look through the political writers who preceded Machiavelli, to see whether there had been other examples of such personification before the prince. The mythical character of the book to which I have referred is due also to its conclusion. Having described the ideal condottiere, Machiavelli here, in a passage of great artistic effect, invokes the real condottiere who is to incarnate him historically. 157. This passionate invocation reflects back on the entire book, and is precisely what gives it its dramatic character. L. Rousseau, in his Prolegomena, 158, calls Machiavelli the artist of politics, and once even uses the word myth, but not exactly in the sense just indicated. Machiavelli's Prince could be studied as an historical exemplifica. p.126. Shin of the Sorlian myth 159, i.e. of a political ideology expressed neither in the form of a cold utopia nor as learned theorizing, but rather by a creation of concrete fantasy which acts on a dispersed and shattered people to arouse and organize its collective will. The utopian character of the prince lies in the fact that the prince had no real historical existence. He did not present himself immediately and objectively to the Italian people, but was a pure theoretical abstraction, a symbol of the leader and ideal condottiere. However, in a dramatic movement of great effect, the elements of passion and of myth which occur throughout the book are drawn together and brought to life in the conclusion, in the invocation of a prince who really exists. Throughout the book, Machiavelli discusses what the prince must be like if he is to lead a people to found a new state. The argument is developed with rigorous logic, and with scientific detachment. In the conclusion, Machiavelli merges with the people, becomes the people, not, however, some generic people, but the people whom he, Machiavelli, has convinced by the preceding argument, the people whose consciousness and whose expression he becomes and feels himself to be, with whom he feels identified. The entire logical argument now appears as nothing other than auto-reflection on the part of the people, an inner. p.127. Reasoning worked out in the popular consciousness, whose conclusion is a cry of passionate urgency. The passion, from discussion of itself, becomes once again emotion, fever, fanatical desire for action. This is why the epilogue of the prince is not something extrinsic, tacked on, rhetorical, but has to be understood as a necessary element of the work, indeed as the element which gives the entire work its true color, and makes it a kind of political manifesto. A study might be made of how it came about that Sorel never advanced from his conception of ideology as myth to an understanding of the political party, but stopped short at the idea of the trade union. It is true that for Sorel the myth found its fullest expression not in the trade union as organization of a collective will, but in its practical action sign of a collective will already operative. The highest achievement of this practical action was to have been the general strike, i.e. a passive activity, so to speak, of a negative and preliminary kind. It could only be given a positive character by the realization of a common accord between the various wills involved, an activity which does not envisage an active and constructive phase of its own. Hence in Sorel there was a conflict of two necessities, that of the myth, and that of the critique of the myth, in that every pre-established plan is utopian and reactionary. The outcome was left to the intervention of the irrational, to chance, in the Bergsonian sense of état vital. 160 or to spontaneity. Asterisk. Asterisk. At this point an implicit contradiction should be noted between on the one hand the manner in which Gramsci poses his problem of history and anti-history, 161, and on the other hand certain of Gramsci's other modes of thought, his aversion to political parties and the way in which he poses the question of the predictability of social facts. See Conversazioni Critiche, first series, pages 150-52, review of Ludovico Limentini's book La Previsione dei Fatti Sociali, Turin, Bacca, 1907. If social facts cannot be predicted, and the very concept of prediction is meaningless, then the irrational cannot but be dominant, and any organization of men must be anti-historical a prejudice. The only thing left to do is to resolve each individual, practical problem posed by the movement of history as it comes up, and with extemporaneous criteria. Opportunism is the only possible political line. See Gramsci's article 2 Partite cum giudizio e cum pregiudizio, in Cultura e Vita Morale. p.128. Can a myth, however, be non-constructive? How could an instrument conceivably be effective if, as in Searle's vision of things, it leaves the collective will in the primitive and elementary phase of its mere formation, by differentiation, cleavage, even when this differentiation is violent, that is to say destroys existing moral and juridical relations? Will not that collective will, with so rudimentary a formation, at once cease to exist, scattering into an infinity of individual wills which in the positive phase then follow? p.129. Separate and conflicting paths. Quite apart from the fact that destruction and negation cannot exist without an implicit construction and affirmation, this not in a metaphysical sense but in practice, i.e. politically, as party program. In Searle's case it is clear that behind the spontaneity there lies a purely mechanistic assumption, behind the liberty, will life force, a maximum of determinism, behind the idealism and absolute materialism. The modern prince, the myth prince, cannot be a real person, a concrete individual. It can only be an organism, a complex element of society in which a collective will, which has already been recognized and has to some extent asserted itself in action, begins to take concrete form. History has already provided this organism, and it is the political party the first cell in which there come together germs of a collective will tending to become universal and total. In the modern world, only those historico-political actions which are immediate and imminent, characterized by the necessity for lightning speed, can be incarnated mythically by a concrete individual. Such speed can only be made necessary by a great and imminent danger, a great danger which precisely fans passion and fanaticism suddenly to a white heat, and annihilates the critical sense and the corrosive irony which are able to destroy the charismatic character of the condottiere, as happened in the Boulanger adventure. 162. But an improvised action of such a kind, by its very nature, cannot have a long-term and organic character. It will in almost all cases be appropriate to restoration and reorganization, but not to the founding of new states or new national and social structures, as was at issue in Machiavelli's Prince, in which the theme of restoration was merely a rhetorical element, linked to the literary concept of an Italy descended from Rome and destined to restore the order and the power of Rome. Asterisk. It is true that Machiavelli was inspired to his political conception of the necessity for a unitary Italian state not only by the example and model of the great absolute monarchies of France and Spain, but also by the remembrance of Rome's past. However, it should be emphasized that this is no reason for confusing Machiavelli with the literary rhetorical tradition. For this element is neither exclusive nor even predominant, nor is the necessity for a great national state argued from it. Moreover, this very allusion to Rome is less abstract than it may seem, when it is set in its correct context of the intellectual climate of humanism and Renaissance. In Book 7 of The Art of War one finds, this province, Italy, seems born to bring dead things back to life, as we have seen occur with poetry, with painting, and with sculpture. Why then should it not rediscover military skill too? Etc. One would have to collect together all the other references of this kind in order to establish their exact character. It will be defensive. p.130. Rather than capable of original creation. Its underlying assumption will be that a collective will, already in existence, has become nerveless and dispersed, has suffered a collapse which is dangerous and threatening but not definitive and catastrophic, and that it is necessary to reconcentrate and reinforce it rather than that a new collective will must be created from scratch, to be directed towards goals which are concrete and rational, but whose concreteness and rationality have not yet been put to the critical test by a real and universally known historical experience. The abstract character of the Sorlean conception of the myth is manifest in its aversion, which takes the emotional form of an ethical repugnance, for the Jacobins, who were certainly a categorical embodiment of Machiavelli's prince. 163. The modern prince must have a part devoted to Jacobinism, in the integral sense which this notion has had historically, and must have conceptually, as an exemplification of the concrete formation and operation of a collective will which at least in some aspects was an original, ex novo creation. And a definition must be given of collective will, and of political will in general, in the modern sense, will as operative awareness of historical necessity, as protagonist of a real and effective historical drama. One of the first sections must precisely be devoted to the collective will, posing the question in the following terms: when can the conditions for awakening and developing a national popular collective will be said to exist? 164. Hence an historical, economic, analysis of the social structure of the given country and a dramatic representation of the attempts made in the course of the centuries to awaken this will, together with the reasons for the successive failures. Why was there no absolute monarchy in Italy in Machiavelli's time? One has to go back to the Roman Empire, the language question, problem of the intellectuals, etc., and understand the p.131 function of the medieval communes, the significance of Catholicism, etc. 165. In short, one has to make an outline of the whole history of Italy in synthesis, but accurate. The reason for the failures of the successive attempts to create a national popular collective will is to be sought in the existence of certain specific social groups which were formed at the dissolution of the communal bourgeoisie, in the particular character of other groups which reflect the international function of Italy as seat of the Church and depositary of the Holy Roman Empire, and so on. This function and the position which results from it have brought about an internal situation which may be called economic corporate. 166. Politically, the worst of all forms of feudal society, the least progressive and the most stagnant. An effective Jacobin force was always missing, and could not be constituted, and it was precisely such a Jacobin force which in other nations awakened and organized the national popular collective will, and founded the modern states. Do the necessary conditions for this will finally exist, or rather what is the present relation between these conditions and the forces opposed to them? Traditionally the forces of opposition have been the landed aristocracy and, more generally, landed property as a whole. Italy's particular characteristic is a special rural bourgeoisie. 167. A legacy of parasitism bequeathed to modern times by the disintegration as a class of the communal bourgeoisie, the 100 cities, the cities of silence. 168. The positive conditions, p.132, are to be sought in the existence of urban social groups which have attained an adequate development in the field of industrial production and a certain level of historico-political culture. Any formation of a national popular collective will is impossible, unless the great mass of peasant farmers bursts simultaneously into political life. That was Machiavelli's intention through the reform of the militia, and it was achieved by the Jacobins in the French Revolution. That Machiavelli understood it reveals a precocious Jacobinism that is the, more or less fertile, germ of his conception of national revolution. All history from 1815 onwards shows the efforts of the traditional classes to prevent the formation of a collective will of this kind, and to maintain economic corporate power in an international system of passive equilibrium. An important part of the modern prince will have to be devoted to the question of intellectual and moral reform, that is to the question of religion or worldview. In this field too we find in the existing tradition an absence of Jacobinism and fear of Jacobinism, The latest philosophical expression of such fear is B. Croce's Malthusian attitude towards religion. 169 The modern prince must p. 133. Be and cannot but be the proclaimer and organizer of an intellectual and moral reform, which also means creating the terrain for a subsequent development of the national popular collective will towards the realization of a superior, total form of modern civilization. These two basic points, the formation of a national popular collective will, of which the modern prince is at one and the same time the organizer and the active, operative expression, and intellectual and moral reform should structure the entire work. The concrete, programmatic points must be incorporated in the first part, that is, they should result from the line of discussion dramatically, and not be a cold and pedantic exposition of arguments. Can there be cultural reform, and can the position of the depressed strata of society be improved culturally, without a previous economic reform and a change in their position in the social and economic fields? Intellectual and moral reform has to be linked with the program of economic reform. Indeed, the program of economic reform is precisely the concrete form in which every intellectual and moral reform presents itself. The modern prince, as it develops, revolutionizes the whole system of intellectual and moral relations, in that its development means precisely that any given act is seen as useful or harmful, as virtuous or as wicked, only in so far as it has as its point of reference the modern prince itself, and helps to strengthen or to oppose it. In men's consciences, the prince takes the place of the divinity or the categorical imperative, and becomes the basis for a modern laicism and for a complete laicization of all aspects of life and of all customary relationships. 1933-34, first version 1931-32. Machiavelli and Marx 170. The basic innovation introduced by the philosophy of praxis into the science of politics and of history is the demonstration that there is no abstract human nature, fixed and immutable, a concept which certainly derives from religious and transcendentalist thought, but that human nature is the totality of historically determined social relations, hence an historical fact which can, within certain limits, be ascertained with the methods of philology and criticism. Consequently, political science, as far as both its concrete content and its logical formulation are concerned, must p. 134. Be seen as a developing organism. It must, however, be noted that the way in which Machiavelli posed the problem of politics, i.e. the assertion implicit in his writings that politics is an autonomous activity, with its own principles and laws distinct from those of morality and religion, a proposition with far-reaching philosophical consequences, since it implicitly introduces a new conception of morality and religion, a new worldview, is still questioned and rejected even today, and has not succeeded in becoming common sense. What does that mean? Does it mean only that the intellectual and moral revolution whose elements are to be found embryonically in Machiavelli's thought has not yet taken place, has not become the public and manifest form of the national culture? Or does it simply have a current political significance? Does it serve to indicate the gulf which exists between rulers and ruled, to indicate that there exist two cultures, that of the rulers and that of the ruled, and that the ruling class, like the church, has its own attitude towards the common people, dictated by the necessity on the one hand of not becoming detached from them, and on the other of keeping them convinced that Machiavelli is nothing other than the devil incarnate? Here one comes up against the problem of Machiavelli's significance in his own time, and of the objectives he set himself in writing his books, particularly The Prince. Machiavelli's ideas were not, in his own day, purely bookish, the monopoly of isolated thinkers, a secret memorandum circulating among the initiated. Machiavelli's style is not that of a systematic compiler of treatises, such as abounded during the Middle Ages and humanism. Quite the contrary, it is the style of a man of action, of a man urging action, the style of a party manifesto. The moralistic interpretation offered by Foscolo 171 is certainly mistaken. It is quite true that Machiavelli revealed something, and did not merely theorize reality, but what was the aim of his revelation? A moralistic aim or a political one? It is commonly asserted that Machiavelli's standards of political behavior are practiced, but not admitted. Great politicians it is. p.13.5. Said start off by denouncing Machiavelli, by declaring themselves to be anti-Machiavellian, precisely in order to be able to put his standards piously into practice. Was not Machiavelli himself a poor Machiavellian, one of those who are in the know and foolishly give the game away, whereas vulgar Machiavellianism teaches one to do just the opposite? Gramsci asserted that Machiavellianism was a science, serving reactionaries and Democrats alike, just as skillful swordplay serves both honest men and brigands, for self-defense and for murder, and that this was the sense in which Foscolo's opinion should be taken. This is true in the abstract. Machiavelli himself remarks that what he is writing about is in fact practiced, and has always been practiced, by the greatest men throughout history. So it does not seem that he was writing for those who are already in the know, nor is his style that of disinterested scientific activity, nor is it possible to think that he arrived at his theses in the field of political science by way of philosophical speculation, which would have been something of a miracle in that field at the time, when even today he meets with such hostility and opposition. One may therefore suppose that Machiavelli had in mind those who are not in the know, and that it was they whom he intended to educate politically. This was no negative political education of tyrant haters as Foscolo seems to have understood it, but a positive education of those who have to recognize certain means as necessary, even if they are the means of tyrants, because they desire certain ends. Anyone born into the traditional governing stratum acquires almost automatically the characteristics of the political realist, as a result of the entire educational complex which he absorbs from his family milieu, in which dynastic or patrimonial interests predominate. Who therefore is not in the know? The revolutionary class of the time, the Italian people or nation, the citizen democracy which gave birth to men like Savonarola and Pier Soderini, rather than to a Castruccio or a Valentino. 17.2. p.136. It seems clear that Machiavelli wished to persuade these forces of the necessity of having a leader who knew what he wanted and how to obtain it, and of accepting him with enthusiasm even if his actions might conflict or appear to conflict with the generalist ideology of the time religion. This position in which Machiavelli found himself politically is repeated today for the philosophy of praxis. Once more there is the necessity to be anti-Machiavellian, to develop a theory and technique of politics which, however strong the belief that they will in the final resort be especially useful to the side which was not in the know, since that is where the historically progressive force is to be found, might be useful to both sides in the struggle. In actual fact, one immediate result is achieved, in that the unity based on traditional ideology is broken. Until this happens, it is impossible for the new forces to arrive at a consciousness of their own independent personality. Machiavellianism has helped to improve the traditional political technique of the conservative ruling groups, just as the politics of the philosophy of praxis does. That should not disguise its essentially revolutionary character, which is still felt today, and which explains all anti-Machiavellianism, from that of the Jesuits to the pietistic anti-Machiavellianism of Pascal Villeray. 173 1933-34, first version 1931-32. Politics as an autonomous science. The first question that must be raised and resolved in a study of Machiavelli is the question of politics as an autonomous science, of the place that political science occupies or should occupy in a systematic, coherent and logical, conception of the world, in a philosophy of praxis. p.137. The progress brought about by Gramsci in this respect in the study of Machiavelli and in political science consists mainly, as in other fields of Gramsci's critical activity, in the dissolution of a series of false, non-existent, or wrongly formulated problems. 174 Gramsci based himself on his distinction of the moments of the spirit, and on his affirmation of a moment of practice, of a practical spirit, autonomous and independent though linked in a circle to all reality by the dialectic of distincts. In a philosophy of praxis, the distinction will certainly not be between the moments of the absolute spirit, but between the levels of the superstructure. The problem will therefore be that of establishing the dialectical position of political activity, and of the corresponding science, as a particular level of the superstructure. One might say, as a first schematic approximation, that political activity is precisely the first moment or first level, the moment in which the superstructure is still in the unmediated phase of mere wishful affirmation, confused and still at an elementary stage. In what sense can one identify politics with history, and hence all of life with politics? How then could the whole system of superstructures be understood as distinctions within politics, and the introduction of the concept of distinction into a philosophy of praxis hence be justified? But can one really speak of a dialectic of distincts, and how is the concept of a circle joining the levels of the superstructure to be understood? Concept of historical block, i.e. unity between nature and spirit, structure and superstructure, unity of opposites and of distincts. Can one introduce the criterion of distinction into the structure too? How is structure to be understood? How, in the system of social relations, will one be able to distinguish the element technique, work, class, etc., understood in an historical and not in a metaphysical sense? Critique of Gramsci's position, for polemical. p. 138. Ends, he represents the structure as a hidden god, a noumenon, in contrast to the appearances of the superstructure. Appearances both metaphorically and literally. How historically, and as a fact of speech, was the notion of appearances arrived at? It is interesting to establish how Gramsci developed his own individual theory of error and of the practical origin of error from this general conception. For Gramsci, error has its origin in an immediate passion one, that is, of an individual or group character. But what will produce the passion of more far-reaching historical importance, the passion as a category? The passion/immediate interest which is the origin of error is the moment which in the theses on Feuerbach is called Schmidt-Sigjudice. But just as the passion/Schmidt-Sigjudice interest determines immediate error, so does the passion of the larger social group determine the philosophical error, while between the two is the error/ideology, which Gramsci deals with separately. In this series, egoism, immediate error, ideology philosophy, it is the common term error which is important. This is linked to the various levels of passion, and must be understood not in a moralistic or scholastic sense, but in the purely historical and dialectical sense of that which is historically decayed, and deserves to fall in the sense of the non-definitive character of all philosophy, of the death/life, being/non-being, i.e. of the term of the dialectic which the latter must transcend in its forward movement. The terms apparent and appearance mean precisely this and nothing else, and are justifiable despite dogmatic opposition. They are the assertion of the perishable nature of all ideological systems, side by side with the assertion that all systems have an historical validity, and are necessary. Man acquires consciousness of social relations in the field of ideology. 175. Is not this an assertion of the necessity and the validity of appearances? 1933-34, first version 1932-33. Gramsci's conception of politics/passion excludes parties, since it is not possible to think of an organized and permanent passion. Permanent passion is a condition of orgasm and of spasm, which means operational incapacity. It excludes parties, and excludes. p. 139. Every plan of action worked out in advance. However, parties exist and plans of action are worked out, put into practice, and are often successful to a remarkable extent. So there is a flaw in Gramsci's conception. Nor is it enough to say that, even if parties exist, that has little theoretical importance, because at the moment of action the party in operation is not the same thing as the party which existed previously. There may be a partial truth in this, but the points of coincidence between the two parties are such that one may really be said to be dealing with the same organism. But for Gramsci's conception to be valid, it would have to be possible to apply it also to war, and hence to explain the fact of standing armies, military academies, officer corps. War in progress too is passion, the most intense and febrile of all passions. It is a moment of political life, it is the continuation in other forms of a given policy. It is necessary therefore to explain how passion can become moral duty in terms not of political morality but of ethics. On political plans, which are related to the parties as permanent formations, recall what Moltke 176 said of military plans, that they cannot be worked out and finalized in advance in every particular, but only in so far as their nucleus and central design is concerned, since the details of the action depend to a certain extent on the moves of the adversary. It is precisely in the details that passion manifests itself, but it does not appear that Moltke's principle is such as to justify Gramsci's conception. There would still remain to be explained the kind of passion of the General Staff which worked out the plan in the light of cold reason, and dispassionately. 1933-34, first version 1931-32. If the Gramscian concept of passion as a moment of politics comes up against the difficulty of explaining and justifying the permanent political formations, such as the parties and still more the national armies and general staffs, since it is impossible to conceive of a passion being organized permanently without its becoming rationality and deliberate reflection and hence no longer passion, the solution can only be found in the identification of politics and economics. Politics becomes permanent action and gives birth to permanent organizations precisely in so far as it identifies itself with p.140. Economics. But it is also distinct from it, which is why one may speak separately of economics and politics, and speak of political passion as of an immediate impulse to action which is born on the permanent and organic terrain of economic life but which transcends it, bringing into play emotions and aspirations in whose incandescent atmosphere even calculations involving the individual human life itself obey different laws from those of individual profit, etc. 1931-32. Beside the merits of modern Machiavelli studies derived from Gramsci, the exaggerations and distortions which they have inspired should also be noted. The habit has been formed of considering Machiavelli too much as the man of politics in general, as the scientist of politics, relevant in every period. Machiavelli should be considered more as a necessary expression of his time, and as closely tied to the conditions and exigencies of his time, which were the result, one of the internal struggles of the Florentine Republic, and of the particular structure of the state, which was unable to free itself from the residues of commune and municipality, i.e. from a form of feudalism which had become a hindrance, two of the struggles between the Italian states for a balance of power throughout Italy which was obstructed by the existence of the papacy and the other feudal and municipalistic residues of forms of state based on city rather than on territory. 3. Of the struggles of the Italian states, more or less united, for a European balance of power or, put in another way, of the contradictions between the requirements of an internal balance of power in Italy and the exigencies of the European states struggling for hegemony. Machiavelli is influenced by the examples of France and Spain, which have achieved as states a strong territorial unity. He makes an elliptic comparison, to use Gramsci's expression, and deduces the rules for a strong state in general and a strong Italian state in particular. Machiavelli is a man wholly of his period. His political science represents the philosophy of the time, which tended to the organization of absolute national monarchies, the political form which permitted and facilitated a further development of bourgeois productive forces. In Machiavelli one may discover in embryonic form both the separation of powers and parliamentarism, the representative regime. His ferocity 177 is turned against the p.141. Residues of the feudal world, not against the progressive classes. The prince is to put an end to feudal anarchy, and that is what Valentino does in Romagna, basing himself on the support of the productive classes, merchants, and peasants. Given the military dictatorial character of the head of state, such as is needed in a period of struggle for the installation and consolidation of a new form of power, the class references contained in the art of war must be taken as referring as well to the general structure of the state. If the urban classes wish to put an end to internal disorder and external anarchy, they must base themselves on the mass of the peasants, and constitute a reliable and loyal armed force of a kind totally different from the companies of fortune. 178. One may say that the essentially political conception is so dominant in Machiavelli that it makes him commit errors in the military field. He gives most thought to the infantry, who can be recruited en masse through political action, and as a result he misjudges the significance of artillery. 1933-4, first version 1929-30. Rousseau, in Prolegomena Machiavelli, remarks correctly that the art of war contains the prince within it, but he fails to draw all the conclusions from his observation. Even in the art of war, Machiavelli must be seen as a man of politics who has to concern himself with military theory. His one-sidedness, together with other idiosyncrasies such as the phalanx theory, which give rise to facile sallies of wit, the best known of which originated with Bandello, 179, comes from the fact that the center of his interest and of his thought does not lie in the question of military technique, which he deals with only in so far as it is necessary for his political edifice. Moreover, not only the art of war but also the history of Florence must be related to the prince. This was precisely intended to serve as an analysis of the real conditions in Italy and in Europe from which the immediate demands contained in the Prince spring. 1933-4. A secondary consequence of a conception of Machiavelli which takes more fully into account the period in which he lived is a more p.142. Historicist evaluation of the so-called anti-Machiavellians, or at least of the most ingenuous of them. They are not really so much anti-Machiavellians as politicians who express exigencies of their time or of conditions different from those which affected Machiavelli. The polemical form is nothing but a contingent literary device. The typical example, it seems to me, of these anti-Machiavellians is Jean Bodin, 1530-96, who was a delegate to the Estates General of Blois in 1576 and there persuaded the Third Estate to refuse the subsidies requested for the Civil War. Asterisk. Bodin's works, Methodus ad facilum historiarum cognitionum, 1566, in which he shows the influence of climate on forms of state, hints at an idea of progress, etc., Republic, 1576, in which he expresses the opinions of the Third Estate on absolute monarchy and its relations with the people, Heptaplomeres, unpublished until the modern era, in which he compares all religions and justifies them as different expressions of natural religion which alone is reasonable, and as all equally worthy of respect and tolerance. During the civil wars in France, Bodin is the exponent of the third party, the so-called politicians' party, which defends the viewpoint of national interest, that is to say of an internal balance of classes in which hegemony belongs to the Third Estate through the monarchy. It seems evident to me that classifying Bodin among the anti-Machiavellians is an absolutely irrelevant and superficial question. Bodin lays the foundations of political science in France on a terrain which is far more advanced and complex than that which Italy offered to Machiavelli. For Bodin the question is not that of founding the territorially united, national, state, i.e. of going back to the time of Louis XI, but of balancing the conflicting social forces within this already strong and well-implanted state. Bodin is interested in the moment of consent, not in the moment of force. With Bodin there is a tendency to develop the absolute monarchy. The Third Estate is so aware of its strength and its dignity, it knows so well that the fortunes of the absolute monarchy are linked to its own fortunes and its own development, that it poses conditions for its loyalty, it presents demands, tends to limit absolutism. In France Machiavelli was already at the service of reaction, since he could serve to justify maintaining the world perpetually in the cradle, in Bertrand Spavent's expression, 180. Hence it was necessary to be polemically anti-Machiavellian. It should be noted that in the Italy studied by Machiavelli there, p.143, existed no representative institutions already developed and significant in national life like the Estates General in France. When in modern times it is suggested tendentiously that parliamentary institutions in Italy were imported from abroad, 181, it is not realized that this fact only reflects a condition of backwardness and of stagnation of Italian political and social history from 1500 until 1700, a condition which was to a great extent due to the preponderance of international relations over internal ones, which were paralysed and congealed. Is it really a national originality, destroyed by the importation of parliamentary forms, that the state structure in Italy, as a result of foreign dominance, should have remained in the semi-feudal phase of an object of foreign suzerainty? In fact, parliamentary institutions give a form to the process of national liberation, and to the transition to a modern, independent and national, territorial state. Moreover, representative institutions did exist, especially in the south and in Sicily, but of a far more limited kind than in France, for the Third Estate was little developed in these regions, and hence the parliaments were instruments for upholding the anarchy of the barons against the innovating attempts of the monarchy, which in the absence of a bourgeoisie had to base itself on the support of the mob. 182. Recall Antonio Pinella's study of the anti-Machiavellians published in Marzico in 1927, or even in 1926, in 11 articles. See how Bodin is judged in it compared with Machiavelli, and how the problem of anti-Machiavellianism is posed in general. That Machiavelli should only have been able to express his program and his tendency to relate city to countryside in military terms is understandable if one reflects that French Jacobinism would be inexplicable without the presupposition of physiocrat culture, with its demonstration of the economic and social importance of the peasant proprietor. Machiavelli's economic theories have been studied by Gino Arias, in the Annali d'Economia of the Bocconi University in Milan, but it might be queried whether Machiavelli really had any economic theories. One will have to see whether Machiavelli's essentially political language can be translated into economic terms, and to which economic system it could be reduced. See whether Machiavelli living in the mercantilist period was politically in advance of his time, and anticipated certain demands which later found expression in the physiocrats****. Would Rousseau have been possible either, without physiocrat culture? It does not seem to me correct to claim that the physiocrats merely represented agrarian interests, and that the interests of urban capitalism were not asserted before classical economics. The physiocrats represent the break with mercantilism and with the guild system, and are a stage on the way to classical economics. But it seems to me that precisely for that reason they represent a far more complex future society than the one against which they are fighting, and even than the one which immediately derives from their affirmations. Their language is too much linked to their time, and expresses the immediate contrast between city and countryside, but it permits an expansion of capitalism into agriculture to be foreseen. The formula of laissez-faire, laissez-passer, that is to say of free industry and free enterprise, is certainly not linked to agrarian interests. 1933-34, first version 1931-32. Elements of Politics. p.144. It really must be stressed that it is precisely the first elements, the most elementary things, which are the first to be forgotten. However, if they are repeated innumerable times, they become the pillars of politics and of any collective action whatsoever. The first element is that there really do exist rulers and ruled, leaders and led. The entire science and art of politics are based on this primordial, and, given certain general conditions, 183 irreducible fact. The origins of this fact are a problem apart, which will have to be studied separately. At least one could and should study how to minimize the fact and eliminate it, by altering certain conditions which can be identified as operating in this sense, but the fact remains that there do exist rulers and ruled, leaders and led. Given this fact, it will have to be considered how one can lead most effectively, given certain ends, hence how the leaders may best be prepared, and it is more precisely in this that the first stage of the art and science of politics consists, and how, on the other hand, one can know the lines of least resistance, or the most rational lines along which to proceed if one wishes to secure the obedience of the led or ruled. In the formation of leaders, one premise is fundamental: is it the intention that there should always be rulers and ruled, or is the objective to create the conditions in which this division is no longer necessary? In other words, is the initial premise the perpetual division of the human race, or the belief that this division is only an historical fact, corresponding to certain conditions? Yet it must be clearly understood that the division between rulers and ruled, though in the last analysis it has its origin in a division between social groups, is in fact, things being as they are, also to be found within the group itself, even where it is a socially homogeneous one. In a certain sense it may be said that this division is created by the division of labor, is merely a technical fact, and p.145. Those who see everything purely in terms of technique, technical necessity, etc., speculate on this coexistence of different causes in order to avoid the fundamental problem. Since the division between rulers and ruled exists even within the same group, certain principles have to be fixed upon and strictly observed. For it is in this area that the most serious errors take place, and that the most criminal weaknesses and the hardest to correct are revealed. For the belief is common that obedience must be automatic, once it is a question of the same group, and that not only must it come about without any demonstration of necessity or rationality being needed, but it must be unquestioning. Some believe, and what is worse act in the belief, that obedience will come without being solicited, without the path which has to be followed being pointed out. Thus it is difficult to cure leaders completely of Caternism 184, or the conviction that a thing will be done because the leader considers it just and reasonable that it should be done. If it is not done, the blame is put on those who ought to have, etc. Thus too it is hard to root out the criminal habit of permitting useless sacrifices through neglect. Yet common sense shows that the majority of collective, political, disasters occur because no attempt has been made to avoid useless sacrifice, or because manifestly no account has been taken of the sacrifices of others and their lives have been gambled with. Everyone has heard officers from the front recount how the soldiers were quite ready to risk their lives when necessary, but how on the other hand they would rebel when they saw themselves overlooked. For example, a company would be capable of going for days without food because it could see that it was physically impossible for supplies to get through, but it would mutiny if a single meal was missed as a result of neglect or bureaucratism, etc. This principle extends to all actions demanding sacrifices. Hence, after every disaster, it is necessary first of all to inquire into the responsibility of the leaders, in the most literal sense. For example, a front is made up of various sectors, and each sector has its leaders. It is possible that the leaders of one sector are more responsible for a particular defeat than those of another, but it is purely a question of degree, never of anybody being exempt from responsibility. p.146. The principle once posed that there are leaders and led, rulers and ruled. It is true that parties have up till now been the most effective way of developing leaders and leadership. Parties may present themselves under the most diverse names, even calling themselves the anti-party or the negation of the parties. In reality, even the so-called individualists are party men, only they would like to be party chiefs by the grace of God or the idiocy of those who follow them. 185. Development of the general concept contained in the expression state spirit. 186. This expression has a quite precise, historically determinate meaning. But the problem is raised, does there exist something similar to what is called state spirit in every serious movement, that is to say in every movement which is not the arbitrary expression of more or less justified individualisms? Meanwhile state spirit presupposes continuity, either with the past, or with tradition, or with the future, that is, it presupposes that every act is a moment in a complex process, which has already begun and which will continue. The responsibility for this process, of being actors in this process, of being in solidarity with forces which are materially unknown but which nevertheless feel themselves to be active and operational and of which account is taken, as if they were physically material and present, is precisely in certain cases called state spirit. It is obvious that such awareness of duration must be concrete and not abstract, that is to say in a certain sense must not go beyond certain limits. Let us say that the narrowest limits are a generation back and a generation to come. This represents no short period, since generations cannot be calculated simply as 30 years each, the last 30 and the next 30 respectively. They have to be calculated organically, which p.147. At least as far as the past is concerned is easy to understand. We feel ourselves linked to men who are now extremely old, and who represent for us the past which still lives among us, which we need to know and to settle our accounts with, which is one of the elements of the present and one of the premises of the future. We also feel ourselves linked to our children, to the generations which are being born and growing up, and for which we are responsible. The cult of tradition, which has a tendentious value, is something different. It implies a choice and a determinate goal, that is to say, it is the basis for an ideology. However, if it can be said that a state spirit in this sense is to be found in everybody, it is necessary from time to time to combat distortions of it or deviations from it. The act for the act's sake, struggle for the sake of struggle, etc., and especially mean, petty individualism, which is anyway merely an arbitrary satisfying of passing whims, etc. In reality, the question is still that of Italian apoliticism, 187, which takes on these various picturesque and bizarre forms. Individualism is merely brutish apoliticism, sectarianism is apoliticism, and if one looks into it carefully is a form of personal following clientela, lacking the party spirit which is the fundamental component of state spirit. The demonstration that party spirit is the basic component of state spirit is one of the most critically important assertions to uphold. Individualism, on the other hand, is a brutish element, admired by foreigners, like the behavior of the inmates of a zoological garden. 1933. The political party. It has already been said that the protagonist of the new prince could not in the modern epoch be an individual hero, but only the political party. That is to say, at different times, and in the various internal relations of the various nations, that determinate party which has the aim of founding a new type of state, and which was rationally and historically created for that end. It should be noted that in those regimes which call themselves totalitarian, 188, the traditional function of the institution of the crown is in fact taken over by the particular party in question. p.148. Which indeed is totalitarian precisely in that it fulfills this function. Although every party is the expression of a social group, and of one social group only, nevertheless in certain given conditions certain parties represent a single social group precisely in so far as they exercise a balancing and arbitrating function between the interests of their group and those of other groups, and succeed in securing the development of the group which they represent with the consent and assistance of the allied groups, if not out and out with that of groups which are definitely hostile. The constitutional formula of the king, or president of the republic, who reigns but does not govern, is the juridical expression of this function of arbitration, the concern of the constitutional parties not to unmask the crown or the president. The formulae stating that it is not the head of state who is responsible for the actions of the government, but his ministers, are the casuistry behind which lies the general principle of safeguarding certain conceptions, the unity of the state, the consent of the governed to state action whatever the current personnel of the government, and whichever party may be in power. With the totalitarian party, these formulae lose their meaning, hence the institutions which functioned within the context of such formulae become less important. But the function itself is incorporated in the party, which will exalt the abstract concept of the state, and seek by various means to give the impression that it is working actively and effectively as an impartial force. 1933-34, first version 1930-32. Is political action, in the strict sense, necessary, for one to be able to speak of a political party? It is observable that in the modern world, in many countries, the organic 189 and fundamental parties have been compelled by the exigencies of the struggle or for other reasons to split into fractions, each one of which calls itself a party and even an independent party. Hence the intellectual general staff of the organic party often does not belong to any of these fractions, but operates as if it were a directive force standing on its own, above the parties, and sometimes is even believed to be such by the public. This function can be studied with greater precision if one starts from the point of view that a newspaper too, or group of newspapers, a review or group of reviews, is a party or a fraction of a party or a function of a particular party. Think of the role of the Times in England, or that which p.149. Corriere della Sera 190 used to have in Italy, or again of the role of the so-called informational press 191 with its claim to be apolitical, or even of that of the sporting and technical press. Moreover, the phenomenon reveals interesting aspects in countries where there is a single, totalitarian, governing party. For the functions of such a party are no longer directly political, but merely technical ones of propaganda and public order, and moral and cultural influence. The political function is indirect. For, even if no other legal parties exist, other parties in fact always do exist, and other tendencies which cannot be legally coerced, and, against these, polemics are unleashed and struggles are fought as in a game of blind man's buff. In any case, it is certain that in such parties cultural functions predominate, which means that political language becomes jargon. In other words, political questions are disguised as cultural ones, and as such become insoluble. But there is one traditional party too with an essentially indirect character, which in other words presents itself explicitly as purely educative, Lucas, etc., 192 moral, cultural, sic. This is the anarchist movement. Even so-called direct, terrorist, action is conceived of as propaganda by example. This only further confirms the judgment that the anarchist movement is not autonomous, but exists on the margin of the other parties, to educate them. One may speak of an anarchism inherent in every organic party. What are the intellectual or theoretical anarchists except an aspect of this marginalism in relation to the great parties of the dominant social groups? The economists sect 193 itself was an historical aspect of this phenomenon. Thus there seem to be two types of party which reject the idea of immediate political action as such. Firstly, there is that which is constituted by an elite of men of culture, who have the function of p.150. Providing leadership of a cultural and general ideological nature for a great movement of interrelated parties, which in reality are fractions of one and the same organic party. And secondly, in the more recent period, there is a type of party constituted this time not by an elite but by masses who as such have no other political function than a generic loyalty, of a military kind, to a visible or invisible political center. Often the visible center is the mechanism of command of forces which are unwilling to show themselves in the open, but only operate indirectly, through proxies and a proxy ideology. 194 The mass following is simply for maneuvera, and is kept happy by means of moralizing sermons, emotional stimuli, and messianic myths of an awaited golden age, in which all present contradictions and miseries will be automatically resolved and made well. 1933. To write the history of a political party, it is necessary in reality to confront a whole series of problems of a much less simple kind than Robert Michaels, 195 for example, believes, though he is considered an expert on the subject. In what will the history of a party consist? Will it be a simple narrative of the internal life of a political organization? How it comes into existence, the first groups which constitute it, the ideological controversies through which its program and its conception of the world and of life are formed. In such a case, one would merely have a history of certain intellectual groups, or even sometimes the political biography of a single personality. The study will therefore have to have a vaster and more comprehensive framework. The history will have to be written of a particular mass of men who have followed the founders of the party, sustained them with their trust, loyalty, and discipline, or criticized them realistically. p.151. By dispersing or remaining passive before certain initiatives. But will this mass be made up solely of members of the party? Will it be sufficient to follow the congresses, the votes, etc., that is to say the whole nexus of activities and modes of existence through which the mass following of a party manifests its will? Clearly it will be necessary to take some account of the social group of which the party in question is the expression and the most advanced element. The history of a party, in other words, can only be the history of a particular social group. But this group is not isolated, it has friends, kindred groups, opponents, enemies. The history of any given party can only emerge from the complex portrayal of the totality of society and state, often with international ramifications too. Hence it may be said that to write the history of a party means nothing less than to write the general history of a country from a monographic viewpoint, in order to highlight a particular aspect of it. A party will have had greater or less significance and weight precisely to the extent to which its particular activity has been more or less decisive in determining a country's history. We may thus see that from the way in which the history of a party is written there emerges the author's conception of what a party is and should be. The sectarian will become excited over petty internal matters, which will have an esoteric significance for him, and fill him with mystical enthusiasm. The historian, though giving everything its due importance in the overall picture, will emphasize above all the real effectiveness of the party, its determining force, positive and negative, in having contributed to bringing certain events about and in having prevented other events from taking place. 1933-4, first version 1932. The problem of knowing when a party was actually formed, i.e. undertook a precise and permanent task, gives rise to many arguments and often to, unfortunately, to a kind of conceit which is no less absurd and dangerous than the conceit of nations 196 of which Vico speaks. It is true that one may say that a party is never complete and fully formed, in the sense that every development creates new tasks and functions, and in the sense that for certain p.152 parties the paradox is true that they are complete and fully formed only when they no longer exist, i.e. when their existence has become historically redundant. Thus, since every party is only the nomenclature for a class, it is obvious that the party which proposes to put an end to class divisions will only achieve complete self-fulfillment when it ceases to exist because classes, and therefore their expressions, no longer exist. But here I wish to refer to a particular moment of this process of development, the moment succeeding that in which something may either exist or not exist in the sense that the necessity for it to exist has not yet become imperative, but depends to a great extent on the existence of individuals of exceptional willpower and of exceptional will. When does a party become historically necessary? When the conditions for its triumph, for its inevitable progress to state power, are at least in the process of formation, and allow their future evolution, all things going normally, to be foreseen. But when can one say, given such conditions, that a party cannot be destroyed by normal means? To give an answer, it is necessary to develop the following line of reasoning. For a party to exist, three fundamental elements, three groups of elements, have to converge. 1. A mass element, composed of ordinary, average men, whose participation takes the form of discipline and loyalty, rather than any creative spirit or organizational ability. Without these the party would not exist, it is true, but it is also true that neither could it exist with these alone. They are a force in so far as there is somebody to centralize, organize, and discipline them. In the absence of this cohesive force, they would scatter into an impotent diaspora and vanish into nothing. Admittedly, any of these elements might become a cohesive force, but I am speaking of them precisely at the moment when they are not this nor in any condition to become it, or if they are, it is only in a limited sphere, politically ineffectual and of no consequence. 2. The principal cohesive element, which centralizes nationally and renders effective and powerful a complex of forces which left to themselves would count for little or nothing. This element is endowed with great cohesive, centralizing, and disciplinary powers, also, and indeed this is perhaps the basis for the others, with the power of innovation, be it understood, in a certain direction, according to certain lines of force, certain perspectives, even certain premises. It is also true that neither could this element form the party alone, however, it could do so more than could the first element considered. One speaks of generals without an army. p.153. But in reality it is easier to form an army than to form generals. So much is this true that an already existing army is destroyed if it loses its generals, while the existence of a united group of generals who agree among themselves and have common aims soon creates an army even where none exists. 3. An intermediate element, which articulates the first element with the second and maintains contact between them, not only physically but also morally and intellectually. In reality, for every party there exist fixed proportions 197 between these three elements, and the greatest effectiveness is achieved when these fixed proportions are realized. In view of these considerations, it is possible to say when it is that a party cannot be destroyed by normal means. The second element must necessarily be in existence. If it is not, discussion is meaningless. Its appearance is related to the existence of objective material conditions, even if still in a fragmented and unstable state. The moment when it becomes impossible to destroy a party by normal means is reached when the two other elements cannot help being formed, that is, the first element, which in its turn necessarily forms the third as its continuation and its means of expressing itself. For that to happen, the iron conviction has to have been formed that a particular solution of the vital problems is necessary. Without this conviction the second element will not be formed. This element can the more easily be destroyed in that it is numerically weak, but it is essential that if it is destroyed it should leave as its heritage a ferment from which it may be recreated. And where could this ferment better be formed and subsist than in the first and third elements, which, obviously, are the nearest in character to the second? The activity of the second element towards creating this ferment is therefore fundamental. The criteria by which the second element should be judged are to be sought: 1. In what it actually does, 2. In what provision it makes for the eventuality of its own destruction. It is difficult to say which of these two facts is the more important. Since defeat in the struggle must always be envisaged, the preparation of one's own successors is as important as what one does for victory. With regard to party conceit, this may be said to be worse than the national conceit of which Vico speaks. Why? Because a nation cannot help existing, and in the fact that it exists it is always possible, maybe with a little goodwill and an invocation of the p.154 texts, to discover that its existence is pregnant with destiny and significance. A party on the other hand may not exist by virtue of its own strength. It should never be forgotten that, in the struggle between the nations, it is in the interest of each one of them that the other should be weakened by internal struggles, and the parties are precisely the elements of internal struggle. Hence it is always possible to pose the question of whether the parties exist by virtue of their own strength, as their own necessity, or whether rather they only exist to serve the interests of others, and indeed in polemics this point is never overlooked. In fact it is even a recurring theme, especially when the answer is not in doubt so that it takes hold and creates doubts. Naturally, anybody who allowed himself to be torn apart by such doubts would be a fool. Politically the question has only an ephemeral relevance. In the history of the so-called principle of nationality, foreign interventions in favor of national parties which trouble the internal order of enemy states are innumerable, so much so that when one speaks, for example, of Cavour's Eastern policy, 198, one wonders if it was really a question of a policy, a permanent line of action, or not rather a stratagem of the moment to weaken Austria before 1859 and 1866. Similarly, in the Mazzinian movements of the early 1870s, the Barzanti affair, for instance, 199, one can discern the intervention of Bismarck, who with his eyes on the war with France and the danger of a Franco-Italian alliance thought to weaken Italy through internal conflict. Similarly, in the events of June 1914, 200 some see the intervention of the Austrian General Staff with a view to the coming war. As can be seen, the list of examples is a long one, and it is essential to have clear ideas on the subject. Given that whatever one does one is always playing somebody's game, the important thing is to seek in every way to play one's own game with success, in other words, to win decisively. At all events, party conceit is to be despised, and replaced by concrete facts. Anyone who reinforces conceit, or prefers it to concrete facts, is certainly not be to taken seriously. It is unnecessary to add that it is essential for parties to avoid even the justified appearance of playing somebody else's game, especially p.155. If the somebody is a foreign state. but nobody can prevent speculations from being made. It is difficult to deny that all political parties, those of subordinate as well as ruling groups, also carry out a policing function, that is to say, the function of safeguarding a certain political and legal order. If this were conclusively demonstrated, the problem would have to be posed in other terms. It would have to bear, in other words, on the means and the procedures by which such a function is carried out. Is its purpose one of repression or of dissemination? In other words, does it have a reactionary or a progressive character? Does the given party carry out its policing function in order to conserve an outward, extrinsic order which is a fetter on the vital forces of history, or does it carry it out in the sense of tending to raise the people to a new level of civilization expressed programmatically in its political and legal order? In fact, a law finds a lawbreaker, 1 among the reactionary social elements whom it has dispossessed, 2 among the progressive elements whom it holds back, 3 among those elements which have not yet reached the level of civilization which it can be seen as representing. The policing function of a party can hence be either progressive or regressive. It is progressive when it tends to keep the dispossessed reactionary forces within the bounds of legality, and to raise the backward masses to the level of the new legality. It is regressive when it tends to hold back the vital forces of history and to maintain a legality which has been superseded, which is anti-historical, which has become extrinsic. Besides, the way in which the party functions provides discriminating criteria. When the party is progressive, it functions democratically, democratic centralism; when the party is regressive, it functions bureaucratically, bureaucratic centralism. The party in this second case is a simple, unthinking executor. It is then technically a policing organism, and its name of political party is simply a metaphor of a mythological character. 1933. The problem arises of whether the great industrialists have a permanent political party of their own. It seems to me that the reply must be in the negative. The great industrialists utilize all the existing parties turn by turn, but they do not have their own party. This does not mean that they are in any way agnostic or apolitical. Their interest is in a determinate balance of forces, which they obtain precisely by using their resources to reinforce one party or another in turn from the varied political checkerboard, with the exception, needless to say, only of the enemy party, whose p.156 reinforcement cannot be assisted even as a tactical move. It is certain, however, that if this is what happens in normal times, in extreme cases which are those which count, like war in the life of a nation, the party of the great industrialists is that of the landowners, who for their part do have their own permanent party. The exemplification of this note may be seen in England, where the Conservative Party has swallowed up the Liberal Party, although the latter had traditionally appeared to be the party of the industrialists. The English situation, with its great trade unions, explains this fact. In England, admittedly, there does not exist formally a party on the grand scale which is the enemy of the industrialists. 201 But there do exist mass organizations of the working class, and it has been noted how at certain decisive moments they transform their constitution from top to bottom, shattering the bureaucratic carapace, for example, in 1919 and 1926. On the other hand, the landowners and the industrialists have permanent interests which bind them together, especially now that protectionism has become general, covering both agriculture and industry, and it is undeniable that the landowners are politically far better organized than the industrialists, attract more intellectuals than they do, are more permanent in the directives they give, etc. The fate of the traditional industrial parties, like the English liberal radicals, 202 the very different French radicals, and even the late, lamented Italian radicals, 203 is of considerable interest. What did they represent? A nexus of classes, great and small, rather than a single, great class. This is the cause of their various histories and their various ends. Their combat troops were provided by the petite bourgeoisie, which found itself in ever-changing conditions within the nexus until its total transformation. Today it provides the troops of the demagogic parties, 204, and it is not hard to understand why this should be. In general, it may be said that, in this history of the parties, comparison between different countries is highly instructive and p.157. Indeed decisive in the search for the origin of the causes of transformation. It is true, too, of the polemics between parties in the traditionalist countries where remainders are found from the entire historical catalogue. Conceptions of the world and practical stances, Global 205 and partial. A prime criterion for judging either conceptions of the world or, especially, practical stances is the following: can the conception of the world or the practical action in question be conceived of as isolated, independent, bearing entire responsibility for the collective life? Or is that impossible, and must it be conceived of as integration or perfecting of or counterweight to another conception of the world or practical attitude? Upon reflection, it can be seen that this criterion is decisive for an ideal judgment on both ideal and practical changes, and it can also be seen that it has no small practical implications. One of the commonest totems is the belief about everything that exists, that it is natural that it should exist, that it could not do otherwise than exist, and that however badly one's attempts at reform may go, they will not stop life going on, since the traditional forces will continue to operate and precisely will keep life going on. There is some truth, certainly, in this way of thinking. It would be disastrous if there were not. All the same, beyond certain limits, this way of thinking becomes dangerous. Certain cases of politique du père, 206, and in any case, as has already been said, the criterion subsists for a philosophical, political, and historical judgment. It is certain that, if one looks into it closely, certain movements conceive of themselves as being only marginal, that is, they presuppose a major movement onto which they graft themselves in order to reform certain presumed or real evils. In other words, certain movements are purely reformist. This principle has political importance, because the theoretical truth that every class has a single party is demonstrated, at the decisive turning points, by the fact that various groupings, each of which had up till then presented itself as an independent party, come together to form a united bloc. The multiplicity which previously existed was purely reformist in character, that is to say, it was concerned with partial questions. In a certain sense, it p.158 was a political division of labor, useful, within its limits. But each part presupposed the other, so much so that at the decisive moments, in other words precisely when fundamental questions were brought into play, the unity was formed, the bloc came into existence. Hence the conclusion that in building a party, it is necessary to give it a monolithic character rather than base it on secondary questions. Therefore, painstaking care that there should be homogeneity between the leadership and the rank and file, between the leaders and their mass following. If, at the decisive moments, the leaders pass over to their true party, the rank and file militants are left suspended, paralyzed and ineffective. One may say that no real movement becomes aware of its global character all at once, but only gradually through experience. In other words, when it learns from the facts that nothing which exists is natural, in the non-habitual sense of the word, but rather exists because of the existence of certain conditions, whose disappearance cannot remain without consequences. Thus the movement perfects itself, loses its arbitrary, symbiotic traits, becomes truly independent, in the sense that in order to produce certain results it creates the necessary preconditions, and indeed devotes all its forces to the creation of these preconditions. 1933. Some theoretical and practical aspects of economism. Economism, theoretical movement for free trade, theoretical syndicalism. 207. It should be considered to what degree theoretical. p.159. Syndicalism derives originally from the philosophy of praxis, and to what degree from the economic doctrines of free trade, i.e. in the last analysis from liberalism. Hence it should be considered whether economism, in its most developed form, is not a direct descendant of liberalism, having very little connection with the philosophy of praxis even in its origins, and what connection it had only extrinsic and purely verbal. From this point of view one should study the polemic between Einaudi and Gramsci over the new, 1917, preface to Gramsci's Historical Materialism. 208 The need, spoken of by Einaudi, to take into account the literature of economic history inspired by English classical economics, may be satisfied in the following sense. The literature in question, through a superficial contamination with the philosophy of praxis, gave rise to economism, hence when Einaudi criticizes, very imprecisely, to tell the truth, certain economistic degenerations, he forgets the old adage that those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. The nexus between free trade ideology and theoretical syndicalism is particularly evident in Italy, where the admiration of syndicalists like Lanzillo and co. for Pareto is well known. 209 The significance of the two tendencies, however, is very different. The former belongs to a dominant and directive social group, the latter to a group which is still subaltern, which has not yet gained consciousness of its strength, its possibilities, of how it is to develop, and which therefore does not know how to escape from the primitivist phase. The ideas of the free trade movement are based on a theoretical error whose practical origin is not hard to identify. They are based p.160 on a distinction between political society and civil society, 210 which is made into and presented as an organic one, whereas in fact it is merely methodological. Thus it is asserted that economic activity belongs to civil society, and that the state must not intervene to regulate it. But since in actual reality civil society and state are one and the same, it must be made clear that laissez-faire too is a form of state regulation, introduced and maintained by legislative and coercive means. It is a deliberate policy, conscious of its own ends, and not the spontaneous, automatic expression of economic facts. Consequently, laissez-faire liberalism is a political program, designed to change insofar as it is victorious a state's leading personnel, and to change the economic program of the state itself. In other words, the distribution of the national income. The case of theoretical syndicalism is different. Here we are dealing with a subaltern group, which is prevented by this theory from ever becoming dominant, or from developing beyond the economic corporate stage and rising to the phase of ethical political hegemony in civil society, and of domination in the state. In the case of laissez-faire liberalism, one is dealing with a fraction of the ruling class which wishes to modify not the structure of the state, but merely government policy, which wishes to reform the laws controlling commerce, but only indirectly those controlling industry, since it is undeniable that protection, especially in countries with a poor and restricted market, limits freedom of industrial enterprise and favors unhealthily the creation of monopolies. What is at stake is a rotation in governmental office of the ruling class parties, not the foundation and organization of a new political society, and even less of a new type of civil society. In the case of the theoretical syndicalist movement the problem is more complex. It is undeniable that in it, the independence and autonomy of the subaltern group which it claims to represent are in fact sacrificed to the intellectual hegemony of the ruling class, since precisely theoretical syndicalism is merely an aspect of laissez-faire liberalism justified with a few mutilated, and therefore banalized, theses from the philosophy of praxis. Why and how does this sacrifice come about? The transformation of the subordinate group into a dominant one is excluded, either because the problem is not even considered, Fabianism, Deman, 211 an important part. p.161. Of the Labour Party, or because it is posed in an inappropriate and ineffective form, social democratic tendencies in general, or because of a belief in the possibility of leaping from class society directly into a society of perfect equality with a syndical economy. The attitude of economism towards expressions of political and intellectual will, action, or initiative is to say the least strange, as if these did not emanate organically from economic necessity, and indeed were not the only effective expression of the economy. Thus it is incongruous that the concrete posing of the problem of hegemony should be interpreted as a fact subordinating the group seeking hegemony. Undoubtedly the fact of hegemony presupposes that account be taken of the interests and the tendencies of the groups over which hegemony is to be exercised, and that a certain compromise equilibrium should be formed, in other words, that the leading group should make sacrifices of an economic corporate kind. But there is also no doubt that such sacrifices and such a compromise cannot touch the essential, for though hegemony is ethical political, it must also be economic, must necessarily be based on the decisive function exercised by the leading group in the decisive nucleus of economic activity. Economism appears in many other guises besides laissez-faire liberalism and theoretical syndicalism. All forms of electoral abstentionism belong to it. A typical example is the abstentionism of the Italian clericals after 1870, which became ever more attenuated after 1900 until 1919 and the formation of the Popular Party. 212 The organic distinction which the clericals made between the real Italy and the legal Italy was a reproduction of the distinction between economic world and politico-legal world, and there are many such forms, in the sense that there can be semi-abstentionism, 25%, abstentionism, etc. Linked with abstentionism is the formula "the worse it gets, the better that will be," and also the formula of the so-called parliamentary intransigence of certain groups of deputies. 213 Economism is not always opposed to political action and to the political party, but the latter is seen merely as an educational organism similar in kind to a trade union. p.162. One point of reference for the study of economism, and for understanding the relations between structure and superstructure, is the passage in The Poverty of Philosophy where it says that an important phase in the development of a social class is that in which the individual components of a trade union no longer struggle solely for their own economic interests, but for the defense and the development of the organization itself. See the exact statement 214. The poverty of philosophy is an essential moment in the formation of the philosophy of praxis. It can be considered as a development of the theses on Feuerbach, while the Holy Family and occasional work is a vaguely intermediate stage, as is apparent from the passages devoted to Proudhon and especially to French materialism. The passage on French materialism is more than anything else a chapter of cultural history, not a theoretical passage as it is often interpreted as being, and as cultural history it is admirable. Recall the observation that the critique of Proudhon and of his interpretation of the Hegelian dialectic contained in The Poverty of the Philosophy may be extended to Gioberti and to the Hegelianism of the Italian moderate liberals in general. 215 The parallel Proudhon-Gioberti, despite the fact that they represent non-homogeneous politico-historical phases, indeed precisely for that reason, can be interesting and productive. In this connection Engels' statement too should be recalled, that the economy is only the mainspring of history in the last analysis, to be found in his 2 letters on the philosophy of praxis also published in Italian. 216 This statement is to be related directly to the passage in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy which says that it is on the level of ideologies that men become conscious of conflicts in the world of the economy. At various points in these notes it is stated that the philosophy of praxis is far more widely diffused than is generally conceded. The assertion is correct if what is meant is that historical economism, as Professor Loria 217 now calls his more or less incoherent theories, is widely diffused, and that consequently the cultural environment has completely changed from the time in which the philosophy of praxis began its struggles. One might say, in Crotian terminology, that the greatest heresy which has grown in the womb of the religion of freedom has itself too, like orthodox religion, degenerated, and has become disseminated as superstition. In other words, has combined with laissez-faire liberalism and produced economism. However, it remains to be seen whether, in contrast to orthodox religion, which has by now quite shriveled up, this heretical superstition has not in fact always maintained a ferment which will cause it to be reborn as a higher form of religion. In other words, if the dross of superstition is not in fact easily got rid of. p.163. A few characteristics of historical economism. 1. In the search for historical connections it makes no distinction between what is relatively permanent and what is a passing fluctuation, and by an economic fact it means the self-interest of an individual or small group, in an immediate and dirty Jewish sense. In other words, it does not take economic class formations into account, with all their inherent relations, but is content to assume motives of mean and usurious self-interest, especially when it takes forms which the law defines as criminal. 2. The doctrine according to which economic development is reduced to the course of technical change in the instruments of work. Professor Loria has produced a splendid demonstration of this doctrine in application, in his article on the social influence of the aeroplane published in Rassina Contemporanea in 1912. 3. The doctrine according to which economic and historical development are made to depend directly on the changes in some important element of production, the discovery of a new raw material or fuel, etc., which necessitate the application of new methods in the construction and design of machines. In recent times there has been an entire literature on the subject of petroleum. Antonio Leviosa's article in Nuova Antologia of May 16, 1929 can be read as a typical example. The discovery of new fuels and new forms of energy, just as of new raw materials to be transformed, is certainly of great importance, since it can alter the position of individual states, but it does not determine historical movement, etc. It often happens that people combat historical economism in the belief that they are attacking historical materialism. This is the case, for instance, with an article in the Paris Avenir of October 10, 1930, reproduced in Rassina Settimanale della Stampa Estera Weekly Review of the Foreign Press of October 21, 1930, pages 2303-4, which can be quoted as typical. We have been hearing for some time, especially since the war, that it is self-interest which governs nations and drives the world forward. It was the Marxists who invented this thesis, to which they give the somewhat doctrinaire title of historical materialism. In pure Marxism, men taken as a mass obey economic necessity and not their own emotions. Politics is emotion, patriotism is emotion, these two imperious goddesses merely act as a facade in history. In reality, the history of peoples throughout the centuries is to be explained by a changing, constantly renewed interplay of material causes. Everything is economics. Many bourgeois philosophers and economists have taken up this refrain. They pretend to be able to explain high international politics to us by the current price of grain, oil or p.164 rubber. They use all their ingenuity to prove that diplomacy is entirely governed by questions of custom tariffs and cost prices. These explanations enjoy a high esteem. They have a modicum of scientific appearance, and proceed from a sort of superior scepticism which would like to pass for the last word in elegance. Emotions in foreign policy? Feelings in home affairs? Enough of that. That stuff is all right for the common people. The great minds, the initiates, know that everything is governed by debits and credits. Now this is an absolute pseudo-truth. It is utterly false that peoples only allow themselves to be moved by considerations of self-interest, and it is entirely true that they are above all motivated by desire for, and ardent belief in, prestige. Anyone who does not understand this, does not understand anything. The article, entitled The Desire for Prestige, goes on to cite the examples of German and Italian politics, which it claims are governed by considerations of prestige, and not dictated by material interests. In short, it includes most of the more banal polemical jibes that are directed against the philosophy of praxis, but the real target of the polemic is crude economism of Loria's kind. However, the author is not very strong in argument in other respects either. He does not understand that feelings may be simply a synonym for economic interests, and that it is difficult to maintain that political activity is a permanent state of raw emotion and of spasm. Indeed, he himself presents French politics as systematic and coherent rationality, i.e. purged of all emotional elements, etc. In its most widespread form as economistic superstition, the philosophy of praxis loses a great part of its capacity for cultural expansion among the top layer of intellectuals, however much it may gain among the popular masses and the second-rate intellectuals, who do not intend to overtax their brains but still wish to appear to know everything, etc. As Engels wrote, Many people find it very convenient to think that they can have the whole of history and all political and philosophical wisdom in their pockets at little cost and no trouble, concentrated into a few short formulae. They forget that the thesis which asserts that men become conscious of fundamental conflicts on the level of ideology is not psychological or moralistic in character, but structural and epistemological, and they form the habit of considering politics, and hence history, as a continuous march to dupes, a competition in conjuring and sleight of hand. Critical activity is reduced to the exposure of swindles, to creating scandals, and to prying into the pockets of public figures. p.165. It is thus forgotten that since economism too is, or is presumed to be, an objective principle of interpretation, objective scientific, the search for direct self-interest should apply to all aspects of history, to those who represent the thesis as well as to those who represent the antithesis. Furthermore, another proposition of the philosophy of praxis is also forgotten, that popular beliefs and similar ideas are themselves material forces. The search for dirty Jewish interests has sometimes led to monstrous and comical errors of interpretation, which have consequently reacted negatively on the prestige of the original body of ideas. It is therefore necessary to combat economism not only in the theory of historiography, but also and especially in the theory and practice of politics. In this field, the struggle can and must be carried on by developing the concept of hegemony as has been done in practice in the development of the theory of the political party, 218, and in the actual history of certain political parties, the struggle against the theory of the so-called permanent revolution to which was counterposed the concept of revolutionary democratic dictatorship, 219 the extent of p.166. The support given to constituentist ideologies, 220 etc. A study could be made of how certain political movements were judged during the course of their development. One could take as a model the Boulangist movement, from 1886 to 1890 approximately, 221, or the Dreyfus trial, or even the coup d'état of December 2. One would analyze the classic work on the subject 222 and consider how much relative importance is given on the one hand to immediate economic factors, and on the other to the concrete study of ideologies. Confronted with these events, economism asks the question, who profits directly from the initiative under consideration, and replies with a line of reasoning which is as simplistic as it is fallacious: the ones who profit directly are a certain fraction of the ruling class. Furthermore, so that no mistake shall be made, the choice falls on that fraction which manifestly has a progressive function, controlling the totality of economic forces. One can be certain of not going wrong, since necessarily, if the movement under consideration comes to power, sooner or later the progressive fraction of the ruling group will end up by controlling the new government, and by making it its instrument for turning the state apparatus to its own benefit. This sort of infallibility, therefore, comes very cheap. It not only has no theoretical significance, it has only minimal political implications or practical efficacy. In general, it produces nothing but moralistic sermons, and interminable questions of personality. When a movement of the Boulangist type occurs, the analysis realistically should be developed along the following lines: 1. Social content of the mass following of the movement. 2. What function did this mass have in the balance of forces which is in process of transformation, as the new movement demonstrates by its very coming into existence? 3. What is the political and social significance of those of the demands presented by the movement's leaders which find general assent? To what effective needs do they correspond? 4. Examination of the conformity of the means to the proposed end. 5. Only in the last analysis, and formulated in political not moralistic terms, is the hypothesis considered that such a movement will necessarily be perverted, and serve quite different ends from those which the mass of its followers expect. But economism, p.167, puts forward this hypothesis in advance, when no concrete fact, that is to say, none which appears as such to the evidence of common sense rather than as a result of some esoteric scientific analysis, yet exists to support it. It thus appears as a moralistic accusation of duplicity and bad faith, or, in the case of the movement's followers, of naivete and stupidity. Thus the political struggle is reduced to a series of personal affairs between on the one hand those with the genie in the lamp who know everything, and on the other those who are fooled by their own leaders but are so incurably thick that they refuse to believe it. Moreover, until such movements have gained power, it is always possible to think that they are going to fail, and some indeed have failed. Boulangism itself, which failed as such and then was definitively crushed with the rise of the Dreyfusard movement, the movement of Georges Valois, that of General Gajda. 223 Research must therefore be directed towards identifying their strengths and weaknesses. The economist hypothesis asserts the existence of an immediate element of strength, i.e. the availability of a certain direct or indirect financial backing. A large newspaper supporting the movement is also a form of indirect financial backing, and is satisfied with that. But it is not enough. In this case too, an analysis of the balance of forces at all levels can only culminate in the sphere of hegemony and ethico-political relations. 1933-34, first version 1930-32-. One point which should be added as an example of the so-called intransigence theories is the rigid aversion on principle to what are termed compromises. 224 and the derivative of this, which can be termed fear of dangers. It is clear that this aversion on principle, p.168, to compromise is closely linked to economism. For the conception upon which the aversion is based can only be the iron conviction that there exist objective laws of historical development similar in kind to natural laws, together with a belief in a predetermined teleology like that of a religion, since favorable conditions are inevitably going to appear, and since these, in a rather mysterious way, will bring about palingenetic events. It is evident that any deliberate initiative tending to predispose and plan these conditions is not only useless but even harmful. Side by side with these fatalistic beliefs, however, there exists the tendency thereafter to rely blindly and indiscriminately on the regulatory properties of armed conflict. Yet this too is not entirely without its logic and its consistency, since it goes with a belief that the intervention of will is useful for destruction but not for reconstruction, already underway in the very moment of destruction. Destruction is conceived of mechanically, not as destruction/reconstruction. In such modes of thinking, no account is taken of the time factor, nor in the last analysis even of economics. For there is no understanding of the fact that mass ideological factors always lag behind mass economic phenomena, and that therefore, at certain moments, the automatic thrust due to the economic factor is slowed down, obstructed or even momentarily broken by traditional ideological elements. Hence that there must be a conscious, planned struggle to ensure that the exigencies of the economic position of the masses, which may conflict with the traditional leadership's policies, are understood. An appropriate political initiative is always necessary to liberate the economic thrust from the dead weight of traditional policies, i.e. to change the political direction of certain forces which have to be absorbed if a new, homogeneous politico-economic historical bloc, without internal contradictions, is to be successfully formed. And, since two similar forces can only be welded into a new organism either through a series of compromises or by force of arms, either by binding them to each other as allies or by forcibly subordinating one to the other, the question is whether one has the necessary force, and whether it is productive to use it. If the union of two forces is necessary in order to defeat a third, a recourse to arms and coercion, even supposing that these are available, can be nothing more than a methodological hypothesis. The only concrete possibility is compromise. Force can be employed against enemies, but not against a part of one's own side which one wishes rapidly to assimilate, and whose goodwill and enthusiasm one needs. 1933-34, first version 1932. p.169. Prediction and perspective. Another point which needs to be defined and developed is the dual perspective 225 in political action and in national life. The dual perspective can present itself on various levels, from the most elementary to the most complex, but these can all theoretically be reduced to two fundamental levels, corresponding to the dual nature. p.170. of Machiavelli's Centaur 226 half animal and half human. They are the levels of force and of consent, authority and hegemony, violence and civilization, of the individual moment and of the universal moment, church and state, of agitation and of propaganda, of tactics and of strategy, etc. Some have reduced the theory of the dual perspective to something trivial and banal, to nothing but two forms of immediacy which succeed each other mechanically in time, with greater or less proximity. In actual fact, it often happens that the more the first perspective is immediate and elementary, the more the second has to be distant, not in time, but as a dialectical relation, complex and ambitious. In other words, it may happen as in human life, that the more an individual is compelled to defend his own immediate physical existence, the more will he uphold and identify with the highest values of civilization and of humanity, in all their complexity. 1933-34, first version 1931-32. It is certain that prediction only means seeing the present and the past clearly as movement. Seeing them clearly, in other words, accurately identifying the fundamental and permanent elements of p.171. The process. But it is absurd to think of a purely objective prediction. Anybody who makes a prediction has in fact a program for whose victory he is working, and his prediction is precisely an element contributing to that victory. This does not mean that prediction need always be arbitrary and gratuitous, or simply tendentious. Indeed, one might say that only to the extent to which the objective aspect of prediction is linked to a program does it acquire its objectivity, 1. Because strong passions are necessary to sharpen the intellect and help make intuition more penetrating, 2. Because reality is a product of the application of human will to the society of things, the machine operators to his machine. Therefore, if one excludes all voluntarist elements, or if it is only other people's wills whose intervention one reckons as an objective element in the general interplay of forces, one mutilates reality itself. Only the man who wills something strongly can identify the elements which are necessary to the realization of his will. Hence, to believe that one particular conception of the world, and of life generally, in itself possesses a superior predictive capacity is a crudely fatuous and superficial error. Certainly a conception of the world is implicit in every prediction, and therefore whether the latter is a random series of arbitrary notions or a rigorous and coherent vision is not without its importance, but it precisely acquires that importance in the living brain of the individual who makes the prediction, and who by the strength of his will makes it come true. This can be clearly seen in the case of predictions made by people who claim to be impartial. They are full of idle speculation, trivial detail, and elegant conjectures. When a particular program has to be realized, it is only the existence of somebody to predict it which will ensure that it deals with what is essential, with those elements which, being organizable and susceptible of being directed or deflected, are in reality alone predictable. This is in contrast with the habitual way of looking at the problem. For it is generally thought that every act of prediction presupposes the determination of laws of regularity similar to those of the natural sciences. But since these laws do not exist in the absolute or mechanical sense that is imagined, no account is taken of the will of others, nor is its application predicted. Consequently, everything is built on an arbitrary hypothesis and not on reality. 1933. Too much, therefore superficial and mechanical, political realism often leads to the assertion that a statesman should only work within the limits of effective reality, that he should not interest himself in what ought to be but only in what is. This p.172 would mean that he should not look farther than the end of his own nose. This misunderstanding led Paulo Treves to see in Guy Chardin rather than in Machiavelli the true politician. 227. A distinction must be made not only between diplomat and politician, but also between political scientist and active politician. The diplomat inevitably will move only within the bounds of effective reality, since his specific activity is not the creation of some new equilibrium, but the maintenance of an existing equilibrium within a certain juridical framework. Similarly, the political scientist has to keep within the bounds of effective reality insofar as he is merely a scientist. But Machiavelli is not merely a scientist, he is a partisan, a man of powerful passions, an active politician, who wishes to create a new balance of forces and therefore cannot help concerning himself with what ought to be, not of course in a moralistic sense. Hence the question cannot be posed in these terms, it is more complex. It is one, that is to say, of seeing whether what ought to be is arbitrary or necessary, whether it is concrete will on the one hand or idle fancy, yearning, daydream on the other. The active politician is a creator, an initiator, but he neither creates from nothing nor does he move in the turbid void of his own desires and dreams. He bases himself on effective reality, but what is this effective reality? Is it something static and immobile, or is it not rather a relation of forces in continuous motion and shift of equilibrium? If one applies one's will to the creation of a new equilibrium among the forces which really exist and are operative, basing oneself on the particular force which one believes to be progressive and strengthening it to help it to victory, one still moves on the terrain of effective reality, but does so in order to dominate and transcend it, or to contribute to this. What ought to be is therefore concrete, indeed it is the only realistic and historicist interpretation of reality. It alone is history in the making and philosophy in the making, it alone is politics. The opposition between Savonarola and Machiavelli is not an opposition between what is and what ought to be. Rousseau's whole paragraph on this point is pure belles lettres, 228 but one between two. p. 173. Concepts of what ought to be, the abstract and phantasmagorical concept of Savonarola, and the realistic concept of Machiavelli, realistic even if it did not in feet become direct reality, since one cannot expect an individual or a book to change reality but only to interpret it and to indicate the possible lines of action. Machiavelli was limited or narrow only in as much as he was a private individual, a writer, and not the leader of a state or an army. The latter too is a single individual, but has at his disposal the forces of his state or army and not merely armies of words. But one cannot therefore say that Machiavelli himself was a prophet unarmed too, it would be too easy a witticism. Machiavelli never says that he has any thought or intention of himself changing reality, only of showing concretely how the historical forces ought to have acted in order to be effective. 1933-34, first version 1931-32. Economic corporate phase of the state. Gramsci represents a step backwards in political science with respect to Machiavelli. This is all that Gramsci's greater pessimism means. Gramsci regressed to a purely Italian political thought, whereas Machiavelli had attained a European thought. It is impossible to understand Machiavelli without taking into account the fact that he subsumed Italian experience into European, in his day synonymous with international, experience. His will would have been utopian, were it not for the European experience. The same conception of human nature thus becomes different in the two cases. Machiavelli's human nature embraces European man, who in France and Spain has effectively transcended the phase of the breakup of feudalism by means of the system of absolute monarchy, hence the creation of a unitary absolute monarchy in Italy is prevented not by human nature but by transitory conditions which the will can overcome. Machiavelli is pessimistic, or better realistic, when he regards men, and the motives of their actions. Gramsci is not pessimistic, but sceptical and petty. Paolo Treves commits a host of errors in his judgment of Gramsci and Machiavelli. He does not make a clear distinction between politics and diplomacy, and it is precisely this which is the cause of his mistaken evaluations. *Cil Realismo Politico di Francesco Gramsci, in Nuova Rivista Storica, November/December 1930. In politics, in fact, will has a far greater importance than in diplomacy. Diplomacy sanctions, and tends to conserve, situations created by p. 174. The clash of policies of different states, it is only creative metaphorically, or by philosophical convention. All human activity is creative. International relations deal with a balance of forces in which any single state component has only a very limited weight. Florence, for instance, might have had a certain weight if it had become stronger, but such a growth of its strength, even if it had improved its position in the Italian and European balance of forces, certainly could not have been thought of as decisive for a wholesale transformation of the balance itself. Therefore diplomacy, through the very habits of the profession, tends to scepticism and to conservative narrowness of mind. In the internal relations of a state, the situation is incomparably more favorable to central initiative, to what Machiavelli understood as a will to command. De Sanctis' judgment of Guicciardini is far more realistic than Treves thinks. 229. It should be asked why De Sanctis was better prepared than Treves to provide this historically and scientifically more accurate judgment. De Sanctis participated in a creative moment of Italian political history, a moment in which the effectiveness of the political will turned to awakening new and original forces rather than merely to calculating on the traditional ones, which were seen as incapable of being developed and reorganized. Guicciardinesque political scepticism had revealed all its potentiality not only in the art of founding a state from within, but also in that of mastering international relations, rejuvenating the professional and customary methods of diplomacy, with Cavour. The cultural atmosphere was propitious to a more comprehensively realistic conception of the science and art of politics. But, supposing there had not been this atmosphere, would it have been impossible for De Sanctis to understand Machiavelli? The atmosphere provided by the historical moment enriches De Sanctis' essays with a sentimental pathos which renders the argument more sympathetic and moving, the scientific exposition more artistically expressive and captivating, but the logical, political scientific content could have been thought out even in periods of blackest reaction. Is not reaction too perhaps a constructive act of will? And is not conservation a deliberate act? Why then should Machiavelli's will be utopian, and why revolutionary and not utopian the will of someone who wants to conserve what exists, and to prevent the creation and organization of new forces which would disturb and transform the traditional equilibrium? Political. p. 175. Science abstracts the element will, and does not take account of the end to which a particular will is applied. The attribute utopian does not apply to political will in general, but to specific wills which are incapable of relating means to end, and hence are not even wills, but idle whims, dreams, longings, etc. Guicciardini's scepticism, not pessimism of the intelligence, which can be combined with an optimism of the will in active and realistic politicians. 230 has other sources. 1. Diplomatic habit, i.e. the habit of a subordinate, subaltern activity, executive bureaucratic, which has to accept a will, the political will of the diplomat's government or sovereign, which is extraneous to the diplomat's individual convictions. He may, it is true, feel it as his own, in so far as it is in line with his own convictions, but he may also not do so. The fact that diplomacy has of necessity become a specialized profession has led to this consequence, of allowing the diplomat to become independent of the policies of changing governments, etc. The result is scepticism and, in scientific discussion, extra-scientific prejudices. 2. The actual convictions of Guicciardini, who, in the general context of Italian politics, was a conservative, and hence theorizes his own opinions, his own political position, etc. Guicciardini's writings are more of a period piece than they are political science, and that is De Sanctis' judgment. Just as Paulo Treves' work too is more of a period piece than it is history of political science. 1930-32. Analysis of situations. Relations of force. The study of how situations should be analyzed, in other words how to establish the various levels of the relations of force, offers an opportunity for an elementary exposition of the science and art of politics understood as a body of practical rules for research and of detailed observations useful for awakening an interest in effective reality and for stimulating more rigorous and more vigorous. p. 176. Political insights. This should be accompanied by the explanation of what is meant in politics by strategy and tactics, by strategic plan, by propaganda and agitation, by command structure. 231 or science of political organization and administration. The elements of empirical observation which are habitually included higgledy-piggledy in works of political science, G. Mosca's Elementi di Scienza Politica, may be taken as typical, ought, in so far as they are not abstract and illusory, to be inserted into the context of the relations of force, on one level or another. These levels range from the relations between international forces. One would insert here the notes written on what a great power is, on the combinations of states in hegemonic systems, and hence on the concept of independence and sovereignty as far as small and medium powers are concerned. 232 To the objective relations within society, in other words, the degree of development of productive forces, to relations of political force and those between parties, hegemonic systems within the state, and to immediate, or potentially military, political relations. Do international relations precede or follow, logically, fundamental social relations? There can be no doubt that they follow. Any organic innovation in the social structure, through its technical military expressions, modifies organically absolute and relative relations in the international field too. Even the geographical position of a national state does not precede but follows, logically, structural changes, although it also reacts back upon them to a certain extent, to the extent precisely to which superstructures react upon the structure, politics on economics, etc. However, international relations react both passively and actively on political relations, of hegemony among the parties. The more the immediate economic life of a nation is subordinated to international relations, the more a particular party will come to represent this situation and to exploit it, with the aim of preventing rival parties gaining the upper hand. Recall Nitti's famous speech on the technical impossibility of revolution in Italy. From this series of facts one may conclude that often the so-called foreigners' party 233 is not really p.177. The one which is commonly so termed, but precisely the most nationalistic party which, in reality, represents not so much the vital forces of its own country, as that country's subordination and economic enslavement to the hegemonic nations or to certain of their number. 1933-34, first version 1931-32. An allusion to this international element which represses domestic energies can be found in G. Volpi's articles published in Corriere della Sera, on 22 and 23 March 1932. It is the problem of the relations between structure and superstructure which must be accurately posed and resolved if the forces which are active in the history of a particular period are to be correctly analyzed, and the relation between them determined. Two principles must orient the discussion: one, that no society sets itself tasks for whose accomplishment the necessary and sufficient conditions do not either already exist or are not at least beginning to emerge and develop; two, that no society breaks down and can be replaced until it has first developed all the forms of life which are implicit in its internal relations. No social order ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions for their existence have matured in the womb of the old society. Therefore mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, it will always be found that the task itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. Marx, Preface to the Critique of Political Economy. From a reflection on these two principles, one can move on to develop a whole series of further principles of historical methodology. Meanwhile, in studying a structure, it is necessary to distinguish organic movements, relatively permanent, from movements which may be termed conjunctural, and which appear as occasional, immediate, almost accidental. 234 Conjunctural phenomena too depend on organic movements, to be sure, but they do not have any very far-reaching historical significance. They give rise to political criticism of a minor, day-to-day character, which has as its subject top political leaders and personalities with direct governmental responsibilities. Organic phenomena. p.178. On the other hand, give rise to socio-historical criticism, whose subject is wider social groupings beyond the public figures and beyond the top leaders. When an historical period comes to be studied, the great importance of this distinction becomes clear. A crisis occurs, sometimes lasting for decades. This exceptional duration means that incurable structural contradictions have revealed themselves, reached maturity, and that, despite this, the political forces which are struggling to conserve and defend the existing structure itself are making every effort to cure them, within certain limits, and to overcome them. These incessant and persistent efforts, since no social formation will ever admit that it has been superseded, form the terrain of the conjunctural, and it is upon this terrain that the forces of opposition organize. These forces seek to demonstrate that the necessary and sufficient conditions already exist to make possible, and hence imperative, the accomplishment of certain historical tasks, imperative, because any falling short before an historical duty increases the necessary disorder, and prepares more serious catastrophes. The demonstration in the last analysis only succeeds and is true if it becomes a new reality. If the forces of opposition triumph, in the immediate, it is developed in a series of ideological, religious, philosophical, political, and juridical polemics, whose concreteness can be estimated by the extent to which they are convincing, and shift the previously existing disposition of social forces. A common error in historico-political analysis consists in an inability to find the correct relation between what is organic and what is conjunctural. This leads to presenting causes as immediately operative which in fact only operate indirectly, or to asserting that the immediate causes are the only effective ones. In the first case there is an excess of economism, or doctrinaire pedantry; in the second, an excess of ideologism. In the first case there is an overestimation of mechanical causes, in the second an exaggeration of the voluntarist and individual element. The distinction between organic movements and facts and conjunctural or occasional ones must be applied to all types of situation, not only to those in which a regressive development or an acute crisis takes place, but also to those in which there is a progressive development or one towards prosperity, or in which the productive forces are stagnant. The dialectical nexus between the two categories of movement, and therefore of research, is hard to establish precisely. Moreover, if error is serious in historiography, it becomes still more serious in the art of politics, when it is not the reconstruction of past history. p. 179. But the construction of present and future history which is at stake *, one's own baser and more immediate desires and passions are the cause of error, in that they take the place of an objective and impartial analysis, and this happens not as a conscious means to stimulate to action, but as self-deception. In this case too the snake bites the snake charmer, in other words the demagogue is the first victim of his own demagogy. Failure to consider the immediate moment of relations of force is linked to residues of the vulgar liberal conception of which syndicalism is a manifestation which thought itself more advanced when in reality it was taking a step backward. In fact the vulgar liberal conception, stressing relations between political forces organized in the various forms of party, newspaper readerships, parliamentary and local elections, the mass organizations of parties and trade unions in the strict sense, was more advanced than syndicalism, which gave primordial importance to the fundamental socio-economic relation and only to that. The vulgar liberal conception took implicit account of this socio-economic relation too, as many signs clearly indicate, but it insisted besides on the relation of political forces which was an expression of the former and in reality contained it. These residues of the vulgar liberal conception can be traced in a whole series of works purporting to be connected with the philosophy of praxis, and have given rise to infantile forms of optimism and folly. These methodological criteria will acquire visibly and didactically their full significance if they are applied to the examination of concrete historical facts. This might usefully be done for the events which took place in France from 1789 to 1870. It seems to me that for greater clarity of exposition it is precisely necessary to take in the whole of this period. In fact, it was only in 1870–71, with the attempt of the Commune, that all the germs of 1789 were finally historically exhausted. It was then that the new bourgeois class struggling for power defeated not only the representatives of the old society unwilling to admit that it had been definitively superseded, but also the still newer groups who maintained that the new structure created by the 1789 revolution was itself already outdated. By this victory the bourgeoisie demonstrated its vitality vis-a-vis both the old and the very new. Furthermore, it was in 1870–71 that the body of principles of political strategy and tactics engendered in practice in 1789, and developed ideologically around 48, lost their efficacy. I am referring to those which can be resumed in the formula of permanent revolution. It would be interesting to study how much of this formula passed into Mazzini's strategy, for example, in the Milan insurrection of 1853, and whether this happened consciously or not. One piece of evidence for the correctness of this point of view is the fact that historians are by no means of one mind, and it is impossible that they should be, in fixing the limits of the group. p. 180. Of events which constitutes the French Revolution. For some, salve many, for instance, the revolution was complete at Valmy. France had created its new state and had shown itself capable of organizing the politico-military force necessary to assert and to defend its territorial sovereignty. For others the revolution continues until Thermidor. Indeed they speak of various revolutions. August 10, 235 is a separate revolution, etc. Asterisk. Asterisk, see La Révolution Française by A. Mathies, in the A. Collins series. The interpretation of Thermidor and of the work of Napoleon provokes the sharpest disagreements. Was it revolution or counter-revolution? For others the history of the revolution continues until 1830, 1848, 1870, and even until the World War of 1914. All these views are partially true. In reality the internal contradictions which develop after 1789 in the structure of French society are resolved to a relative degree only with the Third Republic, and France has now enjoyed 60 years of stable political life only after 80 years of convulsions at ever longer intervals, 1789, 1794, 1799, 1804, 1815, 1830, 1848, 1870. It is precisely the study of these intervals of varying frequency which enables one to reconstruct the relations on the one hand between structure and superstructure, and on the other between the development of organic movement and conjunctural movement in the structure. One might say in the meantime that the dialectical mediation between the two methodological principles formulated at the beginning of this note is to be found in the historico-political formula of permanent revolution. The question of so-called relations of force is an aspect of the same problem. One often reads in historical narratives the generic expression, relation of forces favorable, or unfavorable, to this or that tendency. Thus, abstractly, this formulation explains nothing, or almost nothing, since it merely repeats twice over the fact which needs to be explained, once as a fact and once as an abstract law and an explanation. The theoretical error consists therefore in making what is a principle of research and interpretation into an historical cause. Meanwhile, in the relation of forces various moments or levels must be distinguished, and they are fundamentally the following. 1. A relation of social forces which is closely linked to the structure, objective, independent of human will, and which can be measured with the systems of the exact or physical sciences. The level of development of the material forces of production provides a basis for the emergence of the various social classes, each one of which, p. 181, represents a function and has a specific position within production itself. This relation is what it is, a refractory reality. Nobody can alter the number of firms or their employees, the number of cities or the given urban population, etc. By studying these fundamental data it is possible to discover whether in a particular society there exist the necessary and sufficient conditions for its transformation, in other words, to check the degree of realism and practicability of the various ideologies which have been born on its own terrain, on the terrain of the contradictions which it has engendered during the course of its development. To a subsequent moment is the relation of political forces, in other words, an evaluation of the degree of homogeneity, self-awareness, and organization attained by the various social classes. This moment can in its turn be analyzed and differentiated into various levels, corresponding to the various moments of collective political consciousness, as they have manifested themselves in history up till now. The first and most elementary of these is the economic corporate level. A tradesman feels obliged to stand by another tradesman, a manufacturer by another manufacturer, etc., but the tradesman does not yet feel solidarity with the manufacturer. In other words, the members of the professional group are conscious of its unity and homogeneity, and of the need to organize it, but in the case of the wider social group this is not yet so. A second moment is that in which consciousness is reached of the solidarity of interests among all the members of a social class, but still in the purely economic field. Already at this juncture the problem of the state is posed, but only in terms of winning politico-juridical equality with the ruling groups. The right is claimed to participate in legislation and administration, even to reform these, but within the existing fundamental structures. A third moment is that in which one becomes aware that one's own corporate interests, in their present and future development, transcend the corporate limits of the purely economic class, and can and must become the interests of other subordinate groups too. This is the most purely political phase, and marks the decisive passage from the structure to the sphere of the complex superstructures. It is the phase in which previously germinated ideologies become party, come into confrontation and conflict, until only one of them, or at least a single combination of them, tends to prevail, to gain the upper hand, to propagate itself throughout society, bringing about not only a unison of economic and political aims, but also intellectual and moral unity. Posing all the questions around which the struggle p. 182 rages not on a corporate but on a universal plane, and thus creating the hegemony of a fundamental social group over a series of subordinate groups. It is true that the state is seen as the organ of one particular group, destined to create favorable conditions for the latter's maximum expansion. But the development and expansion of the particular group are conceived of, and presented, as being the motor force of a universal expansion, of a development of all the national energies. In other words, the dominant group is coordinated concretely with the general interests of the subordinate groups, and the life of the state is conceived of as a continuous process of formation and superseding of unstable equilibria, on the juridical plane, between the interests of the fundamental group and those of the subordinate groups, equilibria in which the interests of the dominant group prevail, but only up to a certain point, i.e. stopping short of narrowly corporate economic interest. In real history these moments imply each other reciprocally, horizontally and vertically, so to speak, i.e. according to socio-economic activity, horizontally, and to country, vertically, combining and diverging in various ways. Each of these combinations may be represented by its own organized economic and political expression. It is also necessary to take into account the fact that international relations intertwine with these internal relations of nation-states, creating new, unique and historically concrete combinations. A particular ideology, for instance, born in a highly developed country, is disseminated in less developed countries, impinging on the local interplay of combinations. This relation between international forces and national forces is further complicated by the existence within every state of several structurally diverse territorial sectors, with diverse relations of force at all levels. Thus the Vendée 236 was allied with the forces of international reaction, and represented them in the heart of French territorial unity. Similarly, Lyons in the French Revolution represented a particular knot of relations, etc. Religion, for example, has always been a source of such national and international ideological political combinations, and so too have the other international organizations: Freemasonry, Rotarianism, the Jews, career diplomacy. These propose political solutions of diverse historical origin, and assist their victory in particular countries functioning as international political parties which operate within each nation with the full concentration of the international forces. A religion, Freemasonry, Rotary, Jews, etc., can be subsumed into the social category of intellectuals, whose function, on an international scale, is that of mediating the extremes, of socializing the technical discoveries which provide the impetus for all activities of leadership, of devising compromises between, and ways out of, extreme solutions. p.183. 3. The third moment is that of the relation of military forces, which from time to time is directly decisive. Historical development oscillates continually between the first and the third moment, with the mediation of the second. But this too is not undifferentiated, nor is it susceptible to immediate schematic definition. Here too, two levels can be distinguished, the military level in the strict or technical military sense, and the level which may be termed politico-military. In the course of history these two levels have appeared in a great variety of combinations. A typical example, which can serve as a limiting case, is the relation involved in a state's military oppression of a nation seeking to attain its national independence. The relation is not purely military, but politico-military. Indeed, this type of oppression would be inexplicable if it were not for the state of social disintegration of the oppressed people, and the passivity of the majority among them. Consequently, independence cannot be won with purely military forces, it requires both military and politico-military. If the oppressed nation, in fact, before embarking on its struggle for independence, had to wait until the hegemonic state allowed it to organize its own army in the strict and technical sense of the word, it would have to wait quite a while. It may happen that the claim to have its own army is conceded by the hegemonic nation, but this only means that a great part of the struggle has already been fought and won on the politico-military terrain. The oppressed nation will therefore initially oppose the dominant military force with a force which is only politico-military, that is to say a form of political action which has the virtue of provoking repercussions of a military character in the sense, one, that it has the capacity to destroy the war potential of the dominant nation from within, 2. That it compels the dominant military force to thin out and disperse itself over a large territory, thus nullifying a great part of its war potential. In the Italian Risorgimento the disastrous absence of politico-military leadership may be noted, especially in the Action Party, through congenital incapacity, but also in the Piedmontese Moderate Party, both before and after 1848, not to be sure through incapacity but through politico-economic Malthusianism, in other words, because they were unwilling even to hint at the possibility of an agrarian reform, and because they had no desire to see a national constituent assembly convoced, but merely waited for the Piedmont monarchy, free from any conditions or limitations of popular origin, to extend its rule to the whole of Italy, sanctioned only by regional plebiscites. p.184. A further question connected with the foregoing is whether the fundamental historical crises are directly determined by economic crises. The answer is contained implicitly in the foregoing paragraphs, where problems have been considered which are only another way of presenting the one now under consideration. Nevertheless, it is still necessary, for didactic reasons, given the particular public which is being aimed at, to examine each of the ways in which a single question may present itself as if it were a new and independent problem. It may be ruled out that immediate economic crises of themselves produce fundamental historical events. They can simply create a terrain more favorable to the dissemination of certain modes of thought, and certain ways of posing and resolving questions involving the entire subsequent development of national life. Moreover, all assertions concerning periods of crisis or of prosperity may give rise to unilateral judgments. In his historical outline of the French Revolution, Mathiez, in opposition to the vulgar traditional history which a prioristically discovers a crisis coinciding with every major rupture of social equilibrium, asserts that towards 1789 the economic situation was in an immediate sense rather good, so that it cannot be said that the downfall of the absolute state was due to a crisis of impoverishment. It should be observed that the state was in the throes of a mortal financial crisis, and considering which of the privileged social orders would have to bear the sacrifices and burdens necessary for the state and royal finances to be put back in order. Furthermore, if the economic position of the bourgeoisie was nourishing, the situation of the popular classes was certainly not good either in the towns or, especially, on the land where they suffered from endemic poverty. In any case, the rupture of the equilibrium of forces did not occur as the result of direct mechanical causes, i.e. the impoverishment of the social group which had an interest in breaking the equilibrium, and which did in fact break it. It occurred in the context of conflicts on a higher plane than the immediate world of the economy, conflicts related to class prestige, future economic interests, and to an inflammation of sentiments of independence, autonomy, and power. The specific question of economic hardship or well-being as a cause of new historical realities is a partial aspect of the question of the relations of force, at the various levels. Changes can come about either because a situation of well-being is threatened by the narrow self-interest of a rival class, or because hardship has become intolerable and no force is visible in the old society capable of mitigating it and of re-establishing normality by p. 185. Legal means. Hence it may be said that all these elements are the concrete manifestation of the conjunctural fluctuations of the totality of social relations of force, on whose terrain the passage takes place from the latter to political relations of force, and finally to the military relation which is decisive. If this process of development from one moment to the next is missing, and it is essentially a process which has as its actors men and their will and capability, the situation is not taken advantage of, and contradictory outcomes are possible. Either the old society resists and ensures itself a breathing space, by physically exterminating the elite of the rival class and terrorizing its mass reserves, or a reciprocal destruction of the conflicting forces occurs, and a piece of the graveyard is established, perhaps even under the surveillance of a foreign guard. 1933-34, first version 1930-32. But the most important observation to be made about any concrete analysis of the relations of force is the following: that such analyses cannot and must not be ends in themselves, unless the intention is merely to write a chapter of past history, but acquire significance only if they serve to justify a particular practical activity, or initiative of will. They reveal the points of least resistance, at which the force of will can be most fruitfully applied. They suggest immediate tactical operations. They indicate how a campaign of political agitation may best be launched, what language will best be understood by the masses, etc. The decisive element in every situation is the permanently organized and long prepared force which can be put into the field when it is judged that a situation is favorable, and it can be favorable only in so far as such a force exists, and is full of fighting spirit. Therefore the essential task is that of systematically and patiently ensuring that this force is formed, developed, and rendered ever more homogeneous, compact, and self-aware. This is clear from military history, and from the care with which in every period armies have been prepared in advance to be able to make war at any moment. The great powers have been great precisely because they were at all times prepared to intervene effectively in favorable international conjunctures, which were precisely favorable because there was the concrete possibility of effectively intervening in them. 1933-34:1 St version 1931-32. On bureaucracy. 1. As political and economic forms develop historically, a new type of functionary is increasingly being produced. What could be p. 186. Described as career functionaries, technically trained for bureaucratic work, civil and military. This is a fact of prime significance for political science, and for any history of the forms taken by the state. Has this process been a necessary one, or, as the pure liberals claim, a degeneration in respect of the ideal of self-government? 237 Certainly every type of society and state has had its own problem of functionaries, which it has formulated and resolved in its own way. Every society has had its own system of selection, and its own type of functionary to be trained. The reconstruction of how all these elements have evolved is of capital importance. The problem of functionaries partly coincides with that of the intellectuals. However, though it is true that every new form of society and state has required a new type of functionary, it is also true that new ruling groups have never been able, at least initially, to ignore tradition or established interests, i.e. the categories of functionary, especially in the ecclesiastical and military spheres, who already existed and had been constituted before they came to power. Unity of manual and intellectual work, and closer links between legislative and executive power, so that elected functionaries concern themselves not merely with the control of state affairs but also with their execution, may be motives of inspiration for a new approach in solving the problem of the intellectuals as well as the problem of functionaries. Connected with the question of the bureaucracy and its optimum organization is the debate about so-called organic. p.187. Centralism and democratic centralism, which despite its name has nothing to do with abstract democracy, inasmuch as the French Revolution and Third Republic developed form of organic centralism unknown either to the absolute monarchy or to Napoleon I. 238. One will have to seek out and study the real economic and political relations which find their organizational form, their articulation, and their functionality in the various manifestations of organic and democratic centralism in all fields, in state life, unitary state, federation, union of federated states, federation of states or federal state, etc., in interstate life, alliances, various forms of. p.188. International political constellation, in the life of political and cultural associations, Freemasonry, Rotary Club, Catholic Church, and of trade union and economic ones, cartels, trusts, in the same country, in different countries, etc. Polemics from the past, pre-1914, on the subject of German predominance in the life of high culture, and in that of certain international political forces, was this predominance in fact real, and in what did it really consist? 239. It may be said, a. that no organic or disciplinary bonds ensured this supremacy, which was therefore merely a phenomenon of abstract cultural influence and of highly unstable prestige, b. that such cultural influence in no way affected real activity, which was on the contrary fragmented, localized, and without overall direction. Thus one cannot speak of any kind of centralism here, neither organic nor democratic, nor of any other kind, nor a mixture of these. The influence was felt and experienced by a handful of intellectual groups, who had no links with the popular masses, and it was precisely the absence of any such links which characterized the situation. Nevertheless, such a state of affairs is worth studying, since it helps to explain the process which led to the formulation of the theories of organic centralism. These are precisely a one-sided and intellectualistic critique of that disorder and dispersal of forces. Meanwhile, it is necessary to distinguish among the theories of organic centralism. On the one hand, there are those which conceal a precise program of real predominance of one part over the whole, whether the part consists of a stratum such as the intellectuals, or of a privileged territorial group. On the other, there are those which are purely and simply the one-sided perspectives of sectarians or fanatics, and which, although capable of concealing a program of predominance, usually of a single individual, such as the infallible Pope, whereby Catholicism has become transformed into a sort of cult of the Pope, do not seem in the immediate consciously to conceal any such program. The most accurate name would be bureaucratic centralism. Organicity can only be found in democratic centralism, which is so to speak a centralism in movement, i.e. a continual adaptation of the organization to the real movement, a matching of thrusts from below with orders from above, a continuous insertion of elements thrown up from the depths of the rank and file into the solid framework of the leadership. p.189. Apparatus which ensures continuity and the regular accumulation of experience. Democratic centralism is organic because on the one hand it takes account of movement, which is the organic mode in which historical reality reveals itself, and does not solidify mechanically into bureaucracy, and because at the same time it takes account of that which is relatively stable and permanent, or which at least moves in an easily predictable direction, etc. This element of stability within the state is embodied in the organic development of the leading group's central nucleus, just as happens on a more limited scale within parties. The prevalence of bureaucratic centralism in the state indicates that the leading group is saturated, that it is turning into a narrow clique which tends to perpetuate its selfish privileges by controlling or even by stifling the birth of oppositional forces, even if these forces are homogeneous with the fundamental dominant interests, e.g. in the ultra-protectionist system struggling against economic liberalism. In parties which represent socially subaltern classes, the element of stability is necessary to ensure that hegemony will be exercised not by privileged groups but by the progressive elements organically progressive in relation to other forces which, though related and allied, are heterogeneous and wavering. In any case, it needs to be stressed that the unhealthy manifestations of bureaucratic centralism occurred because of a lack of initiative and responsibility at the bottom, in other words because of the political immaturity of the peripheral forces, even when these were homogeneous with the hegemonic territorial group, phenomenon of Piedmontism 240 in the first decades of Italian unity. The creation of such situations can be extremely damaging and dangerous in international bodies, League of Nations. Democratic centralism offers an elastic formula, which can be embodied in many diverse forms. It comes alive insofar as it is interpreted and continually adapted to necessity. It consists in the critical pursuit of what is identical in seeming diversity of form and on the other hand of what is distinct and even opposed in apparent uniformity, in order to organize and interconnect closely that which is similar, but in such a way that the organizing and the interconnecting appear to be a practical and inductive necessity, experimental, and not the result of a rationalistic, deductive, abstract process, i.e. one typical of pure intellectuals, or pure asses. This continuous effort to separate out the international p.190 and unitary element in national and local reality is true concrete political action, the sole activity productive of historical progress. It requires an organic unity between theory and practice, between intellectual strata and popular masses, between rulers and ruled. The formulae of unity and federation lose a great part of their significance from this point of view, whereas they retain their sting in the bureaucratic conception, where in the end there is no unity but a stagnant swamp, on the surface calm and mute, and no federation but a sack of potatoes, 241, i.e. a mechanical juxtaposition of single units without any connection between them. 1933-34, first version 1932. The theorem of fixed proportions 242. This theorem can usefully be employed to clarify and to bring out the general applicability of many propositions concerning the science of organizations, the study of the administrative apparatus, of demographic composition, etc., and also concerning general politics, in analyses of situations or of relations of force, in the problem of the intellectuals, etc. Of course, it must always be borne in mind that a recourse to the theory of fixed proportions has only a schematic and metaphoric value. In other words, it cannot be applied mechanically, since in human collectivities the qualitative element, or that of the technical and intellectual capacity of the individual components, is predominant, and this cannot be measured mathematically. Hence one may say that every human collectivity has its own specific optimum principle of fixed proportions. The science of organizations in particular can usefully have recourse to this theorem, and this becomes apparent in the case of the army. But every form of society has its own type of army, and every type of army has its own principle of fixed proportions, which moreover also changes from one arm of the service or specialized corps to the next. There is a specific relation between privates, NCOs, subalterns, junior officers, senior officers, General. p.191. Staff, combined general staff, etc. There is a relation between the various arms and corps among themselves, etc. Each change in a single part necessitates a new equilibrium with the whole, etc. The theorem can be seen in application politically in parties, trade unions, or factories. It is also possible to see how each social group has its own law of fixed proportions, which varies according to the level of its culture, independence of mind, spirit of initiative and sense of responsibility, and according to the degree of discipline of its most backward and peripheral members. The law of fixed proportions is resumed by Pantaleoni in his Principles of Pure Economics, 243 bodies combine chemically only in fixed proportions, and any quantity of an element which is in excess of the quantity required for a combination with other elements, which are themselves present in the amounts as defined, remains free. If the quantity of an element is insufficient in relation to the quantities of the other elements present, the combination can only take place to the extent to which the quantity of the element which is present in a smaller quantity than the others suffices. One might make use of this law metaphorically to understand how a movement or current of opinion becomes a party, i.e. a political force which is effective from the point of view of the exercise of governmental power, precisely to the extent to which it possesses, has developed within itself, cadres at the various levels, and to the extent to which the latter have acquired certain capabilities. The historical automatism of certain premises, the existence of certain objective conditions, is potentialized politically by parties and by men of ability. Absence or inadequacy, quantitative and qualitative, of these neutralizes the automatism itself, which anyway is not really automatic. The premises exist abstractly, but the consequences are not realized because the human factor is missing. Hence parties may be said to have the task of forming capable leaders. They are the mass function which selects, develops, and multiplies the leaders which are necessary if a particular social group, which is a fixed quantity, since it can be established how many members there are of any social group, is to become articulated, and be transformed from turbulent chaos into an organically prepared political army. When the total vote for a particular party oscillates between apparently strange and arbitrary maximums and minimums in successive elections, whether at the same level or at different levels, for instance, in pre-Hitler p.192 Germany, elections for the President of the Republic, for the Reichstag, for the Diets of the Länder, for the communal councils, and so on right down to the factory committees, it may be deduced that party's cadres are inadequate both in quantity and quality, or else in quantity though not in quality, relatively, or else in quality though not in quantity. A party which wins a lot of votes in local elections, but fewer in those of greater political importance, is certainly qualitatively deficient in its central leadership. It possesses numerous, or at any rate sufficient, junior cadres, but not a general staff adequate for that country and its position in the world, etc. 1933-34, first version 1932. Number and quality in representative systems of government. One of the most banal commonplaces which get repeated against the elective system of forming state organs is the following, that in it numbers decide everything, 244, and that the opinions of any idiot who knows how to write, or in some countries even of an illiterate, have exactly the same weight in determining the political course of the state as the opinions of somebody who devotes his best energies to the state and the nation, etc. There are numerous formulations of this, some more felicitous than the one quoted, which is due to Mario da Silva, in Critica Fascista, August 15, 1932. But the content is always the same. But the fact is that it is not true, in any sense, that numbers decide everything, nor that the opinions of all electors are of exactly equal weight. Numbers, in this case too, are simply an instrumental value, giving a measure and a relation and nothing more. And what then is measured? What is measured is precisely the effectiveness, and the expansive and persuasive capacity, of the opinions of a few individuals, the active minorities, the elites, the avant-gardes, etc., i.e. their rationality, historicity, or concrete functionality. Which means it is untrue that all individual opinions have exactly equal weight. Ideas and opinions are not spontaneously born in each individual brain, they have had a center of formation, of irradiation, of dissemination, of persuasion, a group of men, or a single individual even, which has developed them and presented them in the political form of p.193. Current reality. The counting of votes is the final ceremony of a long process, in which it is precisely those who devote their best energies to the state and the nation, when such they are, who carry the greatest weight. If this hypothetical group of worthy men, notwithstanding the boundless material power which they possess, do not have the consent of the majority, they must be judged either as inept, or as not representative of national interests which cannot help being decisive in inflecting the national will in one direction rather than in another. Unfortunately, everyone tends to confound his own private interest 245 with that of the nation, and hence to find it dreadful, etc., that it should be the law of numbers which decides. It is better of course to become an elite by decree. Thus it is not a question of the people who have the brains feeling that they are being reduced to the level of the lowest illiterate, but rather one of people who think they are the ones with the brains wanting to take away from the man in the street even that tiniest fraction of power of decision over the course of national life which he possesses. These banal assertions have been extended from a critique, of oligarchic rather than elitist origin, 246 of the parliamentary system of government. It is strange that it should not be criticized because the historical rationality of numerical consensus is systematically falsified by the influence of wealth, to a critique of all representative systems, even those which are not parliamentary and not fashioned according to the canons of formal democracy. 247 These assertions are even less accurate. In these other systems of government, the people's consent does not end at the moment of voting, quite the contrary. That consent is presumed to be permanently active, so much so that those who give it may be considered as functionaries of the state, and elections as a means of voluntary enrollment of state functionaries of a certain type, a means which in a certain sense may be related to the idea of self-government, though on a different level. Since elections are held on the basis not of vague, generic programs, but of programs of immediate, concrete work, anyone who gives his consent commits himself to do something more than the simple, juridical citizen towards their realisa. p.194. Shin, i.e. to be a vanguard of active and responsible work. The voluntary element in the whole undertaking could not be stimulated in any other way as far as the broader masses are concerned, and when these are not made up of amorphous citizens, but of skilled productive elements, then one can understand the importance that the demonstration of the vote may have. 1933-34. These observations could be developed more amply and organically, stressing other differences as well between the various types of elective systems, according to changes in general social and political relations, the relation between elected and career functionaries, etc. The proposition that society does not pose itself problems for whose solution the material preconditions do not already exist. 248. This proposition immediately raises the problem of the formation of a collective will. In order to analyze critically what the proposition means, it is necessary to study precisely how permanent collective wills are formed, and how such wills set themselves concrete short-term and long-term ends, i.e. a line of collective action. It is a question of more or less long processes of development, and rarely of sudden, synthetic explosions. Synthetic explosions do occur, but if they are looked at closely it can be seen that they are more destructive than reconstructive. They remove mechanical and external obstacles in the way of an indigenous and spontaneous development. Thus the Sicilian Vespers 249 can be taken as typical. It would be possible to study concretely the formation of a collective historical movement, analyzing it in all its molecular phases, a thing which is rarely done, since it would weigh every treatment down. Instead, currents of opinion are normally taken as already constituted around a group or a dominant personality. This is the problem which in modern times is expressed in terms of the party, or coalition of related parties, how a party is first set up, how its organizational strength and social influence are developed, etc. It requires an extremely minute, molecular process of exhaustive analysis in every detail, the documentation for which is made up of an endless quantity of books, pamphlets, review and newspaper articles, conversations and oral debates repeated countless times, and which in their gigantic aggregation represent this long labor which gives birth to a collective will with a certain degree of homogeneity, with the degree necessary and sufficient to achieve an action which is coordinated and simultaneous in the time and the geographical space in which the historical event takes place. Importance of utopias and of confused and rationalistic ideologies. p.195. In the initial phase of the historical processes whereby collective wills are formed, utopias, or abstract rationalism, have the same importance as old conceptions of the world which developed historically by the accumulation of successive experience. What matters is the criticism to which such an ideological complex is subjected by the first representatives of the new historical phase. This criticism makes possible a process of differentiation and change in the relative weight that the elements of the old ideologies used to possess. What was previously secondary and subordinate, or even incidental, is now taken to be primary, becomes the nucleus of a new ideological and theoretical complex. The old collective will dissolve into its contradictory elements since the subordinate ones develop socially, etc. After the formation of the party system, an historical phase linked to the standardization of broad masses of the population, communications, newspapers, big cities, etc. The molecular processes take place more swiftly than in the past, etc. 1931-32. Continuity and tradition. An aspect of the question alluded to elsewhere of dilettantism and discipline, 250, from the point of view of the organizing center of a grouping, is that of the continuity which tends to create a tradition, understood of course in an active and not a passive sense, as continuity in continuous development, but organic development. This problem contains in a nutshell the entire juridical problem, i.e. the problem of assimilating the entire grouping to its most advanced fraction. It is a problem of education of the masses, of their adaptation in accordance with the requirements of the goal to be achieved. This is precisely the function of law in the state and in society. Through law the state renders the ruling group homogeneous, and tends to create a social conformism which is useful to the ruling group's line of development. The general activity of law, which is wider than purely state and governmental activity and also includes the activity involved in directing civil society, in those zones which the technicians of law call legally neutral, i.e. in morality and in custom generally, serves to understand the ethical problem better, in a concrete sense. In practice, this problem is the correspondence spontaneously and freely accepted between the acts and the admissions of each individual. p.196. Dual, between the conduct of each individual and the ends which society sets itself as necessary, a correspondence which is coercive in the sphere of positive law technically understood, and is spontaneous and free, more strictly ethical, in those zones in which coercion is not a state affair but is affected by public opinion, moral climate, etc. The juridical continuity of the organized center must be not of a Byzantine/Napoleonic type, i.e. according to a code conceived of as perpetual, but Roman/Anglo-Saxon, that is to say, a type whose essential characteristic consists in its method, which is realistic and always keeps close to concrete life in perpetual development. This organic continuity requires a good archive, well stocked and easy to use, in which all past activity can be reviewed and criticized. The most important manifestations of this activity are not so much organic decisions as explicative and reasoned, educative, circulars. There is a danger of becoming bureaucratized, it is true, but every organic continuity presents this danger, which must be watched. The danger of discontinuity, of improvisation, is still greater. Organ, the bulletin, which has 3 principal sections, 1 directive articles, 2 decisions and circulars, 3 criticism of the past, i.e. continual reference back from the present to the past, to show the differentiations and the specifications, and to justify them critically. 1930-32. Spontaneity and conscious leadership. The term spontaneity can be variously defined, for the phenomenon to which it refers is many-sided. Meanwhile, it must be stressed that pure spontaneity does not exist in history. It would come to the same thing as pure mechanicity. In the most spontaneous movement it is simply the case that the elements of conscious leadership cannot be checked, have left no reliable document. It may be said that spontaneity is therefore characteristic of the history of the subaltern classes, and indeed of their most marginal and peripheral elements. These have not achieved any consciousness of the class for itself, and consequently it never occurs to them that their history might have some possible importance, that there might be some value in leaving documentary evidence of it. Hence in such movements there exist multiple elements of conscious leadership, but no one of them is predominant or transcends the level of a given social stratum's popular science. p.197. Its common sense or traditional conception of the world. 251. This is precisely what de Man, 252 empirically, counterposes to Marxism, but he does not realize, apparently, that he is falling into the position of somebody who, after describing folklore, witchcraft, etc., and showing that these conceptions have sturdy historical roots and are tenaciously entwined in the psychology of specific popular strata, believed that he had transcended modern science, taking as modern science every little article in the popular scientific journals and periodicals. This is a real case of intellectual teratology, of which there are other examples. Precisely, the admirers of folklore, who advocate its preservation, the magicalists connected with Maeterlinck, who believe it is necessary to take up anew the thread snapped by violence of alchemy and witchcraft, so that science may be put back onto a course more fertile in discoveries, etc. However, de Man does have one incidental merit: he demonstrates the need to study and develop the elements of popular psychology, historically and sociologically, actively, i.e. in order to transform them, by educating them, into a modern mentality, and descriptively as he does. But this need was at least implicit, perhaps even explicitly stated, in the doctrine of Ilyich Lenin, something of which de Man is entirely ignorant. The fact that every spontaneous movement contains rudimentary elements of conscious leadership, of discipline, is indirectly demonstrated by the fact that there exist tendencies and groups who extol spontaneity as a method. Here one must distinguish between the realm of pure ideology and that of practical action, between scholars who argue that spontaneity is the immanent and objective method of the historical process, and political adventurers who argue for it as a political method. With the former it is a question of a mistaken conception, whereas with the latter what is involved is an immediate and vulgar contradiction which betrays its manifest practical origin, i.e. the immediate desire to replace a given leadership by a different one. Even in the case of the scholars the error does have a practical origin, but it is not an immediate one as in the latter case. The apoliticism of the French syndicalists before the war contained both these elements: there was a theoretical error and a contradiction, there was the Sorlean element, and the elements of rivalry between the anarcho-syndicalist political tendency and that of the socialists. That apoliticism was still a p.198. consequence of the terrible events of 1871 in Paris, the continuation, with new methods and a brilliant theory, of the 30 years of passivity, 1870 to 1900, of the French working class. The purely economic struggle was not to the distaste of the ruling class, on the contrary. The same may be said of the Catalan movement, 253, which if it displeased the Spanish ruling class did so only because it objectively reinforced Catalan republican separatism, producing a real republican industrial bloc against the latifundists, the petite bourgeoisie and the royal army. The Turin movement was accused simultaneously of being spontaneist and voluntarist or Bergsonian. 254. This contradictory accusation, if one analyses it, only testifies to the fact that the leadership given to the movement was both creative and correct. This leadership was not abstract, it neither consisted in mechanically repeating scientific or theoretical formulae, nor did it confuse politics, real action, with theoretical disquisition. It applied itself to real men, formed in specific historical relations, with specific feelings, outlooks, fragmentary conceptions of the world, etc., which were the result of spontaneous combinations of a given situation of material production with the fortuitous agglomeration within it of disparate social elements. This element of spontaneity was not neglected and even less despised. It was educated, directed, purged of extraneous contaminations. The aim was to bring it into line with modern theory. 255, but in a living and historically effective manner. The leaders themselves spoke of the spontaneity of the movement, and rightly so. This assertion was a stimulus, a tonic, an element of unification in depth. Above all, it denied that the movement was arbitrary, a cooked-up venture, and stressed its historical necessity. It gave the masses a theoretical consciousness of being creators of historical and institutional values, of being founders of a state. This unity between spontaneity and conscious leadership or discipline is precisely the real political action of the subaltern classes, insofar as this is mass politics and not merely an adventure by groups claiming to represent the masses. At this point, a fundamental theoretical question is raised: can modern theory be in opposition to the spontaneous feelings of the masses? Spontaneous in the sense that they are not the result of any systematic educational activity on the part of an already. p.199. Conscious leading group, but have been formed through everyday experience illuminated by common sense, i.e. by the traditional popular conception of the world, what is unimaginatively called instinct, although it too is in fact a primitive and elementary historical acquisition. It cannot be in opposition to them. Between the two there is a quantitative difference of degree, not one of quality. A reciprocal reduction, so to speak, a passage from one to the other and vice versa, must be possible. Recall that Immanuel Kant believed it important for his philosophical theories to agree with common sense. The same position can be found in Gramsci. Recall too Marx's assertion in The Holy Family that the political formulae of the French Revolution can be reduced to the principles of classical German philosophy. 256. Neglecting, or worse still despising, so-called spontaneous movements, i.e. failing to give them a conscious leadership or to raise them to a higher plane by inserting them into politics, may often have extremely serious consequences. It is almost always the case that a spontaneous movement of the subaltern classes is accompanied by a reactionary movement of the right wing of the dominant class, for concomitant reasons. An economic crisis, for instance, engenders on the one hand discontent among the subaltern classes and spontaneous mass movements, and on the other conspiracies among the reactionary groups, who take advantage of the objective weakening of the government in order to attempt coups d'état. Among the effective causes of the coups must be included the failure of the responsible groups to give any conscious leadership to the spontaneous revolts or to make them into a positive political factor. N.B. The example of the Sicilian Vespers, 257, and the arguments among historians about whether this was a spontaneous movement or one planned in advance. In my view, the two elements were combined in the case of the Vespers. On the one hand, a spontaneous rising of the Sicilian people against their Provençal rulers, which spread so rapidly that it gave the impression of simultaneity and hence of preconcertation. This rising was the result of an oppression which, p.200, had become intolerable throughout the national territory. On the other hand, there was the conscious element, of varying importance and effectiveness, and the success of Giovanni da Procita's plot with the Aragonese. Other examples can be drawn from all past revolutions in which several subaltern classes were present, with a hierarchy determined by economic position and internal homogeneity. The spontaneous movements of the broader popular strata make possible the coming to power of the most progressive subaltern class as a result of the objective weakening of the state. This is still a progressive example, but, in the modern world, the regressive examples are more frequent. There exists a scholastic and academic historico-political outlook which sees as real and worthwhile only such movements of revolt as are 100% conscious, i.e. movements that are governed by plans worked out in advance to the last detail or in line with abstract theory, which comes to the same thing. But reality produces a wealth of the most bizarre combinations. It is up to the theoretician to unravel these in order to discover fresh proof of his theory, to translate into theoretical language the elements of historical life. It is not reality which should be expected to conform to the abstract schema. This will never happen, and hence this conception is nothing but an expression of passivity. Leonardo was able to discern number in all the manifestations of cosmic life, even where profane eyes only saw blind chance and chaos. 1930. Against Byzantinism. One may term Byzantinism or scholasticism the regressive tendency to treat so-called theoretical questions as if they had a value in themselves, independently of any specific practice. A typical example of Byzantinism were the so-called Rome Theses, 258. p.201. in which a kind of mathematical method was applied to each issue, as in pure economics. The problem arises of whether a theoretical truth, whose discovery corresponded to a specific practice, can be generalized and considered as universal for a historical epoch. The proof of its universality consists precisely 1. In its becoming a stimulus to know better the concrete reality of a situation that is different from that in which it was discovered. This is the principal measure of its fecundity. 2. When it has stimulated and helped this better understanding of concrete reality, in its capacity to incorporate itself in that same reality as if it were originally an expression of it. It is in this incorporation that its real universality lies, and not simply in its logical or formal coherence, or in the fact that it is a useful polemical tool for confounding the enemy. In short, the principle must always rule that ideas are not born of other ideas, philosophies of other philosophies, they are a continually renewed expression of real historical development. The unity of history, what the idealists call unity of the spirit, is not a presupposition, but a continuously developing process. Identity in concrete reality determines identity of thought, and not vice versa. It can further be deduced that every truth, even if it is universal, and even if it can be expressed by an abstract formula of a mathematical kind, for the sake of the theoreticians, owes its effectiveness to its being expressed in the language appropriate to specific concrete situations. If it cannot be expressed in such specific terms, it is a Byzantine and scholastic abstraction, good only for phrasemongers to toy with. 1932. The collective worker. In a critical account of the post-war events, and of the constitutional, organic, attempts to escape from the prevailing state of disorder. p.202. And dispersal of forces, show how the movement to valorize the factory by contrast with, or rather independently of, craft organization 259 corresponded perfectly to the analysis of how the factory system developed given in the first volume of the Critique of Political Economy. 260. An increasingly perfect division of labor objectively reduces the position of the factory worker to increasingly analytical movements of detail, so that the complexity of the collective work passes the comprehension of the individual worker. In the latter's consciousness, his own contribution is devalued to the point where it seems easily replaceable at any moment. At the same time, work that is concerted and well organized gives a better social productivity, so that the entire workforce of a factory should see itself as a collective worker. These were the premises of the factory movement, which aimed to render subjective that which is given objectively. What does objective mean in this instance? For the individual worker, the junction between the requirements of technical development and the interests of the ruling class is objective. But this junction, this unity between technical development and the interests of the ruling class is only a historical phase of industrial development, and must be conceived of as transitory. The nexus can be dissolved, technical requirements can be conceived in concrete terms, not merely separately from the interests of the ruling class, but in relation to the interests of the class which is as yet still subaltern. A compelling proof that such a split and new synthesis is historically mature is constituted by the very fact that such a process is understood by the subaltern class, which precisely for that reason is no longer subaltern, or at least is demonstrably on the way to emerging from its subordinate position. The collective worker understands that this is what he is, not merely in each individual factory but in the broader spheres of the national and international division of labor. It is precisely in the organisms which represent the factory as a producer of real objects and not of profit that he gives an external, political demonstration of the consciousness he has acquired. 1932. Voluntarism and social masses. In a whole series of problems arising both in the reconstruction of past history and in historico-political analysis of the present, no account is taken of the following factor, that the p.